Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A divine trial called the Twilight of the Gods begins, with narration explaining that people seek any kind of deity when in danger. As the jury's vote is tallied, it is said that mortals pray to the god they worship and beg for salvation. A solemn man surrounded by golden restraints appears, introduced as the focus of the coming exception. The system announces that the voting is finished and the verdict is about to be revealed. That man, Li Changxian, lies motionless as if dead. He slowly opens his eyes, awakening. Finding himself barefoot in a field of flowers, he wonders where he is. Sitting up, he recalls that he had not just died but been annihilated, something beyond normal death. He calls out to the system, causing a blue screen to appear before him. The system reports that it cannot open properly because he lacks sufficient access authority. Another message states the system functions poorly here and tells him to ask the local manager. While he thinks about having lost his divinity, seat, faith, and status yet retaining his mind. Hearing a sound, he turns warily toward its source. As he walks toward the river, he sees a boat approaching in the distance. A robed, long-haired figure in a broad hat arrives on a boat, clearly a Reaper-like being. A scroll identifies him by name as Li Changxian, the Twilight of the Gods. The Reaper reads from the scroll, listing Changxian's parents, birthplace in Korea, and birth date. Changxian listens tensely to this recitation of his past. The Reaper continues that in 2027 Changxian went to the planet Arcadia, became a notorious god, slew millions of gods, and was eventually captured for execution. The Reaper notes that Changxian even looks like that infamous god and presses him to respond. Instead of answering, Changxian suddenly launches himself at the Reaper in an attack. He dives in aggressively, hand outstretched. His hand nearly grabs the Reaper's hat as the other man flinches. Changxian, sweating and angry, steels himself after the failed attempt. He rises again, radiating grim determination amid floating bubbles. Golden cubes surge toward him as if forming restraints. The cubes swirl around Changxian, halting his advance. Narration reveals these cubes are divine suppression steel, shackles that reduce even gods to weaker than mere creations and bind his hands. Struggling against the cubes, Changxian demands to know who these people are, thinking he was free of such restraints after the divine punishment trial. The robed figure politely introduces himself as Yule, top Reaper of the underworld. Yule confirms this realm is the afterlife's underworld and that the river nearby is the Styx. Changxian, recalling that annihilated gods should leave no soul, asks why he is in the afterlife at all. Yule answers that Changxian was originally under their jurisdiction. Yule suggests they discuss details while traveling, saying the one who summoned Changxian here is waiting. Changxian listens silently, processing this. As their boat moves through a strange landscape, Yule explains that Arcadia is a world entirely different from Earth, and confirms this ties into the jurisdiction issue. Yule says all humans live according to lifespans and destinies written in the record of life and death. He adds that such records can only be used in the world where they were written. Changxian stays quiet, still wary. Yule explains that one record unexpectedly went out of bounds. He says they searched hard for Changxian but found him in the peculiar world of Arcadia, where he had become a god and caused chaos, and that they sacrificed much to bring him back. Changxian reacts wordlessly, half skeptical. A memory or vision shows Changxian on Earth witnessing a massive dungeon break rift in the sky. His eyes widen in shock at that event. Back in the underworld audience hall, Changxian asks why they saved him instead of letting him be annihilated, which should have suited them. Yule shrugs that he just follows orders, prompting Changxian to ask who made that decision. Yule names Thanatos as the one responsible. A vision depicts Thanatos, ruler of Tartarus and Erebus, described as being regarded by some as king of the underworld. The boat arrives before a grand palace complex. Yule announces their arrival. Bathed in light, Yule strides forward and tells Changxian to follow closely from here. They head toward the imposing palace entrance as power flares around it. While walking inside, Yule points out below them the hell of the fiery pit, where screaming souls burn. He then shows Changxian the hell of cold ice, where souls are imprisoned in freezing glaciers. They pass by massive sealed monstrous beings embedded in golden blocks. Flying swiftly, Changxian asks about the different statuses of the imprisoned entities. Yule remarks that he heard Changxian had once been a battle god before becoming the abominable god. Changxian notes that Yule seems very interested in his past. Yule explains that these sealed beings are fallen stars and that Thanatos both judges souls and seals demonic or evil gods like them. Changxian admits he never knew this role of Thanatos. Yule points out that such information would hurt heaven's reputation, so gods do not talk about it. Yule indicates a group of laboring souls as those with lighter sins who are sentenced to manual work. A golden castle ahead is shown as their destination. They stand before enormous doors. Yule says this is the place they seek. Bowing, Yule reports to his unseen king that, as ordered, he has escorted the Twilight of the Gods. The great doors begin to open, revealing a cosmic interior. A commanding voice tells Changxian to enter as he steps into the dark, starry passageway. Inside the vast space, Changxian feels an overwhelming atmosphere. A pair of eyes in the cosmic darkness stares at him, the system noting this ominous observation. Instead of fear, Changxian grins maniacally at the presence. He thinks that this situation actually looks entertaining. Changxian reaches a throne room, approaching the shadowy ruler seated at the top of a staircase. He faces the throne with a grim, composed expression. The regal figure on the throne asks if he is indeed the Twilight of the Gods. The ruler says he will first ask a question, wondering where Changxian thinks he would have gone after death had he lived an ordinary life on Earth. Changxian admits he never considered it. The ruler bluntly answers that his destination would have been hell. Changxian demands to know why. The ruler cites a specific date in 2024 during Changxian's pro-gamer career. An image shows Changxian raging at a crying teammate whose mistake he had harshly cursed, an emotional harm that will incur punishment. Changxian asks Yule what punishment that particular incident merits. Yule cheerfully declares that Changxian will spend days in a special hell where his tongue is repeatedly torn out. The ruler lists another time Changxian ignored a heartbroken friend while gaming, sentencing him to the hell of the mountain of knives. Further petty sins are recounted, like killing an ant and blaming a dog for bedwetting, each adding more days in different hells. They even sentence him for never having held a girl's hand in 26 years, adding time in the hell of darkness, leaving Changxian mortified. Overwhelmed, Changxian shouts in frustration, asking what on earth they are doing. Yule glances back while the king smiles, amused by Changxian's reaction. The king laughs it off as a joke, saying Changxian's life on Earth was mostly normal, but that he became a very different person in Arcadia. A massive scroll unfurls as the king prepares to review his Arcadian deeds. A screen shows records of Changxian's past, both as a furious gamer and as a ruthless warrior, with the king remarking he fought like a man. Changxian impatiently asks what the king is getting at and why he was saved at all. The king answers that he wants Changxian to perform a job for him in exchange. He explains that some gods have violated an oath by meddling with humans and orders Changxian to go to the human world and seal them on his behalf. Changxian clarifies that this means he will be reincarnated. The king says more precisely he will be returned to where he belongs. With a grand gesture, the king begins the process of sending Changxian away. A portal of planets and stars opens before Changxian. He is drawn toward it, looking up at the cosmic scene. His eyes widen as he realizes what is happening. He finds himself floating in space before Earth, seeing his home planet again. The king teases that Changxian's eyes might pop out from surprise and notes he clearly still has emotions. Changxian answers calmly that Earth is his home, so of course he feels something. The king warns that what happens next will be shocking enough to make him faint. Changxian responds with a wary what as he looks on. The view zooms in rapidly on Earth. The focus narrows down specifically toward the Korean peninsula. It zooms further into a modern cityscape. Then down to a particular crosswalk where a young man is walking. That young man, Changxian's past self, crosses the street holding a bottle. He turns his head slightly, unaware he is being targeted. Present Changxian reacts in shock as he realizes when this is. He stares at the scene, recognizing the moment. The king declares that he will send Changxian to that specific time and place. He explains that Changxian's sentence is to seal the errant gods in his stead. Changxian asks why he is being offered such an opportunity. The king replies that Changxian is simply the best hunter for this task. He clarifies that Changxian will be hunting divine beings from other worlds like those from Arcadia and implies those gods caused the dungeon breaks. He connects the earlier dungeon break Changxian experienced to those oath-breaking gods. Changxian interprets this as the meaning of breaking the oath and asks if those gods now covet Earth. The king confirms they are approaching and says the underworld cannot act directly due to oath restrictions. He explains that because of loopholes in the oath, a human acting independently can still intervene. Therefore, they cannot interfere themselves but can send a human like Changxian, who lies outside the oath's wording. Changxian deduces they want him to serve as their hunting dog and asks if they plan to kill him once the hunt ends. The king corrects him, calling it penal labor and promising to release his chains and grant a new life when the job is done. Changxian considers the offer, humming thoughtfully. The king proposes they treat it as a deal and insists it is not a bad bargain for Changxian. He adds that he will not send Changxian unprepared and intends to bestow a gift. Changxian asks what kind of gift. The king answers that he will grant Changxian authority. Changxian is intrigued by the mention of authority. He questions whether giving such power away is allowed under underworld law. The king, asserting his position as ruler of the entire underworld, says it is his prerogative and asks if Changxian will accept. Changxian grins and agrees that with such a prize he has no reason to refuse. The king exclaims that the deal is sealed. He loudly declares that Changxian's reincarnation, or rather regression, will now begin. He orders the gate of rebirth to be opened as Changxian prepares himself. Back at the river gate, Yule reminds Changxian not to forget the conditions. Yule reiterates that Changxian is returning as a human, starting from zero without any of his godly abilities or experience. Changxian acknowledges this and says he will remember. Yule further explains that Changxian's soul remains bound by divine suppression steel and that any suspicious behavior will reactivate it. While Changxian privately complains about the long lecture, Yule then tells him it is time to go. The gigantic Yin-Yang gate flares open behind a thrashing guardian as the boat nears. Energized, Changxian rockets upward toward the gate. He steps into the blinding light of the gate of rebirth. Looking back with a smirk, he says farewell and suggests they meet again if fate allows. Yule watches fondly, stating he will wait and urging Changxian never to forget who he is. As Changxian dives through the radiant sky, Yule's unseen voice defines him as a reaper empowered by the king of the underworld. The narration emphasizes that identity again, a reaper who holds the king's power. Changxian soars downward toward the world like a meteor. The system reports that he has successfully passed through the gate of rebirth. It then says he is being connected to a new server and that the system is updating to suit his new environment. Finally, the system states that his current authority level is Administrator, hinting at immense control in his new life. The narration introduces the setting as the planet called Earth. A young man lies in the grass and slowly regains consciousness. Around the clearing, confused people mill about while the young man remains lying on the ground. A system message grants the protagonist the accomplishment of regressing with memories of his past life, preserving his memory and boosting all stats. Staring at the hovering system window, he thinks that even this situation has been gamified into accomplishments. Nearby people panic, asking what is happening and exclaiming that an unknown gate has appeared. Listening to the crowd, the man notes their black hair, black eyes and Korean language, confirming where he is. Realizing his regression succeeded, he smiles in relief, thinking that he has truly returned. His eyes open decisively as he resolves to act. He stands up in the safety zone as onlookers stare, his demeanor calm and ready. A small group stands in the glowing clearing, looking around at the strange forest. The narration reveals they are inside a circular dungeon area within a vast, unfamiliar wilderness. In a flashback, someone tells him they must explain something important first. A being explains that the place he will awaken in is Earth, yet also not exactly Earth. Before a throne, he is told that connecting to another world without being noticed by other gods is difficult, prompting him to ask where he will wake. The mysterious figure answers that he will awaken inside a dungeon. Back in the present break, panicking attendees find their phones useless while some scream to be let out. Floating messages welcome everyone to the instant dungeon Rosewood Forest and state there are 431 attendees. The system detects an omitted attendee, recalculates, and updates the attendee count to 432. A message announces the start of the dungeon mission and explains that an appropriately difficult test of each attendee's strength has been prepared. The mission theme reclamation is given, ordering them to clear monsters in Rosewood Forest and reach a hill, while warning that the forest has 5 differently reclaimed sections. Another notice grants access to inventory, status and skill windows and tells them to read the following detailed instructions. After wishing them luck and announcing that the first section is open, the protagonist immediately dashes out of the safety zone. As he rushes forward, bystanders shout that it is dangerous and wonder who that reckless person is. Others watch him disappear into the trees, stunned by his sudden departure. People speculate nervously that he might be a player, and that he even seems familiar. The girl stares, beginning to suspect who he might actually be. While he runs through the forest, narration labels him tyrant, and he complains about being winded already. He decides he must first assess his physical condition and commands his system window to open. The system refuses, informing him his access rights are currently forfeited. It then partially updates, opening his status using special administrator qualifications. His new status window lists him as Lee Changxian with the divine name Twilight of the Gods but shows most stats, skills and authorities as unreadable errors or unknowns. Glancing at the messy screen, he mutters that this is chaotic and wonders where the promised gift from the king of the underworld is. The window refreshes, finally displaying basic mortal stats, an underworld affiliation, and newly granted authorities Soul Extortion and Executioner's Sword. A focus notice highlights that these 2 authorities have been newly obtained. The Soul Extortion authority is described as storing slain enemy souls, burning them with the flames of purgatory to gain karma, recover wounds and strengthen the body, a power lent by the king of the underworld. He visualizes using soul extortion on monsters, extorting their souls for extra experience. He notes that with this ability he can avoid stamina loss and accumulating injuries in mass battles and can even torture captured souls for information. Executioner's Sword is detailed as an authority that punishes covenant-breaking criminals and allows him to seize a portion of their divine authorities. He concludes that by sealing gods with Executioner's Sword he could theoretically gather endless authorities and approach omniscience and omnipotence. Smiling, he decides the king of the underworld did not deceive him. He reflects that even for the king of the underworld this aid must have been difficult, and that the god is clearly furious at the otherworldly gods. However, he admits Executioner's Sword is too difficult to use in his current state. Considering that Executioner's Sword is stronger than Soul Extortion but impractical for now, he weighs his options. He thinks the activation conditions are too strict since the target must be a clear criminal who violated the covenant. Furthermore, if he fails to properly subdue such a criminal, he will suffer backlash damage, so he decides to keep the authority sealed for the time being. Turning away with determination, he resolves to focus on other means until he is ready. A system message warns that a black mamba monster has detected him as it lunges from the forest. The serpent-like beast opens its massive jaws to attack. Vowing to grow stronger quickly, he equips a beginner's rusted dagger as the system registers his attack. He launches himself like a projectile toward the black mamba with the dagger poised. In a single swift motion, he slashes the monster, cutting it down. The system reports that he defeated the black mamba in one blow, calls the strike perfect, rewards him with a low-grade dagger technique and announces a level up with increased stats, while a divine being named Good Season for hunting takes interest. Holding his bloody dagger, he vows to become a rookie impressive enough to make even the gods drool. The narration explains that dungeons are both natural disasters and gateways to opportunities for humanity. It notes that gods and stars also view dungeons this way, using them to select priests or cleric candidates to spread their gospels. They likewise choose apostles through dungeon missions to carry out their will. Many humans seeking divine power enter dungeons, yet countless of them die while the gods and stars remain indifferent. To these arrogant deities, short-lived mortals are beneath notice. Only a tiny fraction of humans ever gain the luck and blessings needed to meet divine requirements. Alternatively, a mortal might catch their eye by demonstrating extraordinary talent. Over his slain black mamba, Changxian is shown as such a talent, having already displayed incredible prowess. A notice says Good Season to Hunt has expressed interest in him, which he considers a jackpot. Narration introduces this deity properly as Pabelsag, a war goddess who loves hunting with every kind of weapon. The real jackpot, it explains, is that Pabelsag is the daughter of the primordial evil dragon Tiamat. Changxian marvels that such a major figure is interested in him so early and assumes his dagger skills pleased her. Another message says the goddess is curious to see what hunting techniques he will display next as he continues practicing his dagger swings. Smirking, he promises to show her exactly what she wants to see. He notices strange greenish vapors and pauses, sensing something in the air. He deduces that the first half of the forest is filled with poisonous air and that most monsters here are likely venomous. Considering his options, he decides to employ Plan C among his prepared strategies. More black mamba surround him as he calmly thinks, undaunted. He chooses the snake hunter approach, a plan specializing in hunting these serpents. Putting it into action, he acrobatically strikes a charging black mamba from above. The system notes his use of low-grade dagger technique and confirms he has exterminated more black mambas, awarding experience. As he continues cutting through snakes, he keeps gaining experience and levels in quick succession. His confident expression shows as he tightens his bloody grip on the dagger. A notification praises how quickly he is wiping out the black mambas that rule the front of Rosewood Forest. Another message states that his senses are sharpening as he fights multiple foes. Reinforced by battle exhilaration, he becomes able to focus even better during the onslaught. The narration comments that the gods were afraid a mortal like him might one day stand above them. Changxian admits he had no such ambition initially, but if that is what they fear, he is now willing to pursue it. Surrounded by shadowy snakes, he declares he will do exactly that. After a massacre of black mambas, the system says his low-grade dagger skill reached its maximum and upgrades it to intermediate grade, while the goddess is awestruck by his technique. A warning that his stamina is depleted appears, advising rest, but he says it is too early to be surprised. He activates the Soul Extortion Authority, and pink flames swirl around the pile of corpses. Those flames of purgatory rush toward his outstretched hand. The system reports that he has obtained black mamba ashes via the flames of purgatory, and that 5% of his stamina has been restored. Another notice says he is no longer exhausted, and he grins fiercely. The watching goddess is puzzled by his unknown ability type as he charges once more, wreathed in pink and black energy. A similar notification repeats that she cannot categorize his power while he battles using soul extortion. He reasons that she would never expect a novice to carry the king of the underworld's blessings and assumes she is guessing he has some rare awakening ability. Even if her curiosity is great, he believes divine causality rules will prevent her from acting rashly toward an unknown novice. He concludes that no god would be crazy enough to break causality just to inspect a beginner's data. After prolonged fighting he pants, his dagger still dripping blood. Despite this, he says he is unconcerned even if something happens. He trusts that the underworld's protection system hiding his information is extremely sturdy, or else his true status would already be exposed. The system announces he has exterminated the last black mamba and grants a new achievement, Snake Hunter, rewarding him with extra strength and low-grade poison resistance. Changxian opens his updated system window to check his progress. The status now shows him at level 6 with greatly increased stats, intermediate dagger technique, poison resistance, and his 2 authorities, plus a note that a god is taking special interest in him, which he thinks means he can start using skills more freely. He is pleased that Pabelsag's curiosity and interest in him have grown, calling the situation very good. He plans his next targets, assuming he should now go after the red mambas and then the boss, the bloody mamba. Since he possesses at least low-grade poison resistance, he believes advancing against these venomous foes will be easier. The narrative describes the bloody mamba as the boss monster commanding all the mambas. Although challenging such a boss is absurd for someone below level 10, it explains that Changxian intends to defeat it alone. He thinks this solo kill would be an excellent chance to attract the god's attention, and more importantly serve his own goals. He specifically wants the bloody mamba's poisonous fang to use it as a shortcut toward achieving poison immunity. A flashback shows that during his past life's war, Twilight of the Gods also lost because he was weakened by curses and poisons, not only numerical inferiority. Thinking of the curse of Jia, he decides he needs that fang to survive such powers in the future. Just then his rusted beginner dagger breaks from overuse, and the system says its durability has reached 0. Watching it crumble, he remarks that it is impressive the cheap weapon lasted this long. Suddenly a bright rift opens in the sky above him as something descends. A massive ornate blade crashes into the ground before him, startling him. The view lingers on the gleaming white portion of the unfamiliar weapon. He notices dragon scale patterns on the sword and deduces it must be a weapon from Tiamat, wondering what the gods intend. A message explains that Good Season to Hunt is staking this present on a bet with him, and that if he fails, she will kill him as payment for wasting her time, which he had suspected. Another notice repeats that failure in this bet means death. He reflects grimly that the gods treat others as mere entertainment, which is why he despises them. Grasping the dragon scale hilt, he reaffirms his hatred for gods and stars. Yet he also thinks the situation now benefits him, believing he can gain much if he plays his cards right. He recognizes that obtaining Tiamat's dagger would itself be a great boon if he can claim it. Accepting the bet aloud, he asks what he must do, and the system creates a sudden quest called Hunter Certification, while the goddess laughs approvingly at his courage. Elsewhere, attendees in the safety zone are asked to gather together in the clearing. Confused civilians wonder what is happening and whether the caller is trying to act as their leader. A man shows an ID wallet, revealing he holds an official position. He introduces himself as Second Lieutenant Park Haesong, a C-rank awakened player in the Military Defense Support Command. Park issues an emergency order, asking everyone to follow his instructions. The bystanders feel reassured, saying they are glad at least one player is among them. They then worry about the reckless guy who ran off when the mission began, hoping he is safe. Another person lounging by a tree idly wonders if that man charged ahead to get rich. This relaxed man smirks and says the runner likely already has far more money than any of them. He reveals that the guy is Tyrant, leader of the ST band, startling the others. Someone suddenly remembers seeing Changxian in many advertisements, and describes him as a handsome golden spoon celebrity despite his bad personality. Curious, they question why a person like that would risk himself here, mentioning rumors he became an alcoholic after retiring from professional gaming. The smug man cruelly suggests Changxian might have gone to commit suicide from being tired of life. A friend tells him to shut up and asks if he is still drunk, but he feigns innocence. As he stands, a system window appears before the smug man, drawing his attention. The message reports that every black mamba in the dungeon has been slain. The crowd reads their own windows in shock, unable to understand. The girl notes that all visitors are supposedly in the safety zone, yet the monsters are already dead, so she is confused. Additional notifications stream in, stating that white worm, blue crows and now red mambas are being eliminated rapidly, alarming Lieutenant Park. Another announcement bluntly says player Li Changxian is going berserk. Park reacts with shock and concern to this new information. The smug man also reads the updates, incredulous at what is happening. His expression tightens with frustration and disbelief as he processes that Changxian is behind these feats. Meanwhile, Changxian advances through the forest, pink soul extortion flames spiraling around him and the huge serpentine bodies. A quest window titled Hunter's Certification appears, explaining that because good season to Hunt's divine growth has stagnated, she is focusing on finding new apostles and priests. It further explains that all promising talents already have patrons, so by monitoring novices she discovered him and now considers him, with his exceptional hunting skills, an apostle candidate. The quest states he cannot be accepted immediately and must first be verified by defeating the Bloody Mamba within 24 hours using the temporary dagger. He reads that failure means death while success grants the evil dragon Snaggletooth an apostle candidacy, realizes the goddess's urgency, and understands why she has been so intent on him from the start. Changxian recalls the recent clash between the powerful constellation Bel Marduk, Taurus of the Zodiacs, and the primordial evil dragon Tiamat, wondering if it relates to his situation. He thinks that although he is unsure, if his guess is right, this incident could yield him far greater gains. Examining the dagger made from Tiamat's tooth, he notes it is a special weapon possessing its own will. He reads that the sacred dagger's true power and effects are locked because certain conditions for its use have not yet been met. Pleased to have obtained exactly the kind of item he wanted, he decides that aiming even higher than planned is preferable. Confidently facing the divine interface, he proposes adding an extra wager to the current bet. As the goddess Good Season to Hunt reacts in confusion, he calmly sets a time limit of 30 minutes for his goal. He declares he will kill the Bloody Mamba within 30 minutes and asks for a greater reward in return for the added entertainment. With that resolution made, he stands ready in the forest, waiting for the boss to appear. The goddess finds his proposal amusing, accepts the bet, and warns that if he fails his death will be agonizing. Changxian gratefully dashes off, beginning his high-risk challenge in earnest. A massive impact of light crashes down in the forest, signaling the arrival of a powerful enemy. The grotesque Bloody Mamba drops from above, screeching as it attacks. Its landing detonates in a huge explosion that devastates the surrounding terrain. As trees topple, Changxian leaps through the destruction toward the monster. He narrows his eyes with a predatory grin, readying himself for close combat. His dagger flashes toward the serpent's hide in a swift, precise strike. He repeatedly slashes along the Bloody Mamba's massive body, opening bloody wounds. Changxian spins away, continuing his relentless assault without hesitation. In a whirlwind of blood and steel he carves through the monster, triggering a level up and an increase in strength. A flying reptile screeches and swoops at him, catching his attention mid-battle. He kills the swooping creature with a stab, gaining stamina and causing news of his bet with the goddess to spread through the heavens. As he continues fighting, some gods watch him suspiciously while others study his combat experience with interest. Eyes glowing with power, Changxian focuses intensely amid the swirling energy. He finally stands face to face with the colossal Bloody Mamba in the forest clearing. Relishing the growing divine attention, he thinks that the more observers there are, the better for him. The goddess Good Season to Hunt, overwhelmed by unexpected divine onlookers, sharply warns the other gods to stay away from her chosen candidate. While leveling up near the lurking serpent, he wonders how many more gods he has attracted and hopes at least one strong patron is among them. System messages announce he has reached level 10, rapidly escaped novice status, unlocked a secret class, and earn bonus stats. Remembering that he was a spearman in his previous life, he resolves not to settle for an ordinary class this time and muses about aiming for a Dragon King or King of Darkness. He considers that, given his current path, a Berserker class might suit him best. He recalls that Berserkers gain huge attack power at the cost of sanity, but believes he can offset the drawback and decides he must choose it to win this outrageous bet. Hiding behind a tree, he notes that the Bloody Mamba is difficult even for level 2-0 players, underlining the danger of his target. The system then shows that his class options have been calculated and are ready. A list of available classes appears, starting with ordinary paths like Swordsman, Spearman, and Martial Artist. Scrolling down, he discovers multiple secret options such as Child of a Dragon and Wanderer of the Darkness. Further down he spots a secret class named Runkeeper, which shocks and intrigues him. However, he realizes in dismay that the Berserker class he wanted is not listed anywhere. As a reminder pops up showing only 6 minutes left on his 30-minute bet, the urgency of choosing a class increases. The Bloody Mamba exhales ominously, prowling nearby as time ticks down. Changxian stands at the tree with the serpent coiled behind it, fully aware that one mistake means death. He laments that he started this entire bet assuming he could pick Berserker and is frustrated that the option is missing. The goddess asks how he plans to finish the bet within the remaining time, while several anonymous gods eagerly await his decision. After a brief internal struggle, he decides there is only one realistic choice left to him. He selects the secret class Runekeeper, reasoning that although rune drawing is troublesome, its destructive power surpasses Berserker and can compensate for his lack of combat ability. The system confirms that Runekeeper has been chosen as his primary class. A surge of blue light envelopes him as his class officially changes to Runekeeper. His dexterity and magic power both increase significantly as class bonuses take effect. New attributes labeled intelligence and will are added to his status. He also gains initial Runekeeper class skills, basic rune production and basic rune engraving. The goddess is stunned by this unexpected decision, while some anonymous gods mock him for seemingly picking a weak path. Ignoring them, Changxian calmly conjures glowing blue spheres of runic energy in his hand. He reviews the descriptions of his new skills, which let him create rune letters and engrave them onto objects or eventually people, granting magical effects. Satisfied that these two skills appeared as he predicted, he notes he still has about 4 minutes left to finish the boss. He pours 30 of his bonus stat points into intelligence, greatly boosting his spellcasting power. He then allocates 25 points into will, reinforcing his concentration and resistance for rune work. As the Bloody Mamba lunges, he narrowly avoids a crushing blow, pressed to its scaly side. The serpent's huge maw snaps at him, forcing him into a desperate retreat. Clicks his tongue at the danger, he darts away while gripping his dagger tighter. Sprinting alongside the raging beast, he activates his new rune production skill to begin preparing magic mid-battle. He notes that his increased stats sharply raise his success rate at creating runes. He moves with his dagger drawn, readying the blade as a canvas for his magic. Slashing his own hand, he purposefully spills blood to use as ink. Blood runs down the dagger's edge, priming it to receive engraved symbols. He recalls a blood drawing technique he was forced to learn from his grandfather, and realizes how vital it is for this moment. Activating rune engraving, he starts painting blood runes onto the blade. He successfully etches a rune of explosion along the dagger, imbuing it with volatile power. While the goddess watches, amused and curious about how a novice knows rune letters, he completes the inscription and declares the preparation finished. Because he flawlessly produced and engraved multiple runes using intense focus and will, his skill levels rise and the explosion rune is temporarily empowered 5-fold. The cost in magic power drives him into a state of hunger, but he grins, ready to unleash the enhanced attack. Facing the Bloody Mamba with about 3 minutes remaining, he braces for the final decisive blow. Judging the remaining time as more than sufficient, he launches himself toward the boss with renewed ferocity. A titanic explosion rips through the mountainside and forest where the battle takes place. Back with the trainees, a soldier and others see and hear the blast again, alarmed by its magnitude. The soldier explains that numerous explosions have been coming from the forest, but this last one was far louder than the rest. Everyone stares at the distant, smoking mountain and panics, wondering what is happening. A system announcement informs the group that player Li Changxian has initiated the dungeon's boss raid. The notification identifies the boss monster as the Bloody Mamba, stunning the onlookers. Some trainees gape and question how a boss raid could be starting already. One girl curses that whoever triggered it is trying to get everyone killed. She rants that Changxian has always acted selfishly, doing whatever he wants without considering others. Agitated, she demands that the soldier intervene and stop this insanity. While she insists they are all going to die, the soldier again orders everyone to maintain formation and stay put. He warns that if their defensive formation breaks even slightly, they will all be wiped out. After a tense pause, he mutters in frustration but keeps his composure. Narrowing his eyes, he thinks through what the distant lights might mean. Watching the golden flares in the smoke, he deduces they resemble the effects that appear when a critical hit is dealt. Realizing that the numerous lights imply repeated critical strikes, he concludes Changxian's skills are beyond imagination. Encouraged, the soldier believes they might actually have a chance to survive this dungeon. Still staring toward the blazing battlefield, he wonders what extraordinary events are unfolding there. The sky above the forest fills with glowing crosses of light that rain down like countless critical hits. At the center of the radiance, Changxian dives toward the bloody mamba for the finishing attack. His expression is fierce and determined as he commits everything to the final strike. A massive final explosion engulfs the area, obliterating the surroundings. Smoke and shimmering particles rise over the forest as the shockwaves fade. The system announces to everyone that the first boss monster, Bloody Mamba, has been successfully hunted. Another message states that the first section of the dungeon reclamation mission has been cleared and temporary rankings will now be calculated, astonishing the soldier. Dungeon rankings appear, showing Changxian overwhelmingly in first place, and he reflects that he may be witnessing the birth of a future legendary figure. As the system notes that rewards will be given based on ranking, the soldier thinks Changxian might become one of the fabled 10 kings. Meanwhile, a remnant of the Bloody Mamba's head suddenly manifests near unprepared trainees, terrifying them. The nearby girl and boy scream as they see the serpent looming over them again. The monster opens its jaws wide in a renewed threat. The girl shrieks in panic as the serpent lunges toward the group. The Bloody Mamba's huge body whips across the ground, scattering the frightened people. A safety zone barrier abruptly expands around Changxian and the serpent's corpse, protecting everyone as he stands atop the subdued boss. The soldier, stunned by the sight of Changxian controlling the situation, can only utter a shocked question. Changxian, emanating an unsettling aura that others notice in his eyes, calmly asks the soldier and his party if they are players. The soldier nervously confirms that they are indeed players. Changxian replies that since he has already handled the boss, he expects them to mop up the remaining lesser monsters, framing it more as an order than a request. The soldier offers to let Changxian rest while they prepare, acknowledging his exhaustion. Changxian refuses, saying he will find his own place to rest since his presence makes them uneasy, and drags the serpent's carcass away. The other adults debate whether he is really the notorious tyrant they know, some even wondering if he might be a demon due to how different he seemed. One man laughs off the demon theory, arguing that if Changxian were truly a demon they would all be dead already. The suspicious girl silently glares, clearly unconvinced and still wary of Changxian. Elsewhere, Changxian muses over their speculation, acknowledging he probably did look like a completely different, almost demonic person during the fight. Smiling to himself, he says being called a demon is not all that strange and reflects on others' perceptions. A notification grants everyone a 1-hour break before the dungeon's second section begins. Standing by the Bloody Mamba's corpse, Changxian decides the current spot will do for his preparations. He engraves a new rune of obstruction on a nearby rock, expanding his defensive setup. The system reports his rune skill level has increased, and a hexagonal barrier forms around the corpse and himself. His basic rune creation skill reaches maximum, evolving into a stronger low-grade rune creation ability, as he decides to sort through his rewards. He checks that he has 2 rewards for spoils and ranking, plus 3 quest rewards related to obtaining a hunter certification, and orders the achievement rewards to be processed. For the spoils reward, the system asks him to choose among skills, effects, items, or achievement points. Deciding that spoils are inefficient at his low level and that his current dagger suffices, he resolves to skip items and other options for now. He taps the option for achievement points, stating that choosing it is the obvious move. The system confirms he has chosen achievement points for both spoils and ranking, granting him a total of 15,000 karma so far. Changxian grins, thinking that both in the human world and among gods, those with wealth hold the advantage, so he must be ready for when the divine shop opens. Next, he calls up his personal status window to review his overall growth. The status screen lists him as Runekeeper level 15 with high stats, advanced dagger and rune skills, poison tolerance, special authorities, and considerable favor from many gods. Seeing these numbers, he concludes that soloing the Bloody Mamba was absolutely worth the effort. A fresh notification sound signals additional quest rewards tied to his earlier contract with the goddess. Messages explain that he has already received the evil dragon Snaggletooth, that good season to hunt covets him more, and that other gods and stars are now openly interested and entertained by him. Another alert states the goddess fiercely warns the other gods that anyone touching what is hers will incur a dragon's wrath, which makes Changxian smirk. She then asks what he wants as an extra prize from the betting results and announces that the second quest reward is about to be given. A draconic treasury menu opens before him, listing precious items such as a gold bar, heavenly chalice, and omnipotent stone. Reading the long list of treasures, he marvels at its abundance and attributes it to the fact it belongs to a dragon's treasury. Further messages say the goddess urges him to ask for anything at all, insisting no treasure is too great to appease him, which surprises other gods. Changxian, however, thinks he cannot settle for mere material gifts and that accepting them would only let the goddess manipulate him, so he refrains from choosing. The reward list abruptly closes with a notice that he has chosen no treasure, shocking the divine spectators. The goddess frowns in confusion at his refusal, while some gods grow more suspicious of his hidden motives. The system converts the unclaimed reward into achievement points, granting him a massive 1 million karma, which he intends to stockpile for future strategic use. Though the goddess is displeased, she offers to make him her apostle candidate. He politely declines, saying he wants more experience first and does not plan to remain just a candidate, and the unused reward again becomes 1 million more karma. Reflecting that betting with the gods has yielded enormous profits, he acknowledges how much he has gained. The enraged goddess vows he will regret mocking her, roaring angrily from the heavens as he stands unfazed in the forest. Changxian thinks there is no reason for him to appear weak in front of the watching deities. Notification shows some gods are literally watching with popcorn, others are intrigued by his ambition beyond apostleship, and even those who wrote him off now regain interest. Hearing a flurry of notification chimes, he thinks that if he proves overwhelming value, countless entities will naturally gather around him. He adds that if the conflict between Tiamat and Bel Marduk is real, Tiamat's side will be especially eager to recruit powerful allies like him. The goddess good season to hunt, still scowling, averts her gaze after glaring, while Changxian grins at having provoked her. Concluding that everything is aligning with his designs, he decides it is time to advance to the next phase of his long-term plan. Changxian grips his sword with a confident smile, ready to begin. After killing the boss Bloody Mamba, he diligently harvests all useful materials from its corpse. System messages reveal that many gods are intrigued by Changxian rejecting an apostle offer and start connecting to his dungeon channel. Elsewhere in the forest, a group of people waits inside a circular safety zone. Two exhausted men rest against trees, recovering from the trials. The blonde man wonders aloud if he could also become a player. His friend is shocked as he clarifies he means becoming a player like the others. The friend calls him crazy, but the blonde argues that if even a drunk can do it, so can he. Convinced this dungeon can awaken talents, the blonde insists he can definitely become a player. He tells his friend to watch him as he calls upon a god's message. A notification states the divine being owl that pierces through the twilight takes special interest in John Chungji. Surprised, Chungji's friend reacts while Chungji is asked if he has ever taken an awakening test. A blinding pillar of light descends from the sky. The light opens into a radiant cross-shaped portal in the clouds. A system notice announces that an administrator has appeared. The pillar of light slams into the ground, blasting nearby people off their feet. From the smoke, a rabbit-shaped silhouette with a cane walks forward. The rabbit introduces itself as Harold, administrator of the Korean channel. Harold cheerfully greets everyone as the Korean channel administrator. Harold giggles to itself. Still laughing, Harold holds its pocket watch while people react nervously. The survivors ask why an administrator has suddenly appeared among them. Harold apologizes for disturbing their rest. Harold says it came because something happened that requires everyone's understanding. Park Haesong stares in alarm, asking what is going on. Harold explains that administrators normally avoid interfering due to policies of non-interference and freedom. It adds that unusually high transmission rates in this dungeon have annoyed upper management. Harold apologetically announces it must raise the dungeon's difficulty. People panic and shout for Harold to wait. Ignoring them, Harold dramatically raises one arm to activate the change. The glowing safety zone barrier starts to crack. The safety barrier shatters into pieces. System notices declare that difficulty is being heavily increased, the safety zone is removed, and monsters will become far stronger and more aggressive. A terrified man yells at Harold, demanding how it can do this. The crowd erupts in panic, while Haesong stands grimly in the center. Haesong realizes the situation matches a previous event called filtering. He remembers a past catastrophe where he barely survived while comrades died around him. Images of fallen people lying on the ground flash through his memory. In that memory he faced a deadly red-lit cavern full of corpses, hearing a god call the survivors disappointing. Haesong narrates that back then gods also summoned an administrator to drastically raise difficulty and search for exceptional novices to become apostles. He agonizes over having to witness another mass sacrifice. He wonders if the gods think Changxian has the potential that justifies this bloodshed. Haesong shouts Changxian's name, focusing on him as the key figure. New notices explain the updated second stage. No rest time, freer and hungrier monsters, party formation for equipment, collection of fire orbs and crystals, and that the monster wave will start in 5 seconds. Harold appears beside Haesong, recognizing him as player Park Haesong. Startled, Haesong asks if Harold really knows who he is while a countdown continues. Harold confirms, calling him the sole survivor of the evil dragon's den and someone watched by the bureau. Harold coldly says it will pray for Haesong's safety as the countdown nears 0. The countdown ends as Haesong braces himself. A notice announces that the second stage has begun while screams erupt behind Haesong. Packs of monstrous white wolves charge through the forest, chasing fleeing people. Terrified men try to rally themselves to attack the unknown beasts. Among the runners, Chungji sprints forward decisively. Eyes glowing red, he thinks this chaos is his opportunity. System messages proclaim that Chungji receives blessings from owl that pierces through the twilight and another obscure deity as he confronts the wolves. Glitching divine symbols appear as those blessings activate. Elsewhere, Changxian finds and claims a black mamba's poisonous fang. Holding the fang, he vows to acquire poison immunity soon. The system informs Changxian that the second stage has started and that interested gods have placed bets on his survival. Frowning, Changxian realizes the filtering process has already begun. He laments expecting more time and suspects his bet with Pabelsag drew extra attention. Reading his status window, he concludes that more gods are watching him than he had planned. He notes his low remaining HP and MP and calls his condition pathetic. Seeing his meager stamina points, he worries more about endurance than anything else. Despite wanting to rest, Changxian rushes back into action, frustrated that events are forcing his hand. He dashes through a burning forest pursued by a massive fire lizard. Noting the enemy, he compares stages, recalling that the first was biological poison. He reasons that this second stage centers on fire poison. He predicts later stages will involve ice, metal, and corpse poisons, planning ahead accordingly. Facing the fire lizard head-on, he decides what he must obtain from it. Changxian blasts the fire lizard with a powerful fiery strike. As flames pour past him, he channels and accumulates fire energy with his sword and body. He continues maneuvering around the lizard, drawing more of its fire toward himself. The monster unleashes a massive flame attack while Changxian counters with agile swordplay. Surrounded by a vortex of flames, Changxian relentlessly presses the assault. He flips through the air, narrowly evading waves of fire. The lizard roars amid a maelstrom of burning energy. Changxian rides that fiery whirlwind, positioning for a decisive blow. With eyes blazing, he carves deep into the lizard in a rapid flurry. He then dives down in a finishing strike that erupts in a huge explosion of fire. The fire lizard writhes and collapses within the consuming blaze. Changxian stands atop its corpse, victorious. He evaluates the monster, remarking its stamina is worse than the black mambas and noting it would only be dangerous in groups. He reaches into the lizard's body to search for loot. Changxian retrieves an orb of fire from within the corpse. Without hesitation, he prepares to swallow the blazing orb. After choking it down, system messages state he has gained low-grade fire resistance and a large amount of fire energy. He coughs out a stream of flame as his body adapts. Realizing he must eat more orbs to meet the second requirement for poison immunity, he rushes off again. He recalls a technique called 8 trigrams earns heat energy as his goal. He recognizes this dungeon as the perfect place to gather the embers needed for that technique. A title card defines poison immunity as a key ability. Narration explains this immunity is the unique power of Changxian's old enemy Antares, the Scorpio of the 12 zodiacs. Antares' ability grants total poison resistance, and lets him reproduce poisons as deadly blood poison. Because of that power, Changxian once had the strength to oppose Antares but was severely disadvantaged. Struck by the curse of Jia, his divine status decayed and he ultimately lost to Antares. After that defeat, fate led Changxian to the underworld. There, thanks to Thanatos, he learned parts of the fallen star's secret arts, and was told he would master as many as possible. Changxian was informed these arts would be very effective against the 12 zodiacs and advantageous for him personally. The narrative explains that the fallen stars were condemned as criminals and sent to the underworld, many bearing grudges against the zodiacs. These fallen stars, whom Changxian called the 10 elders, each imparted their teachings to him. Among them stands an imposing elder, foremost among the hooded figures. Of all the teachings, the first was a shortcut method for gaining poison immunity. One fallen star, who claimed his daughter was killed by Antares, offered Changxian help. As the first to teach him, this old man became known to Changxian as the first elder. Back in the present, Changxian stuffs multiple fire orbs into his mouth at once. He sits on the slain fire lizard while a pillar of flame shoots from his head as he digests the energy. Even after that, he judges the collected fire energy insufficient to ignite the 8 trigrams urn. He decides he must find the monster's nest and consume beads from even stronger, more resilient foes. Meanwhile, Chungji races through the forest with fierce determination. System messages announce that he has just slain a fire lizard and is rampaging. Ecstatic, Chungji thinks this is his moment and dreams of surpassing Changxian. A new system window opens, declaring dungeon rankings. Chungji's eyes widen in shock at what he sees. The ranking shows Changxian overwhelmingly in first place, with Chungji and Haesong far behind. Infuriated, Chungji insists Changxian must be exploiting some shortcut. His patron deity suggests that if Changxian is using a shortcut, Chungji should use one too. Desperate to climb faster, Chungji begs for more power, willing to do anything. The divine being replies that if this is his family's resolve, it will assist him. Elsewhere, Haesong and other survivors stand exhausted after repelling monster waves. Some complain that only the talented can thrive and wish they could become as strong as the top players. Haesong observes that 3 straight days of monster waves have worn everyone down while fueling jealousy. He understands their resentment, since ordinary people around them have suddenly grown extremely strong, and there are 2 such standouts. Chungji appears before a group, announcing that he has just obtained a new skill. Bloody but elated, he says his prayers were answered with a method for everyone to become players and live. At that moment, a fiery beast, Mother, Queen of the Mountain, charges out, threatening to kill everyone. Haesong recognizes the monster and fears the entire group will die if it is not stopped. The queen's blazing face fills his vision as he thinks of a certain person. Watching Changxian assault the beast, he concludes that this man is not human. Changxian cleaves the creature apart with a massive flaming strike. Another orb of fire forms amid the scorched remains. Changxian snatches the new orb from the air. He casually licks his fingers after devouring yet another bead. A distant scream makes him turn inside the cavern. He sees a huge bear-like monster chasing a schoolgirl deeper into the cave. The girl runs in terror, screaming. The bear is suddenly bisected by a swift attack just before reaching her. Changxian, spattered with blood, asks the girl if she is alright. She panics at his fierce appearance, mistaking him for a monster, so he hurriedly identifies himself as Li Changxian who entered with her. Calming her, he asks why she is alone and where the others went. Crying, she says everyone else, including her friends, has been killed. She reveals they were abandoned by someone named John Chungji. She shows an owl-shaped brand Chungji gave her, saying he claimed it would share a goddess's power. Changxian tells her she has been deceived and that the mark is actually a demon's brand. He explains that this seal means she sold her soul to a demon and that the true owl that pierces through the twilight uses a different symbol. He further explains that when a branded person dies, their vitality is absorbed by the host while their soul is taken by the demon. Changxian deduces that Chungji has likely grown very strong by exploiting this pact. Even so, he notes the brand's craftsmanship is unusually high grade. He reasons that if a demon is behind this, it must be a great demon beyond ordinary demon kings. After considering that, Changxian thinks that even such a demon would still not be much of a threat to him. The girl clings to the man in the cave, desperately begging him to save her. The man looks troubled, wondering what to do with this child. He reminds her he already rescued her from the firework bear, questioning why that is not enough. She passionately offers to do chores like cleaning, laundry, and cooking if he will train her to become stronger. He turns back toward her, silently considering her request. Noticing the determined look in her tearful eyes, he realizes she wants the strength to personally avenge her dead friends. She nervously offers him her last chocolate bar if he truly needs it, while he begins to refuse. He asks if she can truly do anything, and she eagerly confirms that she can. Deciding to help, he says they will start by editing the curse brand she bears. System messages declare that 2 cursed players have died and, under the brand contract, he inherits their remaining vitality. A crazed man exults at becoming stronger as a mysterious divine being watches his growth with satisfaction. Another man confronts him in shock, calling him by name. The long-haired man glares back menacingly and demands to know what he means. Intimidated, the other man backs down and insists it is nothing. He nervously glances at his forearm, sweating. A red owl-shaped seal is shown on his arm. He complains that this seal restricts their actions while others with the same mark stand nearby. Someone calls urgently to John Chungji, who angrily berates a follower for being too slow. Chungji asks if the item he ordered found has been retrieved, and the man hesitantly says he has found it. The man in red thinks despairingly that Chungji has turned them all into slaves and that this place is a prison. Delighted that the hidden object has been located, Chungji orders everyone to rise because they are starting a boss raid. He vows with a twisted grin to drag Li Changxian down into ruin as revenge for what Changxian once did to him. A divine being secretly observes Chungji brooding over his hatred with sharp interest. Back in the forest, the girl notices strange floating messages and wonders what is happening. System notices say countless people and many gods are watching the fast dungeon clear, while the girl dashes forward amid swirling winds. She activates the movement skill Gale Sprint, sprinting with tornadoes spinning around her. Her Gale Sprint carries her straight down a path lined with stunned people and wind funnels. The rune of captivation successfully charms a group of rotten zombies, turning their attention toward her. The same rune captures the breaking ghouls as well, pulling all the undead toward its bearer. While the monsters chase, the man in yellow carves through them with his sword. The girl keeps running, focused and determined. Afterward, he tells her she has a real talent for running away. He explains he will engrave the rune of captivation on her so that monsters will focus solely on her. He instructs her to run among the monsters to draw their aggro and not to worry about what happens behind her. He continues slaughtering more zombies in the forest with swift sword strikes. Standing amid a field of corpses, he asks if the zombie he just killed is the final one. The girl proudly reports that, as ordered, she has lured every monster within a 300-meter radius to him. He asks about the rest of the preparations. She answers that all preparations are complete and functioning, asking if he needs anything else. He tells her to get as far away as possible because she cannot handle the foes that are about to appear, privately finding her earnest gaze burdensome. Trusting him completely, she enthusiastically agrees to retreat. Watching her run off, he thinks that if everything proceeds according to plan, things will work out. Suddenly a poisonous miasma bursts upward in front of him, darkening the forest. Realizing what it is, he covers his mouth and identifies the cloud as poison. A system message announces the appearance of the final boss monster, the decomposing plague spider. As the ground erupts, he leaps down fearlessly toward the emerging spider with his sword. The girl, still running, hears the commotion and looks back in alarm. She sees the gigantic spider charging after her and panics at the sight of the enormous creature. The man in yellow positions himself to confront the towering plague spider head-on. He raises his hand over his face, preparing to use a special ability. His eyes change, glowing with a golden light. A close-up reveals his transformed slit-pupil golden eye. A seething mass of red-eyed undead heads surges together, representing the plague spider's horrific body. The undead conglomerate is shown as a full monstrous column of screaming corpses. That grotesque column forms part of the plague spider's body, which looms over the battlefield. The spider shrieks and releases powerful winds or poison as it shifts. The man crouches low with his sword, bracing himself within the raging green storm. A divine being called Snake that wraps around the world grants him a boon, temporarily upgrading his Snake Eyes skill into Viper Eyes. The Viper Eyes skill description explains it lets him instantly read terrain, key points, and sharpen his senses. He thinks that receiving benefits without conditions means this god wants to test his capabilities. Resolute, he decides to show exactly what he can do. Using Viper Eyes, he identifies a weak point on the spider's leg as the place to start his attack. His poison resistance skill triggers as he is engulfed in toxic energy. The poison resistance rapidly levels up, and internal fire energy expels the venom from his body. A further accomplishment strengthens his fire attribute and stamina after gathering numerous fire orbs. Wreathed in flame, he charges the spider with renewed speed and ferocity. He runs up the spider's massive leg within the storm of venom and debris. Spinning, he slashes powerfully and severs one of the spider's legs. The hacked-off limb falls away in a spray of blood. He notes that to feed the 8 trigrams Ern's flames he needs something combustible, implying he will use the spider's venom. As he descends toward the spider, he observes that venom is the best fuel to burn. He muses about different venoms while focusing his glowing eyes on the best source. He concludes that the plague spider's own venom glands are optimal for this purpose. Viper Eyes highlights the area around the spider's abdomen filled with those glands as his target. He leaps high, aiming his sword at the point in front of the spider's heart that Viper Eyes indicated. His blow crashes into the glowing target zone, creating a massive impact. He is briefly surprised as energy streaks away from the struck point. He admits the monster is extremely tough despite his efforts. Nearby, the corpses fused to the spider's body begin bubbling with bright green venom. That venom erupts outward violently from the corpses. He vaults away as the venom explodes in a vivid green blast. He notes the presence of powerful acid as well and reflects that his level after only 3 days of growth is still lacking. Deciding on his next move, he says that for starters he will take a particular course of action. He suddenly breaks away from melee and runs, urging someone to flee as the system warns he is leaving the area. Elsewhere, Chungji sprints through the forest, panting. Reaching the earlier battlefield full of dead zombies, he is stunned and wonders what happened. Realizing the devastation is Changxian's work, Chungji thinks this power cannot belong to a normal human. His eye widens in shock as he processes this revelation. System notifications proclaim a great accomplishment and display the dungeon ranking, with Li Changxian overwhelmingly in first place above Chungji. Seeing the ranking, Chungji can only mutter in disbelief. His patron deity rebukes him for tarnishing its name despite being its representative, warning that such behavior will not be forgiven. Terrified, Chungji calls it crazy as the divine being issues a final warning that this is his last chance. He convinces himself something is wrong, believing no normal person could grow strong so quickly, and resolves to steal that power by any means to regain his goddess's favor. A system message informs Chungji that Li Changxian is currently battling the decomposing plague spider. Consumed by jealousy and rage, Chungji races forward declaring that he must kill Li Changxian. Meanwhile, Changxian continues trading massive blows with the towering spider. A notification states that the decomposing plague spider is now in a highly agitated state. Flashback style, the girl again reports that she has lured all nearby monsters to their location, prompting Changxian to ask about the preparations. She proudly repeats that all preparations are completed and functioning, asking if there is anything more she can do. Changxian steps forward, initiating the final phase of his plan. The enraged plague spider lunges after him as he deliberately keeps just ahead of it. Its massive body crashes into the prepared area, causing a huge impact. Watching this, Changxian remarks with satisfaction that the setup worked nicely. Red explosive runes ignite around the impact zone. The rune of explosion activates, forming a fiery circle that traps the spider. A colossal detonation engulfs the area as Changxian stands before the blaze. System messages report that the spider has been burned and that the snake god patron laughs delightedly at the horrific trap. Another message states that the rune of penetration has now been triggered. Piercing beams of power skewer the spider's body from multiple directions. The divine snake laughs again at the pitiful spider thrashing within Changxian's layered trap. Changxian earns the accomplishment Rat That's in Poison, gaining intelligence and a new low-grade trap setup skill while hanging safely from a rope above the chasm. He declares that what they have seen so far is only the beginning of his traps. The battered plague spider staggers in the smoking crater, barely holding together. Its melted, bloodied face lifts in agony. A pulsing mass of glowing venom orbs forms within its ruptured body. Changxian hangs above on the rope, observing as the venom mass wells up amid the smoke. Smirking, he comments that as a final boss it certainly sprays a lot of useful blood-like fluid. He cuts the rope with a slash, dropping himself to continue his assault. An explosive burst of energy accompanies his next strike inside the chasm. The spider howls as another devastating blow lands. Its body is hurled violently across the battlefield by the force of the attack. Clinging to the cliffside rope, Changxian chases after the fleeing spider and taunts it for trying to escape. He vows he will not let it get away and swings in pursuit. With lightning-charged stone spikes raining down, he launches himself again toward the wounded spider. The spider is pummeled by another barrage of piercing red beams. Chungji and his group run through a canyon toward the distant battlefield. He suddenly spots something ahead that startles him. His eye tightens in horror at what he sees. From a cliff vantage point, he watches Changxian and the spider fighting amid a storm of red lightning. Judging the battle's intensity, Chungji concludes that if his group intervenes they will all die. He decides instead to let the two combatants injure each other further, and wait for the perfect moment to act. Changxian also judges the situation, thinking he needs to wait a bit longer until his enemies are weaker. Chungji suddenly has an idea as he considers the situation. With a manic grin he affirms his new plan. He resolves to throw the gathered normal people at Changxian as expendable pawns to wear him down further. He notes that since Changxian avoids harming ordinary people, using them as shields will make things much easier. To ensure success, he thinks it would be best to secure a special bargaining chip, like a hostage. Looking down, he spots the girl sprinting nearby with her Gale sprint tornadoes and recognizes her as a potential target. He realizes she is still alive and assumes Changxian must have saved her, while she runs along cheering that his fight is amazing. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chungji concludes that circumstances are turning in his favor. Down below, Changxian readies himself again, sword drawn and eyes blazing. He carves through the living wall of corpses that forms part of the spider's body. He then races along the spider's swollen abdomen toward its glowing venom cores. Landing atop a mass of undead flesh, he drives his electrified sword down with full force. Multiple notifications of critical hits appear as explosions ripple through the spider's body. System text confirms that his escalating critical strikes have wiped out the remaining health of the decomposing plague spider. A final notice declares the dungeon boss defeated as its venom gland core is expelled. Changxian catches the glowing venom gland cluster in his hand. Standing amid the aftermath, he raises the trophy high while holding his bloody sword. Without hesitation, he bites into the venom gland cluster and begins devouring it. He finishes swallowing the grotesque prize, gaining its power as green energy swirls around him. Changxian stares upward as something begins to happen to him. After killing monsters, Changxian spews green light and is notified he has reached level 20. The system informs him he has reclaimed the final required section for the dungeon mission reclamation. The final dungeon scores are calculated, placing Li Changxian first with an overwhelming lead. The Administrative Bureau grants Changxian large bonus achievement points, and many gods become intensely interested in him. A message announces that the dungeon will soon begin closing. Numerous gods want to converse with Changxian, while the god snake that wraps around the world mocks the slower gods and reminds Changxian he showed interest first. Outside the boss area, Zhang Chungji spots the exhausted Changxian and excitedly claims he has him trapped. Chungji wonders if Changxian is too worn out to stand, seeing an opportunity. Chungji rallies nearby players, shouting that now is the time to move against Changxian. He orders everyone to attack Li Changxian while planning to blend into the group himself. Changxian stands silently before the collapsing dungeon core, appearing almost immobilized. Chungji suddenly notices something unexpected in Changxian's demeanor. Changxian tilts his head back, seemingly amused as the dungeon burns around him. Chungji, sweating, realizes in shock that Changxian is actually laughing. A message says an unnamed divine being is laughing because something interesting is about to occur as Changxian bends forward. The dungeon reverberates with a violent impact, signaling a triggered event. The system declares that player Zhang Chungji and the players with him have walked into a trap. Chungji panics, demanding to know what the system means by calling it a trap. Changxian smirks with glowing eye and tells Chungji the obvious implication of that message. Grinning fiercely, Changxian bluntly informs Chungji that the trap means Chungji is doomed. Despite the warning, Chungji whips the mob into a frenzy, and they all charge forward screaming to kill Li Changxian. Changxian calmly rises, sword in hand, facing the rushing attackers with confidence. He focuses coldly, preparing to unleash his counterattack. Changxian darts in and cuts down multiple attackers in a sweeping motion. As more charge him, he keeps moving, slicing through them while others shout to stop him. A sudden quest titled Escape the Ambush appears, ordering Changxian to survive the onslaught. The unnamed divine being watches this sudden quest with keen interest as the mob bears down on Changxian. Changxian's sword arcs again, and more of Chungji's followers are cut down in front of him. Chungji screams in rage and rushes Changxian, who uses fallen bodies as stepping stones to attack. Changxian focuses on his sword swing, channeling power for a decisive blow. Their blades clash in a burst of light as Changxian meets Chungji's desperate strike. Chungji's eyes widen in terror as he realizes he is being overwhelmed. Changxian slices through Chungji's arm, sending him screaming and disarmed. Smirking, Changxian acknowledges the exchange with a short laugh. Chungji is blasted backward by the impact, barely avoiding being finished off. Changxian smashes him into a rock wall with another explosive attack. Chungji, terrified, orders his remaining underlings to stop Changxian. Changxian spins and slashes through more of the mob, cutting them down in an X-shaped arc. Realizing Changxian is far stronger than expected, Chungji thinks frantically that he needs more power. Park Haesong watches the battlefield from a cliff, seeing Changxian mowing through players around the collapsed bosses. Haesong concludes that Chungji was merely a plaything for the gods and that their true focus has always been on Li Changxian. As Chungji's followers are slaughtered and beg for help, the narration states Chungji was just a prop for Changxian's tutorial. Haesong compares the current massacre to a previous tragedy he witnessed, feeling the same horror. The system announces that cursed player Wu Zhongwen has died and that, by the contract of stigma, his remaining life force should transfer to Chungji. The transfer attempt abruptly fails, shocking both Chungji and the system. Chungji stares in disbelief, unable to understand why the power did not come to him. Changxian charges straight at the confused Chungji, ready to exploit the failure. With killing intent and crackling power, Changxian commits to a finishing attack. He slams a red-tinged blow into Chungji's defense, sending him flying. Changxian drives his blade into Chungji at close range as the latter screams. Changxian's expression stays calm and ruthless as he pushes the assault. Blood sprays as Chungji is cut deeply and hurled away, howling in agony. He crashes to the ground, writhing in pain from the brutal strike. Clutching his mangled arm, Chungji screams that his arm is ruined. Dark stigma tendrils rise from a dying Zhongwen's body and begin reaching elsewhere while Chungji watches in dread. Chungji can only utter a shocked sound as the life force tendrils abandon him. The system explains that, for unknown reasons, Zhongwen's life force is flowing to someone else as it wraps around Changxian. Chungji stares at Changxian in horror, wondering how he stole the power. Changxian muses that Chungji's name sounds familiar, trying to recall his connection. Something clicks in Changxian's memory as he voices a realization. Chungji, wounded, asks if Changxian finally remembers who he is. Changxian casually admits he still cannot recall Chungji at all. Outraged, Chungji demands to know what Changxian just said. Screaming, Chungji reveals his grudge, saying he was kicked off a team because of Changxian and cannot accept being forgotten. Changxian suddenly remembers the incident and reacts. He then smiles and says he now remembers Chungji. A flashback shows a younger Chungji tearfully complaining to student Changxian in a hallway. In the memory, Chungji cries loudly, humiliated by being dropped from the team. Back in the present, Changxian recalls Chungji as the guy who once pathetically complained about getting kicked from the team and confirms that was him. Changxian coolly adds that Chungji's pathetic behavior has not changed at all since then. Chungji trembles with furious tears at being called unsightly. He rages that he has changed and now has a goddess backing him as he lunges at Changxian. A message says the snake that wraps around the world views this so-called servant as worthless. The same divine being continues to regard Chungji with utter disdain as a pathetic servant. Chungji breaks down, insisting this outcome cannot be right. He wonders if he is once again just a minor character in Changxian's story. The system declares Changxian failed the sudden quest to escape the ambush, meaning a penalty will be imposed. Chungji screams in despair as the penalty is prepared. A memory shows Chungji watching Changxian's team win a trophy, and realizing his jealousy of their captain. The flashback continues with Changxian lifting the trophy while Chungji regrets ever ending him. Chungji further regrets having followed Changxian into the incident that led them into the gate. The flashback implies that all Chungji's suffering stems from following Changxian. The system announces that because the quest was failed, Changxian will receive a penalty. As the penalty sequence begins, Chungji curses Changxian repeatedly. The system defines the penalty for failing the ambush quest as death. It then announces that cursed player John Chungji has died, while Changxian dismisses him as annoying. Another message says Chungji's remaining life force will now return to his host under the same contract of stigma. Dark energy floods out of Chungji's corpse, swirling violently. Observers note the immense life force pouring from Chungji's body. That life force streams into Changxian, and the system notes it will take some time for him to absorb it all. Onlookers exclaim that all the power is flowing toward Li Changxian. The energy converges into a spiral stigma at Changxian's neck as he accepts it. The spiral rune flares, showing the mechanism by which the power is routed. A flashback shows Changxian carving a monster bone knife into a girl's arm, saying he is changing her stigma so she too becomes a host like Chungji. He explains that a normal host would die from receiving such power. Changxian describes adding a rune of path next to the stigma so power can be safely received. The snake god advises Changxian to take his time absorbing this new, different power. The same god praises Changxian for knowing how to hack a stigma and use a low-level rune as a conduit, warning against excessive greed. Changxian compares the influx of power to eating a century-old elixir, though he judges its quality mediocre. Messages say the unnamed divine being found the tutorial as entertaining as expected and is considering an appropriate gift, while Changxian realizes he was being tested and wonders who this patron is. The system declares that a present has been chosen and will be revealed in 5 seconds. As the countdown starts at 5, black spikes impale several surrounding players who scream. At 4 seconds, more players are hoisted into the air on dark spikes while Changxian stands at the center. Changxian watches the gruesome scene with a stern expression. With impaled players begging him to save them, a yes or no choice appears before Changxian. Haesong, hiding, sees the same choice and thinks the horrific situation is repeating itself. He realizes that if Changxian failed to entertain the gods, his entire existence would be erased. Haesong nervously whispers Changxian's name, seeing the weight of the decision. He notes Changxian's emotionless eyes and understands that the man has resolved to absorb all of the offered life force. Haesong concludes there is no reason for Changxian to refuse the god's gifts and that he is not hesitating at all. At the last moment, Changxian reaches out and presses no, refusing the twisted reward. The countdown halts, shocking the observers as the system confirms it has stopped. Messages say the unnamed divine being is baffled, insisting magic power is exactly what Changxian needs and that human lives are useful tools to gain it. Changxian explains he cannot trust a being whose name is always hidden, which secretly pleases Haesong. The divine being realizes its own name display has been obscured and laughs in confusion. Another notice proclaims that this divine being is now revealing its true name. The system identifies the patron as the great demon that chases after the abyss, who now watches Changxian with a sly smile. Shocked, Changxian recognizes the name Mephistopheles. He hurriedly denies knowing the demon personally, claiming he was only startled by the title Great Demon. A dramatic title card reiterates the name Mephistopheles. An explanation describes Mephistopheles as one of the strongest great demons, a recluse so powerful even Tiamat must prepare carefully to face him. Messages say this great demon senses Changxian is lying but does not mind and invites him to state his desire. Another divine being, good season to hunt, angrily protests Mephistopheles' claim on Changxian, insisting Changxian belongs to her. Changxian is surprised that Pilbasag is still watching over him and inwardly likens her protectiveness against Mephistopheles to that of a mother. The system resumes the dungeon's closing process, warns everyone to brace for impact, and begins a 10-second countdown as Changxian stands ready. During the countdown, a girl calls out Ajusi to Changxian, catching his attention. She runs toward him as the rune of captivation activates successfully on its target. The system reiterates that the rune of captivation has fully entranced its target. Compelled, the girl sprints up and desperately asks Changxian for his contact information. Instead, Changxian tosses her the monster bone knife imbued with the rune. She catches it aloft, still surrounded by the fading dungeon light. Changxian tells her that if she takes the knife to the address engraved on it, she can have her stigma completely removed. He admits he is not very skilled with stigmas himself and suggests they might meet again someday. As the countdown reaches 1, Changxian wishes her to stay safe while she chases after him, unable to reach him before he vanishes. She shields her eyes from the blinding light as the dungeon collapses around her. The system announces that the dungeon has been entirely destroyed. Another message congratulates everyone on their work clearing it. The girl begins to awaken, hearing people shout that there are survivors. She realizes the event was not a disastrous outbreak but a successfully contained dungeon. Outside on the city street, she stands among returning civilians as crowds buzz that a single player must have completed the dungeon, and reporters rush to call headquarters. A rescuer checks on her, asking if the student can hear him. She spots her parents running toward her and calls out to them. Reunited with her crying parents, she embraces them and thinks in relief that she survived. Tearfully, she remembers the mysterious uncle who saved her. She looks around calling for Ajusi but cannot find Changxian anywhere. Others shout that the man who cleared the dungeon is missing and nowhere to be found. Holding the bone knife, the girl softly calls out for Changxian again. Elsewhere that night, Changxian sits alone on a high structure under the vast moonlit sky. The snake god comments that though intense adventures are fun, quietly watching the night sky is nice too, while Mephistopheles still waits for Changxian's answer to his offer. The protagonist thinks to his grandfather that although his method is different from what was expected, he returns to the city at night, reflecting that he has come back. A message states that the divine being good seasoned to hunt is fiercely hostile toward other deities interested in him. Another message reports that the divine being snake that wraps around the world laughs menacingly. The divine being great devil that chases after the abyss ignores that hostility and waits for his answer. Good season to hunt urges him to listen to her offer. Great devil that chases the abyss continues to wait for his reply. He muses that he only hoped to attract a few divine beings but, thanks to his excellent tutorial clear, many are now interested in him. A scenario quest for choosing a protection god forms as he notes how many gods and stars have gathered. The quest explains he must select one protection star god who will grant powers, with good season to hunt claiming to be best suited to his hunting and dagger skills and promising him the role of the first arrow. Snake that wraps around the world argues it matches his ambitious personality, and promises him the role of the wise enlightened. Great devil that chases the abyss patiently awaits his reply and promises the role of the final observer. He judges that the most useful candidates are Pabelsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. He dismisses the rest of the gods as insignificant compared to those three. A timer message shows that 4 minutes have passed. He decides there is one exception among the gods he should consider. A message reveals the divine being owl that pierces the dusk shows deep favor toward him. He silently focuses, considering this new god. He recalls Minerva, the true owner of the seal Mephisto claimed and a goddess of justice who became interested in him. He thinks she noticed him when he resisted the seal's temptation and saved others, which balanced his righteousness and evil scale to 40 versus 60. Notifications list several gods still awaiting his decision, while 9 deities in total anxiously watch to see which he will choose. The system warns that without a protection star he will lack blessings and fall behind others, urging him to decide soon. Time expires, ending his chance to choose. A notification confirms he currently has no protection star. He gains an achievement for being a captivating man who rejected all offers from the gods. Many interested gods become angry at his greed, but his fame rises and he earns 100,000 karmas, which he jokes feels harder than the dungeon. The narrative introduces the WPCFF Association, the World Player Council for Freedom. It explains this association operates under the UN's Safety Management Bureau. The association was created to manage dungeons and gates that appeared decades ago and upended Earth's ecosystem. It holds great authority, sometimes wielding transnational power and investigative rights, especially its higher-ups. In a monitoring room, an agent asks a colleague what he thinks is going on. The colleague blames the press for constantly criticizing them while he works at his console. News articles on screen discuss the recent Jamsil dungeon break, the association's response, and public anxiety over dungeon management. The field agent complains bitterly about suffering through the crisis as the person in charge. Cha Yun, a third-class association agent, says she evacuated residents, coordinated with police and military, and pushed executives and nearby countries into emergency preparations. Her colleague tells her to read the final article in the list. They see a tabloid headline asking who the mysterious veiled player L is. She wonders aloud where the leak came from while he reminds her it is a no-smoking area. She threatens to beat him if he does not take the issue seriously, and he jokingly apologizes. She scolds him for not fully blocking outside contact, and he replies that such total isolation is not simple. He notes the media is treating the L story as tabloid nonsense, since no one would believe a rookie solo cleared a 2-star dungeon and vanished. Cha Yun ponders how a civilian could have done it, and even wonders if L might be demonic. She insists they must contact L before the clans do but laments that they cannot find him. Another staffer bursts in shouting that they have located L. Cha Yun urgently asks where he is. The answer comes that L is simply at home. The staff repeat in disbelief that he said he is at his own house. Meanwhile, the protagonist returns home, greeted excitedly by his dog as he announces his arrival. A pot of kimchi stew is shown simmering on the stove. His mother greets him, asks if he has eaten, and he replies he has not while being overwhelmed by the delicious smell. She turns, surprised by his reaction. He realizes with emotion that she has cooked kimchi stew, something he has not had for centuries, and his dog barks happily while his mother questions his intense look. He thinks this is his first time smelling kimchi stew in hundreds of years and feels his consciousness drifting from the overwhelming aroma. The dog energetically jumps against his leg, barking. He picks up the dog, warmly greeting Kosun but asking it to stop licking his face. His mother smiles and tells him the stew is almost finished. She instructs him to take a bath while she sets the table. Holding his dog, he reflects in disbelief that he is truly home after hundreds of years and repeats that he is back. A full Korean meal with kimchi stew and side dishes is set out on the table. He recalls past family dinners with his parents and sister around a similar table. He recognizes that this uncomfortable atmosphere is why he always avoided staying at home. His father and sister announce they are leaving for work. He explains that his father's side is wealthy and runs a large hospital, while his mother's side is full of prominent legal and diplomatic scholars. His mother asks if they will be late again, and his father says he has evening surgery while his sister expects to return late from another performance. He adds that his brother followed their father into medicine and his sister studied music and became an award-winning performer. Compared to them, he thinks of himself as a competitive gamer who has always been treated like an alien and wonders how his family can feel no concern when the youngest return looking like a beggar. He concludes they only want to preserve good memories, which is why he feels nothing for this house, though he marvels at how tasty his mother's kimchi stew is. His father slams down his chopsticks and criticizes him for staying silent. The protagonist looks up, puzzled by the sudden outburst. His mother timidly tries to calm her husband, but he tells her not to interfere. His father angrily recounts that when the Jamsil gate opened, his mother fainted and people feared the son had been dragged into the gate. He continues that the older brother called every hospital in Seoul and the sister delayed her overseas work trip while searching for him with their mother. Yet after disappearing for days, the father says the son simply came home in rags and started eating as if nothing happened. He questions how his son can still eat so calmly. The father yells that even beasts do not behave like this and orders him to move out if he plans to keep causing trouble for the family. The mother pleads with both, saying the father is only acting harsh because he was worried and begging her son to say something. The father grabs his bag in anger. He storms out declaring he is going to work. The mother calls after him desperately. The protagonist sits silently, processing what just happened. The door closes as his father leaves. He remains seated at the table, lost in thought. His mother gently tells him his father says hurtful things when angry and asks him not to take it to heart. He answers softly, acknowledging her words. He then studies her with new seriousness. He notices how much she has aged and developed wrinkles without his realizing. He admits to himself that he has been negligent. He reflects on his past self, who only waited for family concern without ever reaching out first. He apologizes and is told to go rest in his room. His mother is startled and asks him to repeat what he just said. He clearly apologizes again and promises to be more careful in the future. Later he looks around his messy, bottle-strewn room. He is shocked at how he had lived in such a pigsty and admits the situation is serious. Determined, he sets his jaw, ready to change. His dog looks up at him expectantly. Hugging the dog, he wonders how to untie this complicated emotional knot with his family. He decides to begin by cleaning everything up. Meanwhile, Cha-Yun races across a bridge in a yellow sports car. Her colleague marvels that the car is a rare new model and asks how she obtained it. She says she does lots of contract jobs despite their low official salary. He protests that those side jobs are illegal, while she says she is excited to finally see what L looks like. Back home, the protagonist sprawls on his bed, glad he can finally lie down. Notifications pop up saying Good Season to Hunt is curious about his future actions and offers to improve his hunting skills, while Snake that wraps around the world tells him rest is important. He visualizes again how his father and sister left earlier. He remembers his mother's tired smile and his father's earlier shout, replaying those images. Lying there, he continues thinking seriously about them. He resolves to show his family that he has changed, is no longer an alcoholic freeloader, and can act as a responsible adult. He believes that if he focuses on being a player, his family will eventually open their hearts to him. Feeling optimistic, he thinks this new beginning is going better than expected and that he can soon advance to his second plan. That second plan involves confronting the Void Monarch, whom he expects to be in this world. In a mental audience with the throne-bound figure, he asks which person he must first deal with in the mundane world. The being answers that his first target is the ruler of his world. He asks who that ruler is exactly. The being hints that it is someone he already knows very well. The narration names this foe as the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Realizing who that is, he smiles fiercely. Then he grimaces in bed, trembling with rage at the memory while his dog looks on in confusion. He reflects that this enemy was one of his arch-nemeses who attended his divine punishment trial. He remembers vividly how that hooded man laughed heartily at him. The narration describes this tiger-like ruler as crafty, brutal, quick-witted, and surrounded by many underlings. He views a recruitment notice on his phone for the White Tiger clan, bearing a snarling white tiger emblem. He opens the browser fully to read more. He notes again that the White Tiger clan will recruit new players in a month and repeats its name. The story explains that since the gates opened, many gods and stars appeared on Earth, forming blessed groups known as clans. He identifies the Void Monarch as the patron saint of the White Tiger clan and mocks his uncreative naming of both himself and his followers as White Tigers. He observes that this major clan ranks first in Korea and is undeniably powerful. Reading the recruitment notice, he thinks that since he currently lacks the strength to start a war, this opportunity is crucial. He formulates a plan to quietly dismantle the Void Monarch's power by destroying his subordinates from the bottom up and vows to complete his preparations within a month. The next day he tells his mother he is going to a park near the Han River and reassures her he will return early. Arriving at a secluded mountain area, he wonders if he has reached the correct remote spot. He gets out of a taxi and heads alone into the forested path. Standing before the trees, he prepares to go deeper into the woods. He runs lightly, feet hitting the ground as he advances. He reminds himself that whatever he is about to attempt must not be interrupted by humans or animals in any way. He reaches a small park toilet, thinking of this condition. Suffering stomach discomfort from overeating kimchi stew, he notes he does not feel well. He briefly considers using magic to fix the problem the same way he healed himself in the dungeon. He reconsiders silently. Deciding to do things normally, he steels himself to use a toilet for the first time in centuries. He goes inside the restroom. Feeling refreshed afterward, he steps out ready to continue. He then dashes deeper into the forest with determination. The scene highlights the tranquil mountain and forest he is entering. Stopping far inside, he judges that he is now deep enough to be undisturbed. He draws a bloodied sword and slashes with practiced skill. Runes are carved into tree trunks by his blade. A system message confirms he has activated the rune of stealth, creating a concealed barrier. The rune shimmers as the forest within becomes visually sealed off. Inside the barrier he strips to his shorts, carefully folding his clothes so he can wear them again later. Standing within the hidden zone, he calls to open his inventory as numerous blue screens appear, displaying its contents. Changxian inventories monster-made bone spears and skull shields as he prepares for a plan. He continues listing various poisonous and fiery monster parts he has gathered around him. Changxian swallows a plague spider's poisonous gland as part of the preparation. He raises the glowing gland amid surging energy, triggering his scheme. Remembering advice, Changxian decides venom is the best fuel to ignite a great purifying fire. An old master explains that the pure fire energy in his body both repels poison and destroys evil by purification. The master further explains this fire automatically burns invading harmful substances, burning hotter against stronger toxins. Changxian learns that only after doing so will this inner fire become the legendary fire of the 8 trigrams urn. The master says that when that fire burns, all foreign matter and waste in the body are incinerated, making it the ultimate purification method. Confident he has enough fire, Changxian deliberately injects venom into his heart to start the process. System messages report that the Bloody Mamba's Fang venom has reached his heart and is rapidly spreading. His weak poison resistance proves useless, and the system urges him to remove the Fang's poison and detoxify at once. Instead, he completely absorbs the Bloody Mamba poison, gains its venomous gene and karma, but is left in critical condition. More venom from the firework tiger infiltrates his liver and intestines as a watching deity panics and asks if he has any life-saving items. Another deity, the world-wrapping snake, reacts in amazed curiosity, convinced Changxian has some hidden scheme. Other divine beings await his reply and cheer him on while he endures the poisoning. The burrowing scorpion's venom reaches his spleen and the system declares him on the verge of death. The plague spider's gland permeates his lungs, revealing yet another hidden piece. All 5 of his major organs become filled with different venoms that start clashing with each other inside him. His poison status intensifies dramatically as venom corrodes his body. Covered in poison, Changxian begs for just a bit more as repeated poison resistance activations fail. Alarms warn that he will die or suffer permanent disabilities without detoxifying, but he refuses to stop. With his bodily functions paralyzed, he times the moment and resolves to act now. Mana floods into his dormant inner fire, beginning to awaken it. Changxian spews an enormous jet of flame from his body as the fire erupts outward. The system announces that the fire has awakened. The awakened fire starts raging violently around him. Discovering another hidden piece, the system notes the flames grow even fiercer. Notifications congratulate him for igniting the ancient fire of the 8 trigrams urn, granting him its use and triggering recovery and regeneration. His blood, meridians, veins, and magic organs all open and regenerate as he gains a magic brazier and the fire attribute. He completes the achievement Phoenix that rose from the ashes, gaining stats, continuous purification, immunity against 10 poisons and the skill blood poison, which delights him. Smiling, Changxian calls up his system window to check his updated status. His status screen shows level 20 Runekeeper Li Changxian with greatly boosted stats and the new blood poison skill. It also lists new effects 8 trigram earns fire and immunity against 10 poisons plus authorities and rapid bodily changes. Changxian decides his next task after empowering himself is to acquire proper weapons. Elsewhere, agents arrive at the high rise where Li Changxian lives and confirm the location. They are invited inside the building. Agent Cha Yun complains about the slow association as she enters with a subordinate. Inside, Wu Youngyan greets her earlier than expected while she is surprised to see unexpected guests. The narration introduces Wu Youngyan of the Sword of Wisdom clan and Seo Yunquan of the White Tiger clan as influential recruiters. Cha Yun internally admits she underestimated how serious the competition to recruit Changxian would be. The scene shifts to Sungsu neighborhood shoemaker's alley, where Changxian heads for weapons. He buys a stretchy cheese corn dog from a street stall. Eating happily, he muses that real food is far more satisfying than replenishing magic power. While eating, he recalls that his Twilight of the Gods trait is famed as the king of weapons. In a memory or vision, a ruler explains that such a trait requires a wide variety of weapons and a skilled blacksmith. Changxian asks if such a person even exists. The ruler confidently assures him there is. Back in the alley, a shopkeeper calls to Changxian, making him think of the legendary smith Ouyezi. He finds the blacksmith's shop apparently closed for over 5 years and stands silently before it. Staring at the heavy chains, he notes how long the place has been shut. Despite the closure, he senses something unusual about the shop. Changxian bangs on the shutter, determined to confirm his suspicion. Smelling divine fire seeping out, he concludes a good brazier is still being used inside. A deity confirms she smells excellent steel within, reinforcing his belief a brazier is working. He uses his power to snap the chains securing the shop. Changxian lifts the shutter, revealing an interior cluttered with old weapons. Noting the metal scent, a deity reacts enthusiastically while Changxian observes the sheer number of weapons. The deity views the workshop as a hunter's paradise, as Changxian surveys racks of diverse arms. She becomes giddy at the quality on display while Changxian calmly takes it all in. Among the weapons, Changxian's attention is drawn to a bizarre, corroded-looking blade on the wall. The deity criticizes him for focusing on that strange piece instead of the many fine weapons. Ignoring her, Changxian takes the odd weapon in hand and studies it silently. She urges him to discard the weird item and inspect better weapons. Realization dawns on Changxian as he recognizes what the rusted weapon truly is. He senses someone enter and turns, asking who the newcomer is. A tall man with a dog appears at the doorway of the workshop. Changxian eyes him carefully, evaluating the situation. Seeing the man up close, Changxian notes that he appears to be blind. At Changxian's home, his mother prepares a plate of sliced fruit for the guests. She smiles warmly and offers them fruit. Seo Yunquan blushes, impressed by her elegance, while Wu Youngyan watches quietly. Cha Yun and her colleague marvel that Changxian's mother really is actress-level beautiful. Cha Yun remarks that rookie hunter's value has exploded recently, then reacts to a sudden thought. Seo Yunquan jokes about how unusual it is that high-ranking people like them are personally recruiting a rookie. Cha Yun privately finds it strange these elites would chase any rookie unless he were an extraordinary super rookie, especially so quickly. Narration highlights Seo Yunquan as White Tiger Clan's powerful frontman with a fake mustache that he believes all strong warriors must have. Wu Youngyan is introduced as the rapid-rising 5-star Sword Clan's HR head and uncle of survivor Wu Haiden. Cha Yun doubts that everything happening around Changxian can be explained by him merely being a super rookie, sensing something more. She worries the clans might destroy Changxian if they cannot recruit him. Changxian's mother politely asks the recruiters what business has brought such busy people to her home. Cha Yun and Seo Yunquan immediately clash, accusing each other of interfering with their own recruitment efforts. Their argument escalates into trading accusations about abusing authority versus obstructing government work. Changxian's mother cuts in, confirming that both parties are indeed there to recruit her son. The two recruiters admit in unison that they are. Each side begins to pitch their organization's strengths, insisting they can train Changxian best. Calmly, his mother says she has heard them but states the decision must be Changxian's, then adds she has another question for them. She explains that the choice is her son's alone, yet asks the visitors something important related to him. The recruiters pause, curious about what she will ask. She requests a detailed account of Changxian's 5 days inside the Jamsil dungeon and what he did there. The narrative returns to the blacksmith shop's exterior sign as the story prepares to explain. Inside, the blind man asks Changxian if he really wants weapons made, and Changxian confirms it. The blind smith calls him strange for trusting someone in his rundown state and questions why he would choose him. Deities comment that the blind man has a point and doubt he forged the high-quality weapons, while another deity tells them to be quiet and watch Changxian. Feeling mocked, the blind smith tries to dismiss Changxian, saying the shop has long been closed and asking him to leave. Changxian points out that despite the claim, the man's brazier is clearly still in use. He also notes fresh calluses on the man's right hand, proving he has been working recently. The blind smith reacts nervously and denies Changxian's observations. Changxian comments on the man's financial struggles and admonishes him at least to feed his faithful guide dog properly. The blind smith falls silent, affected by the remark. Changxian offers a lucrative deal, large payments per weapon request plus a huge bonus afterward. Tempted, the blind smith asks for Changxian's account details to receive money. Changxian immediately transfers 10 million won as promised. Reading the deposit notification, the blind smith is stunned that Changxian paid without hesitation. Changxian clarifies that this sizable sum is only a down payment, and offers to increase it if necessary. Swallowing his pride, the blind smith asks for more money. Changxian is momentarily taken aback by the request. The blind smith explains he needs an extra 5 million won to cover overdue rent. Amused, Changxian uses his phone again to send the additional money. Another notification confirms the extra 5 million won deposit from Changxian. Now invested, the blindsmith turns back and asks what exactly Changxian wants him to craft. When Changxian calls him boss and declares himself the promiser who hired him, the blind man is startled. Changxian states that by accepting his money, the smith is now contracted to work only for him. Relaxed in his seat, Changxian tells the smith to address him as boss from now on. They go over the extensive weapon list Changxian desires: multiple whips, spears, axes, swords, shield, and future armor. When the smith protests that he cannot do it, Changxian transfers 100 million won for material costs and warns that breaking the contract will incur triple repayment. Overwhelmed, the blindsmith curses Changxian as a crazy, annoying bastard. Changxian replies dryly that he hears such comments about himself all the time. The smith, still incredulous, asks why Changxian trusts him with so much despite it being their first meeting. Changxian answers that he knows the man is unknown, disabled and disadvantaged, yet that is irrelevant to the deal. He adds that a craftsman taking a commission need not question the client. He will simply pay while the smith produces the requested items. The blindsmith finally agrees to accept the commission but warns that making everything will take time and effort after years away from the forge. He then mentions there is a bigger problem beyond time and rustiness. Changxian calmly asks what that major issue is. The smith explains he needs a special hammer to work with his divine brazier, but that hammer is no longer in his possession. Changxian asks if someone stole the hammer from him. The smith reveals that his senior brother, his late father's disciple who joined a big clan, stole his father's hammer. Changxian criticizes the man's poor judgment and asks which clan that senior brother joined. The smith answers that it was the Haof clan. Changxian repeats the unfamiliar name, seeking confirmation. Shocked, the smith explains that Haof is one of the top 10 powerful clans. Undeterred, Changxian offers to retrieve the hammer and asks where the clan's current operation is located. Alarmed, the smith insists the place in question is extremely dangerous. Changxian coldly says that does not matter because he plans to eliminate everyone there, leaving no witnesses. The smith becomes excited and strangely drawn to Changxian's ruthless resolve. He internally feels that, though he does not fully understand why, he believes this boss can actually accomplish it. He gives precise directions, saying the hammer lies in a grave at Banghua Mountain in Seoul's Jungryanggu. The scene shifts to Banghua Mountain looming over the city at night. The narrative shows ancient stone structures atop the mountain near the grave site. Changxian arrives, stepping lightly onto the stone wall as he approaches. From a vantage point he observes armed people gathered before a tomb entrance carved into the mountain. He recalls Haof's long-standing interest in secretly raiding tomb-shaped dungeons like this one. He reasons that Jin Daewon was recruited to unlock a hidden piece inside the tomb's last chamber that Haof has been unable to access. Changxian concludes that a place this hard to find must contain rich rewards. Checking the sky, he notes the time is about 8:40 p.m. He texts his mother that he will eat dinner outside before returning home. Sitting on the wall, he sends the message and prepares for action. He then searches the internet for information about Clan Haof. Online articles reveal Haof's involvement in drugs, trafficking, kidnapping, assassination contracts, and other serious crimes. Reading this, Changxian labels the clan complete trash and decides it is perfectly acceptable if he kills every one of them. A deity called All that pierces through the twilight approves of the protagonist's justice and grants him a special benefit named Unbending Spirit. The Unbending Spirit blessing is described as a benediction that grants immunity to mental interference and an unshakable will. The protagonist thanks the deity but muses that he would have preferred more practical abilities or weapons instead. Other divine beings become excited to watch him fight the Haof clan, while he decides he must first conceal his identity. He prepares a magical laughing Haho mask that boosts defense and obstructs recognition. Wearing the mask and wielding ice feather daggers, he resolves not to give his enemies an easy death. Masked and armed with ice daggers, he dashes forward to attack. His ice daggers streak toward members of the Haof group. One enemy is struck in the head by a dagger of ice and cries out in pain. Another foe is violently impaled by an expanding mass of ice. The ice attack explodes into huge shards that engulf several enemies at once. The protagonist slips past a frozen gunman amid the shattered ice barrier. He follows up his assault, charging with a heavy punch. His blow detonates the ice prison in a burst of light and fragments. He bellows as he emerges from the explosion, scattering chunks of ice everywhere. Looking over the suffering enemies, he decides they still have not suffered enough and deserve more pain. He reaches out, preparing to use another power. He activates his blood poison skill on a frozen enemy, causing their blood to flare with icy venom. System messages confirm that ice poison has fully penetrated the target and has been strengthened by blood poison. He reflects that blood poison is an extra skill he gained from poison immunity, and is surprised to be using it so soon while enemies writhe and call him a monster. He notes that because his ice poison is enhanced by blood poison, its overall effect is greatly increased. Ignoring the begging poisoned enemies, he tells them not to bother detoxifying and to die painfully, while the hunt and snake-like gods watch him with glee. A stone passage opens deeper into the structure, leading onward. The system announces he has entered the dungeon called Bestla's Tomb. With the laughing Haho mask on, he gains special vision within the dark tomb. Realizing this is why Yezi lent him the mask, he surveys the vine-covered interior. He deduces that Jin Daewon placed the brazier near the boss room to conveniently forge keys and wishes he could also claim those boss rewards. The dungeon mission begins, instructing him to defeat the guardian of Bestla's tomb and steal the treasures from the innermost chamber. The tomb is explained to consist of 3 large sections, each filled with items and devices designed to protect the owner's rest from grave robbers. The deity Good Season to Hunt expresses eager anticipation for how he will tackle this challenge. As he walks, he suddenly stops, sensing something. Good Season to Hunt asks what is wrong, and he calls out for whoever is hiding to reveal themselves. When nothing appears, the deity insists there is no one there and questions his behavior. He taunts the hidden presence again, asking why it is not coming out. He warns that if it does not appear, he will have to hand a certain object to the next administrator he meets. A surprised voice responds, revealing that someone has indeed been secretly observing him. A rabbit-like figure peeks out, remarking that he is far more impatient than expected but saying it is fine to take things slowly. The rabbit introduces itself as the dungeon administrator Harold and politely greets him, while the hunt goddess is stunned by this administrator's appearance. Harold complains about the rude divine reaction and notes that the other gods apparently already knew Harold was here, further angering Good Season to Hunt. Harold calmly insists that this is simply the truth. The gods react, the hunt deity is shocked, the world-wrapping snake mocks her foolishness, and others look on pityingly. More gods respond, with a great demon scrutinizing Harold and the owl goddess consoling the humiliated hunt deity. Good Season to Hunt exclaims that such a situation should be impossible. She then grudgingly praises Harold's stealth for even deceiving godly authority, though Harold modestly downplays their methods as the protagonist cuts off the chatter. The protagonist states that Harold must be following him in order to write the official report about him. Harold is startled that he already knows about the report. He explains that since the tutorial is over, he is aware of such things. Harold is shocked, thinking to himself that the report details God-favored targets and is a secret evaluation by the administrative bureau that novices should not know about. Concluding that the protagonist is more knowledgeable than typical novices and even many rankers, Harold decides this must all be included in the report. Harold stares at him suspiciously, reconsidering his nature. The protagonist silently watches, arms crossed, while Harold thinks. Harold's internal monologue reveals that Li Changxian is the most talked about rookie among the gods, that many deities await his report, and that Harold is under pressure after being caught trying to follow him secretly despite already writing much of it. Harold worries that if recording rights are reassigned to another administrator, there will be serious consequences. Near tears, Harold panics over what to do, convinced the higher-ups will not overlook such a blunder. The protagonist unexpectedly offers Harold the recording rights, startling them. Overjoyed, Harold enthusiastically accepts the offer. He adds that in exchange he needs a favor from Harold, prompting a confused response. Harold asks what the favor is, saying they can help if it concerns dungeon security, but he simply says he will explain later. Harold feels uneasy about this vague request. He reassures Harold that the favor will not be difficult, and that he will specify it before leaving the dungeon. Sighing that there is no choice, Harold agrees, while clarifying that they cannot act beyond their authority. The protagonist tells Harold not to worry about that and assumes their contract is now in effect. A mana covenant is formed between player Li Changxian and administrator Harold. Harold marvels that he even knows about covenants of mana and concludes he is more like a veteran than a novice. As the protagonist walks deeper into the tomb, Harold hurries after him. Harold breaks into a run to keep up, determined not to lose him. The snake-like deity delights in finding someone even more cunning than itself as the protagonist advances. The scene shifts to a grand inner corridor leading toward the brazier chamber. At the brazier, Jin Daewon mutters that the latest attempt to forge the key has failed. Furious, his superior smashes the wall with his fist and curses the situation. The high-off rating department head, Li Jizung, berates his subordinates for their incompetence. Li Jizung panics that they will be punished again by higher powers and fears becoming a sacrificial offering himself. He orders Jin Daewon to bring the troublesome culprit to him immediately. Just then, terrified captives are dragged in, begging for mercy. Li Jizung notes he heard they failed yet again. The terrified Jin Daewon, described as O Yezi's disciple who stole the hammer, pleads for his life and starts to mention needing more blood. On his knees, Jin Daewon insists that with a bit more blood he could succeed. Li Jizung answers with a brutal kick, sending Jin Daewon screaming. Jin Daewon, injured and cowering, looks back in terror. Li Jizung yells that he has already provided people, offerings, and sacred fire, yet Jin Daewon keeps failing. Leaning close, he questions why he should spare Jin Daewon when his own life is at risk, while the disciple stammers that the sacred fire was used on a new brazier. Li Jizung angrily interprets this as Jin Daewon blaming him for the failure. Jin Daewon hurriedly denies it, claims he just lacked time and blood, and desperately begs for one more chance while Jizung regrets ever trusting him. Jizung asks coldly if blood is truly the only thing Jin Daewon needs. Jin Daewon answers that he has already unlocked 2 of the 3 stages and simply needs more blood because the previous supply ran out too quickly. Jizung agrees to believe him for now but threatens that if he fails again he will brutally kill not only Jin Daewon but also his family. He then demands to know why the necessary items for their ritual are not arriving, sending someone to check. Before they can act, a system message announces new dungeon data and an imminent ranking update, catching Jizung's attention. The updated rankings show top scorers and newly lists Li Changxian at rank 57, drawing notice. Jizung frowns at the unfamiliar name and wonders what it means. Meanwhile, Harold types intensely at a laptop, recording everything. Harold writes that Lee Changxian is a remarkably unique player who fascinates many gods, including Good Season to Hunt, and whose unusual combat style is again on display in this dungeon. Continuing the report, Harold muses silently while observing events on the screen. Elsewhere in the tomb, Harold chases after the protagonist, exclaiming at how incredibly fast he is. Harold notes in the report that Lee Changxian has cleared 2 of the 3 tomb sections in under 30 minutes each and can slice apart massive metal traps as they appear. Harold further records that he can deflect unseen arrows from all directions as if he already knows every trap's position and sequence. Harold recalls that this difficult dungeon has gone uncleared for 4 years, yet believes Lee Changxian might actually conquer it. Drawing on long experience as an administrator, Harold concludes that he is highly talented, extremely perceptive, and perfectly suited for godly attention, predicting that the competition to claim him as an apostle will intensify. Harold types that Lee Changxian's abilities are so exceptional that they warrant detailed documentation. In mid-typing, Harold suddenly pauses, struck by another realization. Harold writes that Lee Changxian has drawn the eyes of the 12 constellations of the 28 mansions. Watching him stride through floating debris, Harold reflects that he resembles someone very familiar from the past. A flashback shows that past figure standing on a summit, cloaked in fire and golden light, defying countless gods. Harold acknowledges that such content might upset some gods but decides to keep writing it anyway. Harold resumes frantically typing on the keyboard. The flashback names that past force as the Alliance Twilight of the Gods, whose brilliant light once scorned many deities and constellations. The narrative focuses on a younger, resplendent version of the protagonist, identified as the one who had fallen. That former self is shown imprisoned in a glowing frame among golden cubes in the heavens. His determined gaze from that past era is highlighted. Opposite him appears a sinister figure identified as the Void Monarch. The past Lee Changxian glares in rage, demanding how the Void Monarch dares act against him. The Void Monarch laughs mockingly, incredulous that anyone would scoff at him. The story returns to the present, where Lee Changxian rides a massive swinging blade trap while advancing through the tomb. Landing from the trap, he dashes forward with glowing eyes, hunting his next targets. Good Season to Hunt comments that the air reeks unpleasantly, sensing something vile ahead. The Owl Goddess warns him that the stench is blood and that evil seeps from every direction, while he senses that something is near. He steps into a chamber littered with corpses and dark fumes, seeing evidence of ritual slaughter. Outraged, the Owl Goddess demands that he carry out justice for this atrocity. He recalls hearing that Hyoff planned to forge the boss key and wonders what sacrifices they used to attempt it. He orders unseen captors to move faster, mocking them for being slow. Elsewhere in the corridor, Hyoff guards herd a group of bound, sobbing captives, joking about killing a few to hurry the rest. One guard urges the others to move quickly because they are short one victim, fearing that they themselves could be used to fill the quota. An icy blast erupts, instantly freezing one of the guards. The spreading ice engulfs another guard and a captive, as everyone reacts in shock. Lee Changxian appears amid the frozen spikes, cutting down a guard with his blade while more enemies are trapped in ice. Surrounded by shattering ice, he spins through the debris, continuing his assault. A remaining guard charges and demands to know who he is. The protagonist effortlessly slips inside the attack and counters. The guard screams as he is slashed across the face. Lee Changxian closes in, his mask looming menacingly. His dagger tears into the man's side in a blur of motion. With the blade lodged in his torso, the guard snarls about attacking Hyoff before his words trail off. The guard's eyes widen in terror as he realizes who and what he is facing. Staring back, Lee Changxian's inhumanly cold eyes convince the man that this is no ordinary human. Bleeding and sobbing, the guard begs repeatedly for his life. Lee Changxian coolly asks whether he truly wants to live. He then demands full information about what is happening inside the ritual site, including numbers and strengths of everyone there. Trembling, the guard reveals there are 30 people involved and begins describing their levels while freed captives watch. After hearing the details, Lee Changxian concludes he only really needs to watch out for Li Jizun among the 30 ritualists. The guard pleads again for mercy now that he has confessed everything. Turning away with a smirk, Lee Changxian hints that the outcome will not be what the man expects. Drawing a different dagger, he explains that he only asked whether the man wished to live, never promising to spare him. He then slays the guard from behind, blood spraying the wall. A system message announces he has leveled up from the kill. The snake-like god finds his cruel trick hilarious. The great demon approves of the sly execution, and a new authority called soul extortion activates. The guard's body disintegrates in a burst of starry crimson fragments as his soul is torn apart. The surrounding captives stare in horror at the swirling, fragmented soul energy. Lee Changxian stands amid the storm of shattered soul pieces, absorbing the power. His masked eyes narrow, focused and calculating as the energy coils around him. With terrified survivors looking on, the soul energy continues to whirl about him, marking the terrifying end of the ritualist and the beginning of his counterattack. The masked man strides forward wreathed in ominous purple energy. Revealing a twisted grin and dagger, he advances on a group as his dark aura spreads. After finishing his attack, he walks away while 2 hidden onlookers watch warily. The terrified thugs wonder if the masked man is some sort of ghost. 3 underlings discuss their target Lee Changxian, realizing he is a famous pro gamer their boss once found. They remark that the pro-gamer is rumored to be brain-dead and assume their target is just someone with the same name. The masked man suddenly rushes down the corridor toward them. As he attacks off-screen, the panicked men yell and demand to know who he is. Explosions and screams echo through the passageway as his assault continues. Elsewhere, the dungeon's overseer hears the commotion and turns surprised. Annoyed, he curses that his subordinates have still not arrived. A dungeon message announces that the ranking board has changed, startling him. He sees Li Changxian suddenly appear at rank 11 on the dungeon leaderboard. Notifications keep popping up as Li Changxian's rank climbs rapidly, shocking the overseer. The overseer rages and demands to know where his men are as Changxian jumps to third place. When Changxian reaches second place, the overseer fears that all his subordinates have been wiped out. A badly wounded subordinate staggers and begging to be saved, drawing the overseer's attention. Recognizing him, the overseer calls out to assistant manager Sun in alarm. The half-dead man shambles closer pleading for help while the overseer urges him to come to his senses. The overseer grimly steels himself as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Assistant manager Sun convulses with red lightning and warns that a ghost is coming. Possessed, Sun screams as a blinding explosion of energy erupts from his body in front of the overseer. The overseer is blasted away by the explosion, crying out in pain. System messages inform him he has suffered severe burns and multiple deadly poisons. Further messages warn that more poisons are draining his stamina rapidly and he must detoxify. Near death in a flame, he clutches an antidote vial while the system states he is on the brink of death. A fiery blast approaches again, making him whirl around in shock. We see his burned, horrified face as the flames close in. The masked Changxian charges through the inferno with dagger drawn as a notification states that death is approaching. He slips in close and grabs the overseer, locking their weapons together. A blue flash shows Changxian's blade meeting the overseer's sword head-on. Despite his injuries, the overseer manages to block the assassination strike. Furious, the overseer vows to kill Changxian and unleashes sweeping sword arcs across the room. Changxian notes that the poison should have blinded the overseer, surprised he can still track him. He analyzes that the man can follow his movements by senses alone and actually knows how to fight. The system repeats that the overseer's stamina is rapidly draining and orders him to detoxify, while he groans in agony. Watching him struggle, Changxian wonders if the man is boosting his power with something since he is so strong for level 30. Changxian muses that it is strange such a peaceful country still performs human sacrifices, while the overseer staggers and searches desperately for an antidote. He concludes there is something deeply wrong here and says he originally came because of Oyezi but now is intrigued by the dungeon's secrets. Expecting reinforcements from headquarters soon, he waits confidently. He decides it is now time for the sacrifices to play their part. In another corridor, Changxian's ally calls the other captives over to a specific door. The frightened group gathers in front of the heavy steel door he indicated. One captive confirms this is the hiding place the masked man told them about. Another nervously agrees and then suddenly notices something off-screen. A short flashback shows Changxian walking away from the couple, purple aura trailing behind him. When he turned back toward them with dagger in hand, they reacted in shock. He calmly instructed them on the route to a safe room whose third door would open for them. He warned them to stay inside with the doors shut no matter what they heard outside. Leaving them, he said that if they followed his instructions they would survive. Back in the present, the captives reach the indicated door, which opens for them. Changxian assumes his directions were simple enough that the captives should be hiding safely now. He then spends a large amount of his bonus stat points to raise his strength and dexterity before the coming fight. Noticing the overseer's need for an antidote, Changxian rolls an empty medicine bottle toward him invitingly. Desperate, the overseer grabs the bottle and hurriedly opens it. He finds it completely empty and realizes he has been tricked. Changxian mocks him for being foolish enough to believe his enemy would hand over real medicine. Enraged, the overseer curses him. Changxian launches himself high, descending with a powerful dagger strike aimed at the overseer. He follows up with another lightning-fast attack, blue trails marking his movement. The overseer barely manages to parry, screaming under the force of Changxian's blows. Overwhelmed, he staggers back as their weapons clash again in a blinding flash. Shocked by Changxian's strength, the overseer gasps in disbelief. Notifications report that deities are watching the intense duel with great interest and enjoyment. Another divine message praises Changxian's craftiness and delights in his tactics. As they clash repeatedly, the system announces that his intermediate dagger skill has maxed out and evolved into a high-grade dagger technique. Changxian shifts into a new, more refined stance with his dagger glowing. He unleashes the upgraded technique, cutting through with overwhelming speed. The overseer watches in horror as his treasured sword shatters under Changxian's assault. Changxian slices him repeatedly while the man screams in agony. The overseer's body is crosshatched by countless blue slashes as he is fatally torn apart. Changxian appears behind him, dagger lowered, as the dying man freezes mid-air. His blade drips blood, confirming the decisive kill. Changxian walks away from the exploding corpse, purple flames erupting behind him. Blood rains down from above as the dungeon room falls silent. Lying in a pool of blood, the overseer weakly asks why this is happening to him. Changxian coldly remarks that it is strange the overseer never considered this outcome. He explains that anyone willing to kill innocents should expect the same fate to befall them. Activating authority soul extortion, he tears apart the overseer's body and soul in a storm of purple shards. The flames of purgatory absorb Li Jaesung's soul, and a message notes, Changxian's stamina has slightly recovered. A divine being praises his supposed righteousness, which Changxian mockingly calls a joke. The same deity grants him the privileged inner peace, a blessing that bolsters his mental immunity and courage. Changxian marvels that, combined with his unbending spirit, this new privilege makes him seem like an apostle despite not being one. He smirks to himself, amused by the situation. A memory shows him as the so-called evil god incinerating an enemy with holy-looking fire. He recalls that he was once branded an evil god despite acting with his own code. Changxian thinks the supposedly wise warrior god overseeing him is actually surprisingly sloppy. System messages say that Good Season to Hunt is anxious about Owl's privileges and is searching for a privilege to grant Changxian, while Changxian walks toward the next chamber. The dungeon ranking updates again, placing Li Changxian firmly in first place. A notification states he has arrived at the boss room as he stands before a massive ornate door and asks if this is it. Another message explains the boss room door is sealed and the key hidden. While Changxian equips a bone spear weapon, he hurls the spear with great force toward a distant target. The spear pins a hidden guard to the wall near a statue, killing him. The dying man screams in terror. Changxian approaches the wounded guard, mocking him for scurrying around like a rat. Inspecting the fallen guard's hammer, the system describes it as a mysterious meteor-forged weapon that Changxian cannot use since he is not its owner. Changxian notes aloud that the hammer is made from a meteor. He decides to use it to open the boss door that the High Elf Guild has failed to unlock for years. Thinking Yezi might craft a key from it but preferring an easier method, he chooses a different approach. Calling out to the dungeon's herald, he summons the administrator. A white rabbit-like administrator appears surrounded by swirling energy. The herald anxiously asks why he has been summoned at such a time. Changxian reminds him of their agreement, and orders him to open the boss door now. The herald begins explaining that administrators are not supposed to interfere directly with dungeon missions. He elaborates that it is against their regulations to intervene. Changxian curtly tells him to stop making excuses. He points out that administrators bend the rules whenever convenient, forcing the herald into uneasy silence. Under that pressure, the herald gives in and agrees to do as Changxian asks. As the door activates, divine beings laugh at the administrator's flustered face and praise Changxian's cleverness. The system confirms the enormous stone door is being opened by the administrator's authority. The herald stares into the now open boss room, stunned by what he sees. His eyes spiral in disbelief at the sight within. Changxian, satisfied, announces that the door is open for him. Forcing a smile, the herald urges Changxian to hurry inside. Changxian wordlessly regards the opening with calm intensity. He then walks through the bright entrance into the boss room as the herald watches from behind. Once the doors close, the herald giggles darkly to himself. Inside, the system declares that Changxian has entered the boss room. He faces forward with hardened resolve, ready for the final challenge. A massive crimson, many-eyed entity appears above an altar, radiating terrible power. The creature's eerie cluster of golden eyes focuses on him. A warning states that Changxian is beginning to be affected by a curse tied to the entity's gaze. Additional messages explain that the dungeon's master will try to steal his body and that he must resist and break the golden casket on the altar. The hypnosis intensifies as voices command him to worship and fear the entity while the system announces that brainwashing has begun. The monstrous thoughts rage that a lowly being has disturbed the king's slumber and demand Changxian's flesh. Outside, the dungeon shudders violently from the battle inside the sealed boss room. Hearing the tremors, the herald snickers to himself. Laughing loudly, he predicts that clearing this boss room will not be easy and explains its mission. He states that the challenger must defend his mind from the dead master of the tomb, who exists only as thoughts. He reveals that the tomb's master is actually the immense being Bestla whose thoughts assault challengers. Gazing at Bestla's swirling form, he questions whether a novice like Changxian can withstand such a mental onslaught. Outraged at being underestimated earlier, the herald fumes that a mere novice dared to toy with him. Still angry, he turns away and spitefully bids the rude brat farewell. Suddenly, system messages say that Changxian's unbending spirit and inner peace have activated, massively strengthening his mental defenses. Realizing what this means, the herald stares ahead in shock and dread. He becomes even more alarmed as the implications sink in. Notifications proclaim that the dungeon mission has been completed and list Li Changxian in first place with 175,550 points. The herald is stunned, exclaiming that such a result should be impossible. The system announces that rewards will be distributed and the dungeon will now close as everything begins to dissolve into light. Watching the shutdown, the herald suddenly remembers something crucial. He recalls that Changxian is a runekeeper, someone with special authority over runes. In the collapsing golden space, Changxian holds a large golden key he has obtained. He stands radiating power, saying that he actually failed his objective here. Outside, a final notice says the dungeon will close completely and thanks all participants for their efforts. The scene shifts to a peaceful night sky with a full moon. Under that moon in Xiangsudong Shoemaker's Alley, someone tells another person to take something. Inside a workshop, the reclusive craftsman nervously holds the cracked meteor hammer and begins to speak. Seeing Changxian, he stammers in shock while clutching the hammer, as Changxian addresses him as boss. Changxian casually eats fish-shaped pastries and says he has returned the hammer so the craftsman can resume production. The craftsman agrees but insists 1 month is not enough time, explaining he must get used to the hammer again and prepare his forge, while Changxian feeds a treat to the dog beside him. The protagonist sets a strict 1-week deadline. The blacksmith protests that even mastering one weapon would take much longer, so the protagonist extends overall training to a month. The protagonist casually eats while promising to pay triple for the difficult request, leaving the blacksmith cursing. In the forge, the protagonist confirms the deal and says he will return in a month. Noticing a burnt, distorted sword, the protagonist confirms it is for sale and decides to buy it. The blacksmith reacts in shocked alarm at this choice. He explains that the sword is a treasured heirloom passed down from his father, and insists he cannot sell it. A phone alert shows the blacksmith has just received a deposit of 100 million won from Li Changxian. The protagonist states that payment includes compensation for retrieving the hammer, and argues the sword was only being used as firewood anyway, while the smith swears in frustration. Left alone, the blacksmith wonders what the protagonist's true intentions are. His dog approaches, barking and panting at him in the forge. Petting the dog, the blacksmith chuckles, his mood lightening. Inspired, he opens the forge doors dramatically as light pours in. He ignites the furnace, flames blazing as he prepares to work seriously again. Throwing off his tattered shirt, he decides to leave the past behind. Bare-chested and determined, he resolves to forge properly despite not understanding everything. Changxian recalls Thanatos' advice to seek the legendary smith, Yezi, in Seoul and notes the man vanished after crafting Capricorn's divine artifact. In an inner vision, he wonders if Yezi began as a human rather than a god. The enthroned deity replies that such a being would now be far too old to still be active. Changxian presses for clarification. The deity explains Yezi was a title handed down through successors, and that Capricorn ignorantly killed one Yezi after receiving his divine artifact, unaware a successor still lives. The deity adds that Capricorn's actions caused many of Yezi's secret techniques to be lost and the family lineage to decline badly. As Yezi's descendant hammers at the forge, the deity notes he must now bear that legacy. The god comments that the weapons the successor forges are extraordinary, with each being one of a kind. Changxian resolves that the modern Yezi will bloom through Choi Byung's hands, or rather through his own guidance. Riding in a car, Changxian inspects Pedro's key, pondering its significance. Examining the key, he muses that if the dungeon was Bestla's tomb, its greatest treasure being this key is strange. He continues questioning why such a Norse-related dungeon would reward Peter's key at all. Deciding it is late and his mother must be worried, he tells the driver to hurry home. Elsewhere, an angry executive slams his hand on a desk, demanding news about the person who closed the dungeon. He furiously orders his subordinates to find that person dead or alive. The narrative identifies him as Go Sungwon, raid department head of Hyof, who insists they must retrieve Peter's key at all costs. Panicking, Go Sungwon worries that if the true owners of Manhwa Mountain Gate, the White Tiger clan, learn what happened, they are finished. He recalls that acquiring Peter's key required human sacrifices and a secret contract, deepening his anxiety. He urgently commands his men to ready a car so they can rush to Manhwa Mountain. Storming through the office, he rants that not only was the dungeon closed but Peter's key was stolen from them. Terrified of White Tiger's reprisal, he yells at his team to hurry, knowing the consequences will extend beyond his own death. He especially fears Seo Yunkwon finding out, convinced his entire family would be doomed if the truth surfaces. So he vows to recover the key at any cost. Night falls over a tall high-rise under the full moon, setting the scene at Changxian's home. Inside the luxurious apartment, White Tiger members wait with Changxian's mother while a man whispers something to the large, bandaged Seo Yunkwon. Hearing distressing news, Jungkwon's face twists with shock and anger as power flares around him. He erupts with golden aura, activating his power in disbelief. Overwhelmed by emotion, Yunkwon shouts back at the informant amid swirling light. Cha Yun yells his name, trying to stop his outburst. Changxian's mother sits silently, watching the commotion in stunned concern. Jin Seokti barges in, demanding to know what team leader Seo is doing. Confronted, Jungkwon's rage turns to alarm. His explosive aura dies down, leaving scorch marks around him. Jin scolds him for recklessly using the dangerous ability Tigran Evil Spirit near civilians. Yunkwon turns away, chastened and speechless. Cha Yun protectively extends an arm in front of Changxian's mother. The mother regains her composure, looking resolute. Yunkwon mutters that Changxian is not returning tonight and decides to leave. Cha checks gently if Changxian's mother is alright. His mother answers she is fine. She reflects sadly that awakened people live in a different world from ordinary folk. Cha realizes the rumor is true and wonders if their youngest family member, Changxian, has also become like that. Mother describes Changxian as outwardly brusque but inwardly delicate, wishing he would no longer be hurt though fearing that is unlikely. Later, Cha tells Jean and another colleague they should head back. In the elevator, she complains that Seo Yunkwon has made everything a hassle. Jean argues they should not leave without even meeting Changxian and asks Cha and Jin Seokti what they plan to do. Jean recalls Changxian's little niece begging him tearfully to bring Changxian back. He offers to have the secretary bring coffee if they intend to keep waiting. Jin Seokti cheerfully tries to order a fancy coffee for himself. Cha wordlessly smacks Jin Seokti back, their levels displayed to show her superiority. Cha declines the coffee, saying they have other matters and will visit Changxian another time. She politely ends the conversation while again physically shutting down Jin Seokti's complaints. Jin concedes and says he will see them again next time. As the elevator arrives, someone off-screen tells Jin Seokti to follow, preparing for a new task. Cha and Jin Seokti exit toward the lobby, leaving Jin behind at the elevators. Jin Seokti suddenly notices something and is startled. Cha asks him why he suddenly looks so serious. He bends down, having apparently received a notification or message. A phone screen lights up in his hand. The message reports a code red from Manhwa Mountain, revealing rescued human sacrifice victims now sheltered at a police station and urgently requesting support. Horrified, Jin Seokti asks what this alarming report is. Outside, Cha warns she will leave without him if he does not hurry, and he rushes toward her car. Nighttime city apartments are shown, including Changxian's complex. Changxian stands outside his building, testing the burnt Oyezi sword by swinging it. A divine message complains about him taking the charred weapon, while Changxian reasons that anything used as fuel in a mythical brazier must be special. He inwardly recognizes it as the legendary divine artifact Yuchang's sword and thinks that combined with evil dragon Snaggletooth it could surpass any weapon in the player world. System windows describe the Yuchang sword as one of Oyezi's 9 famous divine blades whose abilities are sealed until certain qualifications are met. Changxian recalls that Oyezi's 9 famous blades are priceless, and that another blade once sparked a war that ruined multiple empires and kingdoms. He reflects that such a war blade is now reduced to kindling and marvels at the irony. He remembers Yuchang's history as an assassin's cursed blade soaked in the resentment of countless victims, with its exact appearance largely unknown. He notes that Oyezi supposedly hated seeing blood, which is why he was called the divine artisan. Changxian speculates that either the first Oyezi or a successor erased all distinguishing patterns from the sword to remove it from history, preserving only its legend. As he muses, he senses something unusual nearby. 2 divine beings comment. One grumbles about him fondling a weird object, while another, the owl that pierces the twilight, watches him approvingly. Changxian idly thinks it would be nice to collect all 9 famous swords someday. He then draws a different weapon, a bone spear crafted from a firework mountain goat's rib, wondering if he will ever meet Oyezi himself. Standing in the courtyard, he falls silent, preparing for training. He focuses intensely, eyes sharpening. The system announces he has begun attacking as he explosively charges and hurls the spear. The panel continues his high-speed lunge as the spear flies forward. The spear rockets toward a nearby tree at incredible speed. It slams into the trunk with a powerful impact. The spear lands just beside a hidden observer's head, startling the man. Revealed as Jin Youngyan, he complains that even if he hid his presence, Changxian's surprise attack is excessive. Changxian immediately rushes him with his saber for a direct assault. His eyes glow coldly as he closes in. Youngyan is shocked by the killing intent in Changxian's eyes. Changxian swings the saber in a lethal arc aimed at him. Youngyan swiftly counters by drawing his own sword to block. Their blades clash in an intense exchange of blows. Struggling, Youngyan wonders how a supposed rookie can be this strong. Changxian presses the attack relentlessly, keeping his weapon ready. The duel escalates with rapid, flashing sword strikes between them. Youngyan notices Changxian's swordsmanship is crude yet patternless, lacking formal style. He realizes Changxian wastes no movement, making each strike efficient. Youngyan concludes Changxian's skills were honed in real combat with a blade meant to kill and that he is no true rookie. Watching him, Youngyan compares Changxian to a battle-hardened first-generation player. He admits he only approached to test Changxian's abilities, but now finds himself in a serious fight. Worried about disgracing himself, he decides he cannot afford any mistakes. He thinks his niece will scold him later but steels himself regardless. Youngyan resolves to go all out, needing his full strength to face this rookie. He unleashes a powerful technique, 10,000 notes bent into arrows, firing a huge energy barrage from his sword. Changxian calmly prepares to meet the oncoming attack. He counters the massive blast head-on with his own strike. After the clash, Youngyan plants his sword in the ground and surrenders. Changxian nearly follows through with another strike as Youngyan yields with his hands raised. Irritated, Changxian asks what Youngyan is doing attacking him like that. Youngyan admits he almost lost control, apologizes for provoking Changxian, and says he only wanted to gauge his strength. Changxian stands silently with his saber, assessing the contrite man. Youngyan bows again, saying he got carried away and apologizing for the misunderstanding. System messages say good season to hunt urges Changxian to punish this man, while Changxian simply asks who he is. Annoyed at being addressed informally, Youngyan bristles internally at the lack of respect. He then formally offers Changxian his business card. The card identifies him as Wu Youngyan, head of human resources at the 5-Star Sword clan. Smiling, Youngyan explains he approached because he wants to recruit Changxian into his clan. Changxian recalls that their patron deity is the nameless giant god, known as Upwang, a wealth god guarding household stores. He states that while the sudden duel was unwelcome, his bigger question is how Youngyan already knows who he is. Youngyan replies that Changxian has become famous and that many clans across the country, not just theirs, are interested in him. Changxian thinks to himself that they moved faster than expected and that he should not underestimate players. Youngyan says he would like to talk longer, but because of his mistake he will contact Changxian again after tempers cool. As Youngyan departs, a divine message nags Changxian for letting the instigator go, insisting in future apostles should never back down. Other divine beings bicker, with Snake that wraps around the world scolding Good Season to Hunt for seeking fights and Good Season threatening to fight her in return. Good Season to Hunt flies into a rage, vowing to make snake soup out of the other deity. Changxian, exasperated, notes he feels like he has seen Youngyan's face somewhere before. Realization hits that if someone of Youngyan's caliber is here, it likely means people from White Tiger have visited his house. Worried his mother has been troubled, he hurries home. Meanwhile, Youngyan's bleeding hand trembles from the force of the duel. He shudders, clearly shaken by Changxian's strength. Arriving home, Changxian starts to tell his mother what just happened, but she simply welcomes him back and tells him to wash up for dinner. Smiling warmly, his mother asks if he has something he wants to say. Standing across from her, Changxian calls to his mom. Under the moonlit sky outside their building, he steels himself, saying there is something he wants to tell her. A sunrise suggests the passage of time and emotional weight of the upcoming confession. In a flashback to Arcadia, an older Changxian stands amid ruins with a spear as a powerful being comments on how much killing intent shows on his young face. Battle-worn Changxian snaps back with harsh words toward the old geezer, while the unseen speaker laughs and remarks on his foul personality. In his dream, Changxian angrily tells the armored opponent to stop spouting nonsense and get lost. The armored man smirks, saying they will only talk after Changxian has endured some blows, and he strikes him. The opponent grins with cruel satisfaction. Changxian wakes up in bed beside his dog, startled from the dream. His phone alarm reminds him he has a White Tiger clan interview scheduled that afternoon. He lies on the bed thinking, still processing the dream. Narration explains a month has passed since the recruitment notice. Changxian wonders why he had that dream, and decides it is time to act. Crowds gather outside the stadium where the White Tiger clan interviews are being held. A large banner announces the White Tiger clan interview event. Other applicants warm up and show off their strength near the venue. A staff member instructs candidates to place their hand on a device that measures magic power capacity. Changxian places his hand on the measurement robot. The device suddenly malfunctions with a burst of smoke, drawing everyone's attention. Cloaked in his hood, Changxian stands amid the smoke from the broken device. The machine repeats that his power cannot be measured, and the flustered staff suspect the device is broken. As the message continues that he cannot be measured, someone orders a higher rank measuring device to be brought. Other examinees look over in shock at the commotion. A masked, white-haired man with a huge trident appears, attracting whispers from the crowd. A close-up shows the scarred, bandaged man's wary eye. The staff calls candidate 1031, Li Changxian, asking him to try injecting magic again. Nearby applicants recognize the name Li Changxian and say it sounds familiar. The girl suddenly remembers who he is. She excitedly cries out that this is the famous tyrant, while Changxian regrets that even his hoodie could not keep him inconspicuous. People gossip that Li Changxian, the tyrant, supposedly became an alcoholic, was forced to retire after his team disbanded, and ended up crippled. Some applicants mock his serious demeanor, saying real men should look rough like them, while the girl retorts that they are the ugly ones. The group speculate why a recently retired gamer who hid in his room is suddenly here, as the girl swoons over him. The upgraded device finally displays Changxian's stats as level 25 with an SSS+++ magic power rank. His friends stare in disbelief, unable to process what they are seeing. The white-haired man reacts with surprise, his eye glowing. Changxian's result is read out loud in shock, confirming his level 25 and SSS++ rank. Staff panic that this level of talent is beyond their authority and rush to inform higher UPS. A sign indicates the office of the Raid 2 team. The mustached Raid 2 leader lounges in his office, reading a tablet. Seeing the news, he murmurs thoughtfully. The report explains that high-off scandals are finally being exposed, including the discovery of Raid Department head Go Someone's corpse and raids on high-off headquarters. At a press conference, officials reveal 21 human sacrifices over 7 years and question what caused the tragedy. Association Executive Chai Yun, nicknamed the Witch of Steel, announces severe legal action against Highoff. White Tiger declares all-out war on Highoff, releasing evidence from its prior investigations into the company's crimes. The mustache leader remarks that the Highoff matter has been wrapped up neatly. News commentators note that many citizens want to thank the anonymous hero Haho Mask, but his identity remains completely unknown. The mustache leader thinks to himself that Haho Mask is the one who stole Peter's key. A close-up of the glowing mask accompanies his resolve that he must find this man. The bald staffer bursts into the office announcing that a super rookie has appeared. The Raid 2 leader asks why the commotion, and is told top executives are heading to Area C because of this candidate. He demands to know the reason. The staffer says the candidate is Li Changxian, reminding him of the rookie they had waited for a month ago with Black Shamshir and Witch of Steel. Realizing it is the man from the Jamsil Gate, the leader says he wanted to recruit Changxian earlier. He laments that Highoff's chaos kept him too busy back then asks what is happening with Changxian now. Hearing that Changxian has applied for their test and topped every metric with SSS++ magic, the leader is stunned. Fired up, he rushes out, determined to secure Changxian before any rival can. At the C Division examination arena, spectators fill the stands in excited anticipation. On his phone, Changxian reads an article proclaiming the incredible comeback of Li Changxian the Tyrant at the White Tiger selection matches. A staffer calls him Korea's first SSS rank in 15 years and leads him toward the test area. As Changxian walks into the arena, spectators whisper that the Tyrant is here and stare at his distinctive face. People in the stands complain that someone born privileged now also has the highest awakening rank. Another examinee bitterly curses Changxian's natural talent, worrying he will be compared to him and kicked out of his house if he fails again. A system message says the divine being good season to hunt feels proud of her chosen talent as Changxian draws all attention. High in the stands, two robed observers watch, surrounded by an ominous aura. Changxian narrows his eyes, sensing something. A torrent of golden energy suddenly swirls above the arena. The divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships manifests in blazing light, watching Changxian with curious interest. As Changxian grins that the one he sought has appeared, another divine being, snake that wraps around the world, speculates that this god has plans for him. Back on the floor, the bald examiner announces that the practical test is about to begin. He explains the test is monster hunting and offers to summon anything from red orcs to twin-headed ogres, asking what Changxian wants. When told the strongest available monster is a drake, Changxian calmly asks them to summon that. Veteran hunters in the waiting area exclaim in shock at his choice. A massive magic circle erupts as the drake is summoned above Changxian. The terrifying drake roars into existence from the light. It fully emerges, towering over Changxian with glowing red eyes. The drake looms menacingly over Changxian, who stands unfazed beneath it. A message from the tiger god says he wants to personally assess Changxian's abilities as he faces the beast. Onlookers worry aloud that fighting a drake is too dangerous for a candidate. The tiger god watches more intently, his presence filling the spectator stand. Seeing Changxian remain motionless, the tiger god suspects he will die in this fight. Changxian steels himself, his expression hardening. His consciousness shifts to a divine realm, where he appears in ceremonial garb surrounded by golden cubes of power. He turns with fierce focus, ready to confront the mocking divine being Huju in that space. Huju grins wickedly at him. Outraged, Changxian growls that Huju dares to laugh at him. Huju taunts him further, asking if he dares laugh in his face. Changxian smiles sharply, deciding to meet the god's expectations by displaying his full strength. Back in the arena, he challenges the drake, calling to Huju as he charges. Changxian rockets toward the drake with extreme speed. Mid-dash, he grabs the long case strapped to his back. He hurls the case upward as he continues moving. In a flashback or preparation scene, Changxian meets a ragged craftsman, commenting that he looks exhausted. Changxian notes again how tired the man appears. The craftsman, holding the case, complains Changxian is the cause of his exhaustion and cuts off further talk. Changxian asks for the item. The craftsman hands over the case while Changxian's dog trots nearby. Changxian questions the item's quality, and the craftsman confidently tells him to see for himself. Opening the case, Changxian reveals a coiled metallic whip and twin spear shafts. With the weapons in hand, a system message notes good season to hunt is astonished. Another message from Snake that wraps around the world praises the artifact, describing it as a powerful nameless twin spear that amplifies blessings and overlapping damage and belongs solely to Changxian. The spearhead is shown in motion, gleaming dangerously. System text states Changxian has outstanding spear mastery, understanding techniques of burst, laceration, thrash, and strike. Good season to hunt is amazed that a blind craftsman created such an item, and Changxian gains the skill low-grade spear technique. The craftsman listens in silence, reacting to the demonstration. Changxian tests the weapon with a sweeping spear strike that sends energy through the room. The craftsman realizes Changxian is primarily a spearman as the spear's power arcs upward. Returning to the present, Changxian leaps directly at the drake's open jaws beneath the falling case. Spectators gape and shout in astonishment. The drake's body is slammed down, creating a huge impact. Blood sprays as Changxian's weapon pierces flesh. The drake howls, grievously wounded by the strike to its head. Observers struggle to understand how he moved and attacked so quickly. The tiger god reacts again, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Team 1 leader Park Sango of White Tiger appears, recognizing that Changxian's speed and agility far exceed what his level suggests. Park comments that Changxian's accuracy is also exceptional, saying he could have excelled with a bow as well. Changxian races across the arena floor to continue the offensive. Park grins, declaring that he definitely wants Changxian in his team. Changxian channels blue energy from the whip bracelet around his wrist as he prepares another move. A system panel explains that the item is a powerful nameless 9-section whip artifact that now also belongs exclusively to him. Park notices the transformed weapon, realizing it is more than just a spear. The whip spear tears through the drake's flesh with electrified force. More gory slashes follow as he continues to carve into the monster. The drake screams in agony. Changxian swings both spear and whip in a fierce combo. He stands atop the drake, lashing it repeatedly with electrified strikes. A close-up shows his hand gripping the charged whip tightly. The spear edge slices through another wave of blood as he maintains the assault. Changxian dives down for a final twin spear attack on the staggering drake. He closes in with both hands raised, ready to deliver a decisive overhead blow. The drake reels and tries to flee or counter as Changxian pursues relentlessly. A torrent of blood erupts from the impact of another devastating strike. Changxian drives his weapon deep into the drake, unleashing a blinding explosion of light. The drake writhes and roars as blood and energy spray out across the arena. From the stands, people watch the massive beast flail under Changxian's relentless assault. Changxian even uses the drake's tail and body as leverage, maneuvering around it with his spear. He kicks off the ground again to continue his blindingly fast combo. Spectators cry out in disbelief, wondering what kind of weapons he is using. Observers marvel that someone only level 25 can move that fast and land nothing but critical hits with purely golden effects. They stare at Changxian in awe, calling him a monster in human form. A system message announces that Changxian has activated the skill Blood Poison. The Drake convulses as paralytic poison spreads through its body, confirming it has been poisoned. Additional text states the Drake is paralyzed and bleeding uncontrollably, doomed to die from blood loss. Changxian's face hardens as he prepares to finish the job. He plunges down in a final, brilliant golden strike. The impact detonates in a huge blast of light as he drives the spear through. The attack shockwave continues to rip through the arena ceiling. The Drake's body disintegrates under the golden explosion, and a system message confirms it has been disposed of. Changxian stands amid the aftermath as notifications report that he and his low-grade spear technique skill have leveled up. Good Season to Hunt praises his ever-improving hunting skill and grants him a strength increase. The Tiger God, deeply impressed, loudly declares his desire to claim Changxian as a new Fawn. Park Sango, seeing the display, orders his subordinate to bring Changxian to him at once. Before Park can approach, a sudden surge of power interrupts, making him turn in alarm. He reacts in disbelief, realizing something impossible is happening. Changxian, sensing it as well, stops and turns. A close-up shows his wary, focused expression. A massive golden energy column erupts, signaling a new clash. The scene ends with Changxian and the mustached raid leader crossing weapons in a blinding explosion of light. The mustached raider is shocked that his opponent can withstand both his Tigran disaster and Tigran evil spirit. The younger fighter endures the assault, finding the stench of the enemy god Huju disgusting. Impressed, the mustached man offers to take the youth under his wing and raise him. Declaring he will show what a true tiger is, the mustached man clashes violently with the youth. While defending, the youth debates counterattacking, knowing it would draw more of Huju's attention and require leaving the dark red mountain. The mustached man abruptly calls an end to the duel, saying they have fought enough. A sudden red energy erupts nearby. Team leader Park descends in a pillar of red power between the combatants, startling them. The mustached man furiously asks Park if he has a death wish for interrupting. Park mocks the other team leader's lack of manners compared with another leader while unleashing his own power. The leaders argue, one insisting he is only claiming what is his while the other orders him to back off, saying he cannot decide who the youth belongs to. Onlookers gape, realizing the raiding team leaders are actually fighting each other just to recruit the same rookie. Two more leaders, Kang Sungwoo of Team 3 and Yu Hyunjin of Team 4, decide to join the conflict because they also want to recruit the youth. Another superior chastises them, saying they are arrogant to think all team leaders are equally strong just because higher UPS were kind to them. The protagonist smirks, inwardly hoping the confrontation turns bloody. Kang Sungwoo and Yu Hyunjin shout that they will be the ones to take in the rookie. The mustache leader and Park angrily respond, ready to brawl with the others. Watching the Hujublus leaders gather, the protagonist resolves that they all must be eliminated. A blinding golden explosion interrupts the gathering of leaders. The shockwave sends Kang Sungwoo and Yu Hyunjin reeling in pain. The blast also stuns Park and the mustached leader. Kang Sungwoo clutches his face in horror as he senses the overwhelming power that just appeared. A small, glowing silhouette walks forward through the golden light, drawing everyone's attention. The figure is revealed as Oh Saiwon, executive director of the White Tiger clan. The protagonist recognizes Oh Saiwon as the man he was expecting. He recalls that Oh Saiwon is the second in command of the White Tiger organization. The divine being Good Season to Hunt comments with interest on the powerful aura Oh Saiwon exudes as the protagonist bleeds from the nose. The protagonist gauges Oh Saiwon's pressure and understands why he is ranked as a high ranker. Oh Saiwon rebukes the leaders for disgracefully quarreling over one recruit, while the protagonist mentally notes that he cannot find any weakness in the old man's defense and would lose any simulated fight. The mustache leader smugly believes their fun is over now that Executive Director Oh, whom he considers his ally, has arrived, and looks forward to seeing Park humbled. He then orders the other leaders to leave and declares that Lee Changxian belongs to him alone. Oh Saiwon, however, announces that since taking sides would worsen the division, he will personally take responsibility for the troublemaking youth. The other leaders realize they have been outmaneuvered by the sly executive who claimed the rookie for himself. Later, at Executive Director Oh's office, someone tells Changxian to change clothes because his are covered in blood. As Changxian undresses, his divine patrons react, one ogling his body and another anxiously trying to shoo the others away. Watching from behind, Oh Saiwon quietly marvels at how impressive Changxian's physique is. He analyzes Changxian's body as one honed through countless battles, with nothing but efficient fighting muscle. Oh Saiwon admits he has never seen such talent, and wonders what kind of life Lee Changxian has lived. Changxian responds that he already knows of Oh Saiwon's reputation. Oh Saiwon explains that their patron god is very interested in Changxian and directly asks what he wants in return for joining the clan. Wearing a new black uniform, Changxian asks whether he could instead have a position involving money or other benefits. He clarifies he already possesses more money than he can spend and that he came for something far less trivial. Changxian states that his desire is to join the White Tiger's Future Strategies Department. He notes that Oh Saiwon personally oversees that department and hints that building ties with such authority would be advantageous. Oh Saiwon is momentarily taken aback by this ambitious request. Then he bursts into loud laughter, reacting to Changxian's boldness. His unleashed aura blasts through the room as he laughs, forcing Changxian to brace himself. Changxian thinks that the sheer force of Oh Saiwen's laughter alone is enough to make him dizzy. Oh Saiwen concludes that Changxian is implying he would not be interested unless given authority, and decides that such ambition suits a White Tiger member. Changxian reflects that the future strategies department functions as the clan's brain and backbone, making it the position he truly wants. Oh Saiwen agrees to the possibility, but says Changxian must first prove himself, and asks how he intends to do so. Changxian proposes that he set a new record in the blackish red mountain range. He confirms he has heard that all newcomers go through that mountain range as interns and asks if breaking its record would suffice. Oh Saiwen muses that instead of topping training rankings, Changxian wants proof through dungeon performance. Changxian calmly answers yes. Oh Saiwen agrees, saying no one would be able to object to such a result. Changxian hesitates for a moment, considering something more. Oh Saiwen notices the hesitation and wonders what else the youth is after. Changxian realizes there must be another hidden desire he can leverage and mentally exclaims that he understands what it is. Oh Saiwen suddenly adds that he himself will attempt the blackish red mountain range as well. He admits that the training ground is old and that they have been considering other facilities, so clearing it anew would be good. Changxian infers there really is something special about the blackish red mountain range and thinks he can exploit this as Executive Director Oh's weak point, planning to quietly shut the place down. Oh Saiwen, pleased with Changxian's attitude, says there will be much they can frankly discuss from now on. Changxian thanks him and says there is one more favor he wishes to ask. He requests access to the White Tiger private library before heading to the mountain range. Oh Saiwen is delighted that Changxian also hungers for knowledge and proudly calls the White Tiger library the best in the world. He grants full use of the private library building to Changxian. Public interest surges as media label Changxian the resurrected tyrant. Online search rankings show Li Changxian, tyrant, and related terms dominating the top results. Fans post excited messages celebrating Changxian's return and his streak of first-place rankings. Others marvel at his unprecedented SSS+++ rating and express national pride. Commenters note how previous critics have vanished, praise his insane application video, and argue about whether the feat was staged. Some discuss conspiracy theories that the government fabricated past tyrant stories to cover incidents like the Jamsil Gate, while others ridicule such ideas. Another commenter worries that with his fandom awakened again, things might get out of control. Yet more posts mention White Tiger's soaring stock price and urge people to invest. Rumors spread that Changxian might be the real person who cleared the Jamsil Gate, prompting calls for fact-checking. News reports reveal that the mysterious elf from those rumors was actually Li Changxian, featuring interviews with Gate survivors. A teen girl testifies that Changxian saved her in a dangerous situation and wants to see him again. A blurred soldier cheerfully states he saw Changxian and reacted with admiration, though the censorship is pointless. Outside Executive Director Oh's office, someone shouts to hand Changxian over. The mustache leader begs his senior to give Changxian to him, insisting that with a mentor like him the rookie's life would be easy. Oh Saiwen retorts that under that man it would be more like a rocky path, warning him he could lose his team leader position if he keeps forgetting proper clan manners. Frustrated, the mustache leader complains about always being refused. Oh Saiwen explains he cannot place someone aiming for future strategies into the second raid team, believes Changxian would simply resign if denied, and plans to control him through missions, often pairing him with that very team. The mustache leader finally realizes Oh Saiwen's strategy and is impressed. Oh Saiwen tells him to stop pestering him and leave, while the mustache leader laments not seeing Changxian lately and asks where he is. Oh Saiwen reveals he anticipated this and has hidden Changxian in the place the mustache leader hates most. Narration announces that the White Tiger's Hope training camp is beginning. It further proclaims that the tyrant is preparing to write a new legend. The text wonders how far an SSS++ ranker's prestige can extend. Changxian's boot steps onto a rocky ledge overlooking vast mountains. He officially enters the dungeon blackish red mountain range and notes that his mission is to cleanse the entire massive mountain. As he surveys the peaks, he notices something unusual and reacts. A dark, magical phenomenon erupts near a mountain summit, cracking it open with purple light. Seeing the spreading light, Changxian realizes what it is and focuses on it. The scene shifts to lush foliage within the mountain range. Changxian hides among the leaves, observing his surroundings. A colossal pillar of pink destructive energy slams into the mountain. The blast surges upward into the sky, saturating the landscape with pink light. Changxian stands on a cliff amid swirling leaves, framed against the raging energy. The shockwave roars through the forest, rustling the trees. Changxian faces into the wind, composed despite the tumult. He tracks a falling, shadowy object streaking through the sky and identifies it as his target. Declaring it his goal, he remembers that the mountain range has long been warped by an unknown entity's magic. The system explains the mission objective is to find and eliminate the culprit and restore the ecosystem, noting the mountain is divided into 8 areas. It adds that each area hosts unique heteromorphic organisms not found in normal dungeons and that participants will receive inventory, status, and skill windows to tackle the mission theme. Looking at the blackish red mountains, Changxian confirms the ominous description fits reality. Walking through red forests, he calls the place horrifying and recalls seeing a similar region in Arcadia. Suddenly sensing something, he reacts alertly. A notification reveals the stealth skill Faint Wind is tailing him, and he spots a figure peeking from behind a tree. The observer is revealed as a tense young man in a suit hiding behind the trunk. Changxian deduces that this person has been spying on him since his time in the library. He wonders what Executive Director O is plotting by having him watched. The story flashes back a few days to the Grand Fierce Tiger Library, where this surveillance began. Entering the enormous library, Changxian notes it is as massive as the god Thanatos said. He asks his patron about Huju's past troubles in heaven, confirming that the god was notorious even there. In the divine realm, a seated figure affirms this and asks what tendencies Huju's blessed followers would have. Changxian answers that such devotees inevitably make many enemies. The god elaborates that Huju's followers extort and exploit those enemies and display them as trophies in their patron's name. He reveals that this kind of exhibition hall is precisely what the Fierce Tiger Library is and offers to list useful items hidden there. Changxian declines the list, saying he will choose items himself. The god points out there are definitely things he would like but agrees to hear what Changxian wants. Changxian asks for the Zodiac Sagittarius's movement techniques. He internally recalls Sagittarius Rukvart's 6 techniques, essentially divine powers that turn the user into light. The god lists techniques such as Snow Runner and Grass Runner before continuing. Changxian confirms that Huju possesses one such power and notes that even Sagittarius seems unaware of this, asking where the information came from. The god coyly replies that he will not say. Changxian concludes the information must concern an artifact known as the Fallen Star. Back in the library, Changxian thinks that what he must obtain here is the ability Advent Steps, though acquiring it will be difficult. Exposition explains that Advent Steps is the divine ability that lets Sagittarius become a zodiac and that he was once an ancient star called Deus Ex Machina. It further states that Advent Steps was learned by stealing a piece of another being's reigning treasure. The power lets Sagittarius seize a space instantly and project his divinity there, becoming an absolute being and a magnet for fellow zodiac gods. Changxian reasons that if he acquires this power, then once he awakens his own divinity after transcending, no one will be able to stop him, though he notes potential risks while his divine tigers keenly observe him. He begins systematically pulling books from the shelves, initiating his research. A librarian explains he can only use the library for a week. It is open around the clock, and all sections except the first and second grade are available. The staff member also stresses that no books may leave the premises. The same worker sheepishly asks for Changxian's autograph on behalf of his girlfriend, mentally admiring how handsome Changxian is. Changxian ignores him and walks off with a book, resolving to stay extremely cautious to avoid drawing those Saiwan's or Huju's attention. In the divine realm, the patron god teases another deity, saying this martial library imitates Huju's exhibition hall and that watching Changxian navigate it will be entertaining. Changxian activates his mental skill imperturbable mind to steady himself. His eyes glow as peace of mind is applied, sharpening his focus. He then studies alone in a high-shelf corner, absorbed in the texts. Outside, Saiwan wonders how many days have passed with Changxian holed up there, and what the youth is scheming. The covert watcher questions whether Changxian is truly reading all those books. Observing that Changxian picks texts on all sorts of fighting styles with no obvious pattern, the watcher grows more confused. He notes that the stacks include works on divine law, breathing methods, and even god deification. Saiwan instructs the watcher to keep monitoring Changxian and report anything strange, leaving the subordinate unsure what exactly to report. The watcher concludes after several days that Changxian is using the library not as a facade but because talented people also rigorously study on their own, making the scene oddly picturesque. Exhausted, the watcher tearfully begs in his mind for Changxian to just go home already. Changxian, still facing the shelves, mutters that the endless studying is depressing even for him. The protagonist enters an extreme state of concentration, fully absorbing and memorizing everything he reads, which greatly accelerates his learning. His ability to interpret difficult text skyrockets as he reads obsessively to the point of madness, overloading himself with knowledge and being worn to rest. He gains an achievement for his obsessive reading, receiving the title Light Reader and boosts to intelligence and tenacity. 2 divine beings react to his relentless study, one growing bored while another becomes intrigued by the information he has amassed. By reading, he repeatedly gains pieces of knowledge that deepen his understanding of the divine being called the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. That tiger divinity watches his study with excited interest as he continues reading in the library. He inwardly mocks someone as foolish. He reflects that obtaining the Advent Steps technique is not his only aim. He also wants the karma and skill tree of the figure Huju. He explains that the Fierce Tiger Library, built to glorify Huju, also hides many books that collectively form Huju's constitution. He plans to find these hidden books, assemble the scattered pieces to reveal Huju's true form and weaknesses, and also those of the powers behind Huju. Using all the knowledge he has just acquired, a new composite skill begins forming and its construction percentage rises. He realizes the emerging skill is Huju's destructive martial art, with the combination progress climbing further. Reaching the limits of what this third-grade library holds on the technique of destruction, he decides it is time to leave and gather the rest elsewhere. He notes in frustration that the Advent Steps technique is nowhere to be found here. After triple-checking the library, he concludes Advent Steps must be in the first or second grade library. With about 3 hours remaining, he chooses to search once more, reasoning that anything he cannot yet understand likely belongs to the 7th grade library. Notifications say his immobility is nearing its limit, his peace of mind stabilizes his focus, his willpower rises, and a divine owl supports him. He runs his hand along the spines of books, probing the shelves. Something reacts under his touch as the books shimmer, signaling a hidden mechanism. Delighted, he exclaims that he has finally found what he was looking for. The discovered book is a monster meat cookbook that he suspects is disguising something remarkable, possibly Advent steps. He theorizes that by reversing and reading the cookbook in a specific pattern he can reveal its hidden content. As he decodes it, he realizes the revealed text is not Advent steps at all. The place described in the hidden text triggers a strong recognition in him. He remembers a scene set among falling petals in that place. The text reveals a chained, veiled figure beneath cherry blossoms speaking of leaving behind a deep something. The chained white-haired figure utters the word grudge, conveying immense resentment. The will inside the book asks if the reader knows the pain of betrayal by someone treated as a brother, saying a child named Moonsung caused that pain. The protagonist is shocked to see Moonsung's name mentioned. The revelation startles him so much that he falls silent. A flashback introduces Gum Chunho, a renowned swordsman associated with the White Tiger clan. It explains Gum Chunho founded the White Tiger clan with Director O, ranks among the 9 greatest black tigers, and is also Hyejin's apostle. A crowd of men is shown, implying Gum Chunho's vast influence and following. The protagonist infers that the book's author spoke of being like a brother to such a being and wonders if Gum Chunho is linked to this mysterious voice. He recalls Gum Chunho's public story as a mercenary who forged his own martial art and was then chosen by Hyejin, but the book claims this narrative is false. The chained figure finally identifies himself as Hanyu, mentor to Moonsung. Hanyu clarifies he was formerly Moonsung's mentor. Hanyu narrates that he trained in swordsmanship for years to inherit the Ilman clan. A younger, dignified Hanyu is shown before petals, emphasizing his former status. He recalls the day his master brought in a much younger apostle, Moonsung. A close view shows young Moonsung's calm, serious face. As his aged master weakened, Hanyu treated Moonsung like a younger brother and diligently trained him with the sword. Hanyu admits he had no idea what was going on in the quiet boy's mind. He also did not know what the normally silent apostle was thinking about their future, nor did he understand what their guardian spirit, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, truly thought of the clan. Hanyu reveals that Hyejin, the tiger deity, is a chaotic god who feeds on battle, chaos, and fear. From such a deity's perspective, Hyejin disliked the Ilman clan's decision to hide away and pursue peace. Rather than choose a new apostle, Hyejin used the existing one, implying he directed Moonsung. The Ilman clan, best at handling Hyejin's doctrine, thus became a prime target of the deity's hunger. Moonsung reacts in alarm as Hanyu unleashes a massive destructive technique. Hanyu's attack swirls toward the clan grounds like a devastating storm. Yet even such power could not simply replace Hyejin's chosen apostle, forcing a different response. The cloaked, monstrous presence is shown enduring and resisting Hanyu's assault. Moonsung, now twisted and feral, bares his teeth, revealing the extent of his corruption. Hanyu remembers this with a bleak, pained gaze. We see Hanyu and a shadowed Moonsung together, foreshadowing the coming betrayal. A close-up of Moonsung shows him emotionally unreadable as events escalate. Returning to the present, the protagonist concludes that Hyejin's power was deliberately sealed at some point, a story he had heard rumors of. He reasons that this explains why the war-hungry deity has been inactive for a century and suspects the Ilman clan and Gum Chunho were involved. He infers that Hanyu opposed slaughter and thus conflicted with Hyejin's desire for chaos, which may be why the god favored Gum Chunho instead. The boy spying on him in the library mutters that the protagonist is even reading the book backward and only pretending to be smart. Hanyu reveals Moonsung's ambush was long planned and timed for a day when poison left him too weak to even hold a sword. He realizes Moonsung had been secretly poisoning him over a long period. The poisoning and betrayal happened in unexpected ways and places. Yet Moonsung spared Hanyu's life, perhaps as a final show of respect, rather than killing him outright. Instead, Moonsung severed his lung meridians, sealed his magic, and imprisoned him in an underground Ilman cave. Hanyu, overwhelmed by emotion, calls Moonsung's name with grief. The tiger divinity stopped protecting Hanyu as well, abandoning him. From then on, Gum Chunho became the new priest while Hanyu could only watch the clan build over Ilman's former lands. Hanyu regrets ignoring his master's warning to never leave their sanctuary and being forced to witness a decade of chaos caused by the new priest. After years of helplessness, he sets up the will that the protagonist is now reading. One day, still imprisoned, Hanyu senses a change among the falling petals. His eye sharpens as he focuses on the disturbance. He hears a mysterious voice emanating from the sacred tree above his prison. The protagonist pauses at this mention and mentally repeats the phrase "the voice." He is shocked that the will ends here for now and suspects there is more hidden in the library. Convinced, he decides there must be additional hidden pieces of the story somewhere. A system window appears beside him, signaling an event. The system informs him that he has discovered a hidden piece. That hidden willpower seeps into his body as a seed, drastically raising one of his skill completion rates to 51%. He is stunned that simply locating and analyzing the hidden piece raised his Void Monarch counter skill by 12%. The system adds that other fragments of this hidden piece remain scattered in the area and must be found and combined. He concludes that whoever orchestrated this story is extraordinary, beyond what a mere mortal could manage. He reasons that some god must have intervened and that this mysterious benefactor is likely the voice Hanyu mentioned. Checking the time, he notes he has 2 hours left and resolves to find the remaining fragments. He deduces that the author made the will intentionally cryptic to guide a worthy finder while hiding it from Gum Chunho's followers, so the search will be difficult. He concludes that once the first fragment is found, the rest should become findable and suspects they are all hidden in the 7th grade section of the library. Elsewhere, the boy helper watches him obsessively searching the shelves and wonders why he is working so hard to maintain his image. A notification states that the tiger that has been trapped in hardships trusts him as its devoted priest and does not doubt his actions, which he notes means the deity is still unaware of his true intentions. Another divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, observes him knowingly. Following this hint, he sprints along the towering shelves, using his instincts to locate another hidden spot. He triumphantly announces that he has found the next fragment. Hanyu's will resumes, explaining that the mysterious speaker claimed to share his fate, and was also betrayed by a priest and confined. It recounts that long ago this speaker was devoured by his own children and wandered the underworld as a demon. Hanyu states that he and the protagonist's mysterious ally hate the same enemy. The protagonist is shocked to realize that this devoured god's child is the Void Monarch, his own target. He recognizes that this is secret history the Void Monarch wanted erased and that he has now uncovered its weakness. The revelation leaves him wide-eyed in grim satisfaction. Hanyu recounts that to become a god, the demon devoured his own family, including Hanyu's clan, turning himself into a monster. The will reminds the reader of his vow to see that demon's neck broken so that the victims can rest in peace. Hanyu says that to allow those spirits to rest, he must see that vengeance fulfilled. He reveals that the mysterious person taught him a method to kill the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Building on that teaching, Hanyu gradually regained his strength and revitalized his body in secret. He then resumed rigorous training, devoting himself entirely to recovery so he could wield that killing method. When the wandering priest finally returned, Hanyu made his decision. He decided to betray that priest just as he himself had once been betrayed. He vows to rise again and walk the path of killing that priest. He took up his sword once more with the singular goal of slaying the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. Upon arriving in the modern world, however, his first thought was whether he could truly carry out that task. Standing on a rooftop, he questions himself. He wonders if he can really stab the person he raised and taught like his own child. Concluding that he might not succeed, he instead resolves to leave behind this detailed will as an obituary. The protagonist finishes reading, hoping that Hanyu's grudge and his own will be entrusted to a worthy successor. The will declares that its resentment and mission should pass down to a new descendant of the White Tiger clan. A system chime signals that something significant has been triggered. The system announces he has collected all parts of the hidden piece as he clasps the completed journal. He receives an achievement for inheriting the ferocious tiger's grudge, gaining intelligence, willpower, and the skill Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. A detailed description of Black Mountain Monarch's first claw appears, listing it as an active counter skill with powerful bleeding, chain attack, and stacking effects. The skill's excessive bleeding effect is explained as strong enough to make an enemy bleed out almost instantly. Chain attack is described as letting him trigger follow-up strikes without cooldown. Shock stacking is explained as increasing damage with each consecutive skill use. Skill compatibility allows him to hide or fuse skills together to boost their power. In the flashback battle, Hanyu unleashes his Black Heavenly Tiger technique while raging at Moonsung. Moonsung is shown in profile, underscoring the emotional weight of their confrontation. Back in the present, the protagonist notes that Black Mountain Monarch's first claw is a White Tiger clan skill resembling a powerful counter. He judges it might be even better than his current counter skill because it shares the same root as the White Tiger's abilities. He mentally compares it directly to the White Tiger techniques as Hanyu and Gum Chunho clash in the memory. He reflects that no one alive remembers this ancient god's skill and that such intense hatred is unmatched. However, he acknowledges the new claw skill consumes huge amounts of magical power, and he can currently manifest only a single claw. Deciding he needs more elixirs to raise his proficiency, he plans to obtain them from the Training Institute. He leaves the library, resolving to return for advanced steps another time. The cookbook that concealed Hanyu's will lies on a table, hinting he may yet need it again. The scene shifts to the Blackish Red Mountain Range dungeon, the location of his next challenge. Entering the forested dungeon, he notes that records describe its difficulty as atrocious and assumes Director O wants him to clear it. He wonders what secret this place holds and decides he must discover it personally. A notification reveals that someone using the skill Faint Wind is stealthily following him. Noticing the tail, he thinks to deal with that person first. The follower nervously admits he had not expected to end up here and asks to be ignored while the protagonist trains. The protagonist admits he cannot yet defeat Song Yoo-jun with his current abilities and decides he will eliminate the spying follower when the opportunity arises. He walks into a marked safety zone within the dungeon. Other trainees are startled by his sudden appearance. They recognize him as Li Changxian and react with awe. Some trainees anxiously speculate about what might happen this time and complain about being compared to him. Observing the gathered players, he notes that there seem to be 2 or 3 individuals who could be useful. A girl squeals that he looked at her, fangirling over him. Changxian feels embarrassed at having a fan among the trainees. Something unexpected catches his eye, prompting a questioning look. He notices a tall, masked figure with long pale hair and armor among the trainees. A close-up shows the mysterious white-haired person, hinting at their importance. Changxian reads the person's profile, learning the name Baek Jiawol, a new white tiger trainee, and reacts with interest. The masked white-haired figure suspects Lee Changxian is blessed by another god and wonders who he is. A staff member gathers all trainees together and orders them to be quiet. Changxian and the white-haired observer silently watch amid the crowd. The staff member announces the start of White Tiger's 26th trainee training. A recruitment flyer proclaims the long-awaited White Tiger training camp and seeks a new SSS+++ legend. A black-haired man reads the flyer and reacts seriously. Muttering that things have become troublesome, he worries about the situation. In his office, HR head Woo Youngin is called by his niece asking if he is listening. He awkwardly assures her he is listening and promises to get limited photo cards through company connections. His niece angrily shouts that he never listens and hangs up while he panics. He realizes the call has ended, left flustered at his desk. Depressed, he curses the Jamsil Gate incident that ruined things. He reminisces about doting on his niece from baby to child and how watching her grow warmed his heart. He recalls the terror upon learning Hyben was trapped in the Jamsil Gate and her parents pleading for her safety. He describes desperately trying to dispatch a rescue team, then praying to the nameless giant patron to protect her during the dungeon break. In the church, a subordinate rushes in to report that Hyben has safely returned. Overwhelmed, Youngin bursts into tears of relief. Later, kneeling before Hyben, he asks to know the identity of the one who saved her so he can thank him. Hyben explains that Changxian hid himself right after the dungeon mission to avoid exposure, and she thought it better to wait until he appears. Youngin decides he will personally scout Lee Changxian for their group's clan and use that chance to convey thanks. Hyben cheers that her uncle is the best while he laughs at her excitement. Youngin worries he cannot approach Changxian properly. He admits it is because of how he treated Changxian at their first meeting. He recalls clashing violently with Changxian in combat. Changxian's determined face during that clash comes to his mind. Youngin remembers unleashing a powerful sword technique against him. He concludes he must have offended Changxian and regrets that Changxian never called despite being given his card. Grabbing his head, he curses that initial mistake. He reflects that Changxian ignored 5-star for a whole month, went straight to White Tiger's employment subsidiary, and that as an SSS+++ genius his talent surpasses normal ranks. Youngin realizes he should have recognized Changxian's extraordinary strength back then. He says his niece now calls endlessly to scold him and blames himself for not pursuing Changxian, letting him join the rival side. He laments that even his family and the group president are disappointed, insisting he was simply too busy and thought Changxian had stayed hidden. He adds that Hyoff's incident distracted him from focusing on Changxian. Staring out his office window, he wonders how to recruit Changxian now that he has become a beast. The scene shifts to the dungeon Blackish Red Mountain range where fangirls gossip excitedly about Changxian noticing them. One girl drools that she could die with no regrets while her friend points out her drooling. The friend jokes that their idol would surely love seeing her in that state. He explains she was desperate to become the same kind of player as Lee Changxian and notes that, ironically, they passed the selection while their leader Kim Hyunjin did not. He suddenly notices something odd and looks puzzled. Another trainee asks what is wrong with him. He is startled by what he thought he saw. Then he shrugs it off, saying nothing is wrong. He suggests they gather for rule explanations, still wondering if his eyes deceived him. The instructor announces he will reiterate the key training camp rules as a holographic board appears. Trainees watch as the rules screen fully activates before them. The rules explain a 100-day program, a month to learn 3 White Tiger basic skills with practice, followed by 70 days surviving outside the safety zone using those skills, earning points for dungeon achievements, being monitored by hidden staff, facing deductions if rescued, failing below 0 points, disqualification for failures, rewards for high scores, and a patron blessing for the top 5. The instructor adds that aside from crimes and stated rules, trainees may act and judge autonomously. He then says he will begin by teaching the 3 basic skills. Scrolls labeled Tiger's Aura, Tiger's Step, and Tiger's Calamity are presented. A trainee trembles with joy, feeling that obtaining these scrolls makes him a true White Tiger member. A description states Tiger's Aura is an active level 1 basic skill that emits magic power outward to overwhelm targets. Another explains Tiger's Step is an active level 1 skill that amplifies attacks by channeling vigor through steps. The last states Tiger's Calamity is an active level 1 skill that greatly boosts offensive power like a tiger tearing prey apart. The instructor orders everyone who received scrolls to tear them to acquire the skills and then urges them to move out. Trainees rip their scrolls as light pours over them. System messages confirm acquisition of Tiger's Aura, Tiger's Step, and Tiger's Calamity. Trainees rejoice, marveling that they truly obtained the White Tiger skills. The instructor asks if everyone has acquired them and prepares to demonstrate the techniques himself. He pauses, noticing something unexpected. Changxian raises his hand, stating he already knows the skills and inviting the instructor to proceed. The instructor is shocked by Changxian's claim. Other trainees likewise stare in disbelief. Changxian explains he heard that anyone who perfectly demonstrates the skills during training can leave the safety zone early. The crowd questions how he could have mastered the skills already without prior access or special treatment. Some whisper that it seems impossible to fully internalize the moves and stances just from ripping scrolls, no matter how talented he is, while the white-haired figure watches silently. The white-haired observer studies Changxian wordlessly, clearly intrigued. Shinuncio gushes over Changxian's confidence, declaring the tyrant's spirit is still alive, while her companions react to her fanaticism. Her brother smirks that there is no need to be angry because Changxian will surely fail. He reveals privately that his father is a white tiger executive who confirmed those 3 skills were not previously given to Changxian. The instructor allows Changxian to try, internally scoffing that the boy foolishly thinks he can master skills after seeing them once. Shin Yunseo's brother imagines Changxian embarrassing himself and contemplates how that would change his sister's view. Changxian calmly prepares, exhaling as leaves swirl around him. He readies his power, subtle markings forming on his face. Shin Yunseo's brother is stunned as he senses Changxian's energy. System messages show Tiger's step and Tiger's aura activating as Changxian's body erupts with blazing tiger-like power. His aura takes the full fiery form of a huge tiger looming behind him. Onlookers exclaim in awe that he not only emitted aura but shaped it into a tiger. Shin Yunseo's brother, aghast, cannot comprehend how Changxian managed it. His eyes widen further as Changxian chains yet another technique. Tiger's Calamity is cast, adding even greater destructive force to Changxian's attacks. He unleashes a colossal tiger-shaped blast that roars across the area, sending others reeling. The white-haired observer is shocked by the overwhelming power. Shin Yunseo's brother and others panic as the blast approaches. Changxian swings through the inferno, controlling the energy. The instructor braces himself, astonished by the incoming wave. He is knocked back by the force while trying to shield himself. The explosion tears up the ground as Changxian stands at its center with sword drawn. A massive burning trench carves through the forest, revealing the path of his strike. The attack even hits hidden monsters, setting grotesque creatures ablaze. The stunned instructor can only stammer in disbelief. Changxian nonchalantly says he merely tried the skills and they worked. The instructor is left speechless. The trainees stare at Changxian in horrified silence. They mutter that this guy is unbelievable as he stands before them wreathed in flames. Changxian hears his stomach growl and reacts, slightly puzzled. A staff member realizes this monstrous display explains why Changxian seemed idle in the library earlier. He internally rants that he spent 10 years learning these skills while Changxian mastered them instantly. Now understanding why Manager O tasked him to monitor Changxian. He deduces Changxian is not resting on genius alone but has been secretly training where no one could see. He begins a formal apology, admitting he misjudged Changxian's behavior in the library. Bowing, he tells Changxian he is amazing and expresses sincere respect. Changxian responds wordlessly, slightly taken aback. Other trainees lament that Changxian is both a genius and hardworking, wondering if they could ever surpass the tyrant. Shin Yunseo, lost in adoration, declares she is satisfied with such a handsome genius while her friends comment how deep her obsession runs. System messages reveal the patron tiger trapped in hardships is pleased with Changxian's doctrinal mastery and hints at granting him higher rank if he keeps impressing him, which Changxian notes with amusement. Another message shows the patron good season to hunt pouting in dissatisfaction, while the Void Monarch eagerly wants to support Changxian, prompting him to think his sponsors have mixed feelings. Changxian tells the instructor he has demonstrated sufficient skill, and the instructor agrees, allowing him to leave the safety zone. Under the onlooker's gaze, Changxian walks away from the group. He steps beyond the glowing safety boundary into the deeper dungeon. Elsewhere in the crowd, a trio of ominous trainees silently watch him go. A close view shows the 3 men eyeing Changxian with hostile intent. The scene shifts to a distant view of the Red Mountain Range, emphasizing the dangerous environment. Changxian's foot lands firmly on rocky ground as he advances. Venturing deeper into the forest, he encounters swarms of insect-like creatures carpeted across the ground. System messages state the tiger patron is eager to see Changxian's dungeon performance, and whether his boast of clearing it will come true, which Changxian realizes the god heard. He notes the air is unusually heavy and that breathing makes his body heavier, deducing the ecosystem was altered by unknown magic and that this thick air is what they meant. Realizing ordinary players would struggle here, he attempts to purify the air using his 8 trigrams for divination's flames. Immobility activates as he steadies himself within the oppressive environment. Inner peace is applied as he grips his spear, centering his mind. The snake that wraps around the world patron eagerly watches, curious about the tricks Changxian will employ with his spear. Changxian stands ready in a shaft of light, spear in hand. He senses his target's location and says it is over there. Activating Tiger's Step again, he charges forward wreathed in golden energy. A system message notes, earthquake activating and adding a new transcription pathway as he slams his spear. The attack sends pillars of golden power surging from the ground. Explosions erupt, engulfing the area in blazing light. A massive one-legged ghost roars in agony as it is struck. Changxian thinks to himself that, as expected, this place. He concludes the area is a habitat of the one-legged ghosts as more of the monsters swarm toward him. Surrounded by flying ghosts, he recognizes that what he sought is here. Shrouded in dark power, he affirms his objective is definitely present. His eyes glow as he unleashes more of that ominous purple energy. A close-up emphasizes his blazing gaze as the dark aura intensifies. He decides to test this new power once, letting the energy coil around him. He activates the skill Black Mountain Monarch's First Claw, invoking the Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. Eyes blazing pink, he readies himself to strike with that technique. He spins, creating a vast vortex of purple energy around him. The swirling claws tear through the one-legged ghosts, shredding them as they scream. When the attack ends, Changxian stands amid a devastated, gouged-out landscape. The ground is ripped open in a massive crater, showing the destructive reach of his claws. The The tiger patron marvels at the unleashed claws while Changxian notes the void monarch seems unaware and reflects that the magic cost is enormous. Catching his breath, Changxian resolves that he must increase his magic power capacity at all costs. He recalls the item he is searching for should be somewhere in the ghost's habitat. As another ghost lunges at him, he smiles calmly, ready for more. He counters with a blinding horizontal blast that obliterates the attacker. Changxian raises his hand amid a ring of golden energy, preparing another technique. Viper Eye activates, his eye turning reptilian to enhance perception. The hunting and snake patrons admire his combat prowess and efficient use of their bonuses as he continues cutting down ghosts. System prompts announce he has cleared the one-legged ghost's village and awards him loot such as the ghost's knee joint and club. He then activates soul extortion, spreading a vast purple sigil around himself. Changxian senses something unexpected while channeling soul extortion, reacting with surprise. A strange purple flower with eyes reacts in surprise deep in the forest. The eerie flower stands alone in a shaft of light as if being discovered. The protagonist spots the rare plant and declares he has found it. A close look reveals the fat, berry-like petals of the sought-after herb. He yanks the living, screaming flower from the ground, its vines flailing. System text announces he has obtained an item called Screeching Flower. The system explains Screeching Flower grows between life and death and is a deadly poisonous herb causing poisoning if eaten. He studies the sinister flower in his grasp, planning how to use it. In a cosmic audience, the man asks a robe being about using the 8 trigrams earns fire for more than simple regeneration. The being Iroh laughs at his reckless ambition, listing the holy fires and powers he wants to twist toward chaos and destruction. Iroh readily agrees to teach, saying there is no reason to hide his specialty, while the man presses him for the method. Iroh explains the method is to feed existing fire with more flames instead of fuel. He warns that such a flame would consume its user unless suppressed by something extremely vicious. Iroh instructs him to hunt monsters named Ijuk and Jigui to obtain a world-ending flame. Remembering this, the man recites the names Ijuk and Jigui while gripping the flower. He reaches the jagged mountain where the Jigui's fiery presence crowns the peak. The fiery spirit departs the summit and streaks away through the sky. Recognizing the departing entity as Jigui, he decides the urn's fire must become a raging blaze. He prepares to eat Screeching Flower from the one-legged ghost's village as nourishment. He swallows the toxic flower, triggering a violent internal reaction. System messages report death poison spreading but his poison immunity activating and increasing his tolerance. The urn's fire flares brighter to purify him, and his magic power slightly rises. Satisfied, he notes he can ignite himself and expand his magic capacity. His repeated screams echo across the mountains as his training and slaughter continue. System alerts show he cleared the one-legged ghost village, gained their skull and heart, and swallowed a laughing flower. More alerts show he cleared red-bearded and dark ghosts, and earned various achievements. Additional rewards boost his strength and stamina, while a divine being complains that he is only walking. Another divine spectator, Owl that pierces the twilight, becomes absorbed in his new adventure. The man travels through a rocky canyon of waterfalls, approaching his target area. He stands atop a peak, surveying the Crimson Mountain range. Advancing, he finds a massive, swirling nest embedded in the cliff and comments that the Jigui is here. He confirms to himself that this ominous lair is indeed the Jigui's nest. In a flashback, he asks Iroh what kind of monster Jigui is. He paraphrases that Jigui is not a normal living being, lacking a fixed body. Iroh clarifies it is better described as a mass of countless spirits. A vision shows Jigui's colossal shadowy form, embodying fire and death. The man asks if it has a core, and Iroh says not exactly but something similar. Iroh explains its right eye is a jewel formed from the compressed grudges of tens of thousands of spirits. The man recalls that using that jewel eye would greatly alter the properties of the urn's fire. Seeing the nest empty, he decides to set a trap while the Jigui is away. Elsewhere, exam staff review a past list of trainees who cleared the test, including Li Changxian. 2 supervisors marvel that this batch of 26 flag bearers is unusually strong, many passing quickly, possibly inspired by Changxian. In a forest scorched by past battles, 3 trainees arrive, asking if this is where the target is. They deduce from the devastation that only the tyrant, Changxian, could have created such traces. Their leader cuts off chatter and says they should focus on how to torture Li Changxian. They move swiftly through the burning woods, closing in on the area. 2 of them race ahead, discussing Changxian's hidden strength. They speculate White Tiger must have given Changxian an incredible power for him to perfect a skill in a single day. A nervous comrade worries what happens if White Tiger's supervisors discover their plan. The scarred leader scoffs that White Tiger only pretends at justice and is fundamentally a group of murderers like their own organization Hyof. A narration explains that in the industry murder refers to mercenaries who will do anything for money and entertainment. The bearded man decides they should target whatever valuable gift White Tiger gave Changxian or steal his past pro-gamer earnings and wealth. The worried trainee argues nothing should happen just for fighting a guy minding his own business. The 2 villains glare at him, offended by his wavering resolve. Startled, he realizes he has spoken too freely. He tries to clarify that causing trouble without reason could ruin their original mission. He reminds them their true goal is to join White Tiger's training and steal an item called the Drink of Illusions. A purple orb appears, representing that powerful object. He insists that even though Hyof is pressured by White Tiger, this item is their key to turning the situation around and must be secured. The other two react angrily, wondering if he doubts their ability to handle a mere novice. Intimidated by their threats, he reluctantly agrees to go through with the plan. They warn him they will kill him if he mouths off again, but also urge him to do his best. Soon he stands alone as blazing energy slashes through the forest ahead of him. He hesitates, clearly nervous as he faces the aftermath of Changxian's power. Determined, he activates a power that floods his eyes with red light. Using that power, he rockets forward along the scar of destructive energy. Night falls over the jagged mountains beneath a crescent moon. The stillness is broken by tremors rumbling across the peaks. A massive explosion erupts from the mountainside where Changxian's trap is laid. The Jigui, called the unmasked evil spirit, is caught in Changxian's trap and bombarded by runes that explode, pierce, paralyze, and poison it. System alerts report he defeated the unmasked evil spirit and that other fire monsters like a dual-headed python, fire canine, and tiger-striped bird also fall into his traps. After leveling up, he notes that only fire-type monsters are gathering while the fire ghost itself still has not appeared. A divine being, good season to hunt, gleefully praises the beautiful explosions. Changxian reflects that 10 days have passed, and he has risen from level 29 to 32 without yet reaching the nest. Returning to the nest, he observes that the fire ghost has now left. He considers his next route, wondering if he should follow the river again. Instead, he decides to first deal with unfinished business and dives directly into the fiery nest. He crashes into the nest with explosive force. Emerging from the flames, he looks ahead with grim resolve. A badly burned warrior with long hair, Baek Jiawol, is revealed, shocked by the power that shattered his spear. Jiawol, recognizing the technique used, stares at his damaged spear in disbelief. He demands to know why Changxian came here and whether he has been following him. Changxian, wreathed in golden fire, dismisses the question and says that because Jiawol saw what he was doing, he declares that he now has to kill Jiawol. A blinding strike descends toward Jiawol's face. Their weapons clash at point-blank range, sparks and flames flying. The two engage in an intense exchange of blows, lighting up the battlefield. Changxian gauges that Jiawol's ability to handle such a long spear means his combat level should be around 35 or 36. They continue clashing, each testing the other's limits. Jiawol notes internally that Changxian's attacks are fast, accurate, and aim precisely at lethal spots like his neck. Changxian tightens his grip on a jagged, burning club, readying a decisive blow. Sensing deadly danger, Jiawol reacts in panic. He hastily conjures a dark defensive power around himself. Changxian is briefly surprised by the sudden technique. The dark barrier forms between them as Jiawol blocks the strike. Changxian slips past, dodging the counterattack with swift movement. Jiawol is shocked that Changxian managed to evade his shadowy palm strike. The burning club descends again, this time stopping just short. The impact shakes them as the weapon halts against Jiawol. A blast of light erupts from the point of contact. The explosion sends debris flying, showing the destructive force he restrained. Jiawol realizes the killing blow was deliberately stopped. He wonders why Changxian spared him, knowing he survived only because the attack held back. Changxian stands close with the club pressed into him, beginning to question Jiawol's nature. He demands to know how Jiawol can use a technique called Secret Art of the Shadow. Jiawol, bleeding and shocked, asks how Changxian even knows that name. Changxian prepares to explain, saying there is a reason. He recalls his former life of unending conflict and war surrounded by monstrous allies. He reflects that in that life, those comrades were the only ones he could rely on. Memories surface of how his madness drove those precious relationships and memories away. Among those figures was the terrifying goddess of slaughter and destruction. Another was the dragon who slept for 1,000 years. A third ally was the iron-blooded lion. And the last was the wandering shadow god Xerxes. Changxian narrates that Secret Art of the Shadow was the collective name Xerxes gave all of his skills and powers, and that unlike other gods with many authorities, Xerxes possessed only a single unique power. He explains that Xerxes was known as the god with just one authority. Jiawol realizes Secret Art of the Shadow is a term known only among Xerxes' comrades and wonders what connection Changxian has to that god. A divine being called the Tiger trapped in hardships becomes curious about Baek Jiawol's self-developed version of this skill and its differences from Xerxes' original. Jiawol demands again to know how Changxian knows the term, while Changxian evasively insists he asked his question first. Infuriated, Jiawol shouts that he will rip the answer from Changxian by force. He unleashes a berserk scream as his power surges. Jiawol dives in with frenzied attacks while Changxian counters in a storm of golden light. Their weapons collide midair, the duel growing fiercer. The Tiger in Hardship's deity watches, delighted by the ferocious battle between his prospective dependents. Jiawol roars at Changxian to speak, demanding answers mid-fight. Another divine message from Good Season to Hunt warns Changxian not to lose, while he resolves to keep Jiawol alive until he learns everything about Secret Art of the Shadow. Their blades meet again in a blinding flash. The clash expands into a massive column of light as spear and staff contest. Jiawol is startled to realize Changxian is now wielding a spear. Changxian descends from above with that flaming spear raised high. Weapon against weapon, they collide once more in an explosive struggle of strength. Jiawol is overwhelmed, questioning how Changxian can exert such power. A towering column of flame erupts between them as the spear technique peaks. Changxian drives Jiawol back, encasing the area in roaring fire. System text states that skills Tiger's Calamity and Tiger's Step are being used together, initiating a skill combination. The combination manifests as a massive flaming tiger, activating a new skill called Tiger's Aura. Changxian advances, eyes blazing gold as tiger fire wraps around him. Another system note confirms that further skill combination is occurring. The tiger-shaped fire reveals its true form, tiger-bearing, as it lunges toward Yahello. Changxian focuses intensely, fully embodying the empowered state. The empowered strike hits, forcing Yahello to defend with a glowing ring of power. He screams as the raging flames sweep over him. The blast smashes him into the rock wall with devastating force. From afar, the explosion carves a crater where Yahello lands. Flames and smoke billow outward, showing the attack's aftermath. Yahello, battered and coughing blood, struggles to rise amid the burning ground. Changxian's blade comes to rest at Yahello's face, signaling the end of the fight. A divine message from Good Season to Hunt praises the spectacular battle as Changxian holds his vanquished opponent at sword point. Another divine commentary notes that the tiger in hardship's god has engraved Changxian in his mind again, while Yahello weakly asks what Changxian truly is. Changxian concludes that Yahello is a ghostborn, explaining that such cursed beings, born from unions with ghosts, possess monstrous appearances and special abilities, which accounts for Yahello's powers. The scarred ghostborn man stares in shock, stammering at something impossible. The brown-haired hunter calmly asks the kneeling ghostborn if knowing how he did it really matters. Narration explains the ghostborn's scars are innate, and that his darkness ability, secret art of the shadow, is a natural birthright. The ghostborn recalls that the divine energy sensed earlier likely belonged to Xerxes. He notes Xerxes' vitality has greatly weakened and wonders why Xerxes abandoned his son in the mortal realm. Deciding Xerxes is too important to lead, the ghostborn resolves to keep Xerxes' son Yahello nearby despite doubting the boy knows anything. The hunter deduces the ghostborn tried to cure his ghostborn traits using the Jigwee's eye and bluntly tells him it will never work, provoking a frustrated shout. The hunter asserts he understands the situation better than the ghostborn does. The ghostborn, bewildered, questions what he means. The hunter points out that his quick insight during their brief clash should make his superior knowledge obvious, leaving the ghostborn speechless. The hunter explains the ghostborn suspects his scars come from a fire spirit parent but warns the Jigwee's eye cannot heal them. He clarifies that the ghostborn's parent is not a fire spirit and that if they were, the ghostborn could not wield the darkness attribute's secret art of the shadow. He adds that the Jigwee's nature is closer to death than fire, its aura far stronger than a normal ghost's. The hunter criticizes the ghostborn for trying to eat such a deathly entity. Narration notes a divine being's surprise, while the hunter says consuming the Jigwee would only turn the ghostborn fully into a ghost or evil spirit. The ghostborn's eye widens as he absorbs this truth. The hunter concludes the ghostborn had only been guessing, driven by a desperate desire to escape his curse. Crumbling, the ghostborn asks in despair what he is supposed to do now. The hunter responds that he will cure the ghostborn, shocking him. He proposes they make a deal. The ghostborn, startled but hopeful, repeats the word deal. The hunter asks for the ghostborn's Jigwee research and cooperation in exchange. Privately, the hunter assumes the ghostborn's obsessive studies probably uncover things he himself does not know. The ghostborn doubts the offer and demands proof, so the hunter offers to demonstrate that treatment is possible immediately. Startled, the ghostborn demands clarification. The hunter tells him to hold out his hand. Hesitant but compelled, the ghostborn slowly reaches his hand forward. The hunter says it does not matter whether the ghostborn believes him, as the result will be the same. The ghostborn's trembling hand stretches out. The hunter grasps it firmly, sealing their temporary pact. Kneeling, the hunter channels power through their joined hands and warns the ghostborn that it will feel unbearably hot. A torrent of blazing energy erupts between them. Flames engulf the ghostborn's body as the treatment begins. Fire explodes from his mouth when he reflexively gasps. The hunter, also aflame, orders him not to breathe in the fire or it will ruin his mana flow. The ghostborn screams as his body is wreathed in purging flames. System narration announces that his ghostborn condition is beginning to change. It further declares that his curse is being washed away as he groans. As his rocky skin cracks and falls off, he realizes his ghostborn qualities are breaking apart, and that his misfortune has been severed. Visualized around a burning heart, he thinks that if the flames reach the core of his ghostborn traits in his heart, complete cure might be possible. He hopes a little more fire will finish the job, but he senses the embers weakening and desperately urges the flames to persist a bit longer. Some remaining fire gathers near his lips, and he wonders what the sensation is. The hunter, exhausted and smoking, tells him not to just sit there. Now smooth-faced, the ghostborn is told to check his face, and he tentatively touches his skin. He lifts his unscarred hand toward the crescent moon, testing his new condition. Smiling faintly, he savors the feeling of being free of the disfiguring curse. System messages show multiple divine beings reacting with amazement and interest at the drastic change and at the fire technique used. The hunter admits this is the limit of his current ability, and says repeated treatments will still be required and full recovery is not yet guaranteed. He proposes that if the ghostborn helps him defeat the Jigwee, they will gain more power and make complete healing possible. He adds that he is even willing to form a mana pact if necessary. Touched, the ghostborn says that is already enough and that he will try to trust the hunter. The hunter assesses that the ghostborn is far more useful than he first appeared. The ghostborn, now eager, asks how he can help and mentally muses that he is curious what the hunter will do. The hunter begins outlining his plan, saying first things first, while the Ghostborn listens. Firmly, the hunter tells him to speak respectfully because it bothers him that his friend's son addresses him casually. A divine being teases the hunter as old-fashioned, while the Ghostborn awkwardly agrees to speak more formally. Turning to the mountains, the hunter says that to chase the Jigwe they must first understand its behavior. He explains that Jigwes behave like crows and how they collect objects. Together they examine the creature's giant nest, planning to search it thoroughly. They step into the lair. Inside, they find heaps of treasure, weapons, and other trophies piled high. The hunter notes that the Jigwe keeps corpses as mementos, while a divine being excitedly comments on the valuable loot. More explanation clarifies that the Jigwe prefers both shiny and expensive items, hoarding them as trophies and then forgetting them. The Ghostborn reasons that by studying these collected items, they can predict where the Jigwe will go next. Among the horde they notice a distinctive bow. System text identifies it as the White Dove bow, describing its bullseye penetration and quintuple arrow skills and its strong attack power. The hunter decides to keep a few useful items like the bow for himself and sell the rest. As he inspects the loot, he senses something odd. Dark purple miasma billows out around the glowing sphere, drawing his attention. He recognizes in it the familiar stench of death. System text identifies the object as an illusion pearl forged from deathly flowers and steeped in smallpox victims' grudges. Reflecting that smallpox was once feared like tigers, the hunter suspects the pearl is connected to the white tiger. He tells the Ghostborn he has already guessed where the Jigwe went, which astonishes his companion. The Ghostborn infers the Jigwe has been gorging itself and burning power for some time. The hunter concludes the creature likely retreated deep into the mountains toward a place filled with powerful souls. Impressed, he revises his opinion, judging the Ghostborn to be extremely useful and urges that they head there immediately. Under the crescent moon, the two set off running through the mountains toward their target. 4 days later, they are still traversing the jagged range. They pass through a field of massive bones, evidence of ancient gigantic creatures. The two continue their determined sprint side by side. The hunter recalls a divine explanation that the Jigwe will possess unimaginable hunger and greed. They run alongside colossally large skeletal remains, emphasizing the danger ahead. A piercing screech makes them stop and look up in alarm. They reach a high ledge overlooking a canyon lit by ominous light. Below, the gigantic flaming bird Jigwe rages, causing drought, while divine beings comment excitedly on its size and hunting potential. The hunter activates his viper eye, his pupils turning golden. He focuses on the Jigwe's blazing form as it bears down on them. Drawing the white dove bow, he unleashes a powerful, multi-arrow volley. Lightning answers his shot as a divine tiger grants additional power, bathing him in golden energy. Surprised, he realizes his field of vision has suddenly expanded. He notes that not just sight but all of his senses have been heightened by a level. The enraged Jigwe rides in the sky amidst crackling lightning. The hunter wonders if this sensory boost is the Void Monarch's benefit, while continuing to fire empowered arrows. A divine being reacts in comic jealousy to the Void Monarch's gift and scrambles to find her own benefit. She frets that she has nothing decent to offer until a last-minute idea occurs to her. She decides to bestow her own divine authority as a new benefit. Narration jokes that this reckless act is very on brand for her. Light surges into the hunter as the system proclaims he has been equipped with the new authority. System text defines the authority 100% bullseye, guaranteeing that any marked target will be struck by consecutive hits. Crackling with blue lightning, the hunter draws back the bow once more. He fires, sending devastating lightning arrows down toward the Jigwe. The bolts pierce the Jigwe's body, tearing blackened holes through its flaming form. System text explains that, thanks to combined lightning skills, he can temporarily use lightning storm and that he has inflicted heavy damage on the Jigwe. The Ghostborn watches in stunned admiration. He attributes this overwhelming power to the Void Monarch's bestowed benefit. The hunting goddess exults, boasting that no other deity could grant such a powerful authority. The hunter notes with satisfaction that he now has the combat senses he previously lacked, while the goddess mocks the tiger deity's earlier, lesser benefit. Another system panel details Beast Sense, the tiger deity's gift that magnifies all 5 senses and grants a danger-sensing 6th sense. Beast Sense activates, concentrating all of the hunter's sharpened senses on the Jigwe. With this focus, he can now better anticipate the Jigwe's movements. The tiger deity appears pleased with how effectively the hunter is using his bestowed power. The Ghostborn races in, marveling that their chances of defeating the Jigwe might actually be real. His shock turns into conviction as he declares they can indeed defeat it. Suddenly, the hunter senses that an unauthorized intruder has entered the raid area. Twin columns of light descend from the sky nearby. 2 armored enforcement hunters land with a crash between them and the battlefield. The main pair turn to face these newcomers warily. The enforcers announce that they are standing in a security zone where only authorized personnel are allowed. Meanwhile, the wounded but raging Jigwe continues to thrash amid explosions of fire and lightning. System text proclaims a critical hit as lightning detonates against the Jigwe. Another critical strike raises the levels of the hunter's lightning explosion and lightning net skills. The Jigwe shrieks in pain but still struggles in the sky. Despite the chaos behind them, the enforcers continue trying to assert control as the colossal bird rides overhead. One enforcer repeats his demand that, because this is a protected area, they must leave. The Ghostborn shouts back that they have been chasing this monster for 4 days and begs to be allowed to finish the hunt. The lead enforcer coldly repeats his warning, insisting that only those with authorization may pass. He threatens that if they do not comply, they will be forced out and that the enforcers will not be responsible for any harm. Frustrated, the Ghostborn curses while the hunter remains grim. At that moment, the Jigwe dives toward the ground in another fiery assault. Someone yells that the Jigwe is attempting to flee. The Ghostborn sprints past the enforcers, yelling at them to move or they will lose their chance to hunt it. The enforcers warn them to retreat if they do not want a beating. The Jigwe streaks overhead, its flaming wings scattering embers as it flies. The Ghostborn looks back tensely at the silent hunter, waiting for his decision. The hunter wordlessly weighs the situation. A nervous official in a suit appears, explaining that Executive Director O had promised the hunter would not be hindered and wonders why the guards are blocking him. Power flares as some unseen force is unleashed near the barricade. The hunter reasons that beyond the guarded area lies the White Tiger and that Executive Director O is forcibly hiding something. He suspects this secret may be tied to the illusion pearl they recovered from the Jigwe's nest. He further theorizes that someone connected to that secret died to the Jigwe, and that the pearl is evidence of it. Therefore, others may now be trying to destroy or reclaim the illusion pearl and are also targeting the Jigwe. He concludes that pressing this issue harder is likely to reveal more hidden truths. Addressing the enforcers, the Ghostborn asks if they are free to move as they like as long as they do not cross into the protected zone. When they confirm that condition, the hunter smiles and says they then have nothing to worry about. Above them, the Jigwe gathers its strength and launches another roaring attack. The enforcers finally realize the imminent danger as the blazing bird descends. They are blasted and sent scrambling by the falling debris and shockwaves. The Jigwe slams into the ground again in a storm of fire and light. As the chaos peaks, the hunter raises his hand, ready to unleash his next move. The protagonist unleashes a swirling mass of dark purple and pink fire toward the Jigwe. A blazing sphere of fire is swallowed into his open mouth. The absorbed flames churn inside him like a fiery vortex. The fire explodes outward, wrapping around his body and filling the cavern. System text explains that the 8 trigrams Ern's fire has found a new fire source and is greedily trying to absorb it through him. Facing the Jigwe's corpse, he remarks that the monster seems to have left behind a chick. He reasons that the Jigwe's strange behavior and the strong effect from absorbing its fire only makes sense if it has been sharing sustenance with the child. He says that if they use this fact well, it will greatly help them, noting the Jigwe is a powerful evil spirit that usually requires heavy preparation to hunt. Asked about his own plans, his silver-haired ally admits he has some preparations but is unsure they will work. The protagonist deduces that if a chick has hatched, the Jigwe will seek nourishment for it, so he intends to predict its movements and lay a trap at its destination. He then releases the stolen flames in a massive eruption around himself. He reflects that the Jigwe swallows souls and that his authority soul extortion is effectively eating away at its spirit. System messages state that the flames of purgatory have spread through the Jigwe's connected spirits and are burning its entire body. The ground quakes as the inferno roars, watched from below by his ally. The flames of purgatory intensify, forcing the silver-haired man to shield himself. That man worries aloud that the monster is devouring everything it can reach. The protagonist explains the Jigwe is not hunting for fun but is driven by extreme hunger, so even a corpse would be a welcome meal. He reveals his plan to coat such a corpse with ice and paralysis poison. His ally notes that the Jigwe is helpless against those poisons. Watching the burning monster, the protagonist thinks everything is proceeding exactly as planned. He recalls that the Jigwe consumes its prey's soul and uses part of it as fuel for its deathly flames. He admits to himself that after killing the monster earlier he purposely left its spirit unextracted. He plans for that spirit to re-enter the Jigwe's body, become part of its flesh, and then be yanked back when it tries to flee. He resolves to drag it down using his soul extraction ability. He outlines that once the flames of purgatory ignite one spirit, they rapidly spread through the rest in the Jigwe's cluster-like body, leaving it no way to evade the 8 trigrams Ern's fire. He decides that the ashes and flames produced by burning the Jigwe will belong to him. He identifies himself as the Jigwe's natural enemy, not merely fire but the being that devours its flames. System text states the 8 trigrams Ern's fire keeps absorbing more fire, gaining destructive power while his strength and agility rise. More messages report his magic capacity skyrocketing and warn that the uncontrolled absorption of flames is becoming poisonous and dangerous. A notice says the fire's properties are changing and that he currently cannot fully control the 8 trigrams Ern's fire. His magic circuits expand past safe limits as the fire surges around him. Additional system prompts describe his circuits reaching expansion and strengthening limits, repeatedly installing and maxing out shunts to handle the power. The system concludes no more elements can be added and decides to attempt a new transformation since his circuits cannot use all his power. He unlocks the achievement He Who Swallowed the Sun, gaining large boosts to intelligence, will, magic power and an integrated magic circuit. Another message states his authority soul extortion skill level has risen, allowing faster soul extraction. The Jigwe tries desperately to resist the spiritual assault. Nearby hunters panic and ask what they should do about the escalating situation. The protagonist thinks he can finally draw his mysterious weapon. System text says destructive properties have been fully added to the 8 trigrams Ern's fire, and that its nature is changing as he unsheathes the scorched blade. Eternal flames awaken within the fish intestine sword, turning it into a blazing divine weapon. The system notes that blood has formed as another component of the artifact. It then confirms he has cleared the latent qualification requirements for wielding the divine artifact. Ecstatic, he shouts that this is the moment he has awaited and calls upon the sword. The awakened weapon manifests in a pillar of blinding fire. He notes that there is only one way to completely finish a jigui. He states that method is fully unsealing the fish intestine sword. He understands that doing so requires an enormous quantity of world-ending flame. He observes how greedily the sword devours all the surrounding fire. Preparing another step, he says there is one more thing to do as he grips the hilt. He invokes the concept of blood to further resonate with the weapon. Narration explains that the accumulated fire and blood act as keys to release the fish intestine sword, which has slept for a millennium. History is given. The sword passed down through Oyezi's line, bathed in brazier flames and the blood of countless assassins, becoming imbued with fire and indelible blood. System messages repeat that fire has awakened, blood has formed, and he has fully met the divine artifact's hidden qualification conditions. He proclaims that after consuming his fire and blood, the weapon now belongs entirely to him. The sword vibrates violently, wrapped in flames and red energy. He roars for the sword to cry out as its power erupts. The system records that evidence of the fish intestine sword's new owner will be engraved on the blade. A blue explosion follows as the newly claimed sword radiates power before him. Within a mental or spiritual space, the ornate sword appears, beginning to speak. Numerous crowned shadow spirits emerge from the sword, begging to be released and held. The protagonist silently appraises them with a cold gaze. The spirits clamor for his attention, each shouting for him to choose it. His allies and the white tiger hunting dogs stare in shock at the spiritual storm forming around him. A massive blue whirlwind rises before the silver-haired ally as the spiritual energy rages. Crowned specters crowd around the protagonist, vying to be chosen as his partner. He curtly tells the noisy spirits to be quiet. His command surges through the space, blasting the spirits back. The shockwave clears around him, leaving him standing alone at the center of the blue explosion. The true form of the fish intestine sword appears in front of him, glowing. A system message congratulates him for becoming the new owner of the fish intestine sword and successfully synchronizing with it. He draws the brilliant blade, golden energy flowing along its edge. He swings once, sending out an enormous crescent of blazing power. The fiery arc continues, enveloping the area as he completes the slash. The system declares a critical hit as the jigui is struck by a devastating blow. The wounded jigui screams and thrashes, slamming into the canyon. The protagonist grins, readying the sword for another attack. System text announces that a technique called Tiger Bearing has erupted from him. His fiery assault detonates again, engulfing the jigui in another explosion. He then dives through swirling darkness to close in for a finishing technique. The system announces activation of the skill Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. Dark purple energy climbs the canyon wall as he slashes upward with overwhelming force. The jigui's form disintegrates in a blinding flash. Shockwaves ripple out from the annihilated spirit. He reaches out through the fading energy to seize the monster's remaining essence. Dark energy spirals into his palm as he completes the extraction. The system reports that he has obtained Jigui's right crystal eye. A detailed description explains that this crystal eye condenses the Jigui's ghostly and fiery energies and can be used to observe changes in both the human world and the afterlife. Further data lists its type and effects and confirms that acquiring it has revealed the fish intestine sword's secret. His understanding of the sword surges, and his high-grade dagger technique reaches max level, unlocking a higher sword skill. The system creates new skills, highest grade dagger technique and low-grade longsword technique. His longsword technique quickly levels up as well, reaching max level. Messages announce that all his top-tier sword techniques will be unified into a single category. The system congratulates him on creating the overarching skill Sword Mastery. A divine being called Good Season to Hunt is shown stunned by the revelation that the fire stick is actually the fish intestine sword. The same deity nervously admits she did not realize the fire stick was a divine sword. She frantically blames her own loose tongue for previously telling him to throw the fire stick away. Another divine being, Snake that wraps around the world, calmly praises his knowledge in unsealing divine artifacts. The great demon that chases after the abyss continues to watch his growth, still awaiting the protagonist's answer. All that pierces through the twilight blesses his righteous heart, and the sword that best suits him. All the observing gods are shocked by the emergence of Oyezi's masterpiece. The fish intestine sword's full description appears, detailing its origin as one of Oyezi's 9 famous swords and its hidden abilities tied to fire, blood and tempestuous power. A hidden quest named Oyezi's Secret is created, tasking him with uncovering the mysteries of the 9 famous swords. The quest text elaborates on Oyezi, the 9 swords' attributes, and instructs him to find and unseal the remaining blades while warning that others may try to steal his sword. Conditions of the quest specify he must protect the fish intestine sword, acquire the other famous swords, and unlock their abilities through imprinting. As blue symbols swirl around him, he reacts in mild surprise to the new information and power. Energy rushes into his body as the sword's imprint fuses with him. Blue lightning-like power courses down his arm as he channels the sword's abilities into his right hand. He notes that his right hand has hardened significantly. He stands calmly as the worn fire stick sheath at his waist trembles in reaction. Wondering why the sheath is suddenly responding when it had been inert, he contemplates the change. He checks his stats and realizes his magic capacity has nearly tripled from level 30, feeling as if a great river of power flows through him. In the distance, his allies and the white tiger hunting dogs watch the aftermath of the cataclysmic fight. Two bald hunters lament that the Jigui was stolen from them and question what to do next. One says they cannot just ignore what happened. The scarred hunter recalls their superior's orders to kill the Jigui and search its nest for the illusion pearl so it cannot fall into other hands. He coldly concludes they will simply beat the protagonist up. His partner hesitates, pointing out that the protagonist absorbed the Jigui's flames and wondering how they could defeat someone like that, but the scarred man insists now is the best time. He argues that though the protagonist swallowed world-ending flames, he and his ally must be exhausted from the battle. Convinced, the other agrees they should overpower him now and interrogate him about the illusion pearl, then feed him to beasts if he refuses. The scarred hunter regrets that their director saw potential in the protagonist but believes he has chosen the wrong side. Suddenly, another group arrives. A man laughs that there are actually 3 big catches here today. The protagonist and his silver-haired ally turn in surprise toward the newcomers. One newcomer names the valuable targets as Li Changxian, the Jigui's treasure, and the white tiger's hunting dogs, joking about a birthday-like windfall. The hunters demand to know how this trio managed to get into the dungeon. The leader grins and replies that they simply walked in through the front door. The white tiger hunters realize their security inspections were flawed and identify the group as dangerous. The leader is introduced as the Iron Mace Demon, Yang Xinhe. His bearded companion is identified as the Saw Blade, Park Jipyo. The third man is introduced as the Crimson Target, Bei Wugyang. The white tiger hunter explains that instead of raiding other white tiger dungeons, these 3 specifically sniffed out the secret site. He realizes this means the intruders have already discovered the existence of the research facilities here. Yang Xinhe remarks that since they know about the lab there is plenty to discuss, swinging his massive spiked mace on a chain. The deadly flail spins up, gaining speed. He whirls it overhead, creating a storm of spikes and shockwaves. The scarred hunter admits that fighting these 3 head-on would end badly for them. He orders one subordinate to call for reinforcements while the other stalls for time as they split up. As one tries to rush past, he suddenly finds Yang's ally intercepting him. Park Jipyo clashes blades with the runner, shocking him. Jipyo forces him back in a fierce sword exchange. With a crazed grin, Jipyo tells his opponent not to be so easily surprised and urges him to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Yang's flail hurtles toward the other fleeing hunter. Yang shouts at the runner, demanding to know where he thinks he is going. Hearing the flail and shout behind him, the escaping hunter looks back in alarm. The spiked ball smashes into his guard, overwhelming him with explosive force. His armor shatters as he cries out in pain. Yang praises the block but immediately swings again, daring him to defend against another strike. The second blow crashes into the man, eliciting a horrified scream. Yang bears down fiercely with his weapon, pressing the attack. The terrified hunter sees the spiked ball flying straight at him. The final impact hits with a bloody spray, violently finishing the assault. The brutish hunter mocks their enemy's weakness while his companion yells at him not to kill an important lead. He grins, saying there is no need to worry because another enemy is still alive. The nervous ally curses that the brute is only making things harder as a bald fighter charges with a sword. On the burning battlefield, the main protagonist and a silver-haired ally face an approaching swordsman. The silver-haired man, bloodied and sweating, demands to know what the protagonist intends to do with them. The purple-haired hunter calmly says he does not want to do this but insists they must die there for his sake. The protagonist replies that he has no intention of dying here. He and the silver-haired ally notice something sudden off-panel. The purple-haired hunter powers up with red energy around his eyes and sword, insisting on attacking anyway. The protagonist raises a finger to the sky, beginning a powerful summoning. Smirking, he says he will only consider their plea if they can dodge what is coming. The brute looks up in shock as the air trembles. His comrades also stare upward in alarm. The purple-haired hunter realizes too late that something terrifying is appearing. A system message announces that the boss monster Jigui has appeared above the protagonist. The protagonist notes it was fortunate the monsters were laying eggs and wonders how the female will react to her mate's death, telling the others to dodge her attack. The enraged Jigui screams and dives amid flames. System text explains that flaming lightning pours from the Jigui as it attacks the group. The storm of fire and lightning continues to ravage the area. The Jigui swoops low, its fiery assault plowing along the ground. The brutish hunters flee through the air, panicking over what is happening. Their leader shouts orders to divert the Jigui and to also destroy a scroll. The Jigui barrels straight at them while they desperately scatter. The bird's attack detonates in a massive explosion. Amid the blasts, the protagonist's ally screams at Xinhe to dodge and berates him for getting hit. Safely behind cover, the protagonist explains that the male Jigui hunts while the female protects the chicks, so attacking the nest naturally drew her here. The silver-haired ally is stunned, wondering who this man really is. The protagonist casually states he is leaving to earn more crystal eyes. The ally objects that the protagonist is in no condition to continue. The protagonist assures him he has recovered and feels much better. The ally warns it is still dangerous, but the protagonist tells him not to worry. He produces a glowing crystal eye in his hand. Smiling, the protagonist says he has his own methods. He raises the eye toward his mouth, preparing to consume it. He recalls wondering if there is any reason to eat the crystal eye after already absorbing Jigui's flames. In a memory with a blindfolded craftsman, He is told that consuming it is necessary for a fundamental core transformation rather than just an attribute boost. The craftsman adds that once he swallows the crystal eye, another important effect will occur. The craftsman warns he might even become a Jigui himself, as text announces that the 8 trigram urns fire has gained destruction and ghost attributes. Additional system text says the fire's properties will change. Further notices declare that all attributes are merging into a new ruin attribute, turning 8 trigram urns fire into 8 trigram urns world-ending flame. System messages proclaim he has become a Jigui, and his strength and agility have increased. Another notice says he has learned the specialties of a Jigui. He gains mastery over world-ending flames, spirit flame, poltergeist, and pyrokinesis. A final notice states he can now use the technique First Form World-Ending Flame. The silver-haired ally runs as huge pillars of power crash down around him. Explosions rock the ground as the new flames erupt. The transformed protagonist, wreathed in purple wings of fire, dives from the sky. His demonic Jigui-like visage looms with glowing eyes and fanged grin. He clashes with the Jigui, his purple flames meeting its fiery body and knocking hunters aside. The brutish survivors scramble away in terror. A system message announces that the skilled Black Mountain Monarch's claw has been activated. His flaming claw attack rips into the Jigui, causing another huge blast. A massive cloud of fire and smoke rolls out over the battlefield. The protagonist, half cloaked in purple flame, walks calmly from the inferno. Standing over a severely burned enemy who begs for death, he looms with sword drawn and purple fire in hand. He thrusts purple flames into the man's body. The flames erupt violently, engulfing the captive. The protagonist regards the scene calmly, purple fire flickering around him. Surrounded by a vortex of Jigui flames, he reaches toward the fallen Jigui. A notice appears saying he has absorbed the Jigui's right crystal eye. The glowing blue crystal eye manifests in his palm as energy surges. Text explains that his magic power and multiple skills, including world-ending flame and poltergeist, are strengthened. He notes he gained 66 magic power this time and realizes there are limits to repeatedly absorbing such power. An achievement notification rewards him extra magic power and will for hunting a legendary avian pair. Another title screen, Jigui's Vessel, explains that by possessing 2 crystal eyes he can wield catastrophic Jigui flames and has equipped this title. Dungeon rankings update to show him suddenly entering 9th place, and he muses that killing 2 Jiguis in a row must be causing chaos outside. He turns back to the tortured purple-haired man, reminding him that he said he wanted to die. As the man screams and begs, the protagonist remarks that causalgia is known as the most excruciating pain. Close up, the man's face contorts in agony as the flames ravage him. The protagonist tells him that if he truly wishes for death, he must first reveal everything he knows. The silver-haired ally watches from afar as the protagonist interrogates the burning prisoner. Shocked, the ally compares the protagonist's power to holding a miniature sun. He thinks the man shines as if he has moved the sun's core into his own body. The protagonist summarizes the confession, confirming that the White Tiger clan lured them to the blackish red mountain range for a hidden purpose. The prisoner confirms the story, barely able to speak through pain. The protagonist recalls that the clan's sudden rise about 13 to 14 years ago coincided with certain events. Exposition explains the 7 cryptic scriptures of San, divine scrolls unearthed decades ago by the White Tiger. Further narration says the clan found 3 of the scriptures, each granting tremendous power. It recounts how the clan leader Moonsung is exceptional, but the clan's explosive growth and fame are largely due to these artifacts. The protagonist presses the prisoner to explain everything simply, and the man agrees if he will then be granted death. The protagonist coldly notes that whether he honors the plea is his choice and orders the man to speak. The agonized man agrees and prepares to reveal the truth. He explains that each scripture teaches how to invoke the power of a forgotten ancient constellation. The protagonist realizes these refer to the so-called forgotten stars. Cosmic narration describes how at the dawn of the cosmos there were few constellations. It continues that although initially weak, these early stars held vast holy power and later found roles within the world. Their remnants now dot both the cosmos and the world. The protagonist reflects that these are the forgotten stars and asks if their strength can truly be borrowed. He wonders if the Void Monarch has kept this knowledge secret from him. The prisoner adds that of the White Tiger's 3 scriptures, 2 have been deciphered and 1 remains most crucial. The protagonist identifies that final scripture as Peter's key. A vision of the ornate key appears as he concludes that the scripture was meant to unlock that artifact. He then asks why the prisoner came to this place, suspecting reasons beyond terrorism or revenge. The prisoner admits he came to find the artifact known as the Illusion Pearl. The protagonist recognizes the Illusion Pearl, recalling sensing an intense grudge against smallpox from it. The man explains that the first scripture revealed a method to create an unbeatable warrior. Text summarizes that this scripture describes a person who loses their soul after being possessed by starlight. More narration explains such a soulless person is filled with starlight, and thus gains overwhelming martial strength. These people become holy knights who unquestioningly obey the command of the star. The ingredients to make such warriors include special wildflowers from Siakian's flowerbed, used to craft the Illusion Pearl. The protagonist realizes the training institute's location was chosen to facilitate this scheme. He notes that the blackish red mountain range mirrors the Siakian flowerbed and is ideal for testing candidates for compatibility with the warrior formula. He says the disappeared trainees were written off as accident victims, hiding the truth. He concludes that White Tiger's executive director O, second in command, must be orchestrating these projects. He adds that with Bestla's tomb gone and Peter's key vanished, the White Tiger plans have been severely disrupted. He asks the prisoner if he intended to use the illusion pearl to expose the White Tiger's true nature and implies there must be further evidence. The man confirms this through ragged breaths. The protagonist decides that while many secrets are now revealed, more remain unknown even to this man. He finishes the prisoner off in a flash of light and flame. Afterwards, only the protagonist and the bald cultist remain conscious amidst the burning landscape. The protagonist smiles and suggests they now uncover the remaining evidence. He says the bald man must know the location of the research facility where illusion pearls and warriors were mass-produced. Kneeling and touching the man's head, he prompts him to confirm this. Terrified, the bald man demands to know if the protagonist fears the wrath of their patron god. The protagonist asks whether he truly believes that God is on his side. A system message states that the divine being called the tiger trapped in hardships has lost interest in this ineffective believer. The bald man realizes in shock that he has been abandoned. The protagonist says the god now seeks a stronger follower instead. Smirking, he adds that the god wants someone better than a dying fool like this man, while the divine text shows the deity laughing with him. A final stroke of light ends the man's life. Later, the silver-haired ally is startled as the protagonist's black flames suddenly surround and undress him for treatment. Still confused, the ally is ordered to sit in the lotus position. The protagonist confirms he will begin the treatment immediately. The ally, relieved and excited, thinks that his long-awaited healing is finally happening. Sitting opposite each other, the protagonist warns that stabilizing a ghost-born's residual energy will take time and concentration. He explains that although only an hour or two will pass outside, the process may feel like days or months to the ally. The ally notes that calming such hysterical energy will be exhausting. The protagonist tells him it will eventually end, cautions him never to give up, or else he will begin to demonize. The ally understands that failure means turning into a monster or ghost. He agrees, while both sit facing each other amid the flames. The protagonist warns that if he senses any sign of such a change, he will kill the ally immediately. He thinks about the catastrophic consequences if a broken Xerxes roams free in the world. He steels himself for what must be done. The ally reassures him with a gentle smile, telling him not to worry. The protagonist falls silent, visibly moved by that trust. He reflects that despite seeming directionless, Xerxes has always held one powerful desire, and he prepares to begin. Power surges as the protagonist channels purple flames along his arm in preparation for the ritual. System text says the first form world-ending flame envelopes his body and sets the ghost-born ablaze. The ally screams as the intense flames course through him. Amid the fire, the protagonist's words echo, urging him not to lose himself and never to give up. The ghost-born's body is engulfed completely, becoming a pillar of purple fire. The scene whites out as the flames consume everything. Xerxes then opens his eyes inside a blindingly white snowy landscape. Standing on a snowy peak, he wonders where he is. He silently takes in the strange, cold surroundings. Wind howls around his solitary figure as he wanders the empty snowfield. Thinking he would rather die than remain in this place, he trudges forward through the storm. Exhausted, he collapses onto the snow. A younger version of the protagonist appears in the blizzard and rushes toward the fallen Xerxes. From a distance, another shadowy figure watches as the boy carries Xerxes away through the snow. The silver-haired man realizes he is inside his own unconscious mind. He thinks about how he does not want to remember his past. A memory surfaces of him as a child being called a monster and told to be abandoned. The flashback shows the starving child digging through trash to eat. People spot the child sleeping on the street and refer to him as a monster brat. The child is then viciously beaten and cursed at by adults. Remembering this, he thinks that without being saved back then, he would have died. In his mental world, he wonders if dying back then would have spared him these traumatic memories. He senses another presence in his mind and addresses it. He sees a shadowy figure and says he had been searching for it. The shadow invites him to leave this cold place with it before winter deepens. Longing for connection, he admits he no longer wants to be alone. The shadow extends its hand toward him. He starts to reach his own hand out in response. As their hands approach, the shadow encourages him to take it. A distant voice tells him not to lose himself. That voice urges him to never give up. The shadow asks why he hesitates. He turns away from the shadow and begins running through the snow. Resolving that this frozen world is not where he is meant to stay, he rejects it. In reality, the divine being owl that pierces through the twilight is pleased by his righteous resolve. The one-eyed man tending him says the critical danger has passed. The owl remarks that the ghost-born Beck Jaiwul is tenacious and that even with full power it might have lost had he demonized. The protagonist reflects that such strength is natural if Jaiwul's father is Xerxes, then turns his attention elsewhere while the boy rests. A system message announces that low-grade rune engraving has advanced into intermediate grade, creating an area concealment skill. Planning his next move, he decides to inspect the Illusion Pearl research facility but wants to do something first. He activates the skill Beast Sense, unleashing a powerful aura. An enemy agent panics, deciding to kill useless witnesses before they can report the truth. Blades of energy tear through the air toward the fleeing man. The barrage continues as he desperately dodges. He resolves to reach Executive Director O and reveal everything no matter what. While the healer focuses on Jaiwul, the agent thinks about escaping unnoticed. The protagonist intercepts him with an overwhelming attack. Terrified, the agent realizes he has been caught. The protagonist stares him down, baring his teeth. A violent impact rocks the area as their clash lands. The system declares that the agent's stealth skill has been dispelled, leaving him exposed. Startled, the agent reacts with shock. The protagonist appears with a sinister smile, half his face darkened by divine power. Cornered, the agent draws a hidden blade to fight back. He lunges and stabs, blood splattering. The protagonist easily overpowers him in close quarters. Driving him along with an explosive charge, the protagonist slams him into a wall. Face to face, the protagonist greets him again, and the agent fearfully asks what will be done to him. The protagonist admits he initially meant to kill him but has changed his mind to avoid rousing the executive director's suspicion. The agent, confused and fearful, tries to protest. Smiling darkly, the protagonist reveals the illusion pearl and says he has a simpler way to handle things. He forcibly presses the enchanted pearl into the agent's head as the man screams. A notification states that player Song Yujun has swallowed the illusion pearl. Further messages explain Yujun's reason has been paralyzed, his ego suspended, and he has fallen into a hypnotic trance under the protagonist's control. Under that trance, Yujun kneels before him. The protagonist orders Yujun to stand. Like a puppet, Yujun rises while purple mist coils around him. Observing this state, the protagonist wonders if this condition is what is called soulless or having lost one's soul. Determined, he prepares to use Yujun and says it is time to begin. He tests his control by commanding Yujun to sit, roll, and bark like a dog, which Yujun obediently does. Then he casually orders Yujun to kill himself. Yujun calmly starts strangling himself with his own glowing hand. The protagonist halts him with a curt command. Yujun instantly stops, the killing hand relaxing. The protagonist marvels at how powerful the illusion pearl is, noting that this comes from the lowest ranked scriptures and wondering about the higher ones. He programs Yujun to report to Executive Director O that nothing is amiss and to act completely normal. Yujun acknowledges the order while divine being's snake that wraps around the world and tiger that has been trapped in hardships show amused interest in the protagonist's schemes. The protagonist dismisses Yujun, telling him to leave. Yujun thanks him obediently, fully under his influence. Enveloped by blue wind, Yujun departs using his movement art. The protagonist stops him momentarily. Yujun answers respectfully, asking if there are any additional orders. Intrigued by Yujun's wind technique, the protagonist asks if he can learn it, thinking it will be useful and suit Yahello as well. Yujun explains that the skill is called Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale, derived from Tiger's Step, and that the protagonist should be able to use it. The protagonist tells Yujun to teach him, though Yujun warns it normally takes a long time without a skill book. Confident in his own talent, the protagonist says he will figure it out alone. The two begin joint practice, swirling wind gathering as Yujun demonstrates the technique. The protagonist copies the movements, quickly adapting to the wind-based art. Yujun is astonished that the protagonist is nearly mastering it already. Seeing the protagonist fully control the gale, Yujun exclaims in disbelief. The protagonist coolly tells him to repeat the demonstration so he can refine it further. Training continues relentlessly, the command to go again echoing as they rehearse. The system confirms he has created the new skill Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale based on Tiger's Step. A detailed description explains that Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale is an active Qigong-based movement technique enabling agile, wind-riding motion. Having understood the technique, the protagonist wraps himself entirely in its wind, while Yujun marvels that he learned in moments what took years. Yujun bows, praising the protagonist as truly admirable, but the protagonist brushes it off and tells him to just go. Yujun happily speeds away with his wind skill. Messages report that the protagonist has learned Qigong, and that his related skill levels have increased repeatedly. Additional notifications state he has acquired both stealth and concealment. Using his new powers, he rockets into the sky, and the tiger divine being laughs in amazement at his rapid growth. Another divine being, good season to hunt, notes his movements are ideal for hunting and looks for a fitting skill to grant him. The protagonist races over the mountainous region using Flying Tiger's Trailing Gale. He emerges from the trees, wind and darkness swirling around him. Remembering the jigui, he notes that the ghost bird pair lays 1 egg per century. The system announces that he has discovered the jigui's nest. He enters a cavern and spots a glowing purple egg in the center, saying he has found it. A detailed item window describes the jigui egg as a rare material capable of hatching a demonic beast or granting attributes to an item. He recalls that jigui are actually spirit gatherings with 3 forms and no fixed physical body. He thinks about how they usually appear as birds but can shift shape according to their environment. Analyzing the egg, he concludes its power, immaturity, and health are perfect and decides that raising it into a spiritual bird companion will be ideal. He draws the jigui's spiritual flames into himself, letting the energy spiral around him. The tiger divine being becomes curious about how he intends to hatch the egg as violet fire erupts everywhere. Tiger suggests the spirit should become a rare beast like a tiger rather than a simple bird while the protagonist channels the flame through his mouth. The jigui spirit bursts forth, taking on a new form in front of the protagonist. As other divine beings good season to hunt and tiger argue over what form is best, he politely thanks them for their advice, thinking their quarrel is unexpectedly reasonable. The argument escalates, each divine being mocking the other as they bicker. Good season to hunt even prepares metaphorical arrows while the protagonist notes their relationship has significantly worsened. Ignoring them, he tells the newborn spirit to consume his inner flames and grow strong. Smiling, he decides it is time to head to the Illusion Pearl research facility. Using the wind technique, he speeds away across the landscape. The scene shifts to a mountain with a concealed research facility built into its side. Inside the lab, staff discuss how the executive director has only told them to wait, saying the problem will soon be resolved. The chief scientist curses in frustration at this vague order. He reflects on all the divine artifacts and authorities he has developed, including illusion pearls and starlight coordinates. Despite his achievements at White Tiger Guild, he complains that the association is now sending an inspection department after him. He grumbles that he is only in trouble because he pocketed a little and that executive director O had him prepare everything in the first place. He laments that repeated calls for help have only earned the instruction to keep waiting. Still enraged, he shouts about how much he has done for them, startling the guards. He explains that inspectors are arriving today, orders his men to destroy incriminating documents, and warns that a high-level director is personally coming. He broods over the secret Gildal project under Director O's supervision, knowing that alone will arouse intense curiosity. Considering his own safety, he decides the association is dangerous for someone like him and rationalizes that joining the 5-star Blade Guild as a White Tiger ranker would be safer. Feeling slightly reassured by this plan, he relaxes and sighs. Fantasizing greedily, he imagines leaving for a rich conglomerate family and enjoying a luxurious life. Looking out over the facility, he vows to secure valuable bargaining chips before he departs. In a brief cutaway, another officer mentions it is unfortunate about Baek Jiawol, and that he had also been curious about Lee Changxian. Back at the lab, the scientist wonders where the men sent after the illusion pearls have gone and muses that it would be nice to take them along if he could find them. He decides the comatose subject in the tank is also valuable enough, and resolves to make do with him instead. He suddenly notices something and reacts with a short, startled exclamation. Off-screen subordinates scramble as he demands to know why the retrieval team for the illusion pearls has not returned and warns that exposure would ruin them. Outside the mountain, the forest rustles quietly, hinting at incoming movement. Blue wind streaks rip through the red forest as the protagonist races toward the facility. Focused, he hurtles forward surrounded by swirling leaves. Notifications show the Tiger Divine being proudly saying the protagonist resembles him, while Good Season to Hunt insists his bravery resembles her more. Their bickering continues as they trade jabs about sleep talking and bad breath. The system notes that the two divine beings are glaring daggers at each other while the protagonist keeps running, wondering how long their quarrel will last. He stops in a purple flower field beneath the cliffside facility. Taking in the surroundings, he asks if this is the right spot. Seeing the hidden building above, he confirms that he has reached the research facility. He activates his newly learned stealth skill. Wrapped in wind, he becomes silent as all sound is dispersed. Calm and focused, he prepares to infiltrate. Using Flying Tiger's trailing gale, he launches himself up toward the facility entrance. Guards at the gate fail to notice as a streak of wind passes overhead. One guard senses something briefly, but his partner dismisses it. The first guard wonders aloud if something just passed them, while the other tells him he is imagining things. Nervous about the inspection already, they complain while the invisible protagonist slips by them. Inside, a system message announces that the 12th trap has activated, but Beast's sense has revealed its direction, and it has not detected him. Viper Eye and Flying Tiger's trailing gale activate together, scanning and bypassing more traps as his skills rapidly level up. He successfully passes another trap undetected, with the Snake Divine being praising his skillful use of abilities. Sensing the commotion in the facility, he wonders if something unusual has happened. As workers hurriedly move documents, he races unseen through their ranks, noticing the panic. Enhanced Beast sense sharpens his hearing so he can listen to every sound around him. From overheard complaints, he learns that staff resent the inspectors for arriving while they are already overwhelmed and fear being caught. Further snatches of conversation reveal the workers dread becoming test subjects themselves and are frantically ordering one another to move incriminating materials. Someone urgently orders the area to be cleared. A worker complains they are overwhelmed, wonders why the team hunting the Jigwe has not returned with the illusion pearl, then hears news that the Jigwe's corpse has been found. The man questions how the Jigwe could be killed, recalls unconscious High-Off members being discovered, and is confused about what is happening. He decides they must remove everything before inspectors arrive, and then locates what he was looking for. A surge of blue energy shoots out. The energy tears through a room full of workers as someone notes it is the Illusion Pearl production facility. The blue bolt slams into a massive secure door. Entering, the protagonist senses strong poisonous herbs and recognizes the crying flower's toxin saturating the room. He notes that the laughing flower causes seizures and that the tiger's calamity is closely watching him, while guards shout for faster work. His poison immunity activates and negates all toxins as workers continue moving cargo. He finds the main door tightly locked and learns an approved ID is needed. The lock requests the correct pattern or password, prompting him to inspect the panel. He debates breaking the door, rejects causing a commotion, and searches his memory for a password. Feeling something, he realizes the object is Peter's key. He wonders why Peter's key is reacting now. He curses that the Void Monarch is watching and decides he cannot openly take the key out. He suspects something, considering another option. He places his hand on the panel to try using the key indirectly. The system recognizes a master ID, releases the lock, and opens the door, surprising him. He marvels at Peter's key for instantly granting that access, and wonders what power it holds. The tiger deity feels embarrassed by the sudden unlocking and muses that the protagonist might have talent for breaking restraints. The snake deity teases the tiger for not understanding and explains that such feats are possible because the protagonist embodies 10 red-banded snakes. Impressed, the tiger deity praises the protagonist's courage and talent, and grows even more interested in him. The protagonist thinks the Void Monarch does not realize he has Peter's key, questions the talk of snakes, and mentally mocks the snake deity. He plants his feet firmly, bracing himself. Realizing who is responsible, he concludes that a particular group is behind all this. A memory or vision of a bowed, rain-soaked figure surfaces. The vision widens, showing the whole sorrowful figure. He enters a vast facility filled with pods while the tiger's calamity unleashes its rage and revels in seeing his warriors prepared. Disgusted, the protagonist looks over the scene. The owl deity expresses strong aversion to what she sees and glares at the tiger deity. The tiger deity smirks at the owl, asking what she plans to do. The protagonist reacts to the deity's exchange. The owl deity, enraged, begs the protagonist to mete out justice on her behalf. A sudden quest named Owl's Plead is generated. The quest explains that the owl deity abhors the tiger's corrupting influence on humans and implores the protagonist to bring peace by ending these schemes, including the God-sent warriors and the Illusion Pro facility. The reward promises a blessing from the owl deity proportional to his success. The protagonist is shocked that the owl deity is willing to go this far. He reflects that, though he expected her anger at the Void Monarch, he did not expect her to issue such a drastic quest. Imagining the owl deity's blessing, he envisions a powerful armored warrior blessed by an owl. He realizes he might gain one of her authorities if he accepts. He weighs the choice, knowing acceptance will alienate the Void Monarch while refusal will lose Minerva's favor. As the owl deity stares at him, he grumbles about being in a troublesome situation. He hovers over the option to refuse the quest. He silently reconsiders, eyes narrowing. A faint smile forms as he reaches a decision. He addresses the tiger deity, saying there is something he wants to ask his patron. The tiger gladly agrees to listen, and the protagonist says the tiger already knows why he is here. Smirking, the protagonist thinks he can mislead both deities while planning to seize everything in the facility since they both need him. He declares he will not let others have what he cannot, and asks what the tiger thinks of that resolve. Confident, he notes the Void Monarch values him highly as a priest candidate, and will not abandon him easily. The tiger deity quietly enjoys the protagonist's scheming. The tiger adds that he still likes the protagonist, and considers any divine household fooled by him to be idiots. The tiger promises not to restrain the protagonist's ambition. Another sudden quest, Tiger's Plunder, is created. Tiger's Plunder tasks him with showing his capabilities as a priest candidate, warning of harsh punishment if he disappoints. The quest requires him to plunder and assimilate everything he sees. Failure will bring divine punishment, while success grants authority over all spoils and possibly the tiger's blessing. The protagonist accepts both sudden quests, stating that everything is set. He wonders aloud how Minerva will respond to his decision. The owl deity happily affirms she expected this choice, while he thinks she is clumsy but predictable. He officially agrees to Owl's Plead. The system confirms the sudden quest has been approved. With both sudden quests active, his movement range and freedom within the facility dramatically expand. The combined objective now is to eradicate all God-sent warriors and destroy every related facility. Deciding he has delayed enough, he prepares to move on to the next phase. His stealth status is cancelled, revealing him. Guards notice and demand to know who is there as he calmly turns. He unleashes the 8 trigram earns world-ending purple flames. A system notice states that the nickname Jigwee's vessel is now equipped as the purple inferno engulfs him. The purple flames roar outward in a massive blast. Panicked guards scream, questioning why the Jigwee's flames are appearing here. The protagonist, wreathed in purple fire, bears down on them. The system reports that he has created a flame storm as he descends. The storm engulfs the guards. The purple fire tears the facility apart in a violent explosion. The devastation erupts to the surface in a towering blast of fire. Alarms ring out as people shout about a major fire breaking out in the central research building and scramble to respond. Explosions continue to rip through corridors as personnel flee. Soldiers are consumed by raging fire, screaming in pain. Others shout that the flames cannot be extinguished. Commanders order everyone to keep their distance and attack the fire with ice magic from afar. Ice and fire clash in another huge detonation. The shockwaves and light from the blast cause extended screams. An overseer rushes to the burning entrance, stunned by the scale of the explosion. Horrified, he demands to know what is happening. He rages at the security team for allowing this situation. Another explosion forces him to leap away in terror. A subordinate checks on the chief, and the chief urgently asks how many men remain. Desperate, he screams for an immediate report. The camera lingers on the burning ruins now engulfed in flames. Surviving guards cough in the darkness, complain about heat and ash, and check on each other's safety. A system message notes that they have contracted a burn infection. The infected guards realize something is wrong with their bodies as a warning advises immediate evacuation. One soldier, engulfed again in purple fire, begs for help while dying in agony. The purple flames streak out like projectiles. Multiple infected soldiers scream as the fireballs tear through them. The enraged chief charges straight at the protagonist through the flames. Another blinding explosion follows their clash. The protagonist, holding his flaming blade, judges his opponent's strength as acceptable. The chief demands to know who he is, whether Hao sent him, and how he can control the Jigwee's world-ending flame. The protagonist advances menacingly through the purple fire, startling bystanders. The chief recognizes him as Li Changxian and shouts his name in disbelief. Other guards also realize the intruder is Li Changxian. The chief is baffled that someone who should be elsewhere is standing before him now. Twisted with greed, he rejoices at the opportunity to capture such a valuable target himself. He fantasizes that exploiting Changxian will let him build a clan rivaling White Tiger in 5 years. Changxian appears calmly before him as debris settles, surprising the chief. The chief lunges with his massive sword, shouting at Changxian not to escape. Their powers collide in a huge burst of light. The system announces that Changxian's flying tiger's trailing gale skill and stealth have been forcefully cancelled as he grunts from the impact. The blast separates them inside the corridor. The chief presses the attack, swinging his huge sword downward. Changxian realizes in mid-clash that his opponent is not ordinary. He concludes that the chief himself is a god-sent warrior. Observing the battle, he infers that not only soldiers but even high-ranking executives have been turned into god-sent warriors, likely including other White Tiger leaders. Rather than discouraged, he sees this as a chance to test the true power of a god-sent warrior. His magic circuits churn wildly, Jigwee's world-ending flame intensifies, and he dumps 30 bonus stat points into strength. The chief likewise augments his dexterity with 30 extra stat points. Their boosted stats collide as Changxian dives in with blazing speed. A massive wave of purple flame hurls the chief backward. Shocked by Changxian's power, the chief exclaims that such strength belongs to a mere newcomer. Changxian powers up further, gripping his sword amid a torrent of purple flames. The chief's sword gains ghostly energy, and system messages warn that the tiger's destined death around Changxian has thickened as the chief exults that heaven aids him. A caution notice appears while Changxian's expression hardens and his aura flares. The chief unleashes a storm of ghost-charged sword arcs around the room. Changxian assesses each strike as formidable, likens the ghostly pressure to a tiger in pursuit, and recognizes this as the true manifestation of the tiger's calamity. Regular soldiers rush Changxian, cursing him as they join the fray. They vow to kill him and rush forward to support their director. Changxian notes that these charging soldiers are also god-sent warriors. He decides to mix his blood poison with Jigwee's flames to create a world-ending fire barrier. A towering vortex of purple fire rises around him, confronting the oncoming troops. Something unexpected happens as he manipulates the swirling barrier. The god-sent soldiers charge into the blazing maelstrom brandishing swords. Realizing continued melee will favor them, Changxian concludes he must switch tactics to divide and conquer. As they shout to capture him, he escapes in a burst of speed, planning to separate his foes. System prompts remind him he is mid-battle, stabilize his mind with unbending spirit and inner peace, and let him regain clear focus. In a narrow hallway, he stands poised with sword and wind aura as an enemy approaches from behind. The armored soldiers think they have finally cornered the troublesome intruder. Changxian's calm gaze shows otherwise. The chief suddenly realizes something is wrong. He understands that they have been lured into this corridor so Changxian would not have to fight many enemies at once. Panicking, the chief shouts for his men to duck. A web of blue energy lashes out through the corridor. The chief screams as the attack hits. Changxian stands at the center, encircled by deadly crossing blades of blue energy. His authority 100% bullseye activates, sending those energy blades precisely through the god-sent soldiers. The good season to hunt deity is thrilled by his skillful use of her authority, as the energy lines slice down the enemies. As the last enemies fall, the chief lunges one more time, catching Changxian off guard. The chief's hand clamps around Changxian's throat. Gloating, the chief declares that he has finally captured Li Changxian. The bespectacled man boasts that his higher level and stats guarantee his victory, and orders his opponent to surrender. The younger man, despite being captured, coldly asks if the other thought restraining him meant he could do as he pleased. The older man, unnerved, demands to know what his captive is implying. Energy erupts around the younger man as he is throttled, signaling a powerful counterattack. A system notification announces that the divine artifact fish intestine sword has manifested in the younger man's hand. The red sword materializes fully, surrounded by ominous power. The younger man, eyes glowing, begins channeling the sword's sinister energy. System messages declare that the twin swords resonate, and that the artifact evil dragon Snaggletooth is awakening. A narration recalls how the divine blacksmith O Yezi earned eternal fame by forging a few masterpieces. It continues that the demonic blacksmith Taotai forged countless masterpieces, making him O Yezi's rival even among the gods. The narration explains that because the two craftsmen lived in different eras and pursued different goals, their superiority was never decided, but the present situation offers a chance to judge them. The fish intestine sword, glutted with blood, and the evil dragon Snaggletooth both shine, each revealing its true worth. System prompts state that part of the requirements to unlock the evil dragon Snaggletooth have been met, its lock released, shocking the older man. The weapon's power surges outward and the system notes that the evil dragon Snaggletooth is beginning to display its full might. The older man stares in terror, realizing the dagger is changing. He watches as the once dagger elongates into a massive sword amid exploding energy. The younger man raises the transformed blade high, cloaked in violent aura. The system identifies the manifested weapon as the divine artifact Evil Dragon Snaggletooth, with a dragon looming behind it. A detailed description explains the sword is a dagger and longsword divine artifact of immeasurable attack power, causing endless bleeding and devouring evil, with hidden functions partly available due to incomplete qualification. Empowered by the sword's aura, the younger man spreads his arms as purple energy floods the room. The twin swords resonate again, and the system announces that the passive skill Sword Mastery is activating. He exhales in relief, steadying himself within the swirling energy. His focused eyes show he has fully adapted to his new power. Now dual-wielding the two legendary swords, he prepares for battle, wrapped in crackling aura. A system explanation defines Sword Mastery as a passive skill of a master swordsman that allows free use and ownership of countless swords. Another notification awards him the achievement for wielding entirely different famous swords, boosting his intelligence and leveling up Sword Mastery. Multiple divine beings react, some shocked he unlocked the artifact, others impressed by his ingenuity, and one urges him to use Taotia's armaments for righteous purposes. More divine beings show interest and praise, calling his new swords a fresh set of fangs as he swings them experimentally. The older man trembles, sensing grave danger from his opponent. Relying on his patron-granted beast sense, he realizes he must dodge immediately or face death. He concludes that failing to evade the incoming slash will kill him as a massive purple arc descends. The younger man launches himself with a sweeping double sword attack that engulfs the corridor. The older man desperately raises his own blade and screams as he's overwhelmed. The destructive wave tears through everything in its path. Struggling within the inferno, the older man holds his sword as the flames eat away at him. The fish intestine sword in the younger man's hand hums with power in response. He senses the sword's emotions, wondering if it is dissatisfied with merely ending the fight. Startled by another reaction from his weapons, he looks down at them. He realizes now the evil dragon Snaggletooth is urging him to witness its capabilities. He unleashes a new, even more ferocious surge of purple flames. The attack floods down the corridor toward the older man like a tidal wave. The older man is buried by the onrushing flames and cries out in agony. Though he tries to withstand the assault, he is pushed back and damaged, his weapon starting to crack. Realizing survival requires escape, he decides he must flee immediately. System messages say the fish intestine sword is revealing its sharp brilliance while the evil dragon Snaggletooth bears its vicious fangs. Watching both blades thrum with pride, the younger man notes their strong competitive desire for victory. The older man turns and runs, desperately trying to escape the engulfing flames. The younger man's expression hardens as he resolves to finish things. He dives after his fleeing foe with both swords crossed, power concentrating. The system announces the activation of the devastating skill Black Mountain Monarch's Claw as he charges. A colossal wave of darkness and flame roars after the retreating older man. The older man looks back in terror as the pursuing energy closes in. The unleashed power detonates in a massive purple explosion. The blast leaves the interior devastated and shrouded in roiling purple smoke. Amid the aftermath, the older man's mangled hand claws the floor as system messages state that despair is spreading. As frustration and suicidal thoughts flood him, the system reports that negative emotions are saturating the area. Another message says the world-ending fire is devouring this grudge, growing stronger while the younger man looms over the crawling victim. The younger man wonders if what he sees are the older man's regrets, and why the man still drags himself forward. He decides that aside from rare Ghostborn, few people would force him to go this far, and chooses to delay killing the man to follow where he leads. The mortally wounded older man vows to reach his goal no matter what. His bloodied hand slips as life rapidly fades. A system notification confirms that player Yasangwon has died. The younger man watches silently as the corpse burns in purple flames near a secured door. The system announces that the fish intestine sword and evil dragon Snaggletooth have been resealed, while the younger man notes the victim collapsed right before a door that would have opened to his touch. Facing the sealed door, the system demands a pattern and password. The younger man wonders if it will accept his attempt. He places his hand on the holographic lock interface. The console responds as he stands ready for the result. The system verifies him as the master ID and opens the inner chamber. He concludes that his newly gained key specializes in unlocking mechanisms. As a divine being marvels that he reached this hidden place. He enters a luminous chamber housing a huge apparatus. Tubes from the machine connect into a restrained person's hand. More tubes run along the figure's body, showing how fully they're wired in. The younger man dashes up the device, cloaked in blue energy. He lands near the restrained figure, energy trailing from his movements. Standing over a girl bound to the machine, he reacts with confusion. Recognizing her, he strains to recall the girl's name. A flashback shows the same girl as an excitable fan among other trainees. He remembers she is Shin Yunseo and wonders if she has been turned into a god-sent warrior. Placing his hand over hers, he initiates an analysis and the system detects an abnormality. Noting that the tiger's calamity is wary, he concludes she is not simply a god-sent warrior but something even more fundamental. His eyes narrow as he examines her condition closely. A vision reveals her surrounded by demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and the Jigwee's power, indicating all their essences reside within her. He realizes this hybridization is what Executive Director O wanted to conceal. He infers that the God-Sent Warriors project was only a stepping stone to create this being, linked to the goblin leader Gildal. Using his beast sense, he studies her further and confirms Gildal's influence. The system reports the tiger's calamity at 41% completion, which he finds an awkward halfway state. He judges this percentage too low to match Gildao, yet still far beyond normal humans, noting her muscles are so enhanced she could devour most players even now. He is relieved that brainwashing and hypnosis have not yet been applied to her. Divine beings watch curiously, with the owl urging him to help the girl in front of him. He removes the tubes, forcibly halting the Gildalification process. The tiger's calamity inside her rages as its supply is cut. A divine being is astonished by his decision to intervene this way. The owl instructs him to move the girl to safety and treat her, while the system announces his world-ending flame surging forth to act. The flame begins destroying toxins and foreign elements within her body. The tiger's calamity fiercely resists the purification attempt. System messages state that its resistance and defiance are crushed. Further prompts confirm the calamity's defiance is destroyed and her wounds are healing as stimuli are removed. The system notes that the first form world-ending flame and the tiger's calamity clash intensely. He resolves to strip away the calamity and all negative aspects of Gildal's influence, leaving only beneficial traits. He acknowledges that, like Baek Jiawol, Shin Yunseo must endure this ordeal while he waits. A divine being questions where his ambition went, then mocks him for treating the child instead of exploiting her, but he silently continues. He replies that he never said he would not use her power. Activating authority, soul extortion, he prepares to absorb the ashes of all those he killed in the last day. Nearby corpses begin crumbling into purple ash. More bodies disintegrate completely into the swirling energy. The ashes gather into a vortex under his control. System messages say he absorbs the ashes, slightly increasing his strength and agility. Another notification explains that the tiger's calamity has slipped into the ashes he's drawing in. Yet his authority overpowers this and forces a merger, which the system declares successful. He fully purifies the tiger's calamity and converts it into material fuel for his world-ending flame. His magic capacity jumps dramatically, while the tiger divine being laughs uncontrollably at this chaotic outcome. The younger man mentally scolds the Void Monarch for enjoying such madness and recalls rumors that the White Tiger's inspection team planned to raid this facility. Fragmented memories of others' conversations surface, linking the Jigwee's death and unconscious agents to the chaos he caused. He recalls that they wanted the dungeon cleared before the inspection arrived. He deduces that Director Kwan Hyohi, Executive Director O's rival who leads the inspectors, must have arranged the raid, provoking O's scheme. He suspects O planned to eliminate his political enemies in the dungeon, which may explain why the Void Monarch is so amused. Realizing he cannot linger, he curses and urges himself not to waste time. The system equips him with the title Jigwee's vessel and activates Flying Tiger's trailing gale, using all his power to escape while carrying the girl. A blinding pillar of purple-blue energy shoots upward as they blast out. Outside, guards watching the dungeon entrance worry that no one has emerged despite the inspectors allegedly going inside. As they fret, they notice something strange is happening. A sudden explosion of rocks and fire erupts near them, throwing them off balance. One guard screams in confusion as the blast engulfs him. The entire mountainside detonates in a towering explosion. The younger man, wreathed in purple wings of flame, flies out of the inferno with the unconscious girl in his arms. Elsewhere, a lone figure watches the burning cliff and ruined facility. The observer is identified as Kwan Hyohi, White Tiger Clan's third in command, who remarks on the disastrous scene. Flames burst around him as he stands before the blazing cliff. He asks his subordinates if they have determined what happened. They report that large quantities of explosives were stored underground, apparently causing the blast, which surprises him. Another agent explains that traces of multiple high-level fire and lightning skills were detected, implying the culprits died in the conflagration. Kwan concludes the fire originated from the Jigwee's world-ending flame, astonishing his subordinate. He reasons aloud that all of this seems orchestrated in advance. Kwan infers someone planned to kill him by detonating the research facility once he entered, then wonders why it exploded early, deciding O is too cunning for simple errors. He suspects an unaccounted factor ruined Executive Director O's plan but cannot yet identify what it was. Ordering his men to continue investigating the area because unknown threats may remain, he walks away as they agree. Turning back, he mentions hearing that a traitor leaked information. His subordinates react tensely to this veiled threat. They hastily pledge to correct any internal leak immediately. As the logout prompt appears under his feet, Kwan prepares to leave the dungeon. He muses that it would be nice if his god gave him a hint, while the tiger being enjoys the tumult that has unfolded. Surrounded by radiant light, Kwan accepts that the situation is unavoidable. He resolves personally to deal with Executive Director O, believing his god desires that confrontation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a silver-haired man lies unconscious. He begins to wake and mutters in confusion about where he is. From a nearby hill, the younger man, holding the girl, greets him and asks if he is finally awake. The younger man looks down at the peacefully sleeping Shin Yunseo in his arms. The silver-haired man, bewildered, looks at them. He asks hesitantly if the girl is the younger man's wife. Shocked and flustered, he recoils with a cry. The younger man dryly remarks that if the other can say such nonsense he must be recovered, and tells him to check his face in the mirror he tossed. The silver-haired man grabs a hand mirror in surprise. He stares at his reflection, touching his cheek with a troubled expression. Revealed in full, he studies his bare, tall body in the sunset while still examining his face. The brown, haired man smiles at him and acknowledges that he has done well. The silver-haired man quietly sheds emotional tears at the praise. The brown-haired man carries the unconscious girl, while the silver-haired man looks on as she starts to groan. As she wakes up in his arms, he calls her by name and checks if she is conscious. Still dazed, she mutters indistinctly in response. She suddenly springs away from him in a chibi panic. She lands flat on her back, leaving the two men startled. Lying on the ground, she assumes she must be dreaming and thinks she has really deteriorated to be in a place like this. The two men exchange an awkward, speechless look over her reaction. Off-screen, she nervously asks if the feared tyrant really saved her while she was imprisoned. Sitting across from her, he confirms it, while privately noting with relief that she remembers nothing of the kidnapping as she anxiously asks if she drooled or talked in her sleep. He reassures her that she did nothing embarrassing, though he reflects she probably still needs psychological support. Hearing this, she breathes a huge sigh of relief in chibi form. He decides she is recovered enough that they should leave this dangerous area as soon as possible, which startles her. Crawling on the ground, she suspiciously questions him about his blood type, puzzling him. He answers seriously that his blood type is B. She keeps interrogating him with personal questions like his birthday and favorite food, and he answers casually. Growing wary, he asks why she is suddenly asking all these things. She insists something is off, recalling a specific past match and press comment where he said he craved a different Korean dish afterward. Worked up, she insists her deduction is sharp and presses him to admit it. Convinced he is acting too kind to be the real rude tyrant, she accuses him of being a fake and demands to know who he really is. He internally wonders whether he should just abandon this troublesome girl. Then she laughs, accepting he really is the same person and teasingly asks when he changed his favorite food. The silver-haired man asks if she has changed her attitude, and she admits she did after seeing the brown-haired man's put-upon expression, confusing him. She bluntly states he almost ditched her because she was annoying, and the brown-haired man internally agrees that such thoughts fit his personality. Cheerfully recovered, she asks where they are heading next and excitedly runs ahead while the two men follow. Watching her, he allows himself a small, satisfied smile. System messages announce that he has completed the sudden quest Owl's Plead and Tiger's Plunder and gained rights over the spoils. The rewards listed include multiple illusion pearls and a flask of wisdom. Additional rewards grant him blessings from the divine being's owl that pierces through the twilight and the tiger that has been trapped in hardships. The owl deity carefully considers what gift best suits his accumulated achievements. The tiger deity highly praises his work and contemplates which fangs to bestow upon him. Another divine being, good season to hunt, brags about how hard it is to find him a fitting gift as the trio walks away and he dismisses the message as stupid. Elsewhere, golden light cuts through a forest as something crashes down. A young man sprints through the forest, frantic over where his missing sister went despite him being nearby. A group of armed trainees ambushes him from above, ordering him to stop. Surrounding him, they declare the area their hunting ground and threaten to attack if he advances. Desperate, he begs them repeatedly to let him join their group. Their leader, Juhan, politely says he understands the man's situation but cannot comply. Smiling, Juhan warns it is dangerous beyond this point and tells him to leave while promising they will look for his sibling, though the young man internally curses at being overworked. Juhan thinks about Li Changxian's high dungeon rank compared to his own low one and feels threatened. He worries that the growing gap in rank will be hard to close and considers the pleading youth just another obstacle. While walking away, he mentally derides such would-be players as naive pigs in a jungle. The brother dashes past him anyway, forcing Juhan to unleash an arcing slash of power to block him. Annoyed by this defiance, Juhan sighs in frustration. Narrowing his eyes, he decides that trespassing on another's hunting ground is a serious offense. His tiger's aura flares around him as he declares such intrusion to be against the rules. Roaring at the youth to back off, Juhan charges with his sword drawn. The brother tries to object in fear. Enraged, Juhan lunges in to cut him down, shouting that he is in the way. Shin Yunseo suddenly appears between them in a blazing leap, hurling an insult and ordering Juhan away from her brother. She plunges toward Juhan with fierce determination, while her brother cries out behind her. Landing, she whips up a spiraling whirlwind of energy around herself as Juhan attacks, astonishing her brother. Standing protectively, she demands Juhan back off from her brother while he recognizes her in shock. Juhan darkens with anger and demands she repeat the disrespectful insult. She coolly reiterates that she told him to back off her brother. He clarifies he is referring to the squid-related comparison she made. Her brother, half amused, remembers exactly what she called Juhan. Yunseo repeats and escalates the insult, comparing him to an even uglier sea creature and mocking whether that offends sea anemones. Juhan shakes with fury, calling her words an insult to his entire team. Tying up her hair, Yunseo retorts that they attacked her brother first and questions whether their threats count as intimidation or abuse of power. Juhan and his men all rush her in a group, vowing to shut her arrogant mouth. She condemns them as cowards for ganging up on a single opponent. Tiger's aura erupts from her as she charges, power swirling violently. Watching the distant explosion of energy, the silver-haired man says they should step in to help. The brown-haired man stops him, sensing something unusual. He instructs the other to stay back, explaining that Yunseo's tiger's aura has exceeded Gildo's rage and now carries the royal tiger's calamity. Observing her from afar, he notes she wields this supposedly unfamiliar power with natural proficiency, as if it had always been hers. He decides that by watching her he can learn the nature and side effects of Gildal. On the battlefield, a heavy stone shield with a monstrous face suddenly shatters its restraints and manifests. Juhan's subordinates stare at their transformed weapons in confusion as something changes. A massive tower shield appears, startling them. Yunseo, bracing behind that shield, lets out a powerful battle cry. A system message explains that advancing with Tiger's step greatly strengthens her power. Another message states her speed keeps rising as the roaring shield charges forward. The stunned attackers see the enormous shield barreling toward them. The system announces skill shield attack activating as the shield slams into Juhan's group. The men are hurled into a cliff face by the impact, crying out in pain. One survivor rushes Yunseo from behind, screaming an insult as he swings his sword. She turns sharply, unimpressed, asking what he just said. Tiger's calamity bursts forth as she counters, sending the attacker flying. The two observers react in surprise at her overwhelming power. Juhan and his remaining men gape in fear as a new vertical slash of energy appears before them. That slash resolves into a blazing halberd, astonishing Juhan. Yunseo emerges wielding the halberd and shield, calmly asking him to repeat what he threatened to do to her mouth. Juhan is struck dumb and sweating as he faces her. Wreathed in flames, she taunts that her memory is bad and orders the stubborn old man to say his threat again, while the owl deity cheers on her quest for justice. As she charges like a comet, Juhan panics at the idea that someone ranked so far beneath him could overpower him. Her blow smashes into him, and he screams in disbelief at being beaten. Later, the silver-haired man remarks there was no need for him to intervene at all. The brown-haired man reflects that, just as Yunseo immediately warned him upon waking, she stays calm even while grasping her unknown powers, showing her clear judgment and determination. He analyzes that on top of that mental strength, her latent physical abilities are blossoming with superhuman power, implying Gildo's full flames must be even more incredible. Suddenly he realizes something important and calls for her to wait. He recalls the image of a terrifying old warrior with a similar blade, hinting at a deeper connection. He wonders whether the executive director is the only one with such a weapon and concludes the man's ambitions are vast. He decides his next step is to closely examine the mysterious object he took from the altar. Yunseo smashes another glowing blow down on Juhan's forehead. Juhan collapses flat on his back, unconscious, while Yunseo stands over him with shield and halberd. Her brother, amazed, asks what happened to her, and she simply replies that something's occurred. Just then, the two men appear, and the brother recognizes them with shock. He realizes the brown-haired man is Li Changxian and blurts out his name. Yunseo explains with a smile that Changxian is the one who saved her, leaving her brother stunned. The brother privately wonders who the silver-haired companion is, since he does not resemble any instructor or trainee he knows. Someone asks Changxian what he intends to do next. He repeats the question thoughtfully while the others watch him expectantly. Changxian replies that since they are already in a dungeon, the obvious plan is to clear it. The silver-haired man and both siblings react in noisy surprise at his casual ambition. The brother protests, beginning to explain why clearing the dungeon is unrealistic. He outlines that the blackish-red mountain range is huge with wildly varying difficulty, is used as a training ground instead of being raided, and they were only given 100 days. The tiger deity doubts that a full clear in that time is possible. By contrast, Good Season to Hunt believes Changxian can easily do it and supports him. Another deity, the snake that wraps around the world, mocks the doubters and highlights Changxian's cunning. The silver-haired man eagerly asks how long such a clear would take, assuming Changxian is planning thoroughly. He starts talking about the need for preparation, but Changxian looks at him oddly and questions the idea of preparing. With purple flames igniting around him, Changxian coolly states the dungeon will be finished by the end of the day. His aura erupts, lifting him into the air as rocks float, and the others stare in awe and alarm. That night the entire mountain range repeatedly erupts with purple beams, signaling massive battles. By sunrise the mountains stand bathed in calm golden light again. Elsewhere, Juhan lies bruised and swollen, groaning awake. He remembers Yunseo's fiery rage and the beating she gave him. He again sees her blows smashing into his face. A single shocked eye opens as he relives the impact in his mind. Jolted fully awake, he clutches his head and screams. From a distance he continues yelling in pain under the quiet morning sky. Furious and humiliated, he shouts that they dared fight against him. He obsessively rationalizes that Yunseo must have used some trick, or be a demon, insisting someone as skilled as he is could not lose otherwise and claiming he could even beat Changxian right now. Determined, he vows to expose Yunseo as a demon. He further promises he will ruin her life so she can never show her face in daylight again. When his subordinates call for their team leader, he straightens up and prepares to answer. He mutters noncommittally as they approach. Looking at his battered, unconscious men, he worries about how he will explain the situation. He thinks his dungeon reputation must stay intact and debates whether to kill his own men to silence them or pretend they were ambushed and then hunt Yunseo. Smirking, he imagines spinning the story so he becomes the heroic trainee who repelled a demon intruder at the facility. He extends this delusion, deciding Changxian must also be a demon to justify his frightening results. Laughing manically, he vows that after exposing Yunseo, he will target Changxian next. Moments later, He meekly waves and answers that he is over here as an announcement declares the dungeon mission completed. A further system notice says the final rankings will be calculated, leaving him startled. The ranking display shows Changxian in first place by a huge margin, bewildering Juhan as rewards are promised according to rank. Outside, monitoring staff panic over the impossible clear and demand to know what happened to the observer tracking Changxian. At the dungeon entrance, they watch in shock as the glowing gateway begins to shut down. Within the collapsing space, towering rock spires silhouette Changxian and his ally while a warning advises everyone to brace for the shock. A countdown begins as Changxian lounges atop a peak, cloaked in black flames, while the world disintegrates around him. As the timer drops, the tiger deity revels in the chaos and delights in Changxian's role in it. Onlookers outside gaze up at the immense golden fracture in the sky as the countdown continues. The countdown reaches 3 and a vast blue barrier sweeps over the glowing rupture. At 2, a robed, long-haired figure observes the phenomenon from a tranquil lakeside surrounded by petals. As the final second triggers, a blinding burst of light erupts to signal the dungeon's closure. A system message announces that the dungeon is now fully shut down. The message congratulates everyone on completing the dungeon. An older man narrows his eyes thoughtfully. The white-haired clan leader gazes outward, lost in thought. News sites buzz that the infamous blackish Red Mountain Range dungeon has finally been cleared by S+++ rank newcomer Li Changxian, who is likened to the tyrant. Online comments praise Changxian's overwhelming performance while one confused user questions their sanity. Commenters marvel that Changxian cleared White Tiger's deadly training ground, famed for its extreme difficulty and high casualty rate. A thread debates conspiracy theories about White Tiger staging the dungeon clear for publicity and laughs off the idea. More comments note the tyrant's fan wars and speculate about White Tiger's official response. A statement says White Tiger will investigate before making an announcement, while commenters mock the shocked clan and celebrate their loss. Changxian wearily asks if all this commotion is not enough already. He walks in, stoic, as his 3 teammates fawn over him excitedly. The interrogators are shocked by Changxian's defiant attitude. The bald enforcers yell threats at Changxian's group, but he advances on them without fear. One enforcer is suddenly punched in the face and sent flying. Changxian glances back calmly as another guard is blasted away behind him. White Tiger's team leader unleashes his tiger's aura and charges, angrily asking who they think they are yelling at. The terrified subordinate calls out to his Team 2 leader. The mustache leader scolds the subordinate for his rude address and threatens to hit him again, forcing the man to nervously ask why he has come. The leader declares he came personally to seize the brat, and insists he will take Changxian regardless of unfinished investigation. Power flares again as the leader demands to know if anyone has complaints, his tiger's aura raging. Bruised and cowed, the subordinate falls silent. The team leader takes the silence as agreement, and orders everyone to follow him. Changxian walks out looking stern while his teammates admire him with sparkling eyes. His younger companions gush about how amazing their appa is, and another dryly agrees. One friend admits he thought Changxian was bluffing about clearing the dungeon in a day but is now convinced. He recalls how overwhelming Changxian's power looked when he fought within blazing energy. They remark in awe that Changxian actually finished the dungeon in only half a day. The White Tiger leader instructs Changxian's 3 teammates to go with his men while Changxian alone follows him. Changxian walks down a bright corridor behind the broad-shouldered leader. The leader assumes Changxian picked up his current teammates while training, and Changxian confirms. The leader muses that a good team is built around a central strategist with the biggest brain. Changxian notes they are not heading toward Executive Director O's office and asks where they are going. The leader cheerfully explains they are actually going to the meeting room because the clan leader wants to hear from Changxian directly. Hearing the clan leader's name Geometry Chanho Munseong, Changxian reacts sharply. In the hall, the elderly clan leader greets Changxian and says he looks much healthier than before. A system note says the clan leader's eyes of the ferocious tiger are scrutinizing Changxian. Changxian thinks that the clan leader must be curious since the dungeon closed soon after the research facility explosion. He reasons that although Director Quan received a report saying Changxian knew nothing, the unbelievable speed of the clear will still make the clan leader suspicious but hesitant to accuse him. In conversation, Changxian thanks him and downplays his own role while the elder says things have become hectic because of Changxian's abilities. Changxian responds noncommittally, asking if that is really the case. The elder laughs that Changxian must know, explaining that raid division leaders are now fighting over who gets to recruit him. He adds that even Changxian's dungeon rewards are causing internal chaos, and that overseas rumors have board members calling as well. The elder pointedly asks whether Changxian has reconsidered his earlier stance. A divine being called Good Season to Hunt scoffs at the elder's presumption, while Changxian says he has his own question. Changxian warns that if he is not assigned to the division he requested, he may simply resign. The elder replies that a man must handle things properly, saying the company and clan have no intention of letting such a talent go, especially with the clan leader personally asking to see him. He urges Changxian to ignore clan politics and go greet the clan leader with him. Changxian and the elder wait together as an elevator descends. The gate to another place opens with a bright glow. Changxian and the elder step through the portal framed by flowers into another realm. System messages trigger Changxian's Viper Eye and Beast sense, warning him that the clan leader is extremely dangerous, and he recognizes this as his first real threat since returning. The system announces that Changxian has entered the Azure Flower Garden dungeon. Walking along a golden path, The elder explains that the clan leader's meeting room is connected through this other dungeon, whose gate magicians have relocated here. Another message says the divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships notices the intruding humans, while good season to hunt complains about the dungeon's uncomfortable air. Changxian notes it truly is that tiger's territory. Arriving at a pavilion, the elder announces he has brought Li Changxian as ordered. Changxian faces forward calmly, preparing himself. High above, the long-haired clan leader finally appears and remarks that Changxian is the youngster people call the tyrant. Changxian's eyes widen in shock at the sight of him. The clan leader notes that his god has recently taken an interest in Changxian. A divine being called Owl that pierces through the twilight urgently warns Changxian to be cautious as the situation has become serious. Tiger's aura surges from the clan leader, placing Changxian in great danger according to the system. Beast Sense judges the situation as extremely dangerous, but Changxian reminds himself he always intended to attract many gods' attention. He reflects that he expected jealousy and schemes from other devotees and even gods trying to seize him, experiences he already endured in Arcadia. Changxian introduces himself formally to the clan leader. The clan leader studies him and admits Changxian does not seem bad. Changxian states that meeting a 9th-generation master swordsman in this way greatly amuses him. The clan leader asks if he truly finds this amusing, and Changxian answers that a few months ago he never imagined he would be here. Changxian thinks Munxiang can only assume he was living as a cripple, with no knowledge of his underworld experiences. He reasons that boasting he would warn a mere rookie would hurt Munxiang's pride, so his attitude is deliberate provocation. Changxian wonders whether Munxiang will retract his earlier threat or attack. He analyzes him as a level 90+ high ranker whom he likely cannot defeat yet. Still, Changxian believes the gods interested in him would support him and that, even without them, he could at least escape. He watches tensely, wondering what the clan leader will choose to do. Munxiang finally stands beside Changxian, says he understands, and drops the immediate confrontation. Changxian, sweating, is startled by this unexpected reaction. Munxiang instead says his patron has prepared a gift for Changxian and tells him to collect it from Saiwan on his way out. A gate opens as the exit from the Asura Flower Garden dungeon is activated and Munxiang walks away. Changxian feels a strange sensation and wonders what is happening. He realizes Munxiang never considered himself abandoned by the Void Monarch. Instead, the patron was simply curious about Changxian and used Munxiang to gauge his reaction. Changxian suspects the reward might be related to the powerful 7 cryptic scriptures of San. He deduces that whatever Munxiang built up for his congregation, the Void Monarch has likely given him an antidote, or counter to their sanctuary. Realizing this implication, Changxian activates Viper Eye as another system message appears. A divine being called Snake that wraps around the world finds Changxian's thoughts amusing and grants him power, leveling up his skill. The system then reveals newly deduced information about the player Munxiang. Using his enhanced vision, Changxian sees heavy Royal Tiger's calamity energy swarming around Munxiang. He concludes that Munxiang's calamity far surpasses that of the Guild Owl. Munxiang senses this scrutiny and warns Changxian to stop peeking into his secrets. Startled, Changxian quickly pulls back. Munxiang's back recedes into swirling energy as he fully departs. Left alone before the shining gate, Changxian politely takes his leave. The portal erupts in radiant light as he exits the dungeon. Changxian strides out onto a bridge under the cascading glow of the closing gateway. He reflects that Munxiang is not merely on par with the Guild Owl but at least 1 or 2 tiers above, though he only lets those beneath him wield the God-sent warriors. Changxian concludes Munxiang intends to monopolize this extraordinary strength. He reasons that the Void Monarch and Munxiang were mainly toying with him to see his response. Changxian thinks the Void Monarch has found in Munxiang a razor-sharp blade, and that Munxiang in turn is pointing that blade towards something even higher. As he looks back at the Asura Flower Garden, Changxian wonders what lofty target Munxiang's ambitions are truly aimed at. Back in the corridor, Changxian walks with the Elder and White Tiger team leader, leaving the meeting behind. The Elder remarks that their clan leader is a difficult man in many ways. Changxian privately muses that the Silver Fox Facility's prize Guild Owl was trivial to Munxiang and suspects Munxiang may even know of Executive Director O's schemes, feeling the man exists on another plane. The Elder agrees Munxiang has such an aura and admits he himself still cannot fully grasp the man's true thoughts. The White Tiger leader begs not to be dragged along to that oppressive conference hall again, saying it gives him the chills. Changxian instead focuses on the promised present, while Good Season to Hunt insists no material gift could match her own blessings. Owl that pierces through the twilight listens closely to this discussion. The Elder explains that Munxiang offered 2 options as gifts, both second-rank facilities, an armory and a library. Shocked, the White Tiger leader exclaims over 2 second-rank facilities and begs to share, especially the armory. The Elder observes that Changxian must have already guessed the nature of the gift from his expression. Changxian feigns surprise, and the Elder teases him for his silver tongue, saying no one would believe he is truly shocked while looking so calm. Changxian says he completed the mission and raid granted by the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, so he expected a suitably impressive reward. The Elder accepts this reasoning and asks if Changxian has decided which option to choose. Changxian chooses the library, saying he wants to discover more skills and look for second-rank explanatory works such as Advent Steps, delighting the White Tiger leader. Smiling, the Elder says he expected that answer all along and produces the key. Soon after, Changxian hears that he has not yet chosen a patron, shocking the white tiger leader. Changxian's aide protests that such a statement is absurd because no player could have come this far without a patron. The aide urges the elder to come to his senses, insisting Changxian must have a patron and that a godless person could not be this strong. Changxian prompts the elder to clarify things since the claims sound strange. The elder asks Changxian directly why he is not denying it. The white tiger leader nervously wonders if it can really be true that Changxian is godless. He then blurts out in disbelief, asking Changxian if it is really true. Stunned, he mutters that the situation is ridiculous. The leader now realizes Changxian displayed overwhelming power despite lacking any patron and imagines how terrifying he would be if he had one. He struggles to reconcile Changxian's strength with even the concept of a genius, trailing off at how crazy it seems. Changxian calmly says it appears the tiger that has been trapped in hardships wants him as an apostle, which the elder says should be obvious since any god would covet someone like Changxian. Changxian replies that many gods have already tried to recruit him and hints he has no intention of returning to that role. The elder points out how unreasonable it is to refuse every god's offer. Changxian repeats that if his reward is merely becoming an apostle, he will quit, noting he already enjoys considerable benefits as he is. The elder concedes that Changxian is truly a unique case. System messages say the tiger that has been trapped in hardships now swears fealty to Changxian, while Good seasoned to hunt angrily questions why he is harassing someone she already marked. Another message notes that all that pierces through the twilight glares at the tiger, and that the tiger backs off, displeased. The elder reflects that such boundless greed and ambition are typical of youth. He then warns Changxian that this ambition will one day come back to haunt him. Changxian listens in silence, his face half-shadowed. The elder chuckles softly, amused by him. He says Yuyong is waiting on the first floor and offers to guide Changxian there, who thanks him. As they walk, the elder cautions that their god is not as tolerant as Changxian thinks and will ensure that if he cannot claim Changxian, no other god will either. The elder leads the way down the corridor while Changxian and the white tiger leader follow. Trying to lighten the mood, the white tiger leader tells Changxian to stay positive and mentions the many fun things available if he remains with the clan. He then dashes ahead enthusiastically, leaving Changxian speechless. Changxian thinks to himself that all of them, gods and mortals alike, are full of nonsense. Later, an employee explains that from grade 2 onward, training chambers are divided by category and accessed only with personal keys. Changxian holds up his key and asks what category it opens, noting that restrictions could be troublesome. The nervous staff member admits he does not know what category Changxian's key corresponds to. The employee adds that Changxian may use the chambers for up to 6 hours and will meet him again afterward. Changxian enters a new, crystalline space, observing his surroundings carefully. The tiger that has been trapped in hardships declares that this mystical hall of stone tablets is his true treasure, and tries to tempt Changxian by promising everything here if he becomes the tiger's apostle. Standing before one tablet, Changxian reads its name and identifies it as Ferocious Tiger. He walks along and notes other tiger-themed paths such as White, Half-Blind, Bell, Mountain, Holy, Split, and Black Tiger. He concludes that even the nightmare-eating beast path shares the same tiger-based origin as the rest. A system message states that the delayed reward for the tiger's pillaging quest has finally been granted. Another message explains that 9 distinct tiger paths now lie before him, each representing a different proud way of being a tiger. A system voice tells Changxian to pick a path that will shape his key, but notes that if he becomes the apostle of the hardship-ridden tiger he gains all categories, which he dismisses as nonsense. Annoyed, Changxian thinks he plans to steal everything from this place eventually even without accepting their deal. He slams his key into a stone mechanism, declaring his choice. Changxian confidently announces the specific stone chamber he has chosen. A message shows the tiger divine being is baffled by Changxian's selection and just shakes his head. Another message shows the snake divine being mocking the tiger as too dumb to understand Changxian's decision. The tiger deity becomes irritated and scowls. The tiger deity urges Changxian that it is still not too late to pick another stone chamber instead. A system notice states that Changxian has selected the half-blind tiger. The narration explains that the half-blind tiger is a one-eyed tiger with weaker perception but an exceptionally strong will to live. Changxian reflects that this brutal, unshielded killer beast nature fits his expectations and that the Void Monarch would have predicted he would pick the last of the 9 brothers. The system announces the stone chamber has opened as energy flares around Changxian. Changxian thinks this new power will synergize well with his Jigwee's apocalyptic flame and the Black Mountain Monarch's claw. He muses that he would like to open all the chambers with Peter's key but assumes the Void Monarch would never allow that. Leaving through the light, Changxian inwardly vows to rob the place in a way beyond their imagination. A message indicates he has entered the half-blind tiger's room. Outside, Jungju and the others worry about how long Changxian is taking, while Yunseo fidgets in a training barrel and is told to keep still. Jungju dismisses their worries, saying the tyrant will be fine and will return regardless of their concern, though Yunseo protests that Changxian is not a tyrant. Yunseo dreamily corrects Jungju, fervently calling Changxian by name and treating him like a prince, to Jungju's disgust. Jiaowul notes that while this side is noisy, the other side is unnervingly quiet, and Jungju confirms it is indeed the same peak Jiaowul from before. Jiaowul's improved appearance is noted, mentally compared to having gone from sloppy to handsome. Jungju wonders what happened, what Changxian's true identity is, and what past connection exists between him and Yunseo. Feeling there is something crucial he does not know, Jungju resolves that, good or bad, he needs to find out. Remembering Yunseo praying for Changxian's safe return, Jungju decides he must uncover the truth in order to protect her. A notification pops up as Jungju turns, reacting with a curious sound. The snake divine being complains that Jungju's noisy overthinking can even be heard inside the dungeon. The snake divine being tells Jungju that no matter how much he broods he will never get the answers he seeks, then laughs that if Changxian were not involved he would have had no interest in Jungju. Shocked the deity read his mind, Jungju is told it is easy to read someone whose thoughts are written on their face. The snake deity happily says Jungju's habit of doubting everything resembles his own and wiggles his tail. The snake deity adds that he has a proposal for Jungju and asks for his opinion on it. The snake deity suggests he might take Jungju in as his priest, depending on circumstances. Jungju is stunned to receive a personal offer, then calls to Jungju and Yunseo to share something. A man appears in the lobby and answers Jungju's call with a puzzled sound. Jungju's senior greets them cheerfully, relieved they both survived. Jungju recalls begging this man to help search for Yunseo while secretly resenting him as pretentious. Now seeing the man act friendly despite having refused to help before, Jungju looks at him with renewed irritation. Yunseo spots her older brother and runs joyfully toward him. The brother excitedly calls Yunseo's name in disbelief. Brother and sister rush toward each other, both overwhelmed with emotion. Watching their teary reunion, Jungju snickers from the side. Changxian returns to the lobby and is called by name. Yunseo's brother abruptly grabs her wrist, startling her. Yunseo angrily demands to know what her brother thinks he is doing. He bitterly complains that she never showed such warmth toward him. Changxian watches silently, confused by the situation. Yunseo's brother rants that she had been playing hard to get with him lately and accuses her of disappearing because she found a new man. His accusation continues, questioning if Changxian is the reason she vanished. Yunseo furiously considers whether she should just beat him up for this behavior, while Changxian stands behind her. Changxian approaches, drawing Jungju's focused gaze. Overwhelmed, Yunseo tearfully calls Changxian Appa as she runs toward him, while her brother glares. Changxian looks at them quietly, preparing to respond. As Yunseo's brother tries to confront him, Changxian simply stares, prompting the man to question what that glare will accomplish. A sudden surge of energy moves past Yunseo as Changxian acts. Changxian drives his fist into the brother's gut, sending him flying with a pained cry. With one hand at the man's throat, Changxian lifts him off the ground as onlookers rush over in alarm. The choking brother struggles, demanding to be released and trying to assert his status. He suddenly falls silent as Changxian's terrifying gaze shocks him. The brother notices Changxian's eyes glowing like a beast's. Behind Changxian, the flaming figure of the half-blind tiger looms, radiating killing intent. The tiger's overwhelming presence engulfs the brother, who trembles before it. The skilled description explains that half-blind tiger is a special ability that fills the visible area of its single eye with murderous aura, instilling fear of death. System messages inform the brother that he is afflicted with fear, panic, and shock, and warn that his mind might break unless he flees. Terrified, the brother loses control and urinates himself, splashing on Jungju. The others recoil, disgusted by the smell and how dangerous Changxian's intimidation was. Changxian releases the pathetic man, who collapses on the floor in his own mess. Changxian turns to Yunseo and calmly tells her it is time for them to leave. Overjoyed, Yunseo enthusiastically agrees to go with him. Shaken and sweating on the ground, the brother watches them depart. The group walks away, leaving the humiliated brother behind as his friends wonder what to do about him. Outside, Yunseo tries to treat Changxian to whatever food he wants now that training is over. Changxian declines the meal for now, saying they should eat together another time, which disappoints her. Outside the building, reporters swarm, shouting questions about Changxian clearing a new dungeon so quickly. They also ask about the White Tiger clan's announced plans for him, while Changxian notes there are too many eyes on them. Yunseo reflects that this calm, composed attitude is exactly how Changxian has always been. Reporters press further, asking why he chose the White Tiger clan over foreign offers and how he has been since retirement. Cameras flash as journalists beg Changxian for at least one statement. Onlookers recognize Changxian as the infamous tyrant, and excitedly shout as he walks past with his group. Fan club members scream ridiculous nicknames and declarations of love for Changxian, prompting Yunseo to angrily question why these crazed fans are here. Ignoring the crowd, Changxian tells his companions to get into the car. They see a limousine, and Changxian explains it is his personal car provided by managing director O along with the driver. The limousine speeds away through the city. Inside, Changxian asks Yahello what he had wanted to say earlier. Jungju and Yunseo look surprised as Jungju responds hesitantly. Changxian explains he noticed Jungju acting restless in the lobby and assumed he had something to say. Jungju is surprised his nervousness was so obvious, and Changxian remarks it would have been stranger not to notice. Jungju steels himself to speak while Yunseo watches him. Jungju asks if Changxian knows of the divine being snake that wraps around the world, startling both Yunseo and the deity. Changxian confirms he does and notes that this is one of the divine beings he is interested in, while the snake deity grumbles about Jungju's loose tongue. Jungju reveals that this divine being told him to observe Changxian closely and report anything interesting, as the snake deity laments that the secret is out. Changxian simply acknowledges the revelation with a neutral question. Jungju adds that the deity specifically ordered him to report any potential secrets in detail, while Yunseo fumes behind him. Yunseo scolds Jungju for only mentioning this now, and he protests that he only received the message recently. As the limousine drives on, Yunseo continues berating him for not speaking up immediately while he yells that his ear is being pulled off. Watching them bicker, Changxian sighs that they truly are a handful. They ask if Changxian is angry, but he replies he is not and sees no reason to be. Jungju admits he felt conflicted about spying on Changxian. Changxian asks bluntly whether Jungju actually discovered anything. Flustered, Jungju insists he did not find out anything at all. Changxian says that in that case there is nothing to worry about. He adds that Jungju never wronged him in the first place, so there is no need for apologies. Jungju is silently moved, realizing how large-hearted Changxian is. Changxian thinks that Jungju's potential, praised by the snake deity, is greater than any of them realize and asks what exactly the deity promised in return. The snake deity perks up slightly at this line of questioning. Jungju explains nervously that the deity offered to teach him black magic. Changxian repeats the term black magic, clearly intrigued. Jungju says the deity claimed it would suit him better than anything else, but Changxian cuts in, telling him to just watch. Jungju is confused by this abrupt instruction. Changxian clarifies that since the deity told Jungju to observe and report interesting things, he should simply keep doing that. A message states the snake deity rises, baffled by Changxian's reaction, while Jungju echoes his own confusion. Changxian reflects that the snake's black magic, especially the Ouroboros formula, is among the finest disciplines. He notes that even mastering its basics is extremely hard, so the deity offering to teach Jungju implies he rates Jungju's talent highly. Jungju is stunned by the implication. Changxian reassures him that the snake deity clearly sees something special in him, surprising even the deity. The snake deity complains that Jungju should not get a big head, but also boasts that countless others yearn for his teachings, while Jungju wonders aloud if he really has talent. Changxian tells Jungju to follow the deity's guidance and accept the training. Later, the limousine drops Jungju and Yunseo off, driving away into the night. Watching the car leave, Jungju suddenly declares to Yunseo that from now on he is Changxian's fan. Yunseo triumphantly says it is about time he recognized Changxian's greatness and offers to answer any questions about her idol, while Jungju denies he will ever obsess like she does. Elsewhere in the city, someone screams about their injured leg, suggesting unrelated street chaos. Meanwhile, the snake deity asks Changxian how he knows so much about him, and Changxian answers that, just as the deity has secrets, he also keeps his sources secret. The deity angrily slaps his tail, complaining that he can never understand Changxian's mind. Changxian muses privately that he once wanted to learn the Ouroboros formula but abandoned rune magic because it was too hard, and now sees using Jungju as a proxy learner as very advantageous. He then confirms that Yahello lives in Noryangjin, and Yahello admits this is true. Changxian narrows his eyes, clearly not fully convinced. He bluntly accuses Yahello of lying about his living situation. Flustered, Yahello insists he is not lying and explains he rents a tiny single room known as a gashuan. Changxian warns him to tell the truth while he is being nice, threatening to follow him and decapitate him if he discovers a lie. Yahello nervously falls silent under the intimidation. As they drive through a neighborhood, Changxian confirms that Yahello currently has no proper home because he used his deposit money to buy weapons. Changxian internally curses Xerxes for letting his son live like this and resolves to help Yahello properly understand Ghostborns. He remarks aloud that Yahello's situation is quite convenient. Confused, Yahello asks what he means. Changxian tells him straightforwardly to stay at his place for the time being. Yahello blushes in surprise at the unexpected offer. As the limousine speeds off again, Changxian adds that they will first need to buy Yahello some proper clothes. The scene shifts to a luxurious high-rise building where Changxian lives. Changxian arrives home, announcing his return. His mother greets him warmly, surprised he is back earlier than the 3 months he had forecast. He explains training ended sooner than expected. She regrets not cooking more, but he says he can simply order food, while she insists a home visit deserves a proper meal. Changxian says he has a request to make of her. Opening the door, he invites Yahello in and introduces him to his mother as a friend. Nervous, Yahello steps inside and politely greets her. Changxian's mother happily welcomes him as her son's friend and tells him to come in. Smiling kindly, she urges Yahello not to be tense and to make himself at home. Walking through the vast apartment, Yahello is awestruck that such a huge home exists. Seeing the view, he marvels that one can see the Han River directly from the apartment. He inwardly notes how impressive it is that Changxian lives in a place like this. On the TV, news reports show footage of Changxian, Yunseo, and Jungju leaving the dungeon, praising the tyrant's team for clearing a previously unattempted dungeon. Watching the broadcast, Yahello admits he feels embarrassed seeing himself on screen. Something on the television or in the room catches his eye, prompting a surprised reaction. Yahello relaxes on the couch snacking while watching TV. As she eats, she senses something and looks up curiously. She screams in shock upon noticing Changxian and a silver-haired stranger standing in her home. Changxian coolly signals her to calm down. Recognizing Changxian from TV, she is startled into silence. Flustered, she hurriedly changes the TV channel and claims she was just channel surfing, while Changxian notes he never accused her. Annoyed by his attitude, she yells that he is irritating. Their mother scolds Yahello for storming to her room instead of coming to dinner, but Yahello refuses to eat. Irritated, the mother wonders aloud where her daughter's temper comes from as Changxian watches. She then tells the guest how worried Yahello actually was, recalling Yahello secretly watching his entrance exam video, while Yahello protests from her room that she does not like him. As Yahello continues refusing dinner, Changxian suggests to his guests they go to his room first. The guest marvels at Changxian's luxurious suite, which Changxian modestly calls his room. Changxian insists the guests call him brother, making the guest shyly do so. He confirms the spacious room is his, while the guest is stunned by how much bigger it is than his own house, and Changxian jokes Xerxes would say he is confusing the family tree. The guest is awed by Changxian's huge collection of championship trophies. He is further amazed by the multi-monitor gaming setup. He excitedly reacts to Changxian's array of game consoles. Changxian asks if it is the first time seeing such things, and the guest admits he could never afford them, gushing over a limited edition game Changxian owns. Changxian tells him he can play the game, and the guest checks if that is really allowed. Water runs in the bathroom as he showers. Drying off, the guest marvels at the large hot shower, thinking how different Changxian's life is. Looking out the window afterward, he reflects that Changxian truly lives in a world far removed from his own. At dinner, Changxian's mother presents many dishes, and the guest is overwhelmed by the amount of food. She nervously asks if the food suits his taste, and he happily praises it as delicious. Pleased, she says she actually put in effort this time. With tears of joy, he says it is the best food he has ever eaten. She compliments his manners and wishes Changxian would learn from him, prompting Changxian to curtly say the food is good. Teasing Changxian, she says such blunt praise makes her not want to cook, then confirms the guest's name is Yahello. She jokingly asks if Yahello wants to be adopted as her son because he seems more suitable than Changxian, flustering him. Laughing it off as a joke, she offers him more soup and he accepts. She cheerfully continues serving him as they eat together. Watching mother and son, Yahello recalls a faint laughter from his memories he could never place. A warm memory surfaces of his masked mother lovingly holding him among golden leaves. He realizes the laughter he remembered all along was his mother's. Changxian silently notices Yahello lost in thought at the table. Later that night, they lie in separate beds in Changxian's room. Changxian asks if Yahello cannot sleep. Yahello admits he is restless. Changxian tells him to say so if he is uncomfortable, but Yahello insists the warm floor and soft blankets are wonderful. Changxian studies him quietly. Changxian presses, asking why he still cannot sleep since he clearly has a lot on his mind, and Yahello shyly asks if it is that obvious. Changxian says anyone would notice and asks if something is wrong, but Yahello says it is nothing specific. After hesitating, Yahello says he just feels this way without a clear reason. Changxian repeats his words skeptically, prompting Yahello to question himself. Yahello finally admits he is wondering if he has the right to be this comfortable, and Changxian retorts by asking who grants such rights. Changxian answers his own question, saying no one grants them and that you claim such rights for yourself. Yahello uncertainly echoes that he should seize them. Changxian explains that self-worth is self-determined, dropping when you belittle yourself and rising when you value yourself. Yahello listens, momentarily speechless. Changxian concludes that Yahello must decide for himself whether he deserves his current comforts. Yahello accepts this, while Changxian muses that Yahello reminds him of his own past self. Changxian recalls having once been a battle-obsessed specter. He sees himself charging into armies without understanding his true worth. He remembers hitting rock bottom, losing everything, and only then realizing his mistake. He tells Yahello he does not want him to repeat those same errors, and Yahello thanks him sincerely. Changxian thinks this kind of guidance should be a father's job and internally calls out the absent Xerxes, while distant divine beings watch the scene emotionally. Morning comes over the high-rise building where they live. In the kitchen, Yahello's sister chats with their mother while preparing bean sprouts, remarking on something odd. She clarifies she means her so-called loser little brother, and the mother reprimands her for calling him that as she presses to continue. Curious, the mother asks what she means. The sister says that after the Jamsil Gate incident, Changxian seems like a completely different person who quit drinking, manages his temper, and even ignores her provocations. The mother sarcastically notes what a proud thing that is for a big sister, while the sister insists Changxian acts older, talks less, thinks more, and seems more talented. She adds that the strangest change is something else. The mother, suddenly serious, asks what she means as the sister starts to reveal his past. The sister reminds her that Changxian originally had no friends. She points out that now, out of nowhere, he has even brought a friend home. The mother smacks her for badmouthing him, and the sister yelps for her to stop. Still being hit, the sister insists she has something important to say. The mother demands to know what nonsense she is going to spout now, while the daughter insists she is serious. Blushing, the sister confesses that Changxian's friend is exactly her type and asks their mom to find out if he has a girlfriend, assuming he must be nice if he hangs out with her brother. The mother angrily chases her for that comment as the sister screams. Shortly after, Changxian and Yahello appear ready to leave, drawing the women's attention. Yahello's sister asks their mom if Changxian is going somewhere. Changxian explains they are heading out to train and will eat outside. He glances back, gauging their reaction. Their mother and sister smile and tell him not to overwork himself. Yahello blushes at the affectionate send-off, while Changxian stays stoic. Yahello promises they will return as Changxian walks ahead. Outside, Yahello asks where they are going, and Changxian says they will upgrade their weapons. Yahello is surprised they both need new weapons and worries about money, but Changxian criticizes his old spear and asks if he plans to keep using it. Changxian reminds him of the previous night's talk about deciding his own worth. He stresses that a proper weapon is crucial for survival and that an ill-fitting one only halves its potential. Changxian adds that armor, charms, and gems must also match him, implying he will outfit Yahello thoroughly. He orders Yahello to follow without argument, saying he will gear him up and later test his skills. As they descend steps, Yahello thinks that healing the Ghostborn was his first turning point and that this training will become his second, both tied to Changxian. Elsewhere, a gruff voice complains about being asked for another weapon, protesting he is not a magical staff. Changxian promptly transfers huge sums of money to the blacksmith, who insists the issue is the labor, not the payment. Arriving, Changxian pressures the blacksmith again to make the weapon as his fierce dog watches. Yahello is shocked to hear that Changxian paid the smith 100 million won twice, and the smith explodes at this revelation. Changxian coolly tells Yahello to address him as CEO, leaving Yahello starstruck. Grumbling, the blacksmith calls him a bastard CEO and asks what weapon he wants made. Changxian orders a spear for Yahello, clarifying it should be a normal long spear, not one as extreme as his own. When Changxian starts listing exact dimensions, the blacksmith complains he needs a physical reference. Changxian instructs Yahello to summon his current spear for the blacksmith to inspect. The blacksmith hefts the heavy spear in shock, wondering what kind of weight it is. He then takes Yahello's hand to inspect it. Feeling his grip, he notes Yahello favors his left hand. The smith analyzes Yahello's style, realizing he spins and stabs with the spear using centrifugal force rather than simple thrusts, and that he values speed with a heavy weapon. Impressed, he thinks Yahello's technique stands out compared to other prideful blacksmiths he has met. Yahello concludes that Changxian indeed chose a master craftsman, explaining the quality of Changxian's previous weapons. The blacksmith asks what rank the spear should be, and Changxian demands something equivalent to highly refined black or cold iron. The smith balks, asking if Changxian is preparing for war. Changxian casually says it is something like that. They haggle over time, the smith insisting on 15 days while Changxian presses for 10. The smith yells that 10 days is insane given the work, warning his arms will be ruined from non-stop forging, but Changxian insists they will not. Swearing, the smith finally agrees to 10 days minimum, and Changxian accepts. Exasperated, the smith wonders why Changxian did not just agree from the start. His shout echoes through the alley as he complains about the unnecessary argument. Back at training, Yahello steels himself with the resolve to earn his own weapon. Changxian, spear in hand, asks what he is thinking and reminds him to focus. Yahello claims he is only a little nervous, and Changxian tells him not to be or training will be ineffective, prompting Yahello to answer firmly. Overhead notifications reveal divine beings keenly watching their sparring session. More messages show other divine beings cataloging rewards and judging whether the coming fight will be entertaining, while Changxian thinks one of them will be surprised soon. Changxian asks how well Yahello can currently use his spirit energy. Yahello admits it is not going well. Changxian says that is obvious. He then asks if Yahello understands why his magic is difficult to control. Another divine being, snake that wraps around the world, watches curiously, wondering what Changxian is planning. Changxian explains that Yahello's magic is fundamentally different from ordinary powers. He clarifies that as a former Ghostborn, Yahello holds both demon and evil energies, but now that he is no longer Ghostborn, that mix makes control especially problematic. Yahello agrees it would indeed be stranger if such energies obeyed him easily and asks what to do next. Changxian invokes a special field of light, preparing to teach him a new magic circulation method. He explains that Yahello must adopt a completely different circulation pattern, changing everything from breathing to minor habits, and that his current energy is shadow energy that must become a unique talent. Changxian declares that to do this, Yahello must become his shadow. In a mental training space, Changxian walks ahead in ruins as a formless shadow being stirs behind him. Yahello, appearing as a dark mage in that realm, asks what becoming a shadow means as the entity describes its shapeless nature. Changxian says he already understands this or he would not be there. The entity explains it cannot exist as a typical spirit, and is more like a barely existent god, invisible even to great gods until Changxian sensed it. Changxian listens impassively and prompts it to continue. It reveals it formed a physical shell by drawing a shadow from Changxian's body and infusing itself into that trace of his presence. Changxian leans close, scrutinizing the entity. He dryly concludes that the being is essentially living off his power. The entity reluctantly agrees that description is not wrong. Back in reality, Yahello nervously asks what he should practically do with this explanation as snake that wraps around the world eagerly watches for new knowledge. Changxian says the first step is for Yahello to learn to control his shadow energy. Dark tendrils of shadow begin to manifest dramatically around them. Changxian reiterates that shadow energy must flow along its own path, one that Yahello must open. Yahello asks what exactly this path is. Changxian tells him to focus on his shadow and imagine placing his anxieties into Changxian's shadow. He instructs Yahello to picture pulling Changxian's shadow toward himself. Yahello concentrates intensely. Changxian adds that he must not force it but gently unravel and draw each strand of shadow. Sweat forming, Yahello fights to maintain focus. The shadow at Changxian's feet begins to stir. The dark mass rises up, surging toward Yahello like a living tide. Startled, Yahello gasps as the phenomenon intensifies. Changxian sharply orders him to stay focused and not lose concentration. Yahello firms his resolve again. The sea of shadows stretches between them, creeping toward Yahello's position. Finally, the overwhelming darkness engulfs Yahello's body as he stands still, beginning the process of truly becoming Changxian's shadow. The protagonist urgently warns Beck not to be consumed by his shadow and to suppress it by any means. System messages report Beck's shadow getting tangled as overwhelming shadow energy engulfs him. The system explains that shadow energies are in chaos, throwing the origin of existence into disorder. Struggling as shadows cover him, Beck realizes how difficult this situation is. Beck, clearly disturbed, thinks about how much he dislikes what is happening. He recalls with dread that the first shadow he ever captured turned out to be this monstrous being. Resigned, the monster decides it has no choice but to assist Beck for the time being. Shadow strands close and toward Beck's fearful face as the struggle continues. The system announces that the swirling shadows have merged into one and Beck has gained the upper hand. The monster reflects that since Beck refused to follow him, Beck must now bear the hardship and humiliation that result. Beck reaches forward, preparing to manipulate the now subdued shadow mass. His hand guides the compressed shadows toward a controlled form. Beck fully extends his arm and begins shaping the shadows into a powerful spiral. Facing the forming shadow creature, Beck calmly asks if it understands his instructions. He reassures the nervous shadow not to worry. The shadow creature silently watches, its single eye emerging from the darkness. Shadow power wraps Beck's body as he undergoes the puppetry process. The system declares that the skill making a shadow puppet has been created and begins analyzing the stolen shadow. Messages inform Beck that he is receiving temporary traits, skills, and talent from the analysis. Beck silently focuses as the process continues. The system notes that much information is hidden and only about 70% has been replicated. A new permanent trait called shadow puppetry is successfully established. The completed puppet form of Beck Yahello, an armored runekeeper with partially unreadable data, is revealed. The status window further identifies the puppet's class as runekeeper, level 28, with no patron. Inside the armor, Yahello looks around in confusion, wondering what this new state is. The system clarifies that this puppet only clumsily imitates player Li Changxian and instructs it to steal more information from him to improve. Changxian explains that shadow energy inherently wants to imitate something, so a clear model is required. Yahello realizes this is why Changxian had him steal his shadow. Changxian confirms that was exactly his intention. Changxian adds that the better Yahello understands his model, the more precisely he can wield shadow energy, and tells him to imitate everything he sees. Yahello nervously steels himself to try copying Changxian's movements. Changxian begins demonstrating spear techniques surrounded by bright energy rings. Light swirls tightly around Changxian's body as he channels divine spear power. Yahello, trying to copy, groans that the heavy spear technique is overwhelming. Multiple gods eagerly watch Changxian's new martial art, praising both his style and his loyalty to comrades. Another divine being, the tiger that has been trapped in hardships, watches to ensure Changxian is using its divine skill correctly. Changxian gives a sharp, confident look as he prepares to escalate the demonstration. Golden energy flows under his feet as he transitions into more advanced footwork. He unleashes a powerful sweeping spear strike, spinning within a vortex of light. The tiger deity delights in Changxian's successful execution of its martial art. Yahello panics when the system says it cannot comprehend or analyze the technique due to the immense level gap with Changxian. Changxian chides Yahello and orders him to properly raise his spear. Yahello, still in armor, awkwardly adjusts himself, struggling under the pressure. The tiger deity regrets that Changxian could not visit more stone chambers, imagining how much stronger he could have become. Changxian announces the start of their true training bout. Watching from above, the tiger deity senses something off about what Changxian is doing with its power. Changxian spins in the center of a huge golden spiral of tiger-shaped energy. The tiger deity is left utterly stunned by the unprecedented technique Changxian manifests. System messages upgrade the tiger's status to ferocious tiger as its roaring manifestation erupts behind Changxian. The tiger deity, overwhelmed, screams in the library asking what Changxian has just done. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the White Tiger clan. On the director's boardroom's 7th floor, executives gather to discuss what to do with the current group of flag-bearer trainees. Several directors complain that the situation is worsening in already chaotic times, but admit it cannot be ignored. Others wonder what Director O is thinking and say matters would be simpler if the trainees' education were further along. One director states that they must introduce a new, harsher training method. The elderly executive director listens in silence, weighing the proposal. Another director with long blonde hair sits quietly, observing without speaking. Someone remarks on how unusually quiet Director Kwan is during this meeting. Director Kim Yansung stands and suggests linking this matter to the Haof case. The executive director asks Kim to clarify what he means by combining the two issues. Kim explains that intelligence recently located the Phantom's whereabouts. He proposes sending the flag bearers to participate directly in the Phantom's capture as real battle experience. The executive director questions the risk of information leaks, but Kim insists only Haof executives know the truth and trainees will handle mere foot soldiers. Kim cynically argues that no one would trust demonic beings accused of crimes against gods and humans anyway. The executive director taps the table, signaling that he has reached a decision. He then calls on team leader Park for his opinion. Park responds that he finds Director Kim's suggestion reasonable but worries it could backfire on their side. Park adds that if the trainees cannot handle this, they do not deserve to be called tigers. The executive director agrees and officially replaces the remainder of training with the half annihilation operation, saying scores and rankings will be based on performance. He further announces that Lee Changxian, having cleared the dungeon, will be separated from the trainees and transferred to the Future Strategy Division. Director Kwan smirks bitterly, realizing how the executive director intends to move. As the meeting ends and directors leave, the eye-patched executive director remains behind, still deep in thought. He calls out to Director Kim and asks him to stay. The executive director pleasantly invites Kim to remain for a private conversation. Once alone, he warns Kim not to do anything foolish. He pointedly asks if he can truly trust Kim, who hastily insists he can. The executive director coldly admits he usually treats subordinates as disposable tools rather than treasures. However, he says he has discovered a sword he genuinely likes this time, and would be upset if its blade were damaged. Terrified, Kim begins sweating as he realizes the warning refers to Changxian. He collapses to his knees in panic. Prostrating himself, Kim vows to protect the sword the director values and remove all obstacles to prove his loyalty. The executive director listens as Kim desperately begs him to believe this pledge. Later, a sign identifies Kim Yansung's personal office. Kim enters and is surprised to find his son already waiting inside. His son rushes toward him, shouting for his father in alarm. Seeing Kim's bloodied face, the son is shocked, while Kim inwardly orders his son to kill Changxian at any cost. The confused son hesitantly asks why he must go so far. Kim drops any pretense and insists his son must kill Changxian, claiming Changxian will otherwise block and overshadow his future. He explains that this is not mere vengeance but a necessary preemptive strike against a future threat. Reluctantly, the son agrees, saying he understands his father's reasoning. He steels himself, deciding that becoming a real man means hardening his heart, and planning to kill Changxian and then target another rival. The son notes that Changxian has humiliated not only him but also another person. He identifies that other victim as Juhan, who formed the odd team Mr. Lim. Back in the training hall, Changxian stands calmly within swirling tiger flames while the tiger deity quietly watches him. The tiger deity scolds Changxian for his reckless actions even as it awards him the powerful ferocious tiger trait. Additional tiger-type traits, city tiger and split tiger, are described, each embodying different brutal or cunning aspects. A third trait, split tiger, grants Changxian wisdom and quick thinking for swift hunts. Another deity, the snake that wraps around the world, tells the tiger he should have foreseen this when granting Changxian a trait. The snake warns that if Changxian is given one advantage, he will greedily seize everything else. The tiger deity grows increasingly annoyed as the snake and other gods insist that dealing with Changxian only leads to losing. Other deities, including the owl and the abyssal demon, agree that Changxian is dangerously overreaching. Good season to hunt dimly suspects the criticism targets Changxian, while the tiger deity's frustration only deepens. Surrounded by blazing tiger energy, Changxian calls the watching gods idiots. Yet he admits to himself that their warnings are not entirely wrong. A notification states that the tiger deity has become even more obsessed with Changxian. Changxian thinks that after this display, the tiger will never allow him to leave its patronage. Meanwhile, Baek Jiaowol successfully copies Changxian's split tiger trait through shadow puppetry. Shadow skills such as shadow treading and shadow play activate as Changxian notes Jiaowol is performing better than expected. Changxian then contemplates examining a mysterious item he took from the Silver Fox Research Facility, the Unknown Scroll. The system describes the scroll as made from human skin, sealed and filled with curses whose effects are still unknown. Disgusted but curious, Changxian analyzes the scroll using his beast sense, suspecting it is linked to the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. As he wishes to read its contents, shadow energy lashes out around the scroll's ominous seal. Suddenly a terrifying calamity linked to the royal tiger surges from the scroll, filling the room with countless eyes. Changxian, shocked, realizes the royal tiger's calamity itself is sealed inside. The tiger deity watches in fascination, curious how Changxian will deal with this genuine calamity rather than a mere copy. Changxian curses Director O for creating this catastrophe as the calamity tries to devour him. A notification says the tiger's scolding skill is opening its jaws, intensifying the pressure. Another message warns that Tiger Chaos is trying to swallow Changxian entirely. Overwhelmed, Changxian thinks he must act quickly or be consumed. He suddenly remembers the existence of his golden key. Worried the Void Monarch might notice, he hurriedly pulls the key out while the tiger deity scrutinizes his reaction. The tiger deity is stunned when the golden key appears, believing it destined to fall into its hands someday. Changxian uses Peter's key to locate and fit into a hidden keyhole on the unknown scroll. The lock breaks open in a burst of blinding light, interrupting the rampaging calamity. The system confirms that the royal tiger's calamity has halted. The scroll unfurls in midair as its hidden contents begin to manifest. Sentences formed of light wriggle on the parchment, seeking a way to escape. Changxian officially acquires the 4th fragment of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. Jiaowol anxiously calls out to Changxian, asking if he is alright. Changxian raises a hand to stop him from approaching. Jiaowol realizes Changxian is signaling that the situation is too dangerous and agrees to stay back. He verbally confirms his understanding while watching from a safer distance. The system details San's fourth scripture, warning of its dangerous power and numerous unknown functions. Changxian notes that he already holds 3 fragments from the White Tiger clan and now possesses the 4th. Visualizing Director O's face, Changxian understands what crucial piece he had been missing. He concludes that Director O secretly found and hid this 4th scripture away. Changxian wonders if this hidden fragment was the key to forging Gildal and puzzles over how Director O interpreted it. He reasons that any text capable of birthing the Royal Tiger's calamity must describe something extraordinary. Since the Void Monarch will not explain it, and the scroll cannot stay exposed, Changxian decides he must manage it carefully while the Abyssal Demon expresses keen interest. The demon that chases after the abyss again waits for Changxian's answer to an earlier proposal, offering to exchange another gift for it. A message formally states the demon is willing to substitute this benefit for the original present if Changxian prefers. Changxian is bathed in dazzling light as he accepts the demon's offer. The benefit takes effect, granting Changxian the ability to interpret the sentences on the scroll. As glowing characters whirl around him, various gods react loudly, while others demand to see the scroll's content through his eyes. Changxian begins reading the scripture, which addresses followers drawn by starlight and offers to rebirth or guide them with the speaker's distant yet close power. The snake deity complains that it still cannot see the text and angrily thrashes its tail. Changxian admits the beginning is missing, so he cannot fully decipher the message, but recognizes enough to satisfy the hidden character decoding requirement. Another notification confirms that the hidden condition information research has also been cleared. Changxian learns that a new quest has been issued for him to uncover this hidden piece's secrets. The system details the hidden quest, a hidden path in the starlight, explaining that by decoding a scripture fragment and enduring hardships, Changxian has qualified to pursue the deeper powers and knowledge of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. A system prompt asks the protagonist whether to begin a hidden quest. He realizes this must be a hidden piece and grows serious. An image of the powerful figure Geometry Chanho appears, emphasizing his might. The protagonist is juxtaposed with Geometry Chanho, hinting he will inherit that power. He resolves to clear this quest to gain a power surpassing the God-sent warrior and Gildal, the starlight of the Forgotten Stars. He notes that Director O had only been using this power on a shallow level. A divine being called the Tiger trapped in hardships watches closely to see what choice he makes. He curses the Void Monarch for giving him a scroll that seemed worthless in Director O's hands and calls to Jiawul. He orders Jiawul to keep everyone out and not interfere no matter what happens during the quest. Jiawul anxiously asks what his brother is planning to do. The protagonist confirms Jiawul can follow those orders. Jiawul agrees, thinking his mysterious brother has unfathomable secrets he must follow without question as a loyal shadow. The protagonist quietly prepares himself. He chooses to proceed with the hidden quest. A notification transports him to an instant dungeon called Tiger Chaos, where a royal tiger's calamity is raging. Another divine being, the owl that pierces through the twilight, him victory and merges 2 blessings, unbending spirit and inner peace, into one. An authority is created as part of this process. A dark vortex of many-eyed energy surges as the calamity gathers. He is informed he has entered the instant dungeon Reckless Demon Cave. The message of entering the Reckless Demon Cave repeats for emphasis. He recalls a regretful thought beginning with "if only." He remembers wishing he could go back to a previous time. His memory continues, returning to that pivotal moment in the past. He recalls the sudden bright pillar of light that appeared in the sky over the city. That light dragged him into a random, chaotic battlefield in another world. To survive there he fought relentlessly, eventually fighting just for the sake of fighting. In time he defeated numerous gods and constellations. His endless victories earned him frightening epithets such as Battle God and Abominable God. But because he only sought battle, his comrades died and abandoned him. Among them his lover Litaka collapsed while saving his life. He remembers cradling Litaka's fallen body. The memory of that loss still makes him weep in anguish. Consumed by rage, he began a war against the 12 zodiacs. He reflects that the outcome of all that fury was merely his own addiction to a powerful poison. Lying in that poison, he wished desperately to turn back time. He specifically longed to regress to the moment when the bright light first appeared. He vowed that if he could return, he would fully prepare to kill those responsible. His poisoned body was then enveloped in glowing cubes as his regression began. He swore to take revenge on his enemies in the most brutal way. Returning to the present dungeon, he plants his foot on the eerie ground. A system message declares the dungeon mission has begun. The mission theme is Survive and Conquer, explaining that he is cursed by Royal Tiger's calamity which will drag him daily to the parallel world Ghoul Den. The Ghoul Den is described as a 9-floor labyrinth of ghouls that hate humans and want to kill and convert them. To lift the curse he must endure countless ghoul attacks and conquer all 9 floors. He steels himself and stands ready on the strange, swirling terrain. Calmly exhaling, he prepares for the ordeal. The first mission starts in the first floor's first district. He deduces the curse activates every 24 hours and notes the time limit. He reasons that Royal Tiger's calamity is residual starlight from the scroll's original owner. He recalls how this calamity has already stolen the souls of ghosts, and warns that being caught will turn one's soul into a ghoul. The calamity then infects the victim's body, transforming them into a Daka or goblin. He concludes this is how Geometry Chanho gained his power. A divine message says the tiger trapped in hardships is curious how he will escape. While he calculates he will be exhausted by repeated daily battles. He reminds himself he has a valuable authority granted by Minerva. A hulking ghoul appears and a divine being comments mockingly on its ugliness, urging him to kill it quickly. He checks if that ghoul is the only enemy present. He begins activating the authority he received from Minerva. The authority Kalokagathia manifests, granting him mind immunity, bravery, and hardship overcoming power, which he realizes is a far more precious gift than he expected. He notes Kalokagathia prevents him from being worn down by exhaustion during long fights, while the owl that pierces through the twilight blesses him for the trials ahead. He decides to test this new power. The ghoul rushes him, drooling and marveling at how delicious he smells. It lunges to eat him, roaring its hunger. He meets the charge with a decisive sword strike. The wounded ghoul acknowledges his strength but boasts that he will still be devoured in the end. The ghoul continues attacking, claiming its poison will eventually seep into him and destroy him. It predicts his body will soon feel heavy and collapse. He blocks its attacks without concern, maintaining focus. The ghoul laughs that he will inevitably become a guiding ghoul like itself. The duel continues in a torrent of blows as the ghoul screams that the human must fall. The ghoul insists he must end up just like it. Confused, the monster wonders why the poison is not affecting him. A system notice reveals his immunity against 10 poisons has purified all toxin. Taking advantage, he pins the ghoul down and drives his blade into it, leaving it stunned. He casually asks the dying monster if all ghouls here are like it. The terrified ghoul can only utter a shocked stammer. He calls its performance disappointing. With a sweeping slash, he finishes the creature off. The royal tiger's poisonous energy erupts and swirls as he stands over the corpse. The system states he has absorbed the royal tiger's calamity that was inside the ghoul. His body changes slightly from the absorbed power, and he is instructed to kill more ghouls to strengthen this calamity within him. He reasons that if he loses to the calamity he will become a monster, but if he dominates it as geometrical Chanho did he can turn it into his own path. Determined not to waste this chance, he decides to shape the calamity like a spirit into any form he desires. This triggers the awakening of the effect first form world-ending flame, whose purifying fire fuses with the calamity despite its resistance. The flames intensify further as the effect burns more fiercely. The royal tiger's calamity begins to shatter under the overwhelming fire. The system reports that purification and modification are complete and that a new royal has been created. He gains the achievement of the royal who devoured the royal tiger's calamity, boosting his stats while the watching tiger trapped in hardships is shocked. Another divine being, good season to hunt, admits it has no idea what is going on. The snake that wraps around the world gleefully observes that the forgotten starlight has been reborn as a new one. He successfully absorbs this newly purified royal power. His body is now wreathed in a menacing, flaming armor of this royal energy. His magic power evolves from Jigui into Baiwi, a new state no one foresaw. A notification says the forgotten starlight has been rediscovered. He explains that Baiwi is a mythical race that devours tiger souls, meaning his new power makes him the natural enemy of the Void Monarch. Elsewhere on the first floor's 12th district, ghouls sense his rising power. The system displays the recommended time needed to complete the mission's first stage. A massive fiery explosion shows him far exceeding those expectations. In his monstrous form he tears through enemies while onlookers panic, and he admits he is enjoying himself. Their leader is incinerated by his attack. The remaining ghouls panic at their boss's death. A divine message says good season to hunt is thrilled with his slaughter. The tiger trapped in hardships continues to carefully study his sharp movements. His new status Ferocious Tiger activates. Unleashing a powerful charge called Ferocious Tiger comes out of the hole. He earns another achievement, the Ghoul Devourer, and gains further strength. The system declares he has successfully conquered the first floor. He is immediately transported down to the second floor. Still wrapped in flames, he prepares to take on the new level. His blazing eye shows his battle lust and focus. He faces a huge horde of ghouls waiting on the second floor. Fear spreads among the monsters as they are infected by the chaotic aura surrounding him. The terrified ghouls gasp that he is no human but a monster. A timer runs out, and he is told his allotted time for the day has ended. His performance is graded SSS for day 1, and he is informed he will receive rewards before returning to reality. He awakens back in the real world to Jiawul calling out to him. He notes that 6 hours have already passed outside and comments that the experience was fun. Curious, he asks Jiawul how long he seemed frozen in place, while Jiawul says he just followed orders to guard him. Realizing time barely moved outside, he is intrigued. Jiawul explains that only moments passed after his aura shifted, surprising the protagonist. He concludes the time dilation of the cursed dungeon could become a major advantage if used well. He wonders what curses the remaining 6 scripture scrolls hold, and whether future missions will again involve the Ghoul Den, or entirely new challenges. The tiger trapped in hardships muses about how he will overcome the scripture's curses. He decides his priority is to track down the remaining 3 cryptic scriptures that no one has yet found. He suspects the leaders of the hostile group high off might know their locations. Just then he receives a phone call from Director O. The scene shifts to the city skyline, setting the location. We see a bar in Nanhyandong where they are meeting. Inside the bar, Director O greets him and beckons him over. The protagonist tells Jiawul to wait outside while he talks privately with Director O. Director O notices Jiawul and hears he had accompanied the protagonist in their last training. From another perspective, Jiawul vouches for the protagonist's reliability while Director O asks if he can be trusted, revealing he is forming his own group. Director O replies that they need disposable tools rather than people, showing his cold pragmatism. He then presents a personnel transfer form, confirming he has moved the protagonist under his own future strategy division as promised. Director O announces there will be a new employee training session the next day for recruits who have barely begun compared to the protagonist. He explains this training is a mission to hunt the remaining forces of High Off, whose location they have already discovered. The protagonist hides his excitement, realizing this operation could yield information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of Shan and that things are aligning in his favor. He worries aloud whether sending only trainees is dangerous, and Director O clarifies that full raid teams and many clans will also participate, with trainees handling weaker remnants. Director O adds that unlike the others, the protagonist will join the elite assault team, which he recognizes as the real point. Director O boasts that he personally pushed for the protagonist's inclusion on that high-level team, convinced of his already proven abilities. He notes that the document also contains detailed intel on High Hoff's hideout, and orders him to be fully prepared within 5 days. As Director O departs, he says he will share more details when it is time. The protagonist stops him to request a favor. Curious, Director O asks what he wants. Time skips to Hadiak being cooked at a street stall, signaling a more casual scene. Passers-by notice the protagonist at the stall and gossip in disbelief that someone like the tyrant would be eating there. While snacking, he reads the mission dossier about the Hill of the Abominable Snowman, an icy dungeon held by High Off where blizzards hinder visibility. Walking with Yahello, he urges that they keep pushing forward and not be satisfied with their current progress. Yahello enthusiastically agrees as onlookers again react to seeing the famous tyrant in public. The exterior of a training facility building is shown, setting up the upcoming operation. 4 days before the official training, he is already attacking High Off forces in his monstrous flame form, causing enemies to shout in panic that the terrifying human has returned and to close the gates. 3 days before the training, a massive armored beast roars amid flames. 2 days before the training, the same monster battles a spear-wielding fighter in a storm of fire. 1 day before the training, the fiery fighter stands victorious over the slain beast. A notification tells the Ghoul King and his servant that only a little over an hour remains. The fiery protagonist asks if there is no stronger opponent left to face. He dismisses the weaker foes, stating he is not interested in small fry. He declares he wants a true challenger and fires a glowing arrow. The blazing projectile streaks across the ruined city toward a distant tower. The arrow detonates in a blinding column of light. A system message announces the skill lightning explosion as the arrow erupts. Debris and dark liquid drip from the shattered impact point. Startled ghouls cry out in fear for their king after realizing he was targeted. The Crimson King, intrigued that his location was discovered, finds this development very interesting. Excited, he orders his weapons and armor brought so he can personally fight. He commands his subordinates to withdraw, deciding he will handle the intruder himself. Reflecting on his past, he explains he was once of the noble Frisia family but is now a cursed crimson murderer whose hatred still burns. He vows to conquer the entire ghoul den and then return home. He plans to gather all starlight from the scriptures to regain godhood. Donning his helm, he recalls hearing rumors of the troublesome intruder and asks for his name. Overjoyed to feel like a warrior again after centuries, he prepares for battle on his throne. Changxian smirks, eager for the impending clash. The king identifies the intruder as Li Changxian. He introduces himself as Jin, descendant of the Frisia line tied to the demon realm. In his impatience, Jin kicks aside a ghoul's servant. He boasts that he will become king of the ghoul den by killing Changxian. Fully armed, Jin steps outside his cave stronghold with his great blade. He summons ominous green flames, empowering himself. The empowerment surges through him as his eyes glow red. Mounted on his monstrous beast Hun, Jin charges into battle, panicked ghouls fleeing. Changxian fires a distant golden shot toward the open sky. Jin rides Hun forward, brandishing his flaming weapon. A system notice reveals the second-floor boss monster, the Crimson Murder King, has appeared before Changxian. Changxian, fully ignited, focuses intensely on his opponent. Jin watches Changxian with a sharp, calculating glare. Jin dives from the sky atop Hun, sword raised for a devastating strike. Changxian rushes upward with burning wings to meet the descending king. Their first clash sends out blinding light and shockwaves. Divine beings watching the fight cheer Changxian on and urge him to defeat the arrogant demon. Changxian flips over a vast green vortex of power in midair. He dashes along crumbling ground, weaving through the destructive energy. A system message notes the split tiger's single eye is tracking a specific area as Changxian assesses the battlefield. Changxian faces Jin and Hun, the massive beast looming over him. Jin praises Changxian for blocking his blade even after he imbued it with Hun's spirit. The system reports Changxian's status shifting from split tiger to ferocious tiger. Changxian unleashes the technique ferocious tiger comes out of the hole, lunging explosively. Jin diagnoses Changxian as a fighting-obsessed ghost of a warrior and grins. Jin and Hun dive down again, intent on crushing Changxian. Their collision explodes, hurling rocks and energy everywhere. Watching ghouls panic, shocked that a human can match their king's power. Changxian gathers swirling energy in his hand for another fierce attack. Jin looks up as Changxian slashes crisscross the sky. Jin is grazed by a sudden strike and grimaces in pain. The combatants trade rapid blows among falling debris, filling the air with intersecting blades. Hun roars in rage, answering Jin's command. Changxian rushes in, sword dripping with blood from prior hits. Jin rides Hun down at him yet again, determined to overpower him. Changxian's sword arcs with massive fiery power toward the charging beast. The unleashed slash carves a flaming path across the battlefield. A system message announces the skill lightning net activating around Jin. Jin screams as the net engulfs him in swirling light. Jin leaps high to counterattack while Changxian braces below. Changxian barely avoids a huge sword swing that splits the ground. Jin recovers and prepares another massive sweeping attack. Beast's sense warns Changxian of extreme danger, and he realizes blocking head-on is suicidal. He activates Flying Tiger's trailing gale and a body lightning technique, darting away at high speed. Jin crashes down through rocks with a devastating blow. Changxian reappears atop a rocky spire, still ready to fight. Jin laments that he almost caught him. System alerts show Changxian's stamina has dropped below 15% with just over 3 minutes left in the trial. Feeling like he's striking an impenetrable wall, Changxian reassesses his chances. He admits he lacks confidence to subdue the Crimson Murder King yet finds the battle exhilarating and doesn't want it to end. Despite exhaustion, he grips his sword with renewed resolve. He senses his weapons urging him to be used and questions their impatience. Changxian decides to comply and begins drawing the sword. Jin eyes him warily, asking what he plans to do. Changxian replies that he intends to do something fun and stabs his own palm with the blade. Blood erupts violently from his pierced hand. Using that blood, he channels power into both swords. The two blades blaze with blue and green energy as ancient patterns emerge. Jin's sword trembles in response, resonating ominously. Changxian commands the awakened blade to cry, intensifying its aura. He continues the chant, telling the sword to wail as the energy towers skyward. A system message declares twin sword resonance, and notes that the ferocious tiger bares its teeth. Jin, thrilled by this escalation, anticipates the fight becoming even more exciting. Another notice confirms the named swords Evil Dragon's Snaggletooth and Fish Intestine Sword are resonating. The system states that fangs of the ferocious tiger are now fully bared as Changxian dives. From below, Jin sees Changxian descending like a fiery meteor. Changxian free falls with lethal intent, wings flaring. His face shows savage determination as he commits to a finishing blow. Jin braces himself, jaw clenched, for the oncoming strike. Changxian and Jin clash again, their auras colliding in a swirl of yellow and green. Jin meets Changxian's assault with a powerful upward slash. The system switches Changxian's status from Ferocious Tiger to Savage Tiger, and announces the activation of Savage Tiger's Chaotic Slash. Changxian rains down countless fiery slashes while Jin desperately deflects them. One concentrated orb of energy drives straight at Jin. The resulting explosion shatters the canyon walls around them. The system switches him back to Split Tiger, as he follows up with another ferocious rush. A notice proclaims Split Tiger's fangs raging as Changxian closes in at point-blank range. Changxian and Hun clash head-on, his sword biting deep into the raging beast. Jin screams Hun's name in horror as his mount is mortally wounded. Changxian grins fiercely, pressing the attack. Hun's body is torn apart by Changxian's spiraling slash. A system message confirms that Changxian has defeated the named monster Hun. Loot notices appear saying he has obtained Hun's ribs, the leash of the Crimson Murder King, and large amounts of Royal Tiger's Calamity. Changxian had expected Jin to be shaken by losing his pet but notes the king remains eerily calm. He observes Jin still standing confidently amid swirling green energy. Jin focuses power into a cross-shaped light on his armor, preparing a huge attack. Changxian gasps as he senses this deadly move. A warning flashes that a large attack is incoming as Jin charges with his glowing sword. After the devastating strike, Changxian stands amid rubble, wondering if the attack really was that dangerous. Jin looks enraged yet impressed that Changxian survived. Changxian raises his sword again, refusing to back down. Jin launches another massive blow, energy crashing down toward Changxian. Jin narrows his glowing eye, fully intent on finishing him. Changxian counters with gritted teeth, matching the killing intent. Their final charge blasts through rock and air in a gigantic collision. The explosion lights up the mountainside, sending debris flying. Jin is left scarred and pierced by black tendrils from Changxian's assault. His eye widens as he realizes how badly he has been hit. Changxian's fiery aura fades, revealing him badly burned and exhausted. System messages inform him he has been critically injured and his stamina has dropped below 5%, advising evacuation and rest. Another notification states that his allotted time has expired but awards him an SSS evaluation and promises a reward. A final notice says he is returning to reality, as his eye opens. Back in the real world, his worried younger brother panics at the sight of all the blood. Seeing Changxian's bloody clothes, the brother insists they rush to a hospital. Changxian instead pulls out a large healing potion, saying that will suffice. His brother volunteers to help administer it. Changxian grimaces as the potion is poured on his wound and magic flames flare. Afterward he sighs in relief, noting he nearly died, while the system reports 50% stamina recovery. Walking out together, Changxian brushes off his brother's concern and claims nothing serious happened. Internally he admits the fight with the Crimson Murder King was heavily one-sided against him. He worries how difficult higher floors will be and decides he needs items like Blood Mine or Reinforced Bone to compensate. Since Blood Mine is currently unobtainable, he resolves to pursue Reinforced Bone instead. He imagines gaining indestructibility through Reinforced Bone and how crucial it would be. However, He recalls that he must face the Crimson Murder King again in just 24 hours and wonders what to do. Determined, he starts walking toward his next destination, thinking of the Hill of the Abominable Snowman. As he walks, he hears his phone chime, interrupting his train of thought. A text from Director O instructs him to arrive at a destination by 7 a.m. tomorrow with preparations complete, so he decides to focus on that for now. Another message from the obedient blacksmith says the new weapon forging is finished and tells him to stop by the workshop after training. Outside, a reporter hides with a camera, eager to photograph Changxian for a big story. The overexcited reporter rushes him, introducing himself and snapping photos. Annoyed, Changxian turns with a chilling glare, aura flaring. The reporter screams as his camera is shattered by a sudden strike. Inside, the brother stands between them while the reporter laments his destroyed camera and Changxian pulls up his hood. Terrified, the reporter starts to ask what kind of man Changxian is. Changxian coldly remarks that players aren't truly human and says such people would be menaces without monsters to occupy them. Later at the workshop, Changxian inspects a newly forged spearhead, confirming it is his weapon. His brother happily admires the completed spear and praises how beautiful it is while the craftsman explains it was simple to assemble. The brother complains the weapon looks plain and asks why no engravings were added, while Changxian says decoration is too bothersome. A payment notification shows Changxian has transferred a huge sum to the blacksmith, who agrees to finish the extra work by tomorrow morning. The boss notices Changxian wants to speak and prompts him about his weapon. Changxian reminds the boss there are still 2 months left for his weapon and refuses to let him shorten the deadline. The boss says he needs an extension because he has run out of necessary materials. He explains the missing resource is special cold iron which is currently unobtainable. The boss details that Changxian's requested shield requires large amounts of ancient cold iron imbued with long-held ice crystals to endure extreme heat. He adds that even the national supply of such cold iron is exhausted due to high-off and asks about Changxian's trip to the Hill of the Abominable Snowman. Changxian says he will attempt that expedition, needing basic ingredients for the reinforced bone. The boss mentions someone wishes to meet Changxian about those materials. Changxian listens, intrigued. Choi Hyungil, CEO of Lucky Trading Company, introduces himself to Changxian. Changxian notices calluses on Hyungil's hands and wonders if he was once a blacksmith. While they talk, Changxian confirms Lucky Trading is big and asks Hyungil's relation to Choi Byung, learning he is Byung's younger cousin. Changxian realizes Byung's supplier is a major company and asks why Hyungil requested this meeting. Hyungil says he has a favor to ask. Changxian guesses the request involves something from the Hill of the Abominable Snowman. Hyungil praises Changxian's insight and begins explaining why the High-Off gang uses that hill as their base. Changxian says he has no idea. Hyungil reveals an item called the Frost King's Breath. He explains this is an elite ice crystal Changxian had never heard of. Hyungil clarifies that Frost King's Breath is also known as the permanent ice crystal, shocking Changxian. Changxian brushes off his reaction when Hyungil asks what is wrong. Internally, Changxian marvels that such a crystal exists here. He focuses intensely, determined. A flashback shows Changxian learning about the reinforced bone from a rogue elder. The elder explains reinforced bone underlies legendary divine bones like heavenly limbs and dragon bone body. He tells Changxian that creating reinforced bone requires 2 base materials. The elder names them Inflamed Heart and Frost Engraved Crest and says the crest protects the body from the flames. He explains the crest must be made from a permanent ice crystal that has long absorbed pure lunar energy. Changxian recalls he had planned to go to an American dungeon for that crystal and realizes how important it is. Hyungil says such crystals drastically boost ice mage's strength. He confirms the High-Off gang is after it, hoping the relic will save their declining power. Hyungil asks Changxian to secure the crystal from the unfinished dungeon without alerting High-Off or the clan, clearly wanting the treasure for himself. Before Hyungil can finish justifying himself, Changxian accepts the job, surprising him about the payment. Changxian says money is unnecessary and instead wants to ask for something else in return. Time passes to sunset over the city. On a rooftop, the boss grouses to Hyungil that he dislikes being indebted to Changxian, while Hyungil teases him for being upset. Hyungil jokes that the boss feels awkward now that he finally has a friend. The embarrassed boss denies they are friends as Hyungil notes that Changxian coolly agreed to a trade. Hyungil privately lists the rare items Changxian demanded and wonders what he intends to do with them. The boss also reflects, amazed that Changxian even knows about the 9 great swords and artifacts, and questions how his brother found someone like that. Over the cityscape, Hyungil worries whether Changxian can actually pull off this dangerous mission. On the day of subjugation, heavily armed forces assemble around the towering dungeon mountain. 2 agents discuss that there has been no contact from the first squad. They conclude the first squad must have failed. Another officer cheerfully suggests a coffee break, correctly recalling the agent's preferred drinks. Over coffee, Agent Cha remarks that the operation is facing much heavier resistance than expected and speculates the dungeon might just be that tough. She asks about his usual niece companion, and he says Hyben went to join the arriving White Tiger clan. Elsewhere, Hyben runs excitedly, wanting to see her benefactor. She keeps hurrying through the ruins. Her uncle spots the incoming group and says the benefactor's team has arrived. Cha looks toward the approaching contingent with interest. The White Tiger clan marches in, weapons on their backs. Changxian walks among them at the front. A superior shouts for Li Changxian to focus and do well. Division Chief Shim Jianho warns that if Changxian tarnishes his or Executive O's reputations, there will be consequences. Other members mock Changxian as a clueless newbie who might disgrace the team. Changxian smiles faintly, unfazed by their jeers. One subordinate explodes in anger, grabbing Changxian and accusing him of laughing in such a serious situation. Changxian coldly tells him to get lost. The man yells back, challenging what Changxian will do if he refuses. Changxian's eyes sharpen as he prepares to act. Chief Shim realizes something is wrong and reacts in alarm. Shim shouts for the subordinate to get away from Changxian. Changxian unleashes a powerful strike that sends the man flying. The humiliated subordinate crashes to the ground in agony. Onlookers, including Haibin and the officers, stare in stunned shock. Furious, the man declares himself the Storm Fist Kong Wuchan and swears revenge for being looked down on. As he charges, he suddenly senses danger. A system message announces that Changxian's split tiger state has activated as a spectral tiger roars behind him. Changxian's face is overlaid with tiger-like markings as he powers up. Split tiger's fangs flare as their fists collide in a blinding explosion. Wuchan's arm bones shatter under the clash. He desperately attacks again, but Changxian easily evades and counters. Wuchan screams in pain as he is overwhelmed. Changxian advances with glowing eyes, pressing the assault. He clamps down on Wuchan's fist, stopping him cold. Chief Shim steps in and restrains both men, ending the confrontation. Shim sternly declares that the fight is over. Changxian states that Wuchan threatened him first. Shim reminds him that Wuchan is still his senior as the man is carried away on a stretcher. Changxian mutters that this division clearly values seniority over competence while a divine tiger entity watches in dark amusement. Nearby, a boisterous blonde warrior laughs that Changxian is a lunatic like himself. His scholarly companion insists Changxian's actions were calculated, not insane. The scholar notes many players doubt Changxian and that this subjugation has drawn attention, meaning his bold beatdown of Wuchan answers some critics. The blonde warrior admires Changxian's sharp judgment and fierce personality, declaring again that they are alike. Changxian hears someone call to him. Haibin appears, shyly asking if he remembers her, and he recognizes her as Wu Haibin. A divine owl entity happily observes that fated paths cross again. Haibin is relieved he remembers her, and admits she feared he might not recognize her now that she is a player. Changxian replies that she looks different and privately regrets she entered this dangerous life, wishing she had stayed normal. An attendant rushes up saying the department head urgently needs Haibin, baffling her. Haibin apologizes to Changxian, saying clan business calls and promising to see him again. Watching her leave, Changxian recalls that the influential five-star group also bears the surname Wu. Haibin's escort explains that Hyoff's assistant director has been spotted nearby and they are moving to pursue him. Changxian silently considers this new information. Concluding that Haibin seems fine, he tells Jiawol to get ready to move. Jiawol activates his own powers, surrounded by swirling energy. Blue flames rise as Changxian prepares his own abilities. Scouts report that they have located the Crimson Ghost and wonder why he is here instead of inside the dungeon. The Crimson Ghost, Kwok Daonan, appears amidst smoke, called out by name. A caption identifies him as Hyoff's assistant director, and recalls orders for him to draw as much attention outside as possible. Daonan surveys the masked players from atop a building, ready to cause havoc. A divine sprite looks upon its disciple Daonan with pity. Daonan tells his god not to feel sorry, saying this path is his own choice and asks it to watch over him. The sprite silently accepts his resolve. Daonan's fiery aura intensifies as he prepares to unleash his power. He leaps down into the crowd below. His impact devastates the street in a violent explosion. Daonan slams into the players with overwhelming force. The shockwave sends numerous fighters flying as someone curses his monstrous strength. Bodies rain down around him as his attack continues. He fires another devastating blast amid the chaos. Sensing a powerful tiger aura, Daonan wonders if the White Tiger clan has already intervened. The blonde team leader of White Tiger clashes head-on with Daonan, their blows shaking the area. The blonde warrior laughs that he finally gets a proper duel with the Crimson Ghost, though the circumstances are unexpected. Daonan internally curses having to face this lunatic instead of other team leaders. Another powerful figure arrives, lamenting the casualties already caused. Drawing his sword, he scolds that Daonan cannot be left alone. Watching the White Tiger and the five-star sword wielder tag team him, Daonan notes how famous the elder among them must be. He sneers that such national talents are giving him quite the grand reception. Daonan decides to test the junior's abilities as he charges them again. Changxian races along a wall using Flying Tiger's trailing gale, redirecting from the main battle because he senses danger elsewhere. His Viper Eye skill scans the surroundings at high speed. Changxian concludes that the Crimson Ghost is merely a diversion. He thinks the true threat lies elsewhere. He dives toward that location, believing the real action is right where he is headed. Below, Daonan stands between split sections of the road as observers line the edges, unaware of the deeper trap. The blonde warrior yells for Daonan to just surrender, while his comrade notes, uneasily, that Daonan seems too composed. Daonan grins and says it is not time yet, inviting everyone to experience the hell he and his comrades endured. One officer reacts in fear as the situation worsens. A system message announces that Daonan's trap has been triggered. The trap and a spherical disguise skill create a massive illusory maze phantom that engulfs the players. Changxian braces himself, hand on the ground inside the warped space. Agent Cha senses something wrong and says it is a trap. She realizes Hyoth lured them all into this illusion. Elsewhere, a hooded caster channels ominous magic circles to maintain the phantom. The white tiger leader is warned not to be swallowed by the phantom as the vortex grows stronger. The hooded caster's crazed face shows his control over the nightmare illusion. Within the phantom, the blonde leader is assaulted by guilt-ridden hallucinations of his mother accusing him of killing her. Changxian resists the phantom easily thanks to his authority Kalokagathia granting mental immunity. He further uses Viper Eye to reveal the hidden path through the illusion. Inside the darkness, voices lament dying because of someone else. Hyben suffers illusions of hateful voices declaring they hate her. Spectral figures tell Hyben they all despise her and surround her. They question why she alone survived and beckon her to join them in death. A hand suddenly shatters the illusionary glass around her. The phantasmal figures crumble as Hyben looks on in surprise. Tears in her eyes, she turns toward her rescuer. Changxian stands before her, asking if she is hurt, and she calls out to him in relief. Changxian, having freed her, orders Jiawol to pursue the real enemy. The young man commands his shadowy knight, who emerges in a swirl of cosmic darkness. The armored shadow warrior lunges toward the red-haired girl, startling her. The girl turns in alarm, realizing the knight is about to attack. The knight dives past her toward a distant cloaked enemy. A tattooed mage in a hood prepares a spell with intense focus. The mage completes his incantation, unleashing binding magic. A system message declares skill Shadow Bind has restrained the opponent as the mage watches fearfully. Despite the bind, the Shadow Knight twists in the air near his calm master. The captured illusionist shouts that he does not know how they found him and swears he will never talk. The protagonist responds skeptically, challenging the illusionist's resolve. The illusionist screams that they should just kill him because he will reveal nothing. Drawing a demonic blade, the protagonist activates Tiger's aura to overwhelm the illusionist with fear and dares him to keep his word. Terrified, the illusionist begins to break down under the pressure. Shadows slash across the ground, signaling the illusionist's defeat. A system notice reports that the first seal has been eliminated and 8 remain. Walking away, the protagonist deduces there are 9 illusionists in total while a divine being called the Tiger trapped in hardships laughs at his scheming. He reflects that the permanent ice crystal was hidden well and that without pre-marking their positions he would have failed, while the snake-type divine being calls his cunning remarkable. Another divine being named Good Season to Hunt eagerly watches what he will do next. The protagonist invites the rescued girl to accompany him, deciding she will be safer by his side. The owl divine being observes him with satisfied approval. The girl praises him and wonders when she will become as strong as him, assuming he cannot see what she sees. He quietly questions why she believes he sees nothing. He reveals that he actually perceives countless tormented spirits and curses surrounding him. Something unexpected catches his eye, causing him to react in surprise. He beholds a fiery warrior with a spear standing above hellish flames and monsters. The scarred warrior turns toward him, framed by blazing spirits. Speaking gently, the warrior proudly says the protagonist has grown well and can now let him rest. The system warns that authority Kalokagathia and his mental defenses are trembling as he emotionally addresses the warrior as his grandfather. The fiery vision explodes into light and begins to fade. The system reports Kalokagathia has stabilized while the protagonist smiles and tells his companions to move on. The girl and a spectral ally stare in stunned silence at his uncharacteristic smile. She internally notes in amazement that he is actually smiling. The scene shifts to ruined skyscrapers under a crimson sky. Elsewhere, a swordsman searches the rubble, shouting for Hyben's whereabouts. Worried, he hopes nothing bad has happened to her. A demonic, shadow-faced brute suddenly appears above him, prompting his alarm. The brute dives to attack, and the swordsman braces for impact. Another muscular fighter with wild blonde hair crashes into the battlefield with immense force. This berserker, addressed as team leader Seo, roars with glowing eyes, seemingly out of control. The swordsman counterattacks and yells for team leader Seo to regain his senses. Clashing with Seo, he scolds that a team leader should not fall prey to illusions. A demonic observer watches their duel from afar, waiting. That demon reveals he has been luring them with his energy and plans to kill whichever one survives. The swordsman warns Seo that if he keeps rampaging, he will fight seriously, while the nameless giant divine being rises to watch. Seo howls in fury and charges, his eye crackling with power. The swordsman steels himself to meet the assault. Blood sprays as their violent exchange reaches a critical blow. The swordsman deliberately impales Seo through the chest to sell their ruse. The demon gloats that their battle is finished and prepares to crush them. Believing the swordsman weakened, the demon leaps down with his massive gauntlet, cueing the trap. As the demon nears, the two men reveal the deception and shout that they have finally caught the old bastard. Realizing too late it was a ploy to draw him out, the demon panics. The wounded Seo complains about the deep stab while the swordsman retorts it had to look real to fool the enemy. Enraged at being hurt, Seo vows to kill the demon and lunges again. He unleashes a barrage of explosive kicks or punches on their foe. Seo and the swordsman launch themselves high to engage the demon in midair. The demon accepts he must fight and prepares to face them head-on. At that moment, a system notice states that all seals have been eliminated. The demon learns the illusory maze seal is destroyed and the fog surrounding the area is dissipating. Seo and the swordsman are confused by the maze's end, realizing they were not the ones who broke it. They resolve they might not know how, but will no longer lag behind the others. The enraged demon snarls at their defiance. Powering up, He proclaims he will show them why he is known as the Crimson Ghost. He erupts with spiraling crimson energy and hurtles forward to attack again. Simultaneously, the protagonist appears at another location, silhouetted before bright daylight as the battle rages in the distance. He gazes over the devastated cityscape, contemplative. Outside, the dungeon's mountainous landscape looms over the ruined city. Seo's bandaged foot touches the ground, indicating the battle's aftermath. Seo stands amid the rubble searching and angrily shouting for the missing Kwok Downan. Seo orders the others to search nearby streets, convinced Downan must still be close. Meanwhile, the Crimson Ghost, badly wounded, staggers alone into a shallow pool in a desolate stone arena. Blood drips around him, staining the rocks and water. A divine being called the sadly weeping sprite watches the scene with sorrow. Memories of harsh words from a superior about atoning for his mother echo as the sprite declares she wants to witness his tragic end. The Crimson Ghost accepts he will not return alive and vows to ignite one last flame to grant his master's wish. A system message informs him that he has fallen into a mysterious trap, stunning him. He roars into the empty arena, demanding that whoever is there reveal themselves. The protagonist steps from hiding with a sinister smile concealed in shadow. Recognizing the figure, the Crimson Ghost stammers in shock. The protagonist dons a distinctive grinning mask and asks if the demon recognizes it. The Crimson Ghost curses him in rage and fear. Then he laughs bitterly as realization dawns. He understands that the masked man is the mastermind who orchestrated the entire ordeal. The protagonist, still masked in darkness, silently confirms that he set the stage. An image of the original aged mask surfaces, hinting at its deeper significance. The Crimson Ghost recalls when he and his clan first entered the dungeon, unaware they were being toyed with. He admits that his clan and their subjugation mission were completely manipulated by this unseen puppeteer. He realizes that even his current desperate state is part of the mastermind's plan. Consumed with fury, he identifies the protagonist as the culprit who ruined all their schemes. A system message announces that maze runes placed throughout the area are activating. The Crimson Ghost scoffs that a weak, low-level brat dares to trap a level 70 powerhouse like him. The protagonist coolly remarks that such arrogance is precisely the demon's weakness. The Crimson Ghost vows to rip him apart, and dives toward him with murderous intent. The protagonist stands firm beneath the swirling crimson energy, ready to counter. He removes the mask and smiles confidently while gripping it. The demon is shaken that his opponent is laughing, wondering if his moves were already predicted. Their clash shatters the ground as gauntlet and sword collide. The protagonist's blade slices through the destructive Jade Fist gauntlet, revealing it as a special sacred item. The Crimson Ghost charges again through the surging waters of the maze. He bursts upward for another strike just as the protagonist's power fully ignites. A system notice reveals the tidal Jigui's vessel has activated, surrounding the protagonist in raging black and flame energy. The Crimson Ghost senses an overwhelming new aura and is stunned. Empowered by Jigui's flames, the protagonist launches a ferocious slashing assault. Even though the Crimson Ghost is nearly a high ranker, he realizes he is being completely overwhelmed by this power. In his terror, he concludes the protagonist is no mere brat but a true monster. He thinks that if he does not kill this monster now, the boy will bring misfortune upon his daughter. The demon is suddenly caught off guard by another devastating strike. Losing track of his foe amid churning water and flames, he frantically searches for him. The protagonist appears above and drives twin blades into the demon's neck and shoulders. The Crimson Ghost screams in agony as blood erupts. The protagonist continues the relentless assault, black and crimson energy tearing through the demon's body. As his body is shredded, the Crimson Ghost realizes in horror that his opponent is a monster born of pure despair. Bleeding from his eyes, he gasps out the name Eugene with his final strength. One of his treasured clan rings falls away into the dark water. The protagonist's fiery attack sends the demon's remains hurtling through the violent water currents. Observing calmly, the protagonist notes how drastically his own power has grown, strong enough to subdue a high ranker. He reflects that he has not even finished reading one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San yet is already this strong. A hooded tiger-like divine being watches him with keen interest. Another shot of the protagonist shows him deciding the man should no longer belong to the Void Monarch. The owl divine being praises him for punishing evil as he looms over the demon's severed, floating head begging for death. The protagonist refuses to kill him yet, saying he still needs information. The mutilated Crimson Ghost snarls that he will never reveal anything, especially after the protagonist destroyed his children's lives. The protagonist counters that they exploited humans for greed and have no right to speak of justice. The demon laughs weakly that nothing will make him talk, and the protagonist answers simply that he knows. He adds that, since the demon will not answer, he will ask someone else instead. Realizing what that implies, the demon howls in desperate denial. The protagonist holds up the fallen clan ring, addressing the unseen vice clan leader. Speaking into the ring, he assumes the listener wants to save Kwok Downan and opens negotiations. In a distant room, a red-haired woman wearing a matching emblem listens silently. Startled by the contact, she is warned over comms to cut communication but hesitates. The protagonist warns that he will ask the questions and that if she wants Downan saved she must answer carefully, forcing a pained response from the demon. He starts by asking what she knows of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. Sitting on her ornate throne, she wonders if he is a white tiger spy before he cuts in and demands direct answers. He states that he believes she knows the whereabouts of the 5th scripture and orders her to reveal it. She smirks faintly, preparing a response. With contempt, she calls him foolish and claims his threat does not scare her, insisting he cannot easily kill Daonon if he wants information and telling him to just kill the man. The protagonist immediately agrees, shocking her as she reacts in panic. He calmly tells her he has followed her instructions and ends the communication, leaving her shaken in her chair. Furious and sweating, she starts to shout at him. Meanwhile, the protagonist reflects that by provoking her this much he has ensured her side will pursue him, while activating authority soul extortion to claim Kwok Daonon's ashes. A system notice reports that because he absorbed someone far above his level, soul extortion has leveled up. Another notice confirms he has acquired Kwok Daonon's skill destructive Jade Fist. He muses aloud about this upgraded soul extortion ability. Flying away wreathed in dark flames, he notes the new stats from using the power in the Ghoul Den, and is pleased to gain a strong hand-to-hand skill. The sadly weeping sprite now despises him for stealing the blessing she had given her disciple. As he speeds onward, he realizes Daonon must have been that divine being Lamashta's disciple. He recalls that Lamashta stayed neutral in the war against the 12 Zodiacs, and had hoped to avoid antagonizing her. Resolute, he decides he will apologize to Lamashta later if necessary and flies toward the light at the canyon's end. Far away in a purple mountain range, a monstrous roar echoes across the land. The sadly weeping sprite howls in grief over the loss of her disciple, amplifying the divine uproar. A chained dragon wolf roars into the stormy sky. A large group of people advances across a broken highway toward a towering mountain. A junior hunter urgently tells his senior that a crowd is approaching from a distance. Marching hunters discuss how Li Changxian dismantled Hyoff's trap, defeated the illusionists, and rescued survivors including Wu Yongdian and his niece. As the group walks, they recall that Li Changxian modestly claimed luck and that his fearsome nickname Tyrant suits him. Li Changxian walks in silence, lost in thought amid the ruined city. Cha Yun quietly studies Changxian with a thoughtful look. Yun watches Changxian move off with the crowd through the devastated cityscape. Numerous armed survivors descend the makeshift ramp into the city together. A stern superior warns Changxian not to get cocky just because the director favors him, while Changxian internally braces for another lecture. The superior threatens that someone like Changxian could easily be killed on the battlefield by a stray sword. Changxian thanks him for the warning and calmly asks to offer some advice in return, surprising the man. Changxian repeats the superior's earlier warning about losing one's head to a loose sword, leaving the man shocked. The humiliated superior seethes and calls Changxian arrogant. Another hunter addresses Chief Shim, who curtly asks what he wants. The hunter says he has something important to report regarding Li Changxian. Chief Shim reacts with wary curiosity to the mention of Changxian. In a snowy realm, an ominous fortress sits amid a blizzard. A red-haired woman mournfully wonders why her father had to die that way. She bitterly reflects that her father came and went as he pleased, abandoning her again in death. A searing blue flame manifests near her head, startling her. She stares at the strange flaming light, confused about what it is. A system message states that the divine being called the sadly weeping sprite asks if she desires strength, as she stands in her hall. Another message says this divine being will grant her an opportunity if she wants it, leaving her stunned. Delighted and half deranged, she wonders what choice to make. Another deity, the sky hidden behind the aurora, voices concern about her impending decision. Ignoring that concern, the sadly weeping sprite unleashes her power in a dramatic display. A message announces that this divine being wants to bestow a gift as her eye transforms with dark markings. The system declares entry into the dungeon hill of the abominable snowman, and announces the start of the mission as participants file inside. The mission's theme is revealed to be an invasion. Instructions explain that they must capture the Winter Palace in the endless snowfield to become master of winter. Amid constant blizzards and glaciers, Cha Yun listens as the harsh conditions of the snowfield are described. The briefing warns that skilled abominable snowman hunters use this region as their base and will ambush intruders. The message closes by wishing the invaders victory. Struggling through the storm, hunters complain that the brutal cold overwhelms even their winter gear. They curse the insanity of the mission, saying visibility is so bad they cannot even find the designated thorny path. The Myeong clan loudly leads the massive force, vowing to tear apart the enemy known as Phantom Yum-Yujin. Yum-Yujin worries that if emotions stay high they might fall for enemy schemes and wonders if the complicated plan can succeed. Yujin steels herself despite her doubts. Looking toward Yujin, Changxian wonders if he can perform another miracle for everyone in this mission. Changxian meets her expectations with a calm, unreadable gaze. Yujin watches him from afar, and one of her subordinates also looks at Changxian in awe. A boisterous comrade teases Changxian that the iron witch seems fond of him, which Changxian finds irritating. The man explains that many have pursued the iron witch and nearly been shot for it, noting this is the first time she has shown interest in someone. A narration introduces the iron witch Cha Yun as a top magic scholar and devastating revolver user, an X-class national ranker likely to become a high ranker. It adds that because she can sway the Korean Association president, even major clans must treat her as the association's de facto representative. Watching her, the boisterous man smugly remarks that his eye for talent was right, while Changxian remains expressionless. Another hunter announces he is leaving the group under the director's orders and departs, to the big man's dismay. That hunter soars away through the snowy canyon using aerial movement. A notification shows the skilled flying tiger's trailing gale activating, propelling him at incredible speed, astonishing observers. The big man, now alone, muses that his desire to recruit Changxian is only growing and vows to secure him before his brother can. The Winter Palace looms amid the storm, their objective in sight. Inside icy caverns, human overseers harshly drive enslaved snowmen to work faster. A human taskmaster orders the snowmen to keep searching the mine, saying their king will remain captive until they retrieve a permanent ice crystal. A heavily armored snowman guards carts piled high with glowing red spheres while humans mill around below. Snowman warriors sense something amiss and look around questioningly. One human marvels at the massive stockpile of the explosive material Yon of Agni, and worries they might be planning to blow up the entire area. In a separate cavern, snowman soldiers urge their general to overthrow the human-held king to save their suffering people. The general refuses, declaring his loyalty lies only with the rightful snowman king whom he serves. Mounted on a beast in the blizzard, the general says his sole duty is to pray for the king's safe return. Riled by human threats against their king, the snowmen resolve to obey orders to slaughter all allied human forces. Snowman aerial cavalry swoops toward the Winter Palace on flying beasts, armed for battle. Changxian's search rune reacts and points the way, while the deity Good Season to Hunt remarks that such tools will aid her hunts. The deity snake that wraps around the world grumbles that one needs knowledge of rune scripts to wield such magic properly. Following the arrow, Changxian notes that Hyoff is holding the Snowman King hostage at the Winter Palace, forcing the snowman's obedience. He lays out his plan to tackle the underground mine, secure the permanent ice crystal, and defeat both Hyoff and Snowman within 3 hours. Determined, he accelerates through the storm, saying he must hurry. Racing along a ravine, he suddenly spots snowmen gathering ahead of him. The snowmen notice the intruding human and furiously charge, intent on killing him. Annoyed because he is busy, Changxian unleashes a raging firestorm as his flaming wings unfurl. The ensuing explosions hurl snowmen and boulders through the air. From a distance, Changxian flies above while the blasted snowmen plummet down the snowy cliffs. With his infernal wings spread, Changxian surveys the devastated battlefield and prepares to move on. He glances back with a faintly amused expression as embers swirl around him. Changxian calls out for his hidden watcher to reveal himself. Concealed behind a rock, Juhan panics at how Changxian detected him. Juhan tells a cloaked assassin ally that Changxian is stronger than advertised and demands higher payment for the job. Juhan agrees to the price but insists the assassination be handled cleanly. The assassin leader and his squad invoke their dark method techniques and launch toward Changxian, telling Juhan to simply watch. Elsewhere on the mountain, Juhan grumbles that the hired killer had better earn his pay. His companion reassures him, saying the brutal Blood Wolf unit is reliable. Juhan recalls that Division Chief Shim Jianho supplied him with a special tool for this plot. Changxian faces a wave of charging assassins in the snow. His beast sense skill activates, sharpening his perception to locate every hidden enemy. With glowing eyes, he counts roughly 30 frontline assassins and about 50 more backing them up. Amused that his enemies went to such lengths just to kill him, Changxian calls out to his ally Yahello. A summoned spectral beast appears behind Changxian as he stands ready. Changxian orders the beastly companion to track down all enemies. The creature streaks across the snow and intercepts the airborne assassins. Twin energy orbs form behind Changxian, heralding a powerful attack. As assassins dive at him, Changxian stands calmly, letting his manifested power handle them. The assassin leader menaces that he will grant Changxian a painless death in the freezing blizzard. Changxian smirks and tells him he is welcome to try. A notification says Flying Tiger's trailing gale and a stealth technique have been activated by the assassins. Suddenly a system alert announces that the explosive device within their trap has been triggered and detonation is imminent, shocking them. A massive fiery explosion tears through the snowy terrain. One assassin screams about his severed arm while another panics at the unexpected blast. Their commander rages at his subordinates for bungling the operation. Charging forward, he berates them for failing to handle a single target. Mid-charge he senses something wrong and reacts in alarm. An enormous avalanche roars down the slope toward the assassin unit. The assassins are swept away by the cascading snow, crying out for help. Flames surge again as Changxian's fire powers continue to rage. A message confirms that Changxian has successfully defeated all the attacking assassins as he stands above the scorched snow. The deity Good Season to Hunt comments that she enjoys watching Changxian's intense battles, clearly pleased. Snake that wraps around the world remarks that Changxian's tactics were devilishly cruel, while Tiger trapped in hardships laughs that the assassins were buried alive like idiots. Changxian's spectral warrior streaks through the air toward new foes while he watches below. Juhan and his accomplice are slammed into the ground and injured as Changxian approaches. The two conspirators now stand trembling before Changxian, who watches them from atop a snowy rise. Terrified, they beg for their lives and promise to obey any command. Immediately they turn on each other, loudly blaming the other for hiring the Blood Wolf unit. Their frantic argument continues as Changxian listens impassively. One man exposes the full scheme, revealing that Johan's father Director Kim Yansung and Strategy Division Chief Shim Jianho secretly enabled the assassins and supplied a strange flute. Changxian's expression hardens as he focuses on the mention of the flute. The item description reveals the worm flute, an artifact that controls a certain worm species and disturbs minds via special sound waves. Holding the bloody flute, Changxian asks if they plan to manipulate the worms implanted in his body to kill him. The two plotters stammer helplessly, unable to justify themselves. Changxian explains he already knew White Tiger trainees were secretly fed worms in their meals at the training center. He adds that he personally burned the parasites inside his own body to death long ago. The conspirators realize with horror that Changxian has known everything from the start. A dark slash and spray of blood signal Changxian executing judgment on them. Walking away with his bloody sword, Changxian curses Kim Yansung and Shim Jianho for constantly trying to drag him down. Deciding he has wasted enough time, Changxian reactivates Flying Tiger's trailing gale and body lightning techniques, and rockets back toward his main objective. The Winter Palace reappears through the heavy snowfall, still standing as the central target. A hand surrounded by fiery markings grips a weapon, magic flaring. The sadly weeping sprite warns her chosen host that an enemy is drawing near. Changxian races over the snow with his demonic wings, homing in on the palace. His face is set with grim determination as snow whips past. System prompts announce his arrival at the Winter Palace and that the Ghoul Den's curse will activate in 40 minutes, prompting him to hurry for the permanent ice crystal. Meanwhile, the main allied force trudges through the freezing winds, shivering and complaining about the cold. Snake that wraps around the world pointedly asks how Changxian plans to use his magic and scolds his household member. Changxian's magic warms the air around a young ally, who relaxes gratefully despite the deity's exasperated sigh. Other hunters gripe that even their artifacts are useless in this dungeon, arguing that this is why the powerful sword of 5-star has yet to act. One young hunter quietly endures the cold, watching the situation with resolve. Another trainee, carrying a huge case, marvels that Shin Yunseo seems unaffected by the temperature, and laments he can no longer compete with her. The boy wonders where brother Changxian has gone amidst the chaos. Remembering Changxian's encouragement to rely on Yunseo and not shiver too much, he psychs himself up to do well. Renewed, he looks forward into the blizzard with determination. A mysterious stone monument with a fierce carved face stands alone in the snow, radiating ominous energy. The blonde leader confirms the object is their target, and orders everyone to prepare for an ambush. A Mayon clansman rouses his comrades, declaring all snowmen to be High-Off's minions and calling for vengeance. Yong Yujin warns the troops not to get separated, sensing impending danger. A powerful magical shockwave spreads and a system message states that the battlefield has been suppressed by the activation of the cursed chaos. Yujin urgently shouts that the enemy is attacking from above. The system reveals that the Great General of Winter has appeared as the armored snowman general descends with his army. A hot-blooded Mayon warrior charges recklessly at the Great General, while comrades yell for him to stop. The Great General leaps from his mount, sword raised, to meet the attacker head-on. The two powerful combatants' blades clash in a blinding impact. The Mayon warrior screams his intent to kill the Great General as he continues his assault. His expression turns to shock as something unexpected happens mid-strike. A monstrous eye gleams with killing intent in the rain. A terrified person realizes they are about to die. Sun Jinseok is cleaved in half by a blinding vertical slash, and the system announces his death. The Snowman General is shocked by this sudden turn. The Snowman General desperately blocks a powerful pink beam with his great sword. He watches tensely from behind his sword, fully braced for battle. A human woman calmly aims her large magical gun at the Snowman General. Focusing her power, she prepares to fire another devastating shot. A stone pillar etched with the Frost King's image ignites with divine flame. The protagonist enters the Winter Palace, and two divine beings, the World Serpent and the Twilight Owl, react with interest to the art within. He reflects that the intelligent snowmen once built a great civilization but were drained by gods and constellations, and that this dungeon is a fragment of an ended world. He explains that the hill's extreme cold comes from the worthlessness cast off by gods and constellations after their own end. He notes the snowmen may be pitiable, yet considers them soulless puppets. Walking down a stairway, he recalls from a looted map that hidden storage lies beneath these steps. From the stairs he sees humans driving snowmen to work and orders echoing to hurry. The overseers command the snowmen to finish mining while their general stalls the volunteers, warning them not to mishandle the volatile orbs. Observing the orbs, he recognizes them as the explosive yawn of Agni. He deduces the overseers' plan to blast the mine to seize a permanent ice crystal. He cloaks himself in roaring world-ending flames, activating his fire power. Elsewhere, overseers whip the enslaved snowmen, urging them to dig faster to save their king. Two snowmen miners, seething with hatred, vow to one day kill all humans. A fiery vortex suddenly erupts in the mine, startling everyone. Humans and snowmen reel back, horrified by this unknown fiery phenomenon. The vortex reveals a towering, demonic figure of flame. In a distant hall, the Phantom Witch appears, sensing the intruder's presence. Smiling darkly, she mutters that her hated target has arrived. Her patron constellation, the sadly weeping sprite, grants vengeful authority to her follower. After massacring many evil humans, the protagonist's alignment shifts slightly toward good, though he remains more evil than good. System messages tell him he has found the 100-year cold iron storage. Proceeding deeper, he discovers the legendary treasure Frost King's breath sealed in ice. Surprised, he admits he never expected to find this here. He counts 8 permanent ice crystals suspended before him. Several divine beings marvel at the purity of the crystals, and the World Serpent asks him to offer one. Other divine beings debate who deserves an offering and covet the crystals for themselves. Another divine being watches curiously while he flatly decides he will not give any crystals away. He instead plans to use the crystals as materials for crafting divine tools. Feeling their immense value, he understands why others clung to the 5-star sword and why High Olaf sought it so desperately. Grasping a crystal, he marvels at its overwhelming cold and notes that without his world-ending flames, obtaining it would have been far harder. The world serpent drools over the power of his world-ending flame. The Twilight Owl watches his efforts with high expectations. He forces the Frost King's breath out with a massive ice-shattering surge of power. The system warns that intense frost poison is rampaging through his body. His face starts freezing over as shards of ice crack around him. The item description explains Frost King's breath, a perpetual cold treasure from the Frost King that can freeze the unworthy. The crystal violently resists his attempt to claim it, encasing him in ice. Fire and ice energies clash explosively as he fights that resistance. He invokes the first form of the world-ending flame, Sanction, to subdue the crystal. The conflict between Frost King's breath and his world-ending flame reaches a peak of intensity. A consciousness asks who he is. That same will questions why a non-descendant is trying to seize its existence. As it protests further, he cuts it off and tells it to be quiet. His firestorm crushes the resisting will. The Frost King's breath's struggle ends in failure. He successfully secures all 8 units of Frost King's breath and expresses satisfaction. Checking the mission timer, he notes there are about 10 minutes left. Outside, the Phantom plummets toward the mine in a raging descent. She falls through the storm, fully empowered by the sadly weeping sprite. Inside the ice chamber, he remarks that the Phantom has also arrived. He turns, alerted by a new system prompt. The system states that the boss monster Frost King invites him to an unknown space, and he confirms the name in surprise. Hearing telepathic words in his mind, he realizes the contact is from the Frost King himself. The Frost King's voice assures him there is no need to be nervous, calling himself an old man near death. The voice says it needs only a moment of his time and insists it bears no ill intent. He accepts the invitation, touching the floating portal of light. An icy gate of stars opens before him, and he steps toward it. He passes through the portal and arrives in the Frost King's lair. Inside a grand icy throne room, the aged Frost King greets him, calling him a good man for indulging this meeting. The system reveals the boss monster Frost King is level 92, astonishing him, while divine beings comment on the king. The Twilight Owl agrees with the Frost King's perspective on him. The Hardship Tiger jokes cruelly that the Frost King is a good bear, not a good man. The Frost King notes how strongly the divine beings react, amused that his judgment of character remains sharp even near death. The protagonist asks if the Frost King can also see the constellation messages. The Frost King affirms he can see the ruler's messages, though some appear broken, which he ignores. The protagonist concludes that anyone using telepathy must be of the highest rank and could never be fooled by simple illusions. He accuses the king of deceiving his own people, which the Frost King mildly deflects. The protagonist points out that the Frost King shows no signs of madness or hallucination. Laughing, the Frost King says he only looks young but in truth is very old and nearer to death than he appears. The Frost King wonders how someone of the protagonist's caliber has not realized where this place truly is. The revelation shocks the protagonist into silence. A related system note says Beast Sense has sharpened its senses elsewhere. The protagonist deduces aloud that this throne room is a mental realm. The Frost King agrees, admitting that though confused and dying, he still fell prey to the woman called Phantom. He laments that because of Phantom's interference, his children are now suffering, and the protagonist guesses she bound him at death. The protagonist asks why he, effectively their enemy, has been invited. The Frost King instead asks if he will save his loyal subordinates, the children who still follow him. He pleads for the protagonist to help them, promising a proper reward while calling them pitiable for risking themselves to save a dying king. The king's treasures appear, and he offers the amassed wealth of generations of Frost Kings as payment. The divine beings gape at the horde, praising the old king's generosity and cunning. The protagonist immediately refuses the request despite the fortune offered. The Frost King is stunned by this unexpected refusal. He solemnly asks if the refusal is because they are just soulless fragments. He voices the thought that they might be nothing more than shadow traces left on a dead world. The vault of gold shatters like glass between them, emphasizing the illusory nature of this realm. The protagonist asks if the Frost King already knew the truth. The Frost King replies that it would be strange not to know, since their world is empty except for themselves. The protagonist narrates that dungeon monsters, no matter how intelligent, do not know they are fake, and that the system would normally hide this to protect the dungeon. He explains dungeons are remnants of worlds that have already reached their end. A vision shows shattered fragments of such worlds and beings drifting in space. He continues that the inhabitants are only traces of lives that once existed. Therefore, he reasons, every dungeon must eventually be destroyed since they are unstable and seeds of the end could leak into the normal world. He concludes that despite the Frost King's tragic situation, the Hill of the Abominable Snowman dungeon must still be closed, meaning he cannot both rescue the snowmen and end the dungeon. The Frost King mourns that though he feels alive and conscious now, this existence is still fake. He cries out that the real Frost King is already dead and wonders in anguish what he himself truly is. The protagonist feigns ignorance of such metaphysics. He counters that if the Frost King breathes and thinks here and now, then he is the Frost King regardless of origin. When the king protests, the protagonist insists the original may have died but this one is also authentically the Frost King. He repeats the king's own words about being alive in this moment, saying that makes him the Frost King. Divine beings react variously, some confused, others impressed by this ontological reasoning. The Frost King accepts that since he exists here, he is indeed the Frost King, admitting he had overcomplicated things. He then asks for a different favor, and the protagonist agrees to hear it first. The king requests help to die on his own terms instead of being dragged around by the dungeon system. In answer, the protagonist slashes him from behind without hesitation, drawing blood. He holds his bloody blade, eyes steady, committing to the deed. He tells the Frost King he can certainly grant that wish. Bleeding, the Frost King nonetheless says inviting him here was the right choice. Sitting upon his throne, the Frost King thanks him. The Frost King's lair begins collapsing as the realm closes. System messages declare the boss Frost King defeated and award the protagonist a large amount of experience and a level up. The Twilight Owl consoles the now thoughtful protagonist as he stands among the ice. He silently ponders the moral weight of what he has done. Outside, the system announces to the dungeon that the Frost King has died, lifting his command. Without their leader, the snowmen fall into confusion. The Phantom rushes toward the mine in a rage, cloaked in dark power. Backed by the sadly weeping sprite, she furiously identifies the intruder she blames. One of the human overseers is consumed by black blood and agony under her curse. A furious snowman confronts that overseer, accusing him of lying that obeying would save their king. Snowmen violently turn on the humans, demanding to know why their king still died. The Phantom unleashes a devastating spell called Song of Hellfire upon the battlefield. Purple hellfire detonates, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. Snowmen scream as the cursed flames burn them alive. Cackling madly, the Phantom vows to exterminate every last monster present. The enraged snowmen decide to kill her first, blaming her for their king's condition. A snowman flees as a fiery shockwave blows apart the surroundings. The protagonist dives into the fray wreathed in black wings and flame. His face, hidden by the Haho mask, glows with an eerie, smiling light. Amidst the Phantom's flames, he remarks that it is indeed scorching hot. He swoops down behind the Phantom, reaching to grab her arm. She recognizes him as Haho mask and screams that she will kill him no matter what. Their powers collide in a blinding clash of purple and orange energy. The impact erupts into overwhelming light and shattered stone. Seething with hatred, the Phantom shouts that she will kill him for daring to appear before her. He calmly, mockingly answers that she has finally revealed herself. He catches her wrist in a firm grip, arresting her movement. Behind the mask he quietly says he has her now. Confused and enraged, she demands to know what he means and how he expects to survive this. Dragging her through a vortex of flame, he tells her she will soon understand. Time resets for her, the 24 hours end and a new curse, the Ghoul Den, begins. The system clarifies she has entered the Ghoul Den and must now survive the next 24 hours of a 7-day mission. Immediately, a towering armored knight in the den raises his sword to strike at her as the countdown restarts. She turns in alarm, realizing she is now trapped in another deadly scenario. A blinding slash of red energy descends toward her. She screams in rage and terror as the attack lands. The Frost King boss dies, freeing the snowmen from his command and throwing them into chaos. The human expedition members react in shock to what is happening on the mountain. Inside the fortress, a massive Yeti warrior confronts the female hunter. The Yeti announces with grim satisfaction that their king has fallen. Jean Siakti urges his senior to retreat from the raging monster. The female hunter yells at Jean Siakti to stay away from the danger. She watches in horror as Jean Siakti is impaled and grievously wounded. Bleeding heavily, Jean Siakti weakly calls out to his senior. The senior screams in anguish at Jean Siakti's injury. The Yeti blames the chaos on humans trespassing in their territory. The Yeti vows to slaughter the human king in revenge just as theirs was killed. Fireballs and bat-like creatures herald a large-scale magical attack. The senior recognizes the incoming spell Agni's Yawn and orders everyone to scatter. She focuses intensely as she prepares to respond with her powers. System messages reveal that several divine beings, including the owl that pierces through the twilight, are protecting her. More divine beings, such as the war-obsessed battle god, also grant her their protection. Additional gods like the creator of madness bestow their blessings upon her. The blacksmith in the volcano likewise offers his protective power. Empowered by these gods, the protagonist readies a gun crackling with energy. He fires point-blank into the Yeti's head with a lightning-charged shot. The Yeti is blasted back against the cliff by the empowered bullet. The protagonist dives after him amidst a torrent of purple energy. He grabs Jean Siakti and escapes the explosion just in time. Holding the bleeding Jean Siakti, the senior tells him to stay conscious. The Yeti snarls that she is the most aggravating human he has ever faced. Enraged, he promises to personally kill her. Multiple flaming projectiles streak toward the battlefield. The divine warrior in golden armor intercepts the descending purple fireballs. The impact of the flames engulfs the armored warrior in a blinding blast. The warrior stands tall, revealed unharmed, brandishing his weapon. He admits he found it odd that a random human intruded mid-battle. The Crimson Murder King appears, wreathed in dark flames, and notes that the human brought something useful. She furiously declares her intent to silence the arrogant warrior. The Crimson Murder King and the armored warrior clash with overwhelming force. Elsewhere, the protagonist activates a stealth rune and is relieved the two bosses are fighting each other instead of teaming up. He notes Lamish to unexpectedly gave John Eugene the Song of Hellfire and pulls out the item Frost King's Breath. Believing he bought enough time, he decides to use Frost King's Breath to finish creating the reinforced bone. He swallows the glowing frost crystal. Frost King's breath floods his body with icy power as the system confirms its consumption. His entire body is covered in frost, and he becomes afflicted with frost poison. World-ending flame and his poison immunity activate, attempting to detoxify the frost poison as his magic surges. A new magical property awakens and begins clashing with his existing magic. The system reports detoxification has failed, the internal conflict is intensifying, and the god Good Season to Hunt anxiously observes his critical state. Other gods comment on his insane gamble as his strength rapidly drains. A flashback shows him initially balking at the suggestion to simply swallow such power. His mentor explains that provoking a massive internal conflict is exactly the goal and demands a full explanation. The mentor reminds him of the fundamentals of reinforced bone and asks if he remembers. The protagonist recalls the needed cores, the flame-implanted heart and frost-engraved crest. The mentor instructs him to draw the future flame closer to his heart. The gathered robed figures consider rebuilding his magic brazier around his heart, while he worries it would burn it out. The mentor says he must find an ideal contact point that will cool his heart. He clarifies that this contact point allows opposing elements to coexist without catastrophic conflict and asks about the world-ending flame's nature. The protagonist answers that the flame embodies fire and darkness, then is asked about the permanent ice crystal. He realizes the crystal also contains darkness along with ice, due to its lunar origin. The mentor confirms that darkness is the common element, and since the Underworld King has acknowledged him, his affinity with darkness is exceptional. Another deity remarks he has extraordinary control over darkness compared with other divine beings. Back in the present, his heart becomes the new core of the magic brazier, as ice magic permeates his bones and his internal structure stabilizes. The system explains that his body will become as hard as ice and his heart as active as flame, maximizing his physical potential. It hints that reconstructing his body like this may awaken new innate talents. The mentor once told him such reconstruction would naturally grant him a talent he never possessed. Fire and ice energies spiral violently within him. The opposing forces finally explode outward in a blinding burst. Narration states that because his entire being, including mind and body, has been rebuilt and contains both fire and ice, his aspects will not lean to only one side. He completes the combined flamed heart and frost crest and gains the new trait reinforced bone. The system describes reinforced bone as fusing fire in heart and frost on body to grant immense resistance, self-healing, and tireless endurance. He smirks, anticipating that the gods and constellations will go wild when they see this new trait. Good Season to Hunt rejoices, calling this the very talent chosen for him to become her disciple. The snake that wraps around the world just shakes his head, no longer surprised by him. The owl that pierces through the twilight congratulates him and considers an appropriate reward. The tiger trapped in hardships is pleased that his household member has become stronger. Many gods react in shock while the constellations watching him are captivated by his transformation. A new divine being, Gemini, takes particular interest in his face. The mention of Gemini jolts the protagonist. He mutters the names Castor and Pollux, recognizing who Gemini refers to. With a dark smile, he wonders which of the twins is watching him. Suddenly something unexpected catches his attention in the sky. His eyes widen as his vision distorts. The great demon that chases after the abyss burns its infernal sight while staring at him. That great demon reaches out toward him from its own divine territory. The ground shatters beneath his foot as the kidnapping begins. He plummets through a ruptured space surrounded by shards of reality. The system states the great demon is abducting him into its domain, while he exclaims in shock. He lands in a pitch-black void. Disoriented, he wonders where he is as his detection skills attempt and fail to function, and his authority struggles to keep him sane. The system notes again that some skills are deactivated, and only his core authority is barely preserving his sanity. He asks if this eerie void is truly a divine territory and demands to know why he was summoned. A notification says a presence called the Pale Gaze is staring directly at him. A colossal flaming entity with a single blazing eye looms over him, repeating the word "you." His stabilizing authority quivers as he gasps in fear. The monstrous eye asks in broken words who he is. Its gaze overwhelms his senses as he echoes the question, asking who he himself really is. The being cryptically explains that it questions him because of something called abyss, repeating the phrase while he struggles to understand. A blinding vertical light suddenly splits the darkness. The owl that pierces through the twilight descends into the pale divine territory with overwhelming radiance. The protagonist turns toward the light stunned. He recognizes the radiant armored goddess as Minerva. Minerva addresses him as human and orders him to leave, saying this is no place for someone walking the hero's path. In the next moment he is violently ejected back into his own world. He opens his eyes in surprise at being returned so abruptly. Within the pale space, the great demon tries to stop Minerva, but she declares that abducting him breaks their pact and that he has no relation to what the demon seeks. She charges straight at the towering entity in a rapid clash. The system reports that the connection to pale space has been forcibly severed and the player system is now recovering and reconnecting. Back in the canyon, he stares around in confusion and curses at what just happened. Messages show his patron gods fussing over his safety and questioning how he managed to circumvent causality itself. He mutters in disgust at the divine interference he just experienced. His tidal Jigwee's vessel activates, surrounding him with demonic flames. He reflects that it is embarrassing to have struggled so much, and wonders what will happen now that reinforced bone is complete. Frustrated by his earlier helplessness against Mephistopheles, he vows to regain and surpass his former strength by devouring everything here. Taking to the sky with blazing wings, he decides to hunt down every enemy in the area. His Viper Eye skill locks onto his prey. A brilliant beam crashes into the battlefield where the Crimson Murder King and the Armored Warrior are still fighting. The two powerhouses continue their fierce duel as the light flares between them. The Crimson Murder King mentally notes that she is a mage while her foe is a martial artist, and she is lagging behind in direct combat. She resolves not to let herself die here because she still needs information about the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. Cursing, she struggles while her patron sadly weeping sprite scolds her for underperforming despite receiving that power. She fixates on defeating the warrior quickly to obtain the Haho mask, but he keeps reading and countering her attacks. She realizes his movements resemble a player fighting a boss monster. The warrior presses his advantage, hammering her defenses. He lands a crushing blow that sends her flying. Standing over her, he says the battle has been enjoyable thanks to her strength. As a twisted reward, he declares he will kill her and turn her into his new vessel. The Crimson Murder King stares up in horror at this sentence. She screams as the finishing strike descends. A gigantic pillar of energy erupts skyward, blasting a hole through the cavern roof. The explosion devastates the ghoul den below. The Crimson Murder King lies broken and bleeding amid the rubble. Barely conscious, she grasps at the cursed flames around her. Her patron sadly weeping sprite leaps up in alarm at her condition. She weakly whispers in denial as the warrior moves in for the kill. Through her eye, she sees the warrior diving down toward her like a blazing comet. Suddenly dark flames surge, interposing between her and the fatal blow. The newcomer's fiery attack collides directly with the warrior's sword. The stunned warrior recognizes the interruption and shouts at the intruder. The protagonist, now in his demonic Jigwe form, calmly states that the Crimson Murder King belongs to him. He blocks the warrior's mighty sword with his bare, burning arm. Their clash escalates into a spectacular mid-air battle of fire and steel. The warrior admits the protagonist has become stronger since they last crossed paths. The protagonist replies that his situation is far more complex than simple growth. The two unleash a flurry of devastating exchanges, tearing apart the surroundings. Their blows detonate in the sky above the mountains. Landing, the warrior demands to know what the protagonist has done. The protagonist feigns ignorance, grinning in his monstrous form. He hints that he has briefly left this world, having gone outside. He explains that because he once suffered the same dungeon's curses, he now understands the ghoul den structure better than the warrior. The warrior deduces that even going outside should have been limited to a single day and concludes that only someone special could return so much stronger. Convinced of the protagonist's potential, the warrior resolves to make him part of his divine household at any cost. The two rise again, preparing for another overwhelming clash. Their collision creates a massive explosion that obliterates a stone spire. The shockwaves and falling fire rain down on the panicked ghouls below. The ghouls look up in terror and cry out for their embattled king. The armored red-bearded warrior laughs, thrilled to find such an exciting battle even in this ghoul den. The monster recalls that this thrill is something he has not felt since he was still human. He remembers his past self, Jean Frisia, heir of the Frisia family. Jean nostalgically thinks he can relive his days as a warrior and fighter. A massive impact strikes the ground, signaling the clash beginning. The battered warrior exults in how fun the fight is but laments that he has already spent most of his strength on a previous witch. Smiling through blood, he asks what new entertainment his opponent will offer him. The protagonist appears in a demonic, winged form surrounded by blazing flames before the warrior. The demonic protagonist fully manifests in front of the inferno. A dark beast roars as ominous purple power gathers. The demon form confronts the beast amid fire and swirling darkness. A system message announces the activation of the skill Black Mountain Monarch's first claw as the protagonist attacks. The dark claw slams down toward the warrior like an overwhelming wave. The warrior strains to endure the incoming attack. He faces a looming vortex of dark energy, bracing himself. The claw tears into him, and he screams in agony. A second system message declares that Black Mountain Monarch's second claw has been unleashed. The warrior, eyes wide, realizes too late how dangerous this onslaught is. He is engulfed by violent purple energy. The blast smashes him away in a blinding flash. The explosion consumes the battlefield in light and force. Dust and smoke billow from the devastating impact. The warrior's body falls, nearly destroyed, in the swirling debris. Half buried and bleeding out, he weakly wonders what just hit him. The protagonist, now partly reverted to human, casually explains that the technique was a tiger claw. The dying warrior laughs madly at the irony of being felled by a claw and finds it fitting. The system reports that the protagonist has obtained a large amount of Baiwi's property. Another notification states he has fully acquired Baiwi's properties and can now choose a candidate to become Baiwi. He learns that his chosen candidate will become a household member, and realizes he can add them to his own faction. Grinning, he concludes that this system allows him to create a loyal slave. A description explains that Baiwi is a cunning mythical creature that tests its owner but once accepting them, grants absolute loyalty. He repeats to himself that a household member is essentially a controllable servant. He reasons that to climb the cosmic hierarchy he needs an organization like the 12 Zodiacs or the Void Monarch, one that could grow into a true divine society. Considering Baiwi's spiritualization, he thinks his devouring of its properties triggered it, and wonders what to do next. Remembering he must prove a divine being has no hidden motives, he notes that forming such a bond is not a decision to make lightly. He admits his growth is slow without choosing a patron god, but also reminds himself he already has Yahello. He reconsiders, thinking note to his earlier hesitation. He recalls a past battlefield piled with comrades' corpses, underlining the cost of fighting alone. He remembers Yahello lying unconscious and wounded in his arms. A narration asserts he has already learned that solo battles have limits. Resolving himself, he decides there is no need to keep overthinking this choice. He declares that he will make the Crimson Murder King his Baiwi. Baiwi's fiery visage rushes toward the fallen warrior. The warrior's soul is engulfed by Baiwi's flames. Reborn in regal armor, he says he never expected to awaken again and asks if he is to become the protagonist's household member. The protagonist, noting how strong he is, replies that of course that is his intent. Jean answers that no rule forbids it in the Ghoul Den, where winner takes all, so the victor will simply take him. He adds that recognizing the protagonist as his true master is another matter entirely. The protagonist reads Jean's thoughts, seeing that the warrior has no desire to rest and will not submit easily. Jean offers to guide him out of the dungeon. The protagonist instead asks whether Jean wants to return home. Jean, confused and wary, demands to know what he means by that. The protagonist says he will not demand blind loyalty, only that Jean follow him until he can eventually send him home. He solemnly swears on his own flames that he will keep this promise. Jean skeptically asks why he should trust such a vow. The protagonist argues that believing him is better than being dragged along, and at least gives Jean something to hope for. Jean laughs to himself, calling the protagonist a lunatic. Yet he admits that being outside with this man would be better than rotting in the den. Jean warns that he is not docile and hates being controlled, so the protagonist should stay on guard. The protagonist just smiles and says he looks forward to their future together. Jean remarks that the more he learns about his new master, the stranger but more entertaining the man becomes. He kneels, formally acknowledging the arrangement. Bowing before the protagonist, Jean asks the master who promised him freedom to grant him a new name to serve under. The protagonist restores his original name, Jean Frisia. Jean is shocked to hear his true name spoken. He thinks to himself that he is heir to the tyrannical Frisia family's bloodline. Accepting his fate, Jean mutters that he has indeed found a very unusual master. System messages confirm Jean Frisia's designation as a household member who will act as the protagonist's sword and protector. Jean then asks what the master's first order for him will be. The protagonist gestures toward Jean's spear, preparing to give his command. He calmly indicates an unseen target, referring to certain enemies. Jean looks over a crowd of ghouls and is ordered to wipe them all out. Internally, Jean notes that these creatures were his subordinates moments ago and marvels at how crazy his new master truly is. Deciding to test his condition, Jean charges forward while the system notes his class as Baiwi at level 1 and urges reaching level 10. The gathered ghouls stare in alarm at their former king. Jean's eyes flare as he commits to the slaughter. He leaps high, cape billowing, to descend upon his minions. Landing with crushing impact, he sends rocks and shockwaves outward. With fierce determination, he prepares to unleash his spear techniques. A notification proclaims that household member Jean Frisia activates Frisia Basic Spear Art. His spear art slices through the ghouls, tearing them apart. As he massacres them, the panicked ghouls scream that their resurrected king has gone insane. Watching, the protagonist says that now this matter is settled and turns his focus elsewhere. He approaches the shattered and bleeding Yin Eugene, who can barely speak. A divine eye locks onto the protagonist, and he decides it is time to question her about the 5th of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. The divine being's sadly weeping sprite glares at him with hatred and lays a curse on him. She vows vengeance and threatens to choose a cleric to destroy him. Other divine beings mock her tantrum, one scolding her for being too loud. Another god, the world-wrapping snake, ridicules her pettiness while the protagonist sighs that the situation is ridiculous. Ignoring them, he calls out to the dungeon herald. Good Season to Hunt excitedly asks if the rabbit herald is still there. The protagonist insists the herald respond, and the hunting goddess admits the rabbit is not present. He yells for the herald, warning he will not trade anything unless the manager appears. The herald materializes, protesting that dungeon managers are not supposed to interfere directly. The rabbit complains that superiors nag because of the protagonist and that there is little to gain by dealing with him. Now overweight from stress eating, the rabbit gripes while a divine being notes with surprise that he suddenly appears there. Another deity wonders aloud if the protagonist is really a god himself. Sadly weeping sprite continues glaring, while the protagonist mutters that he wants to block these non-stop messages. The herald is stunned that a mere mortal wants to silence the god's words and calls him a lunatic. The protagonist says he will even pay achievement points if that is what it takes to stop seeing those messages. The god's good season to hunt and the world serpent burst into laughter at sadly weeping sprite's humiliation. The tiger trapped in hardships also laughs mockingly, while the protagonist asks if blocking them is actually impossible. Flustered, the herald insists that is not the issue, and the protagonist impatiently urges him to hurry up. The rabbit shrieks that the protagonist is a lunatic and wonders which god he plans to go after next. Panicking, the herald debates lying about regulations but fears getting punished if an inspection reveals the truth. The great demon that chases the abyss turns his attention downward, reacting to the unfolding scene. The herald, shocked, asks if the demon's attention is truly on them. The protagonist, face shadowed, nervously wonders what that terrifying deity plans to do. Sadly, weeping sprite exults before a colossal blue eye as the will of absolute evil manifests above. The great demon regards the situation coldly, interested but detached. Sadly, weeping sprite hurriedly raises her authority in panic to defend herself. The great demon casually reaches toward her with overwhelming power. Lightning tears the sky as the demon's blow falls while the protagonist and herald look up in awe. Good season to hunt falls silent, stunned by what just occurred. The great serpent god likewise goes quiet, taken aback. Even the suffering tiger god can only watch in mute shock. The herald and protagonist share a tense, speechless moment. Both stare up, amazed that a deity just erased another's interference for them. A message explains that the great demon brushed something away and then looked down again. Another message states he has removed the pest and tells the protagonist to proceed. Relieved, the herald exhales. Complaining that there is never peace around the protagonist, the herald decides to leave now that the crisis is over. As he vanishes, an owl god sighs at the chaos, while Gemini shows keen interest in what has transpired. The protagonist recalls Jean calling him an unbelievable master, accepting the description. He returns to Young Yujin's crumbling body. Seeing her broken and barely conscious, he concludes she is effectively finished. Smiling coldly, he decides there is no need to torture her further. Energy gathers in the sky, signaling the end of the fight. A last slash or wave of power sweeps the battlefield clean. The protagonist reflects that he has gained much from this battle. He notes that the greatest reward is learning the 5th location of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San, which the White Tiger clan once hoped to trade. Meanwhile, a message reports that Jean Frisia has single-handedly conquered the 2nd floor and reached level 4. The protagonist remarks that Jean was faster than expected, while Jean insults his former minions as useless. Jean tells his master there is still more to show him, asking him to come over once he is done. The protagonist activates the authority soul extortion to harvest the remnants of Young Eugene. He gathers her ashes and acquires the unclaimed authority Song of Hellfire. A system note says he uses Purgatory's flames to burn that authority's remains, leveling up his first form world-ending flame. He earns the achievement Jigui that swallowed the sulfur flames, gaining fire power and the title Jigui's Retainer. Another description explains that Jigui's Retainer is the evolved state of Jigui, a mass of dead souls and fire empowered by Hell's sulfur flames. The status window shows Li Changxian's updated profile, including his new title and level 41 Runekeeper class. Deciding it is time to move on, he prepares to depart. Spreading his dark wings, he launches himself into the sky. He streaks off like a shooting star. He dives down toward the inner city where Jean is waiting. As he flies, Jean's call guides him toward a specific location. He descends into a vast circular chamber. Jean greets him, saying he has finally arrived. The protagonist lands and immediately asks what the strange creatures around Jean are. Jean explains that the Biweed-derived entity his master gave him is fascinating, hinting these monsters are part of it. Smiling, Jean says it will be easier to show than to explain, inviting his master to watch. Jean orders the dead to awaken. The system announces that Jean Frisia uses the ghoul revival skill and grotesque ghouls rise. The protagonist, confused, demands to know what just happened. Jean says he only guessed the power would work, as it did back when he was the Crimson Murder King. Jean tells the protagonist to explain everything, calling the den's ghouls fools mesmerized by starlight. He explains that humans killed here become ghouls' household members who level up by absorbing their victim's essence, which works similarly for him. Jean notes his current form absorbs essence less efficiently than when he was a ghoul and that there is a limit to how much he can take. He clarifies he can revive those he killed as puppet-like undead, but controlling them causes problems. The system shows his attempt to move a revived ghoul fails as it loses magic and disappears. The protagonist observes that revived ghouls eventually crumble away like this. Jean says he must absorb energy from hundreds of ghouls just to properly revive one powerful creature like the ones shown. The system identifies one of these creatures as a gourd, a tiger-hunting monster immune to bladed weapons. Another is labeled Bamboo Cow, a thick-headed yet powerful tiger enemy from the bamboo forest. A third, Bao, is described as a tiger enemy with uncanny flexibility. The divine being Good Season to Hunt warns the protagonist that unreliable followers can be worse than none. Other divine beings debate the value of these new undead. One assures him they will be righteous household members. The protagonist wonders if these monsters, like ghouls, have ranks of death, body, and soul, then asks if they are actually useful. Jean answers that they are at least strong enough not to slow the protagonist and offers to demonstrate. Jean commands all his revived monsters to awaken and focus on attacking the 3rd floor, pressuring them to be useful under the master's gaze. The monsters eagerly respond to his command and charge forth. More of them roar that the order has been received as they run. Jean suggests that he and the protagonist move out as well. The system announces that they and the monsters have entered the 3rd floor. It quickly updates that they have breached the 3rd floor's first defensive division. Further messages state they have conquered the 2nd division, and Jean Frisia will personally take over the 6th. Another notice celebrates a low-rank gourd securing the final flag in the 9th division. The protagonist gains modest experience from conquering the camps and judges that recruiting Jean as a household member was worthwhile. Looking toward a grand palace, he confirms this is where the Azure Murder King resides. Jean explains this palace is the true gate of the 3rd floor, now emptied of weak ghouls but crowded with dangerous crimson ghosts, making the boss difficult. The protagonist notes Jean still managed to corner these enemies despite the difficulty. Jean attributes that success to the difference between their abilities. He then confirms with the protagonist that Jean's resurrected monsters have proven their usefulness. The protagonist admits the fight is easier with more allies and checks the timer, seeing over 4 hours remain. He muses that if this Jean is the one he knows, then recruiting him is a huge jackpot. He recalls that the Frisia family of Arcadia is famed for rumored divine blood in their veins. He narrates that the Frisia's excellence in martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy made entire nations wary, and wonders why such an heir ended up in the ghoul den. He theorizes Jean might have touched the cryptic scripture to outcompete other descendants. Remembering this, he had worried about fighting Munseong and his spirit soldiers, but now sees Jean can handle that side. He decides that with Jean around he no longer needs to fear Munseong. The protagonist tells Jean that these undead will be useful later too and urges him to finish his preparations, revealing the artifact Frost King's Breath. Jean recognizes the glowing item as a powerful ice crystal. The protagonist is surprised Jean knows it, so Jean explains his prestigious Arcadian lineage and experience with Earth's treasures. Divine beings marvel at the crystal's divinity and rarity, wondering how the protagonist obtained it, and wanting to research this ancestral relic. The protagonist casually offers the crystal to Jean, trusting him to wield it properly. Jean is shocked by this generosity. Then he bursts into manic laughter, calling the protagonist a ridiculous master for trusting such a treasure to someone like him. The protagonist accepts being called insane and internally considers giving Jean reinforced bone as well, though he will settle for Frisia hereditary methods in this dungeon. As Jean channels power through the crystal, he remarks that accepting the protagonist as master is another matter, yet finds it strange to be given such a rare treasure so easily. The protagonist insists he will not be the sort of fool betrayed by his own subordinate. Jean confirms he is still seriously being offered the item. The protagonist teasingly asks if Jean actually does not want the crystal. Jean shouts that he absolutely wants it and marvels at how crazy his master is. The system declares that Jean Frisia has absorbed the Frost King's breath. It reports that cold and spectre powers are merging, granting Jean the frost element. Another divine being, one face of Gemini, shows intense interest in this fusion. The system states the crystal is fully digested, unlocking the achievement Baiwi that swallowed the ice, boosting frost element and household affinity. It further announces that Jean has evolved into Frost Undead and learned a new skill called Blizzard. Jean gains an additional skill 0-degree permafrost and says he feels rejuvenated and ready. He immediately activates 0-degree permafrost. A massive frozen explosion erupts, encasing the palace surroundings in ice. The ice blast slams through enemies, and screams echo amid the freezing tide. Jean smirks that the Azure Murder King is probably terrified after that attack. Outside, the system clock shows about 22 minutes remain, while the palace lies shrouded in mist and frost. Inside, the Azure Murder King reels from the freezing strike, coughing and groaning. Horrified, he asks how the Crimson Murder King could have become a puppet of a human. Jean replies that he indeed does not understand why he became like this but knows the Azure Murder King cannot answer that question for him. The Azure Murder King reaches out, pleading to talk, but Jean shows no interest. Jean's next swing cuts him down. The system proclaims that the named monster Azure Murder King has been defeated as Jean mocks the idea of talking things out. Messages summarize that they have conquered the 10th division and that the player Li Changxian's name is spreading across the ghoul den instead of the fallen lords. Additional notices show his fame rising, his karma increasing by 1,000, and that many ghoul den lords are now watching him. Jean cheerfully says that Changxian drew the enemies out while he reaped the main benefits. He then rushes forward through the palace grounds with his massive frost sword, ready for more battle. Changxian watches as ice explosions continue to rock the palace complex. The system notifies him that time has run out, rates day 7 with an EX evaluation, and begins returning him to reality with a reward. It grants him a special reward that lets him sense the properties of Fierce Dragon, which he notes matches his EX grade. As he starts to wake up, a voice urgently calls him brother and begs him to awaken. He opens his eyes to see allies and beastly partners gathered in the snowy real world. One ally shouts angrily, demanding to know what he did to their clan leader while he was unconscious. Changxian simply calls for Jean. Frost Armor Jean appears behind him and politely asks what task his master has, prompting Changxian to tell him to dispose of these people. Jean smiles and accepts the order with pleasure. The scene cuts to brutal aftermath, implying Jean slaughtered the opposition in the snow. The system then announces that they have successfully conquered the Winter Palace. Changxian says he has another place to visit and departs, leaving Jean behind. He enters the opulent, icy guest house of the Winter Palace. Changxian walks in deep thought as snow-bright light filters through the hall. He approaches a throne where a frozen, robed corpse sits. The corpse is revealed as the long-dead Frost King upon his throne. Changxian gently remarks on how ghastly the Frost King looks as he reaches out. Activating his authority soul extortion, he sets purgatory flames on the corpse to harvest its soul. Purple flames erupt violently through the hall as the corpse burns. When the flames subside, the system confirms he has collected the ashes. He reflects that the Frost King reminded him of his own fall from Arcadia. Changxian quietly assures the spirit that it was not fake. Amid the burning remains, he notices a surviving letter or note, and wonders what it is. Meanwhile outside, Avalanches and chaos sweep the snowy mountains as monsters and dragons scream. The Frost King's great general, a named snowman monster, activates the powerful field skill Tundra. Player Cha Yoon responds by activating her skill Demonic Sanctum Creation. She unleashes a massive, sanctum-like blast down upon the battlefield. The general is momentarily stunned or immobilized within a frozen blast zone. He nonetheless acknowledges the human strength, saying he has ignored all previous intruders for being weak but will recognize this one. Yoon, wreathed in power, questions whether he is ranked as a king outside the dungeon. She realizes the system distinguishes between inside and outside of dungeons and wonders if the general might actually qualify as a monster king. She angrily rejects that notion, cursing at the so-called king and hurling another killing spell. Her demonic lightning storms the sky as she channels everything into a devastating attack. After striking, she concludes that despite his strength he is not the true king she seeks. The great general mutters that he does not understand humans at all. He declares that if she is not their king, she has no right to fight him and prepares to leave on his flying mount. He vows to avenge his slain Frost King by killing humanity's king and ultimately all humans, both here and in the outside world. The system transforms his oath into a sudden Kingslayer quest, warning that he will keep killing until humanity's king appears. A quest description explains that the great general has inherited the Frost King's command authority. His wrath is leaking into reality, and the players must stop all snowmen including him to prevent catastrophe. The quest conditions specify raiding the great general and annihilating all snowmen, with dungeon break on failure and closure plus rewards on success. Yoon reads this and is left speechless and alarmed. A close-up shows her eye widening in shock at the new stakes. Outside in the city, civilians panic as a dungeon break forms ominously in the sky. Back in the snowfield, Yoon's allies shout that they must defeat the escaping general no matter what. Another ally, a boastful man, proclaims that since a king-slaying problem has appeared it naturally belongs to him as the main character. Others propose quickly killing the boss, mocking the teams that have failed despite having multiple leaders. The self-proclaimed main character protests that the boss was supposed to be his, but his friends assure him they will finish it off anyway. Yoon suddenly lifts all three of them into the air with a spell, surprising them. She explains she cannot maintain the flotation for long and will support them with magic bullets while they kill the great general. The three warriors dive toward the general in an aerial assault. One ally stays on the ground, shouting that he will handle land-based enemies while leaving aerial combat to the others. He charges in with sword and wind swirling, activating a technique described as 10,000 songs singing. He cuts through hordes of snowmen, but more enemies pour in. Seeing endless reinforcements, he worries that the snowmen will not stop coming. He stresses that their numbers keep growing and says they must find a solution. At that moment the massive snowman lunges from behind, catching him off guard. He realizes the danger and curses as the attack closes in. Wu Haibin, another player, activates her high-speed skill Gale Dash with the Storm God's dagger empowered by acceleration. Her lightning charge slash intercepts the snowman's attack. The lightning god's dagger begins flashing intensely as she closes in on the enemy. Haibin yells at her uncle to get himself together, wondering how he has survived as a player while being so careless. The uncle gloomily concedes Haibin has surpassed him, complaining that their father gave her daggers and artifacts worth enormous sums, clearly favoring his granddaughter. Divine, being good season to hunt, excitedly praises Haibin's hunting talent and regrets overlooking her earlier. The same deity whispers that Haibin's dagger skills would improve dramatically under her tutelage. Good season to hunt offers Haibin immediate training, calling it a rare opportunity. Another divine being, the nameless giant, grumbles that it is burdensome for Haibin to show interest in another god, while Haibin wonders who this jealous deity is and if Changxian knows them. Flashback panels show hordes of zombies once surrounding a young Changxian. He had cut them down effortlessly with flashing blades in front of a girl. That girl, presumably Haibin, had watched in awe as he protected her. A close-up of Changxian in that memory shows his calm, deadly focus. Inspired, Haibin resolves to fight just as Mr. once did. She steels herself, lightning gathering as she adopts his example. She leaps high with electrified daggers, astounding good season to hunt with her jumping ability. Her storm of blades and lightning batters the great general and his mount, while the divine being admires her skill yet frets she might slip. Her agile kicks also impress good season to hunt, who watches her every move in fascination. Haibin laughs that this god reacts to everything she does. A brief memory shows her classmates praising her hand-knitted scarf and asking for their own, highlighting the normal life she misses. Thinking of those friends, Haibin murmurs that she misses them and unleashes a massive lightning storm. She dives at the great general at the center of a blinding explosion of purple lightning, fully committing to the attack. Lightning surges through the battlefield, disabling many snowmen and snow pterodactyls. The storm causes the snow pterodactyls to crash while player Wu Haibin rampages, delighting the patron deity good season to hunt. The great general of the Frost King notices Wu Haibin and orders his forces to prioritize killing her. Snowmen riding pterodactyls converge their attacks on Wu Haibin. The airborne enemies launch a barrage of fiery projectiles. Shinjungju begins casting magic from his grimoire. Shinjungju activates Uraboro's formula, erecting a temporary trap around them. Explosions erupt against the barrier while the two players remain safe inside. The divine being snake that wraps around the world praises Shinjungju's skill and he calls out to Yunseo. Shin Yunseo responds enthusiastically, charging in to attack. Shin Yunseo uses the tower attack skill, manifesting a massive tower to strike. Their attempt to enlarge the magical shield fails because both Shinjungju's strength and energy are insufficient. The siblings argue about the shield's size, and Jungju admits he is weakened from not eating and overexerting himself. The divine being owl that pierces through the twilight admires their resolve and bestows a blessing of food-like energy. Shinjungju is suddenly filled with restored strength and vitality. A special effect called Gildal activates, and Jungju gratefully thanks the goddess. Empowered, the tower's shield rapidly expands and glows with golden power. The gigantic shield fully manifests on the snowy field. Shin Yunseo unleashes the tower attack again, preparing a decisive blow. The tower plows through the enemy ranks, crushing snow pterodactyls and their riders. Wu Haibin looks on in stunned silence at the devastation. Shin Jungju snaps her out of it, addressing her as his student. Wu Haibin gathers purple lightning, readying another powerful strike. Her attack causes a massive massacre among the enemy, enraging the great general. A blonde fighter lunges at the great general, shouting to draw his attention. The great general angrily tells the human who is not king to stop interfering. Riding his pterodactyl, the great general soars upward while several humans are flung away by his power. A system message announces that the great general of the Frost King has fully entered the battle. Shinjungju reacts in shock to the general's emergence. Shinjungju uses the curse of the viper, inflicting the chaos curse on both the great general and his mount. He also attempts to cast blind on them, but the curse is repeatedly nullified. A frigid attack sweeps the area, knocking Shinjungju back with a cry. Seeing this, Wu Haibin anxiously prepares to move. She unleashes a high-speed, light-filled slash toward the enemy. In the next instant she realizes she has been gravely injured, blood spilling from her mouth. Her body is hurled away by the impact, crashing violently into the snow. Wu Haibin lies half buried in rubble and snow, bleeding and barely conscious. The towering great general looms over her, unleashing more icy spikes toward the ground. Outraged that a mere child wounded him, the general prepares to finish her. Wu Haibin, thinking of her mentor, weakly calls out to him. She wonders if what she has done is enough, confessing that she only wanted to save everyone. A disembodied voice answers that her efforts were more than enough. A colossal fiery beam descends from the heavens toward the mountain. The firestorm engulfs the entire mountain range in a catastrophic explosion. Observers stare in disbelief, questioning where the massive flames suddenly came from. Within the inferno, a demonic flame shape begins to take form. From the flames emerges Li Changxian, wreathed in fire. Wu Haibin looks up at the blazing figure in awe and recognition. Tearfully, she calls out to her mentor, addressing him as Mr. From afar, another woman watches as Changxian stands surrounded by flame, recognizing his presence. She murmurs Li Changxian's name, confirming that it is indeed him. Changxian, calmly enveloped in black and orange flames, gazes at the battlefield. The great general demands to know who he is, and Changxian replies with cool arrogance. Changxian hints at his identity, asking rhetorically who else he could be. The great general realizes Changxian is the one who killed their Frost King and screams in fury. Echoes of who killed our king spread across the mountains as onlookers react in shock. Other humans recognize that Changxian is the slayer of the Frost King. Their comrades can hardly believe this revelation. People murmur that Li Changxian himself killed the Frost King. The great general confronts Changxian, asking if he is the king of humans. Changxian denies needing any such title, while the general insists he must kill humanity's king in return. The general reasons that if his king fell to another king, that death would have meaning. He demands an answer again, desperately asking if Changxian is truly the human king. Changxian dismisses the idea of kings as childish and unnecessary. Enraged, the great general declares Changxian no different from other humans, and invokes his ultimate skill Tundra. Changxian responds by activating the Savage Tiger status and unleashing the Savage Tiger's chaotic slash. Their fiery and icy powers collide, creating a blinding impact. Watching from below, the soldiers marvel that Changxian's strength rivals that of the famed Iron Witch. The great general staggers and grunts as he takes the brunt of Changxian's assault. The humans cheer for their tyrant, yelling for Changxian to crush the general. Realizing how strong Changxian is, the great general decides he must seek an opening in midair. He transforms into a massive beast-like form, roaring at Changxian. A frigid vortex whirls around Changxian, pushing him back. The great general retreats to the sky on his snow pterodactyl, sword in hand. The ground troops shout that he is airborne again and urge Changxian not to let him escape. Changxian calls out to Jiawol, signaling for cooperation. Baek Jiawol activates Shadow Footprint, leaping up the falling shadows to attack the general. Dark slashes and blue light streak past the great general as Jiawol's strike grazes him. The general's beast form is sliced and splattered with shadowy energy. He realizes something ominous about the technique just used on him. One of his subordinates rushes in on a pterodactyl, calling out to protect the general. The great general grabs the subordinate's fur, interacting with him midair. The subordinate carries him away on the flying beast through the snowstorm. They retreat higher into the sky as towering ice spikes erupt behind them. The great general attempts to reposition himself while riding the pterodactyl over the mountains. He reassures his ally that they hold the advantage in aerial combat thanks to their mounts, scoffing at Changxian. The general steels himself, thinking he cannot lose when backed by such creatures. Suddenly, Changxian appears flying on wings of fire, nullifying their air advantage. The great general stares in disbelief that Changxian can also fly. A system message notes that the surrounding firestorm grows more intense around Changxian. Savage Tiger shifts into Split Tiger, and Changxian dives down with Split Tiger's fangs. From the ground, everyone watches a massive fiery X-shaped explosion tear through the clouds. The soldiers see something plummeting from the sky and shout in alarm. A beam of searing fire crashes downward like a column from the heavens. Changxian rides the flames down, aiming to slam directly into the Great General. The fiery impact engulfs the ground in a towering explosion. The Great General rides in the flames, insisting he must survive to avenge his fallen king. Changxian questions why the general is so fixated on the concept of a king. The Great General confesses he seeks kingship himself, and believes killing humanity's king is his path to it. He shouts that only by avenging his people's king can he gain the authority to rule and ensure their prosperity. Changxian realizes the Frost King intentionally left a message for this general. He explains that the Frost King left behind a letter before dying. The letter is shown lying on the scorched ground. Changxian relays that the Frost King entrusted his people to the general, accepting his own death and asking him to lead them as he wished. A system notice clarifies that the Great General of the Frost King has become the new dungeon boss under the Frost King's will. Another notice says the Great General has evolved into the Snow King, while he laughs bitterly and calls his father foolish. Overwhelmed, the new Snow King cries out that words in a letter mean nothing to beings like them who see themselves as fake. Changxian's blade flashes through the darkness, cutting him down mid-outburst. The Snow King's body is bisected as Changxian stands behind him, drenched in fire and blood. A system message announces that the boss monster Snow King has been slain. Another notice states that Changxian has cleared the hidden quest Frost King's last request and gained the Frost King's riches and dying wish. A second message declares the sudden quest King's Slayer cleared, awarding the Great General's great sword as the dungeon begins to close. Elsewhere, observers watch the dungeon footage. A woman confirms that Li Changxian dared to reject their goddess's blessing. A blonde man decides to travel to Korea personally to investigate Changxian. He vows that if Changxian is merely incompetent and disrespectful, he will punish him himself. Back in Korea, Changxian stands at a window, looking out over the nighttime city. He turns as a young man nervously thanks him for the invitation, addressing him as brother. Two siblings bicker loudly in the living room about drawing stalkers' attention, while Changxian and another guest watch. The fangirl sibling excitedly presents Changxian's favorite blackberry raspberry milk tea as a carefully prepared gift, internally swooning over his new hairstyle. Changxian gives a rare smile and simply thanks her. She is stunned that he thanked her, while her brother tries to expose that she got the gift from the fan club. Embarrassed and furious, she shuts him up with a flying kick as the others look on. Changxian, hearing the commotion behind him, glances over in mild curiosity. Another girl awkwardly approaches him, while the siblings wrestle on the floor, trying to greet him. Wu Haibin, now in casual clothes, shyly says hello to her mentor. Changxian invites everyone inside, apologizing that the place is still unfurnished. A spread of food is laid out for the group's simple housewarming meal. Changxian stands apart with a drink while his guests sit on the floor, happily eating together. One friend offers Haibin a special badge, insisting she accept the valuable item. He explains that the badge is normally for official fan club members and will grant her access to all of Changxian's content if she uses it online. Haibin thanks him, and the divine being Good Season to Hunt takes interest in the strange badge she is holding. The friend quietly admires Haibin's looks and asks how she became Changxian's fan. Haibin clarifies she is not exactly a fan but more of a mentee, with Changxian as her mentor. Watching Changxian by the window, she says she hopes to become a kind-hearted person like him. Changxian listens silently, his expression softening. He admits to himself that this peaceful situation is surprisingly pleasant. System messages note that the great demon that chases after the abyss enjoys the scene, while the tiger trapped in hardships grumbles that he dislikes it. Changxian thinks he has successfully provoked the tiger, and teasingly asks the deity if he is lonely. The tiger deity shouts back in anger, and Changxian politely apologizes, asking forgiveness. A message warns that the tiger will not forgive him if he crosses the line again. Changxian outwardly thanks the deity while inwardly mocking him as a loser. Another message says the tiger remarks that someone with a similar vibe lived where he once resided, puzzling Changxian. The deity elaborates that the person was arrogant and naive. He adds that such flaws led to that person's downfall, but also made him worthy of respect. Changxian suddenly realizes the tiger is actually describing his own past life. He recognizes that the story is about himself. The tiger reminisces that they first met in a meadow on Arcadia, prompting Changxian to recall that world. Changxian connects Arcadia to a certain old enemy he once knew. A flashback shows a tiger-faced warrior asking Changxian if he is the crazed battle god who defeated Antares. In that memory, the tiger warrior asks Changxian what he must do to become as strong as him. The main protagonist coldly dismisses an approaching enemy as insignificant. The hooded opponent snarls in anger, revealing sharp teeth as he reacts to the insult. The two figures confront each other on crumbling stone platforms suspended in a cosmic void. The scene shifts to a radiant divine realm where the protagonist approaches a glowing altar. Surrounded by golden cubes of light, he kneels as if receiving a powerful blessing or message. A sinister long-haired figure in a cloak appears, laughing menacingly within the same divine light. The cloak being grins wickedly, clearly reveling in whatever scheme is unfolding. The protagonist recalls that the Void Monarch led the attempt on his life during the Ziwei Do Shu pursuit. A system message announces that the divine being called the tiger trapped in hardships wishes to warn him. The tiger conveys that even seemingly eternal stars eventually fall, prompting the protagonist to wonder if he has always been the monarch's target. The tiger promises to support him so that such a downfall will not occur. The tiger advises that success requires cutting off people who hold him back. The tiger adds that a star shines brightest when it is alone. The protagonist outwardly agrees but inwardly scoffs at the advice to isolate himself. He wonders why the tiger mentioned the twilight of the gods, while the tiger hints that he should already understand. He reasons that the Void Monarch likely does not know his identity thanks to Thanatos' protection, but cannot tell if recent events are coincidence. The tiger asks about his future plans, and he decides to reveal them later while allowed setting a 1-month timeframe. When the tiger expresses confusion, the protagonist clarifies that within a month he intends to become a ranker. The tiger doubts whether this is possible. The tiger warns he will not forgive the protagonist if he overexerts himself, and gets hurt chasing that goal. Smiling, the protagonist insists becoming a ranker will be easy if he acquires the 5th scripture, since doing it with his current power alone would be hard. He explains that once he obtains that scripture's power, rising to ranker status should be effortless. When the tiger worries about additional curses, the protagonist dismisses it, claiming hardships only increase one's gains. The tiger accepts this reasoning. Pleased with his courage, the tiger praises him and grants another benefit as lightning crashes around him. Elsewhere, a weeping man races a sports car through the city, crying out. He sobs that his daughter Hyben has joined Li Changxian's team. Driving frantically, he laments that she called him a nuisance. Another divine being, the nameless giant, comments that children become independent without needing such a warning. Back with Changxian, he presents a large crystal, ordering the craftsman to remake and reinforce both the unnamed spear and Jiawol's spear with it. The craftsman protests starting over, until a bank alert shows Changxian has deposited a huge sum into his account, instantly changing his tune. A system message declares that the king's treasures have been opened. An item list reveals vast quantities of ancient cold iron ingots and black iron ore stored within the hoard. The serpent constellation marvels that a mere monster amassed such wealth over generations. In the treasure hall, the tiger drools while the craftsman and Changxian confirm that the materials gathered are unbelievable yet sufficient. The craftsman realizes the stash includes 10,000 and 1,000-year-old cold iron, enough that even a fingernail-sized piece could forge a powerful weapon. Excited, he declares he can finish all remaining weapons and dreams of creating an unparalleled masterpiece. When Changxian bluntly asks if he will do it, the fired-up craftsman curses enthusiastically and agrees. Changxian then addresses his CEO. The CEO yells back from afar, acknowledging him with exaggerated frustration. 5 days later, a notice announces that Li Changxian has been promoted from staff to team leader in the Future Strategy Division. In the office, an aide announces team leader Li's arrival to Executive O, who greets him. Changxian stands in his new uniform, composed as he faces the higher UPS. Executive O curtly warns him to behave, hinting that a stray sword could easily take his head. O dismisses Chief Shim, ordering him to ensure there are no mistakes on the upcoming business trip. Shim agrees. Shim privately curses that problems keep piling up. Seething, Shim wonders what Changxian is plotting with a US business trip and involvement of the terrifying elders. He concludes Changxian will eventually destroy him and resolves to report to Director Li first. Director Li admires the Frost King's breath crystal while the Tiger constellation hungrily eyes it. Judging the constellation's desire sufficient proof of its value, Director Li compliments Changxian's work and asks if he has any questions. Director Li hints that Changxian might be curious about how the ice crystal will be used, but Changxian simply trusts that the director will inform him if necessary. Impressed by Changxian's insight, Director Li asks if he is not curious about the secret he is hiding. The tiger silently observes while Changxian admits his curiosity. Director Li cheerfully offers to show him that secret immediately. He activates his power, transporting them into his illusory domain, while the tiger watches his subordinate's territory with a wicked smile. Another constellation, the owl that pierces the twilight, complains she may witness something unpleasant again, while Changxian notes how easily this grand demonic magician creates an illusory domain. Changxian senses something is different, and wonders why there are now so many entities within the domain. A system message notes that the royal tiger's calamity inside him is violently reacting. From a mountain overlooking a horde of hundreds of demonic soldiers, Changxian estimates their number, and feels traces of the 4th scripture, suspecting the Silver Fox facility's destruction followed its deciphering. Director Li proudly asks how Changxian likes seeing his soldiers for the first time. Changxian flatly says they are impressive. Laughing, Director Li releases a powerful aura, delighted that Changxian seems to share his nature. With eyes blazing demonic fire, Director Li asks if Changxian knows their clan's world rank. Changxian coolly answers that he believes the clan is within the global top 20. Changxian notes that although Director Li once hid his demonic nature, he now flaunts it openly. Changxian interprets this openness as a sign of considerable trust being placed in him. Director Li reveals their official rank is 21 only because no member is classified as a king and they avoid overt world-shaking actions, then asks Changxian's opinion. Changxian argues that the White Tiger is strong enough to be recognized by Arcadia and that Duke rank Munxiang's forces, likely at king level, justify higher expectations. Director Lee agrees it seems ridiculous but points out that even while lying low they hold rank 21, asking what might happen if they actively sought to rise. He explains his ambition to expand the clan beyond Korea and make the world tremble at the sound of their roar. The tiger constellation cackles with manic laughter at this grand plan. Director Lee adds that their guardian constellation shares this desire and predicts many will soon kneel before them. Changxian questions whether Director Lee intends to unleash these demonic soldiers on the outside world and warns of the moral backlash. Director Lee dismisses such concerns, saying absolute power renders criticism meaningless, and now demands to see what Changxian can show in return. In answer, Changxian reveals and activates a mysterious purple dream pearl. Startled, he asks about the orb's nature. Director Lee explains that this lost dream pearl transforms its user into an even greater warrior through a deadly brew that all directors and team leaders have taken. He guarantees the pearl will make Changxian stronger than any other soldier, and urges him to accept it. Changxian hesitates, wondering what choice he should make. The demonic soldiers roar around them, heightening the tension of his decision. Studying the orb, Changxian realizes this new Dream Pearl variant is saturated with the Royal Tiger's calamity and might reveal its secrets. His household member Jean Frisia speaks up, asking him to hand over the pearl instead. Changxian weighs his options, noting Jigui's world-ending flame could purify any poison but recognizing the pearl's calamity-laden energy is uniquely valuable for study. Jean Frisia repeats his request that Changxian give him the pearl. When Changxian asks why, Jean says he wants to strengthen the household and experiment with its concentration methods. Changxian deduces Jean intends to purify the pearl for Baiwei's element and asks how to transfer it. Jean tells him to swallow it and leave purification to him. Trusting him, Changxian ingests the lost dream pearl as dark energy erupts. The reinforced Royal Tiger's calamity spreads through Changxian's body, clashing with his 10 poison immunity, which he intentionally lets fail. A system message records that Jean Frisia volunteers to take the calamity and successfully absorbs and subdues it instead of Changxian. Jean emerges empowered, promising to share the results later and asking to be informed whenever similar opportunities arise. Director Lee closes the illusory domain, returning them to his office. With demonic marks still visible, he asks Changxian's opinion of what he just witnessed. Changxian smiles and replies that the experience feels very good. Director Lee laughs, amazed that Changxian handled the power so easily, while Changxian casually asks if he can receive such pearls again. The Tiger constellation responds with a cryptic, "Please smile." Director Lee agrees to reward Changxian with more for future exploits and explains that the Xenix Association will soon wage a great war in which the White Tiger clan will participate to display its might. A narration introduces Xenix as an organization whose players specialize in both dungeon conquest and weapon and artifact development. Various eerie Xenix members are shown, emphasizing their sinister, elite nature. The group is revealed to be led by the Golden Monster King, one of the 10 great kings of the player world. Changxian asks if this is a supremacy war, and who Xenix plans to fight, then inquires about his own role. Director Lee instructs him to extend his fame and influence to the United States, effectively using media attention on the tyrant to spotlight the White Tiger clan. Changxian readily agrees, reasoning that the more attention he garners, the greater his standing within the clan becomes. He internally labels this initiative the White Tiger's stubborn rise and vows to exploit it fully by plotting several moves ahead to reap maximum benefits. He then outlines his plan to first clear a French dungeon called the Stone Desert where the cold wind blows, then tackle the City of Apocalypse in Chicago, using those feats to ascend to ranker status and dominate headlines. Director Lee bursts out laughing, saying conquering those unclaimed dungeons will indeed make Changxian a huge star. Sober again, Director Lee permits the plan but insists on sending an escort because of unknown dangers. The Tiger constellation rejoices at the prospect of new ordeals awaiting Changxian. An ID card introduces Shin Jungju as a new member of the Future Strategy Division. Jungju happily marvels that he has actually joined the prestigious division. Fellow teammates bark at him to hurry as they begin harsh training. Jungju watches in shock as his new comrades fiercely spar in the training room. He wonders if they are really training this intensely immediately after the team's official formation. Changxian approaches and greets Jungju, who nervously asks about the unfamiliar weapon he is carrying. Changxian tells him to call him Hyung in private and says he is testing this new weapon, asking if it looks strange. Jungju hurriedly denies it. Another teammate quietly admires how good he looks in the gear while jokingly wondering if the team was chosen for their appearance. Changxian explains that today's session is to test the L team's teamwork and that they will do so in a real fight. Just then, a mission comes from the executive director about a Manastone mine collapsed in a production clan. A quest window details rescue the stranded, charging Changxian's team to discover the cause of the cave-in and save over 20 trapped workers within 5 hours for fame and mana rewards. Changxian orders the team to depart as soon as they finish reading the quest. The scene cuts to Incheon Airport's arrivals terminal as a flight lands. At the gate, Yunseal waits holding a welcome sign written in German for Joachim P. Wolf. A massive blonde foreigner in a suit, clearly Joachim, strides out with his luggage toward her. Yunseal formally welcomes Blue Wolf of the Illuminati and explains she has orders to assign him to missions while he stays in Korea, which impresses him. Beaming, he says he is honored to be attended by the Iron Saintess and feels optimistic about the trip. He then asks to meet Tyron, Changxian's alias, as soon as possible. Internally, Yunseal curses the association's elders for arranging this, feeling that Changxian has become distant and is now hidden behind the White Tiger clan's blockade. Her junior explains that Tyrant is currently on a rescue mission at the Watch and Mind Collapse, earning Yunseo's exasperation at his bluntness. Regaining composure, Yunseo politely ushers Joaquin to follow her, and he thanks her in German. She reflects that, regardless of her feelings about Changxian, she cannot mistreat such a high-ranking foreign officer. Yet she admits that whenever she senses Changxian, she feels a life-threatening level of danger emanating from him. Back at the Watch and site, a gigantic fiery barrier blazes inside the collapsed mine entrance. Changxian's team arrives and learns that about 20 workers remain trapped beneath the collapsed, flaming shaft. Nearby workers doubt that these rookie-looking rescuers can accomplish anything. Some mention rumors that Changxian is already at ranker level, while others dismiss that as media exaggeration as he surveys the scene. Changxian strides toward the inferno, ready to enter the dungeon. A system message states he has entered the dungeon island of blue gems. Inside, the group appears on a tropical beach ringed by bright sea and palm trees. Jungju and Yunseo gush over the beautiful ocean, while Changxian remains focused. He warns them to stay alert because danger could appear at any moment. Calling Jungju's name, he begins to position the team for battle. Jungju casts the skill Snake's rescue method, sending a glowing light sphere high into the sky as illumination. Changxian cues Yunseo, who readies her shield and confirms her role. Suddenly a barrage of arrows or spears hurtles down from above. Jungju looks up in shock as one projectile speeds directly toward him. He is struck and falls, prompting a horrified reaction from Yunseo and Changxian. Yunseo screams Jungju's name in panic. Changxian furiously snaps at her to pull herself together and focus. They both look up to see the forest canopy shifting as if concealing their unseen attackers. Yunseo activates the skill shield extension, expanding her massive shield to cover the area from the incoming projectiles. The enhanced shield successfully blocks and deflects the rain of arrows. As the golden light ball swirls overhead, Yunseo stares upward in surprise at the evolving situation. A blazing orb of magical lightning gathers, charging up immense power. The lightning explodes outward, devastating the surrounding forest. Screams ring out as the blast engulfs the area. One robed teammate is shocked as another is suddenly struck in the head by an arrow. A system message notes that the god snake that wraps around the world is displeased with his followers' clumsiness. The arrowed man explains that because their patron guaranteed it, he trusted the magic core to protect him. The same god glares, asking why his follower is nitpicking now. The arrowed man nervously laughs, insisting the god misunderstood his intentions. He theatrically whines and begs Jungju to stop teasing him, to Jin's embarrassment. Changxian curses at them for fooling around, demands to know why Jungju is still alive, and harshly calls him Winter. Changxian summons his shadow and prepares for battle on the beach. From the shadow rises an armored, starry knightly avatar. The trio watch as a massive explosion occurs in the forest ahead. The armored avatar streaks through the sky carrying a captured foe. Jin and Jungju stare wide-eyed in awe at Winter's power. Winter lands on the sand before Changxian, wings spread. He dumps a battered captive at Changxian's feet, saying he brought him for interrogation. Jin and Jungju inspect the captive, and realize he looks like an elf. A different divine being, good season to hunt, wonders why elves are appearing here, while Changxian points out the captive's eyes and says this is not a normal elf. Changxian identifies the prisoner as a grey elf. Jin and Jungju ask what a grey elf is. Changxian explains that grey elves resemble elves but are actually constructs of a monster called Parasite, made to siphon energy from others. Jin repeats the name Parasite in confusion. Jungju checks that Parasite is the entity sending these creatures here. Changxian infers that for this Parasite to spawn a grey elf it must be at least in its adult stage. He muses that it is impressive such a powerful Parasite could grow in a supposedly minor dungeon. Snake that wraps around the world remarks that grey elf appearances are extremely rare. Changxian reflects that this island's safe waters and mana stone mine draw many people, so a Parasite growing unnoticed makes no sense. He admits he has a troubling hunch about what is going on. Changxian thinks this situation would only be possible if a certain female god had helped destroy that world and create this dungeon, yet he suspects another cause. He orders the team to retreat for now, despite protests that they have not confirmed who is trapped inside. He reasons that grey elves mean the Parasite has likely seized the island and that charging in with full force might endanger civilians, then tries to log out. Changxian presses the confirmation to log out. The system repeatedly announces that logging out is impossible. Changxian is stunned when his attempt to exit fails. A notice explains all outside connections are cut for unknown reasons, and they must complete the dungeon mission before trying again. Another notice starts the dungeon mission with theme search. The objective is revealed as finding a pure demonic core hidden on the island of blue gems. The system cheerfully wishes them luck until the mission is complete. Jin calls anxiously to Changxian as they both react to being trapped. Changxian wipes his shock away and says they will continue following their original plan. The scene shifts to a dim jungle interior. A message declares Changxian has activated the state Ferocious Tiger, and a powerful charge technique as an attack erupts in the forest. Changxian emerges through dust with shield and sword, having carved a path while fallen grey elves lie around him. He notes something odd. Grey elves created by Parasite typically do not bleed. Examining corpses, he observes these enemies have real bodies with flesh, bone, and slowly flowing blue blood. He further senses that they carry faint fragments of divinity. Changxian concludes only one type of Parasite matches this description. The narrative reveals a gigantic luminous divine tree towering above a robed elf-like figure. The mysterious elf states that only one god can grow such a divine tree. She identifies that god as the goddess of slaughter and destruction, who was once her comrade. In the dungeon, Changxian wonders why traces of that goddess are appearing here. He demands to know what has happened to Callie to cause this situation. Elsewhere in icy ruins, trapped people cry out, begging to be saved. Members of the White Tiger clan rush into the cave, announcing they have come to rescue survivors. Buried miners, still alive under rubble, desperately plead for help and for the rocks to be removed. Changxian raises a hand and tells his team to wait before charging deeper. He calls to Jungjiu, who responds ready for orders. The system reports that player Shin Jungjiu activates his skill Magical Lightning. The lightning sphere swells, about to detonate. The cave is illuminated, revealing it is swarming with unknown undead miners. Seeing this, Changxian coldly declares the situation is a trap. He observes that tree-like roots are embedded in the undead bodies. He realizes all those roots are converging toward a single source. Meanwhile, hordes of grey elves rush Jean in another chamber. Changxian notes that Jigui's flames could wipe them out, but he hesitates because there may still be survivors mixed in. He instead orders Winter to open a path through the monsters. Winter's shadow blade manifests towering above him. The blade smashes down, clearing a route. Changxian listens resolutely as he prepares to head inside. He dives through the newly opened tunnel of light into the depths. Once inside, he is shocked by what he sees. He finds an enormous frozen mass of roots and recognizes it with alarm. He identifies it as the personified form of a fully grown parasite whose roots possess their own will. The entity is named Elfin Roots. A message confirms he has discovered the boss monster Elfin Root. Changxian focuses on the crown adorning the creature. A flashback shows Callie wearing a similar crown before the divine tree. He realizes Elfin Root's crown is almost identical to Callie's. Another divine being, the tiger trapped in hardships, watches this dungeon with keen interest. The system notes player Li Changxian draws an unfamiliar spear as he faces the boss. Changxian speculates one of Callie's divine trees may have gone astray and become this monster, something the Void Monarch seems eager to observe. He thinks about Xerxes and Callie's involvement, and concludes these overlapping ties cannot be coincidence. Deciding that something truly sinister is at work, he grips his spear and prepares to strike. The system announces that the boss raid against Elfin Root has begun. Changxian clashes violently with the boss's extending limbs. Their battle escalates as he hurls powerful blows while the creature counters. In mid-fight, he becomes certain he can feel Callie's energy emanating from Elfin Root. He focuses on the divine crown, judging it a replica of the goddess's crown and a treasure or sacred grade item. From this he infers the monster is at least a bishop or priest-level servant of Callie. The tiger in hardships and another divine face, Gemini, watch the battle, excited by the unfolding events. Changxian reasons these deities would not be so invested in a mere strong opponent. Something deeper is going on between Xerxes, Callie, and them that he does not yet understand. Elfin Root suddenly releases numerous clones or extensions charging toward him. Changxian resolves to defeat this foe at any cost, invoking the concept that would cannot withstand fire and summoning flames. A notice says his title Jigui's retainer triggers a raging firestorm. Wreathed in Jigui's flames, Changxian roars that he will burn all of them. Elsewhere, Jean fights desperately, vowing the enemies will all die as he shields against the Grey Elves. Jungjiu hurls more magical lightning back up as Grey Elves swarm from behind. Winter's shadow form unleashes the devastating skill Shadow Tsunami. Watching Winter fight, Jean and Jungjiu remark that he is far from an ordinary player. Winter's armored silhouette looms ominously, ready for further combat. He challenges any remaining foes to step forward and face him. From Winter's perspective, a cloaked figure appears in the sparkling cave ahead. Winter reacts tensely as the stranger moves to engage. The stranger blocks his attack with a sword, revealing himself in the clash. Winter demands to know who this man is. The man introduces himself as Lieutenant Park Haesong, a B-rank player and awakened soldier who was trapped here while attempting a rescue mission. Park, now reassured, asks whether Winter is human. Winter answers that he is Baek Jaewol from White Tiger's L team. Park realizes this is the squad led by Li Changxian, and wonders if their famed leader is here too. Park hurriedly explains that many injured survivors desperately need help. Jean replies that their leader is currently elsewhere. The ground trembles ominously as a new disturbance begins around them. A telepathic message from Jin's ally says Changxian ordered them to move first and warned that chaos would soon erupt, so they should be cautious. Recognizing the voice, Winter questions how trustworthy this warning is. The remote speaker mocks him but insists that even a loyal dog can think for himself, and tells him to ignore the advice if he wishes. The voice stresses that he acts on his own will, not just for praise, and repeats that Winter may believe him or not. Winter shouts for the speaker to wait, but the connection cuts. He notes that the presence has vanished and wonders if the warning was sincere. Unsure, he tries to imagine what Changxian would do in this situation in case the message was genuine. Silent, Winter turns toward Park, weighing his next move. He finally asks Park directly where all the remaining survivors are located. Back at the boss fight, Changxian envelopes himself again in Jigui's flames, reiterating that wood cannot be fire. The system restates that his title Jigui's retainer is active, sending out another firestorm. Changxian plunges into the inferno, vowing to burn everything to cinders. Elfin Root's massive body is engulfed by the surging flames. The burning monster roars in agony as cracks spread across its form. The explosion erupts from the mountain, a pillar of fire blasting skyward. The blast hollows a huge crater, hurling elfin root upward amid falling debris. Though charred and damaged, the root creature reconstitutes itself and stands again. It screams fiercely as it recovers. Countless smaller root spawn leap from the light, swarming toward Changxian. Sensing this from above, Changxian calls out for Jin's assistance. In response, Winter summons Jin's own armored, winged avatar down beside him. Jin, now fully manifested, gleefully announces he has been waiting to be called. He unleashes a powerful gale that blows away masses of charging enemies. Changxian himself rockets upward with blazing wings, about to dive back into the crater. Below, the scorched elfin root snarls defiantly. Its cracked body glows as it finishes regenerating, standing firmer than before. Changxian realizes the monster seems to grow stronger the more damage it takes. He hacks at the intertwining roots, complaining internally about what a troublesome opponent it is. He shifts his weapon grip, preparing another transformation. The spear converts into a fauchar, a slashing polearm mode. With the new blade he channels a beam of flame straight through elfin root's torso. The attack tears apart part of the monster, leaving it half consumed by fire. In response, dense root tentacles writhe and surge outward around it. Changxian looks up in alarm as the burned boss remains standing. Elfin root lunges with a massive fiery kick aimed at him. Changxian notes that each regenerated section becomes tougher and heals faster. He reflects that Kali always surpassed him in pure martial technique, and that this priestly opponent similarly has a technical edge. Analyzing the fight, Changxian concludes that as the boss's regeneration escalates, the sheer physical gap between them keeps narrowing. The monster wonders if its progress is only due to its superior elemental attribute. Surrounded by flames, the protagonist thinks that if he cannot overpower the enemy outright, he must try another approach. He charges forward through the inferno, preparing for a decisive attack. The scene shifts to a snowy mountain range. On a peak, the protagonist confronts Kali, lamenting that martial arts alone cannot close the gap between them. He questions Kali about the sudden expansion of her power and asks if he can use that ability as well. Kali calls the technique a last resort, warning Twilight to only use it in a real crisis. She explains that almost everyone who has witnessed this technique has died, and the protagonist realizes he is the sole survivor. A system window describes Himavat's breath, a dangerous breathing technique that amplifies energy and triggers latent power. He recalls that one breath awakens hidden strength unnoticed by other constellations, planning to briefly overpower the boss before its full magical explosion. He forcefully exhales as energy erupts from his body. A notification confirms Himavat's breath has activated, triggering his latent powers. System messages state he has entered berserk, confusion, and delirium states, with all stats greatly boosted for 5 minutes. Another alert says the skill Kalokagathia has activated, allowing him to control the surging magic. He notes that the 5 minutes are actually the time limit before his latent powers kill him, and that in his current state he can only safely use 5 seconds. He resolves to finish the fight within those 5 seconds as he dives into the battlefield. Elfin Root charges amid beams of light and fire. As his attack tears through the monster, the protagonist counts 1 second and aims to kill it before the wound regenerates. Activating Viper Eye, he focuses intensely on the boss's movements, marking the second. He unleashes Black Mountain Monarch's Claw in a massive explosion. The blast carves into Elfin Root's body. He follows with the second claw, spiraling flames around the enemy as the 4th second passes. The raging firestorm makes the boss scream in agony. On the final 5th second, he hovers with burning wings over the devastated battlefield. A feat notification grants him strength and levels up Black Mountain Monarch's Claw. Another message announces he has successfully overpowered the boss monster Elfin Root. Exhausted, he hears that a constellation is impressed with his display, and Himavat's breath is forcibly terminated with his stats restored. The system reports heavy stamina and mana usage, leaving him exhausted and anemic. The Snake constellation remarks that triggering latent power usually cripples people, and is curious why it harmed him less. Elfin Root's body lies broken within a scorched crater. Close up, the boss's cracked face still flickers with embers, implying lingering life. The protagonist reflects that he just used Kali's secret technique against her own priest and calls the situation absurd as the Owl constellation worries about his fatigue. The Tiger constellation laughs, saying he truly is part of its household after defeating such an opponent. The Great Demon constellation wonders what he will do with the overpowered subject. The protagonist decides he has subdued Elfin Root for now and must learn what happened to Kali after he was sent to the Divine Punishment trial. Looking at the fallen boss, he notes that Gemini and the Void Monarch are watching closely, so he cannot interrogate Elfin Root carelessly. Elfin Root's eyes suddenly flare with a sinister light. Alarmed, the protagonist asks what is happening to the monster. Consumed by flames, Elfin Root erupts into maniacal laughter. The protagonist realizes the monster's gaze is not directed at him. Elfin Root curses the gods with hatred. It proclaims that their vile game will soon end when its dead god rises to destroy them and usher in the feared apocalypse. It adds that the apocalypse, together with the twilight, will come for the gods. Beast Sense and Viper Eye warn the protagonist to flee from the immense danger building within the boss. A blinding explosion erupts. The system declares that the boss monster Elfin Root is dead. However, a gigantic crystalline tree-like structure still towers above the protagonist. A notification explains that Elfin Root has sacrificed its divinity and magic to strengthen the parasite tree. The system states that, according to the rules, the parasite tree will now evolve into a new form. Recognizing it, the protagonist exclaims that the tree before him is the divine tree. Outside at the quarry, nervous workers complain about the lack of news and fear something has gone wrong inside the gate. Their supervisor rebukes them for speaking carelessly, but they suddenly notice something happening. They see the dungeon gate erupting with fiery, rainbow energy. Realizing it is a dungeon break, a worker frantically orders others to call the association. An association vehicle speeds into the quarry as staff rush toward the disturbance. Several important-looking officials and hunters arrive, surveying the situation. One of them criticizes the management for being too complacent despite the sudden dungeon break. Joaquin Wolf calmly analyzes the magical wavelength, judging the dungeon to be at least 4-star and asking if that is correct. An interpreter relays that he asked whether the dungeon is 4-star or higher, clarifying that the gate is actually only 1-star. Hearing it is a 1-star dungeon, Joaquin suspects the presence of a hidden, double dungeon and mentions the rumored tyrant. Inside, Gemini urges the protagonist to stop sightseeing and pay attention, while the tiger constellations note that some lowly being has taken an interest in him. The system reports that a massive energy drain is happening throughout the dungeon and that desertification is underway. Worried, the protagonist wonders if Beck Jiawol and the rest of the team managed to evacuate safely. The tiger constellation is amused by Elfin Root's rebellious last words, while Gemini watches coldly as the protagonist recalls the prophecy about a dead god causing apocalypse and twilight. He concludes that Callie must already be dead and blames Gemini for it. Thinking of Xerxes and Callie, he wonders what happened after his divine punishment trial and worries others may have suffered because of him. A system window declares that a new boss monster, Divine Parasite Tree, has been born. This new boss deems the dungeon's energy insufficient and begins searching its surroundings for an additional energy source. It then detects Earth outside the dungeon and starts extending its roots toward the planet. The system announces that a dungeon break has begun and the dungeon mission has changed. The new mission explains that the Divine Parasite Tree is rapidly destroying the island's ecosystem and, if not logged down, will eventually cover the entire Earth with its roots. Watching the colossal tree, the protagonist wonders if this catastrophe is his fault. He steels himself, vowing to rescue Callie's priest. Jean Frisia appears, amused by his plan to reclaim the fallen high priest of the goddess of killing and destruction as a new household member. The protagonist states that if the tree spreads to Earth everything will end, so he must destroy it and recover Elfin Root. Gemini rages at his audacity, while he deduces the tree is likely heading toward the celestial realm where the gods reside. Jean Frisia orders someone to find the priest, initially reacting in disbelief. The protagonist doubles down, commanding her to locate Elfin Root as a direct order. Though shocked to be ordered around, Jean Frisia feels compelled to obey due to the weight of his words. She agrees, and he prepares to act while she searches. Facing the towering Divine Parasite Tree again, he decides he must reach it before anyone else. Equipping the white dive bow and using Viper Eye, he locks onto the tree as a target. With fiery wings, he fires an arrow imbued with immense power. The blazing projectile streaks toward and pierces the parasite tree. Authority 100% bullseye guarantees a direct hit on the marked target, detonating in a massive explosion. Lightning explosion and lightning net chain together, causing a huge fire blast that earns him an achievement and upgrades his archery skills. The divine parasite tree is engulfed in flames but still stands. He observes that for now the tree seems to have stopped growing. The Good Season to Hunt constellation proudly claims credit for the spectacular explosions. The Snake constellation disputes this, arguing its own benefits enable defeat. Good Season to Hunt angrily jumps up, arguing with the snake. The snake boasts that without its targeting ability nothing would have worked. Good Season to Hunt threatens to beat the snake with her authority. The snake cackles and invites her to try, while the protagonist wonders how gods can be so childish. The divine parasite tree suddenly goes berserk, enraged by the attacks. The protagonist draws his sword, readying another powerful strike. System messages state he has partly destroyed the tree with just 2 arrows, gaining huge experience, and evolving his archery skill to bow master. He dashes through the sky toward the burning tree. Using Flying Tiger's trailing gale, he sprints through the air as Gemini approves of his punishment of the non-believing priest. The Tiger constellation smiles, eager to witness the forthcoming spectacle. From outside, observers see a fiery streak shooting into the sky toward the dungeon. The system announces that he has entered the divine tree's hole. Inside, he abruptly senses someone else's presence. At the peak of the glowing tree, a dark winged figure perches ominously. The figure, a winged beast man, crouches atop a withered humanoid form. The camera reveals this imposing harpy-like being in detail. Grinning, the harpy remarks that he did not expect a new guest to climb so high. The system warns that Gemini's divinity is illuminating the sky and beast sense signals extreme danger. Holding the broken elfin root like a puppet, the harpy arrogantly calls himself the patron, claiming he forgave the priest's failure to show respect. The protagonist analyzes him, concluding he is not an apostle but likely a high-ranking priest such as a chief priest or archbishop. The harpy vows to demonstrate the consequences of blasphemy against his patron and to use the protagonist to spread their doctrine. A prompt reveals that Gemini's chief priest, called Sun, seeks to reclaim the dead god's divinity. Sun rants about the insolence of a dead god's ghost opposing his patron and swears to send the protagonist to that dead deity. The system reiterates Sun's desire to retrieve the dead god's divinity. Power surges around Sun as he prepares to attack. The protagonist admits that even at full strength he would be unsure of victory against such an opponent. He desperately searches for a method to defeat this harpy and reclaim elfin root. As Sun unleashes energy, the protagonist continues thinking that he needs some way to win and rescue the priest. Sun cackles maniacally, enjoying the coming battle. Jean Frisia suggests a dangerous method, telling him first to retrieve the pure demonic core. Determined, the protagonist decides that if a way exists he must attempt it, activating Commandment Tiger and Kalokagathia to maximize his stats and thought speed. System messages confirm his stats are being temporarily raised to match the two powerful enemies. Sun senses something amiss and begins to turn. The protagonist triggers Himavat's breath again, re-entering a berserk state. Sun is caught off guard by the sudden surge of power. With twin blades drawn, the protagonist dives in a spiraling assault. The Tiger constellation watches his daring move with heightened interest. Gemini finally notices his behavior and starts paying close attention. He closes in, crossing his flaming swords for a devastating strike. Sun stares in shock as the attack descends. Outside, Joachim and the others see the burning tree writhing and exclaim in disbelief at the spectacle. Joachim's analysis window identifies the divine parasite tree as a high-level, still-growing boss monster, and he mutters that they are all monsters. Beck Jiawol realizes this is no ordinary dungeon break. She worries that the ever-growing monster might cross into Earth through the gate. Imagining that possibility, she is certain a catastrophe would occur. Looking at the gigantic burning tree, she wonders how they are supposed to defeat such a creature. Suddenly a massive flare from within the dungeon startles her and Joachim. Joachim asks in shock what is happening so suddenly. A system alert tells Beck that the player Li Changxian is running amok again, and she recognizes him as the cause. Joachim concludes that the chaotic spectacle must be the work of the tyrant. He remarks that he did not expect to join a raid during his business trip to Korea but must handle this dungeon before pursuing his own goals. He activates his transformation skill, Werewolf Changing. Joachim transforms into a powerful werewolf, howling as blue energy erupts. Beck Jiawol mounts the werewolf, preparing to charge into the dungeon together. A message notes that the All Constellation's blessing is with them. Additional constellations, including the blacksmith in the volcano and the creator of madness, bestow blessings as Joachim boasts that the saintess' blessings are stronger than most chief priests. Lightning flashes across Beck's face as her blessed eye activates. Using her powers, she detects that there is a survivor northwest at 32 degrees. Joachim warns her to hold on tightly, saying he will not rescue her if she falls. Inside the divine tree's hole, the protagonist fuses Black Mountain Monarch's first and second claws into a single intersecting, devastating attack. One aspect of the Gemini constellation urgently warns that the household member is in danger. A massive blast of purple and white energy surges, obliterating the parasite tree. The protagonist strains fiercely as he unleashes his final attack. The unleashed power rips through everything in a violent purple streak. The destructive wave continues to roar outward with overwhelming force. Notifications announce that Gemini's chief priest's son and the boss divine parasite tree have been killed. The system declares that the protagonist has achieved a major accomplishment. He is informed that he has obtained Gemini's divinity. He also acquires the divinity of an unidentified god. The message reports that he has gained a large amount of experience and merit points. He reflects that Black Mountain Monarch's claw has 5 claws, but his stats previously allowed him to use only 2, and using more at once would have left him unable to handle the backlash. Falling from the sky, he thinks he poured in everything, even latent power, while a Gemini face rises in disbelief at this feat. As he plummets through fiery clouds, other constellations comment that his stunt will have terrible backlash and call him crazy while watching the explosion. Another constellation, the snake that wraps around the world, reacts with an amused snicker. The owl that pierces through the twilight worries about the toll on his exhausted body. While he falls past exploding demonic cores, his companion notes, they nearly died but at least secured the pure demonic core before calling out to him. The system announces the dungeon mission's end and that rewards are being calculated, with extra rewards based on contribution. It adds that the Administrative Bureau is opening a new investigation. Many gods are shocked, and many stars are pleased. A countdown begins as the system tells everyone to brace for shock because the dungeon is closing. His fingers twitch slightly as he begins to regain consciousness. His eyes flutter and he starts to wake. A long-haired man looks down at him, described as someone who fell after losing his wings. That same man says he does not care about such labels. Combined, the man is introduced as one who fell after losing his wings but personally dismisses that description. The protagonist lies peacefully unconscious in a hospital bed. A woman nearby is associated in his hazy senses with comforting warmth. Half awake, he notices her distinctive mint-like scent and her grumbling yet caring voice. As he opens his eyes, he feels an inexplicable, almost nostalgic longing. He raises his hand towards someone, sensing a familiar yearning. His younger companion excitedly shouts at him, realizing he is finally waking up. The protagonist fully awakens, bewildered to be alive. An exterior shot shows the large hospital building where he is recovering. In his room, a long-haired visitor asks for Lieutenant Park Haesong, and the protagonist confirms he knows that officer. The protagonist recognizes the visitor as the officer he met during the tutorial, noting he must have been promoted since then. The officer recounts that when the divine parasite tree expanded, They were almost swallowed by its vines. He explains that at that desperate moment a gigantic wolf suddenly appeared. He continues that this huge wolf saved them from the crisis. Hearing that Cha Yun was involved, the protagonist abruptly stands up despite his friend warning him not to. The constellation Good Season to Hunt excitedly celebrates that he has finally grasped something. The snake that wraps around the world scolds her, insisting he is also paying attention. Good Season to Hunt pretends to heed another god while actually asking the protagonist if he is alright. The officer explains she came to meet the protagonist but entered the dungeon when she sensed the risk of a break and later performed emergency first aid on his exhausted body. The protagonist recalls that while he was battling sun high in the sky, this woman could still sense his mana from far away, revealing her outstanding mana affinity. He thinks to himself that there is more to her than that. Remembering their brief meeting on the snowy hill, he recalls feeling multiple divine blessings around her, making it hard to believe she was an ordinary human. He focuses on the mysterious other face behind those blessings and mana that seemed to be watching him, deciding he should meet Cha Yun to investigate, and also to thank her. As he settles back on the bed, he resolves that this is what matters most now, while one of Gemini's faces watches him intently. He wonders how Gemini will react to the loss of such a high-ranking household member. Time passes and the story shifts to nighttime traffic over the river in the city. In a speeding yellow sports car, someone comments that if she was going to rush around at this hour, she could have waited until after confirming he woke up. The man in the car teases the stern woman driver that getting the tyrant to say thanks is a rare achievement that once warranted TV segments. He continues to needle her, suggesting she was too shy to hear the gratitude in person. She angrily chops him across the face mid-boast, shutting him up. The owl that pierces through the twilight agrees that boasting about justice is embarrassing. The war-obsessed battle god objects, saying that embarrassment is not really the point here. The blacksmith in the volcano jokes that her sister's guess is wrong again, and the creator of madness agrees. The owl glares at the other gods for chattering too much, and the three constellations all look away at once. Cha Yun, riding in the car, is convinced that the protagonist clearly witnessed something important. She thinks back to his wolf-like transformed form that she saw previously. She ponders deeply who Li Changxian really is. A new mission titled Curse of the Guden begins, instructing participants on the 4th floor, 32nd district to survive for 48 hours. In a cave, a blonde man comments on the protagonist's poor condition, but the protagonist replies he has no choice because enemies will not go easy on him, which the man admires. The protagonist immediately asks about the fate of the pure demonic core. Good Season to Hunt eagerly anticipates how he will use this pure demonic core. The blonde man proudly says he expected this need and prepared in advance, having worked hard in a short time to obtain something. The snake that wraps around the world scours his vast knowledge for a way to control a dead god's former household member. The protagonist brusquely demands that the blonde man skip the chatter and reveal the method, since he cannot sense the core even with holy water. The snake constellation agrees that this assessment sounds accurate. Other constellations comment that the protagonist's attitude is typical of him, some admiring it and others protesting mildly. Annoyed at their ongoing commentary, the protagonist grouses about their repetitive reactions. The blonde man explains that all the protagonist has to do is feed the pure demonic core to one of the ghouls. The protagonist questions how that simple step works and presses him to describe in detail how he created everyone here using Royal Tiger's calamity. He realizes that by purifying the starlight of the forgotten god they produced these creatures. The blonde man confirms that every household member in the ghoul den was formed from purified starlight. The protagonist concludes that Royal Tiger's calamity is elementless and simply provides an empty vessel whose contents and amount he, as master, can decide, feeling vindicated in trusting Jean with this. Jean cheerfully admits he never studied such topics deeply because he used to be a lone god without followers, but says he excels at crafting sturdy vessels and that Zabek from a prestigious family has extensive experience ruling ghouls. Zabek, one of Jean's ghouls, begins absorbing the pure demonic core placed in his mouth. The system reports that Zabek has successfully merged with the core and that his divinity and stats are being reconstructed while new elemental power and skills are granted. The transformed Zabek emits a torrent of power as energy surges toward the watching protagonist. Messages state that Elfin Root's nature is awakening inside Zabek, his high assimilation draws in memories of past lives, and a newly trait household member is being born. Empowered and unstable, Zabek charges violently at the protagonist. The protagonist notes that Zabek was once Kali's high priest seeking revenge and half expects this hostility, then calls out to Jean to intervene. Jean seizes Zabek by the head, physically restraining the rampaging subordinate. Furious, Jean berates Zabek for turning on his master and vows to ensure he can never rebel again. Narration clarifies that Zabek is a resurrected household member whose stats were redistributed for this rebirth. So despite his struggle there is a limit to how much he can resist Jean's overpowering suppression. Zabek's anguished scream echoes through the cavern as the struggle subsides. The system prompts the protagonist to name the new household member, and he decides to call him Elfin Root. Elfin Root appears in his new small form beside Jean as the system confirms his naming is complete. Another message states that Zabek's official new name is Elfin Root and that he will now act as the protagonist's spear and guardian. The protagonist questions Elfin Root about possessing the divinity of a dead god and presses him to explain why. If his deity was powerful enough to make him a high priest, he kept dying. Elfin Root, now articulate, nervously asks why the protagonist is interested in that matter. The protagonist bluntly answers that knowing this could grant him more power since he lacks a fixed patron god. Elfenroot is shocked to learn the protagonist has no patron at all. Elfenroot muses that unless this relates to horoscope or Ziwei Do Shu, there might still be a chance to find a new light along a path filled with darkness. Sitting before him, Elfenroot begins recounting the past, starting from before everything was destroyed. He says that back then there existed a star known as Twilight of the Gods. The revelation about Twilight of the Gods visibly startles the protagonist. Elfenroot continues that this star fought many others, including the 12 zodiacs, was judged in a divine punishment trial and killed, though a few gods, including his patron the goddess of slaughter and destruction, opposed that verdict. A flashback shows Elfenroot in his former exalted form answering the summons of his goddess. The goddess reflects that he is indeed the foolish friend who left her side, yet she regrets ever letting such a friend slip away. Elfenroot tearfully begins to protest. The goddess insists she cannot ignore what the 12 zodiacs caused and orders Finn to leave, though Finn insists on fighting. The goddess calmly dismisses all priests, including Finn, and tells them to go. She walks alone up the crumbling stairs into the radiant light as Finn reaches out from below. Elfenroot narrates that, whether fortunate or not, something happened next. The narrator explains that the goddess was not alone, as others chose to stand by her. Powerful allies appear, unleashing divine energy as they follow the goddess toward the light. Elfenroot says the goddess never revealed who those allies were, nor how their struggle ended. The only known outcome is that their actions enraged several stars and the goddess ultimately died. Elfenroot speculates that the gods who accompanied her probably suffered calamities as well. He recounts drifting through fragments of the ruined world until awakening in a land rich with magic. The man concludes that the 12 zodiacs are behind the tragedies that befell Kali and Xerxes. He reflects that, despite Kali's strength, she would have been overwhelmed by the zodiacs and the ruling horoscope, and admits he abandoned them first. A vision shows the goddess advancing with several distinct comrades toward the shattered divine realm. One burly ally grumbles that they foolishly risked everything just to save his life. Back in the present, the man asks Elfenroot whether his true goal is revenge. Elfenroot answers that while revenge matters, resurrecting the goddess is his top priority. The man skeptically asks if reviving a god is even possible. Elfenroot, fired up, declares that impossibility does not matter and that striving for resurrection is a saint's duty. An explanation states that gods follow providential laws and can be resurrected if faith and collected divinity remain. It adds that the underworld therefore seals gods and stars instead of killing them outright. The man acknowledges that godly resurrection is theoretically possible, but extremely hard in practice. He notes that once a stripped god's divine status is shattered, their power is essentially lost. He then asks about the dead goddess's divinity, confirming that gathering more of it will make Elfenroot stronger. Elfenroot affirms his aim to accumulate divinity until he reaches apostle level and hints that many stars are interested in the man. Elfenroot declares he will neither seek help nor allow interference tomorrow, claiming their goals align since the man also seeks power. The man agrees to help until then, on the condition that Elfenroot completely submits to him. He reminds Elfenroot that escape or independent action is impossible without his permission. The man suggests that relying on him now offers Elfenroot the best chance for future success. Shocked, Elfenroot silently reacts to this ultimatum. A symbolic image pairs the man with the fiery silhouette of a powerful being behind him, emphasizing his authority. Elfenroot's eye focuses intensely as he reaches a decision. He identifies himself as belonging to a branch of the goddess of slaughter and destruction, while lowering his hand in fealty. Elfenroot runs up and kneels before the man, formally greeting him as his new master. System messages announce that Elfenroot has pledged allegiance, strengthening their master-servant bond and raising his loyalty and dependence. Another message states that the man has obtained the absolute right to command over Elfenroot. The man muses that this authority has transferred to him despite Elfen being Jean's former household member, and realizes he is now obliged to aid Elfen's goals. Various constellations react with excitement or cautious curiosity at the acquisition of such a promising household member. More constellations observe with affectionate interest or amused criticism at how greedy the man is being. The man wonders how Gemini will respond to Elfenroot becoming part of his household. A notification reveals that one face of Gemini watches with a sly smile as the man takes in the traitor. A figure associated with Gemini smirks in the background, intrigued by these developments. A new system notice appears, saying that the constellation Gemini has issued a new scenario quest, startling Elfenroot. The quest description explains that a face of Gemini, having observed the man's bold actions, now seeks him rather than condemning him. Elfenroot and Jean stare upward in astonishment at what Gemini is proposing. The notice clarifies that Gemini wishes to make a formal proposition to the man. The man and Jean stand tensely as they await the details of Gemini's offer. The proposal is revealed as an invitation for the man to become Gemini's apostle. Jean exclaims in disbelief, calling the proposal absurd. The quest explains that accepting would grant the man supreme earthly status as a zodiac representative and all he desires, but rejecting means Gemini will punish him for harming his chief priest with a sentence of death. Gemini's shocking proposal spreads throughout the heavenly realm. The narrator explains that the 12 zodiac constellations are elite beings closest to the emperor, leading great cults. Li Changxian reflects that he expected the 12 zodiacs to notice him someday, but never imagined they would invite him to be an apostle. Many gods react with surprise while most stars show interest in this proposal. Changxian considers that becoming an apostle would instantly transcend his human limits and grant him power rivaling or surpassing low-rank gods. Smirking, Changxian judges Gemini's offer as outrageous. A system message announces that Li Changxian's name has spread across the heavens, greatly increasing his fame and karma. The administrative bureau is overwhelmed by inquiries from gods and stars demanding information about Li Changxian. Elfin Tiger is stunned that his new master might join Gemini's household, realizing this would keep them under Gemini even after resurrecting the goddess. A message describes the Huntress constellation raging at another deity for meddling with what she considers hers. Another message says the world-encompassing Snake constellation is horrified by the Huntress reaction. The Owl constellation advises Changxian to stay alert. The Tiger constellation bares his fangs, bristling at the situation. One face of Gemini ignores all backlash and cuts every channel except his own. Changxian calls Gemini crazy for shutting other channels just because they annoy him and realizes this bold personality is Pollux, the younger twin, not the quiet older brother Castor. He steels himself, thinking he refuses to be swayed by any god but suddenly hesitates as something occurs to him. Changxian reaches toward a glowing system screen, initiating an action with crackling energy. He pulls out the dark crown-shaped item, casually remarking that he kept it because it looked good and now suspects it is important, to Elfin's shock. Gemini infuses his divinity into the goddess crown replica, upgrading it from sacred item to holy relic. The crown becomes a relic holding the opposing divinities of Kali and Gemini, and one Gemini face demands to know what Changxian is doing. Changxian recalls Mephistopheles' violent reaction when Gemini first took interest in him and decides to exploit that, saying they should try this. Wearing the crown, Changxian asks if the great demon is fine with Gemini taking him, while Gemini suddenly realizes Changxian's intent. The pallid sanctuary of the great demon opens as Mephistopheles raises his head toward Changxian. Changxian confirms his suspicion that Mephistopheles, who supposedly ignores worldly affairs, is inexplicably focused on him. The narration shows Mephistopheles quietly observing a particular star, namely Changxian. Gemini is bewildered by this unexpected interference. Changxian notes that even Pollux hesitates before Mephistopheles, confirming how formidable the great demon is. The other Gemini twin notices his brother's predicament and effectively declares war. The completed constellation blazes, its radiant light flooding the world. Mephistopheles looks up, his dark power rising to confront the light. Changxian watches as bright explosions fill the sky. A message states that light and darkness are clashing fiercely. Feeling his skin prickle, Changxian realizes that the mere collision of the two stars' energies is overwhelming. The system announces that the previously severed channeling has been restored. The Huntress constellation aims her bow at a particular constellation in fury, vowing revenge and to report this disgrace to her mother. Changxian is startled to hear the name Pabelsag. He becomes excited upon realizing that even the primordial evil dragon Tiamat is involved. The two faces of Gemini react differently, one frowning while the other admonishes him for carelessness and tries to calm him. The narrative explains that Tiamat is preparing for war against Taurus, leader of the 12 zodiacs, and is therefore also opposed to Gemini. Messages say the snake constellation sharpens his scales in irritation and the owl asks whether horoscope can tolerate such disrespect. The tiger constellation bares his fangs again. The wicked gods of Ziwei Do Shu focus their attention in response to their comrade. The blue dragon constellation stands ready. The red phoenix constellation also stands ready. The supreme palace enclosure constellation narrows his fiery eyes in interest. Changxian notes that even supreme palace enclosure, one of Ziwei Do Shu's three main stars, has appeared and suspects they might use this chance to eliminate horoscope executives. One Gemini face stiffens while the tiger constellation coldly warns the others to back off, or he will treat it as full-scale war, enraging Gemini further. The calmer Gemini twin urges his counterpart to retreat, saying this is not the right time. Gemini grudgingly turns away. The storm of divine energy dissipates around Changxian as he stands holding the enhanced crown. Catching his breath, Changxian laments that the clash ended before it could escalate into a war between horoscope and Ziwei Do Shu. A message notes that one Gemini face pauses to glare at the human who humiliated him before departing. Pollux looks back at Changxian with icy resentment as his body dissolves into black light. The remaining divine energy surges down like a whirlpool and impales Changxian's shoulder. Changxian reacts in alarm as the power hits him. The system reports that one Gemini face has reached him and that Gemini's divine power is flooding into his body like a burning fever. Changxian curses internally as the heat intensifies. A message confirms that divine heat is spreading through him while he screams in agony. He realizes his current body cannot withstand the 12 zodiacs' divine power, and that even his resistances are useless. The Tiger constellation demands an explanation, while Gemini coolly claims he is simply granting a proper privilege to the mortal bearing his power. Changxian writhes on the ground, overwhelmed by the burning divine heat. The system says the other Gemini face departs after stating that surviving this ordeal will grant Changxian great talent but failure will see his soul melted, as Changxian feels his body burning up. Supreme Palace Enclosure departs amused and promising to remember Changxian's name, while Blue Dragon and Red Phoenix withdraw as well. Mephistopheles silently watches Changxian from his now quiet sanctuary. Changxian continues to scream as the flames consume him. The great demon then grants Changxian, who is struggling, a new privilege. Gleaming orbs of power descend toward Changxian as he burns. The great demon's cold energy slams down on him, beginning to suppress the divine heat. The system announces that a stigma has been imprinted on Changxian. A glowing eye-shaped mark forms on his chest. Changxian looks at the completed stigma etched near his shoulder. Mephistopheles explains that this mark will make it easier for him to monitor Changxian. The pallid sanctuary dissolves and vanishes from the world. Back in the canyon, Jean anxiously asks if his master is all right while Changxian pants heavily. The huntress constellation grumbles over others coveting her treasure, while the snake advises her to calm down. Gods who came to spectate leave with dampened excitement, while stars chatter that witnessing the legendary great demon was still entertaining. Changxian thinks a tug-of-war between cosmic beings is beyond imagination and that only the goddess crown is barely keeping him together. A detailed description lists the enhanced goddess crown relic's abilities, including amplified spirit communication and cultivation when paired with Gemini's power. Elfin, holding the crown, incredulously asks if Changxian is really returning it to him. Changxian answers that he does not intend to become a parasitic tree or control trees, telling Elfin to handle his own specialty while Changxian focuses on his, satisfied that he gained a stigma for spirit training. However, he notes that to properly use this new mark he will need additional things. The Owl constellation looks at him with pity. She wonders whether there is anything she can do for someone facing constant hardship. She then invites Changxian to dinner in her sanctuary, surprising him and Jean. The huntress loudly opposes this idea, calling the owl the quiet one to beware of, while the snake corrects her that the owl is actually cunning. The huntress fusses further, and the snake wearily tells her to invite Changxian to eat together as well. Jean grins and says he now respects Changxian more, while Changxian wonders what he is implying. Jean marvels that Changxian was invited by a battle god of legend, while Changxian ends the chatter and orders Elfin to assist Jean with raiding the ghoul den. Changxian steps into a swirling portal, telling his companions he will return, and the system confirms he accepted the invitation. Elfin and Jean cheerfully bid him farewell, with Jean jokingly asking for ice cream. Watching them, Changxian wonders where Jean picks up such modern requests. Changxian enters the owl's nest sanctuary through a corridor of immense white wings. As he walks inside, he recalls Minerva's reputation as a civilization-bringing military goddess who aids struggling heroes and wonders why such a reclusive deity invited him. He muses that he expected gods to court him eventually but is surprised it is happening so soon. He notes that Mephistopheles did not object yet warns that bringing a mortal into a sanctuary risks serious causal backlash, showing how significant this favor is. Arriving at a temple on a mountain, Changxian is surprised that Minerva's home is relatively modest compared to what he imagined. Standing before enormous doors, he wonders if he must open them alone. The doors open on their own, towering above him. A butler greets Li Changxian politely, saying the goddess is waiting and inviting him inside. Changxian follows the butler through an austere yet free-feeling sanctuary he quickly judges as his favorite so far. He concludes that this place balances solemnity and freedom better than any sanctuary he's visited. The butler announces that the guest has been guided to the dining hall. From inside, a woman's voice invites Changxian to come in. Entering, Changxian finds a banquet filled with various household heroes and divine beings watching him. The red-haired goddess greets him warmly, and he realizes she is Minerva. The scene focuses on other notable gods present, including Egyptian-looking deities, indicating the gathering's importance. More powerful figures, such as tribal and shamanic heroes, are also shown among her household. Changxian recognizes them collectively as Minerva's blessed heroes and household members, known as the Army of Victory, and notes their imposing aura. Minerva smiles and tells him to sit so they can eat before the food cools. Changxian thanks her for the invitation, and she casually replies that it is nothing special as they stand among the assembled guests. Several stern-faced gods glare, clearly wary of Changxian. More gods fix him with intense looks, underscoring the pressure on him. Changxian realizes the surrounding gods are clearly keeping him in check. While he tries to focus, he overhears arguments between a dwarf and a witch-like mage about mana control. The two immediately start shouting insults at each other, escalating their quarrel in front of everyone. The witch derides the dwarf as a brainless musclehead. The dwarf snaps back that he could crush her with a single blow. They continue to threaten each other while Changxian watches, unimpressed. Eating a drumstick, Changxian nonchalantly asks if letting them fight is acceptable. He enjoys the food and gets a system notice that the blessed steak has permanently increased his strength. The system further announces that all his fatigue and curses are gone, his injuries are rapidly healing, and his health and mana are fully restored, astonishing him. Changxian confirms that every wound, including those from the island of Blue Gems and from fighting Gemini, has vanished. He concludes Minerva arranged this meal partly to look after him, and she remarks that she was worried he might not like the food but is glad he does. Changxian calmly answers that the food is indeed delicious while continuing to eat. The dwarf Bata protests loudly that it is unfair he was dragged into this situation without being consulted. Minerva coolly replies that she organized the meeting, so Bata should ask his question himself. He grumbles that he was going to anyway. Bata turns to Changxian and says he has a question, which Changxian invites him to ask. Internally insulted that a lower realm human speaks casually to him, Bata restrains himself long enough to first demand to know how Changxian recognized the item in his possession. Changxian feigns ignorance, asking what Bata is referring to. Bata clarifies angrily that he means the fish intestine sword. He points out that the weapon appears to be a worthless bronze sword, yet Changxian immediately identified it as the legendary fish intestine sword and demands to know how. Changxian deflects, asking why Batu is so interested in that answer. Batu reveals that his group also owns a similar artifact, the guiding sword. Changxian wonders why Batu keeps saying we about himself, and repeats the name guiding sword inwardly. Sensing the fish intestine sword react, Changxian realizes Batu is telling the truth about its sibling sword. A system message informs him that the fish intestine sword has detected the guiding sword's energy, giving him a new clue for the hidden quest concerning Oyezi's secret. Changxian is pleased that he unexpectedly obtained progress on a difficult hidden quest just by attending this banquet. Minerva explains that Owl's Nest functions as an arsenal where members share and lend powerful items such as these swords. She adds that all dungeon rewards and loot belong to the nest, and notes that Batu contributed the most to discovering the guiding sword. Changxian finds it natural that Minerva commands such great weapons and thinks it would be stranger if someone of her stature did not. Minerva remarks that while Batu struggled to obtain the guiding sword, Changxian located the fish intestine sword at a glance, which has made Batu feel competitive. Batu furiously denies seeing Changxian as a rival. Minerva gently advises him to stop complaining, warning that insisting otherwise only makes him seem less perceptive than the so-called brat. Frustrated, Batu again presses Changxian to reveal how he recognized the sword and whether he has some secret skill or special trait. Changxian's simple answer is that he merely saw it. Batu is stunned speechless by this casual response. Changxian repeats that he was simply able to see it, privately attributing that insight to his past experience as the king of weapons at the twilight of the gods. Batu explodes in exasperation, calling Changxian a disgustingly talented brat and demanding how that counts as an answer. Minerva cuts the exchange off, saying further questioning is pointless and turning the conversation by asking Changxian a question of her own, referring back to the earlier argument. The young man recalls a previous discussion about how melee fighters should use mana like the slash skill against ranged enemies and is acknowledged for having paid attention. The bearded warrior explains his method for slash, using magic as a defensive shield until an opening appears, then striking at once. The witch harshly rebuts him, insisting slash should instead concentrate mana into a sharp spiral to maximize power and coverage. The protagonist internally reviews that slash is a ranged magical attack relevant to his own claw's skills, making the topic personally significant. Minerva, amused, asks the protagonist to share his own thoughts on the slash debate. The warrior is shocked that Minerva would seriously request advice from a mere mortal like the protagonist. The protagonist realizes Minerva is using this question to test his ability and stir competition, and decides he must respond well to repay her hospitality. He confidently tells the two experts that both of their approaches to slash are wrong, surprising them. He argues that since slash is fundamentally an aura-based attack, it only needs its aura shaped correctly to hit distant targets. The warrior complains that this is easier said than done, and Minerva cheerfully asks the protagonist to demonstrate. The protagonist calmly begins shaping his mana, materializing multiple glowing spheres of aura around himself. The warrior and witch stare in disbelief, noting he has turned aura into controllable spheres. The witch is shaken that this novice has replicated in months what took her years of genius effort to accomplish. Surrounded by orbiting spheres, the protagonist reaches out to gather and guide their power. He intensifies the accumulated mana, preparing it for release. He compresses all that power into his fist as a concentrated dark slash. With a sweeping motion, he unleashes the colossal slash outward. The slash rips across the courtyard and up a building, devastating the distant structure. The protagonist controls and redirects the massive energy arc upward with a precise finger gesture. Everyone watching is stunned and sweating at the overwhelming display of power. Minerva analyzes in disbelief how the protagonist manipulated mana without a visible skill, wondering about the spatial principle behind it. Minerva concludes that this exhibition also explains how he recognized the fish intestine sword earlier and asks Batu if he has more questions. Batu, overwhelmed and annoyed at the prodigy, admits he has nothing more to ask. Minerva then brings the protagonist to her nest's armory and invites him to inspect the collection. He marvels at the vast number of divine relics she owns while she asks if anything catches his eye. Smiling, Minerva says she is even willing to give him one of these divine relics. She begins showcasing artifacts, starting with a spider web obtained from a wager with Arachne. She proudly presents the shield Aegis, which she used in battle against Medusa. The protagonist notes that every relic here is a dazzling treasure of immense value. The Medusa-decorated shield seems to whisper enticingly, asking if the protagonist wants it. Competing divine relics wills argue in his mind, each promising a new path and demanding to be chosen. He realizes, likely due to the understanding from sword and lance mastery, that he can clearly hear the thoughts of these divine relics. Another presence finally calls to him, announcing itself to draw his attention. His awareness locks onto a sinister red and black sword whose aura coils around it. The fish intestine sword inside him begins reacting strongly to that guiding sword. The guiding sword screams its existence, desperately trying to be noticed. System messages reveal he has discovered the guiding sword and that his own fish intestine sword yearns to approach it. The guiding sword impatiently urges him to hurry and take hold of it. He recalls the legend that the guiding sword turns its wielder into a king and realizes the 9 great gods' relics attract each other, feeling the weapon's urgent summons. Minerva calmly says she can give him that sword if he desires it. She clarifies that fully gifting it would be hard due to household opposition, but she is willing to lend him Aegis, Palace, Trident, or any other relic so no human could defeat him. The protagonist unexpectedly refuses her generous offer. Surprised, Minerva asks why he would decline when such relics would greatly aid him. He replies that while they are valuable, nothing in the world comes without a price. Minerva internally notes he was never one to be swayed by greed, but she is impressed he dodged her obvious trap by feigning ignorance. The protagonist thinks the key gained today is learning that the guiding sword is in this sanctuary, and concludes that as long as Minerva desires him, he will have future chances to obtain it. He then shifts the topic, saying he has a more important question for Minerva, which she agrees to answer as best she can. He asks her if she knows why Mephistopheles is so fixated on him. Minerva silently considers his question. She admits she expected him to ask this from the start, and explains she called him to the sanctuary precisely to talk about this matter. Minerva tells him he strongly resembles a certain person. She specifies that he resembles the individual Mephistopheles has been searching for over a long time. The protagonist is taken aback and demands to know who this person Mephistopheles seeks actually is. Minerva describes that person, someone very intimate with death who freely manipulates fire. She recalls his terrifying form, surrounded by flaming, demonic wings. She emphasizes how overwhelmingly dark he is, darker than darkness itself. She adds that he also possesses an innate genius for combat. The protagonist briefly wonders if she means his former identity as Twilight of the Gods but rejects it, since he never dealt with Mephistopheles then. Minerva finally states her conclusion. The protagonist greatly resembles the being called Abyss, which is why Mephistopheles notices him. The protagonist, thinking about Mephistopheles' title as the demon who chases the Abyss, wonders if that god name directly relates to this Abyss. Minerva reasons that this resemblance is likely why Mephistopheles tested him back during the first tutorial. Puzzled, the protagonist asks who Abyss truly is, and Minerva starts to answer but the name is censored by the system. He reacts in confusion as static garbles her words. Minerva realizes the system is blocking the name as she speaks. Accepting the censorship, she simply says that such a person existed, without giving further detail. The protagonist notes that the system rarely interferes with mere awareness, so to properly know this person he must either build sufficient causality, or earn the right to approach him first. He deduces that Abyss existence must be so transcendent that normal causality works differently, recalling that Abyss is a primordial fragment of the universe itself, and questions how he could resemble that. He reflects bitterly that the knowledge he once deemed useless as Twilight of the Gods is now coming back to haunt him. Minerva muses that if she reestablishes her link to the underworld and consults its king she might learn more, but for now the matter remains difficult. She smiles and tells him not to overthink it, advising him to simply walk his own path while assuring him she does know one thing for certain. She reveals that despite surface similarities, he is fundamentally different from Abyss. Her remark startles the protagonist. Minerva asks what is bothering him so suddenly. He starts to say that just now something felt off. Before he can explain, a teleportation circle erupts nearby, drawing both their attention. A steward bursts through in panic, shouting that an enemy has appeared. Minerva begins to say the situation outside is critical, and the protagonist asks who could possibly be attacking. The protagonist remembers that Owl's Nest is Minerva's territory, backed by her high status in Olympus, and wonders who would dare invade. A narrative voice states that someone has trespassed in a heavenly forbidden land that should never be stepped in. Cosmic notices herald night's arrival as Nox rises, stars previously hidden in darkness begin shining, and celestial power stirs. A system message announces that a new constellation has appeared in the sky. The constellation Gemini manifests and attempts to descend directly into Minerva's sanctuary, Owl's Nest. One of the Gemini twins, in golden armor, rushes down with fierce intent. Outside the temple, hordes of Gemini's household warriors assemble and advance. Minerva reacts angrily and rushes toward the threat. The system repeatedly reports Gemini's attempt to descend into Owl's Nest. Minerva declares that the invasion of her sanctuary has begun. Heavenly light and energy flare as their descent shakes the sky. Minerva, enraged, demands to know how the invaders dared this insult. A message notes that the constellation Owl that pierces through the twilight spreads her wings in response. Minerva, wings of light unfurled, mocks the invaders' fear of Mephistopheles and accuses them of trying to steal her guest. She expands Polia's shield to blanket the sanctuary and asserts her status as Minerva, great divinity of Olympus, refusing to be looked down upon. System messages explain that Minerva's Owl constellation and Gemini have entered a territorial dispute and that the sanctuary's defense mechanism has been activated. The two divine powers collide violently above Owl's Nest. The steward orders everyone to battle stations, warning that when the barrier breaks Castor's household warriors will pour in, and calling Bellerophon and Aias to assist Minerva. Minerva insists they must teleport the protagonist Li Changxian back to the lower realm, asking Serena if evacuation magic is still possible. Serena, straining against Gemini's starlight interference, warns that recalibrating teleport coordinates will take time. Minerva realizes the enemy waited for the master deity's absence to pull off a premeditated attack. Furious, she curses Castor for baring his fangs at her on pallid star's orders. Castor, speaking from the fiery sky, calls Minerva a mess for a supposed war goddess. He sneers that after Minerva, Pallid Star herself will be their next target. Castor declares his ambition that only they will shine under the coming eternal night. He commands Minerva, goddess of the old era, to fall into slumber and forces a descent, partially incarnating despite resistance. Observers note that his full descent has failed. Yet they also see he has partially incarnated as an avatar in the battlefield. A massive fist streaks down as the Iron Divine Punisher finally descends. The avatar manifests fully, dark energy radiating from his clenched fist against the barrier. Castor unleashes his army Devo Naphara, sending countless flame-wreathed warriors through the sky toward the sanctuary. Minerva rallies her own army Artroiton, ordering them to meet the invaders head-on. Her forces charge upward through the shield to intercept the oncoming troops. The two divine armies collide in fierce melee along the glowing barrier. Amid the chaos, explosions hammer around Li Changxian as Castor's forces press the attack. Watching the battle, the protagonist senses that something about this assault is off. He activates the Beast Sense skill to quickly scan the surroundings for hidden factors. Minerva notes that Gemini are normally cautious and would not launch such a reckless war unless they were confident of victory. The protagonist concludes that Gemini's involvement in a potential Olympus horoscope war suggests deeper motives. He reasons this battle is not mere retaliation but a move made with absolute confidence in winning. He further notices Pollux's absence, odd because the twins always appear together when undertaking major operations. As Minerva begins channeling more power and summoning her children, she prepares to escalate the defense. A brilliant light engulfs the area, leaving the protagonist standing within its glow. Minerva grasps her golden staff or spear, drawing on more divine power. She dons full war armor with shield raised, ready for direct confrontation. Armored as a war goddess, she flies to the front lines, sword and shield poised. At that moment the guiding sword's voice reaches the protagonist again, begging him to take it along. Startled, he reacts to the sudden plea. Elsewhere, Batu seizes the guiding sword, its dark aura swirling. Empowered by the sword, Batu charges forward, wielding it with intense killing intent. He roars for the enemy to die as he brings the sword down in a devastating slash. Batu hurtles downward with his attack, shattering rock and space with the empowered blow. Seeing Batu's trajectory heading toward Minerva, allies shout for her to move while the protagonist rushes toward her. Minerva turns in surprise as the massive, empowered slash bears down. The protagonist's commandment Tiger State activates, enhancing his thought speed as he realizes the attack is meant to seriously wound Minerva and that his current power alone cannot fully block it. He decides he must draw on a different external power, combining divinities, to redirect Batu's terrifying strike. Batu yells for the protagonist to get out of the way so he can land the blow. The protagonist instead channels the divinities he received from Gemini and Mephistopheles, preparing to counter. Surging with twin divine energies, he braces himself for the clash. He resolves to use both divinities to neutralize Batu's attack. He thrusts the combined power upward, meeting the incoming slash. The meeting of forces creates a violent swirl of white and purple energy as he struggles to deflect it. He decides to release that energy in the form of slash itself, turning the enemy's method against him. He plans to then bend and deflect the resulting slash away from Minerva. His Black Mountain Monarch's first claw skill detonates, adding its might to the collision. The resulting explosion sends Batu's attack off course, sparing Minerva. Batu, shocked, shouts the protagonist's name in anger. The protagonist staggers afterward, heavily drained, while system messages report his mana dipping below 30% and dizziness setting in. Another notice warns that fatigue is rapidly worsening and urges him to replenish his magic. His hand trembles and bleeds blackened energy, as he vows never to attempt such a reckless feat again. System prompts announce a great feat. He has awakened divinity, gained stats, unlocked divine attributes, and realized the powers Starfire and Pitch Black Darkness. Minerva, in full war aspect, berates Batu for his actions as a heavenly punishment from Promachos descends on him. A cataclysmic blast engulfs Batu beneath crashing pillars of light and stone, marking the impact of Minerva's divine punishment. Gemini realizes Li Changxian used the stigma, guessing he neutralized an attack with divinity and filled the rest using Pallid Star's power. Astonished, Gemini wonders how a mortal can intricately control two divine powers at once. Gemini mockingly calls Changxian a genius. Changxian deduces Pollux had been disguised as a member of Minerva's household. A system message announces that the other face of the constellation Gemini has fully descended. Pollux admits he underestimated Changxian, and that defeating him with a puppet body was impossible from the start. Changxian calls out to Pollux as the armored ally stands ready behind him. Pollux challenges Li Changxian to come to him. Dark magic engulfs Changxian, startling him. A giant demonic entity appears before Changxian and Pollux, prompting Changxian to curse. The armored woman launches a powerful attack at the massive demon. She blocks a counterattack, bracing behind her shield. Furious, she demands to know how long Pollux has deceived her. She asks since when the demon has been hiding among her household members. Pollux refuses to answer, saying he has no reason to explain. The armored woman threatens to force Pollux to talk by herself. The demon taunts her to try, calling her ill-mannered as they clash. Their massive collision lights up the battlefield while Changxian watches from below. Pollux and the armored woman's weapons collide face-to-face in a fierce standoff. Elsewhere, someone rushes forward as the blast from their clash erupts. The explosion's shockwave sends Changxian staggering as he groans. Changxian thinks that the divine energy from the two combatants is so overwhelming he can barely stand. A glowing magic circle forms beneath Changxian as he prepares a new move. A system message states Changxian has received the goddess blessing, surprising him. A witch asks if Changxian is okay, and he answers that he is, though he feels responsible for the situation. She snaps that he is not to blame, and that the real culprits are the ones causing all this chaos. The witch says she had fun and begins descending to the lower realm, triggering a system notice. A message informs Changxian it will take about 5 seconds to leave Owl's Nest due to the distance. A countdown begins as Gemini panics, eyes wide. The system warns that one face of Gemini is trying to capture the player Li Changxian. A gigantic hand reaches down from above toward Changxian. Annoyed, Changxian calls Gemini's forces eyesores and laments all this trouble just to catch him. He resolves to sabotage them and considers using the skill Pitch Black Darkness. Surrounded by swirling black energy, Changxian notes that even after exhausting himself with a slash, he still has pitch black darkness. He recalls that this is the very skill Gemini is wary of. A countdown nears its end as dark tendrils snake toward Pollux. The system activates skill Kalokagathia, heightening Changxian's focus according to his pitch black darkness resistance. Changxian remembers Minerva saying Mephistopheles seeks someone similar to him, and reasons that pitch black darkness must also resemble that person's power. A system message announces the benefit path of the demonic beast, upgrading his beast sense into a new authority. The description explains that path of the demonic beast sharpens his senses into a sixth sense that violently targets enemies. Another message states he has awakened a new use for stigma and unlocked pitch black darkness, within which flames begin to ignite. Power gathers as blue energy condenses in the dark. Inferno side opens, transforming Changxian's appearance with blazing blue patterns. Pollux is shocked that a mere mortal has unlocked pitch black darkness. Pollux suspects the pallid star might be helping Changxian but cannot understand why. The armored woman scolds Pollux for getting distracted in front of her, and calls his courage pathetic. She unleashes a powerful technique named Trident's Flash. Her attack slices across Pollux, wounding him. Pollux screams Minerva's name in agony as blood sprays. Pollux's weapon is dragged toward a spiraling vortex of darkness far below. Within that darkness, Changxian calls out to Elfin. Tree-like tendrils erupt behind Changxian, responding to his call. The vines seize Pollux's sword and immobilize it. Changxian remarks that Pollux not only saw him off personally but also left him with such a valuable present. A message declares the standby time over and that Changxian is returning to the Ghoul Den, as he vows to make good use of the guiding sword. Gemini screams in denial as Minerva's champion stands triumphant. Back in the icy cavern, an ally comments that Changxian has pulled off an outrageous feat. Changxian reappears with Elfin and Pollux's bound sword, to the shock of his companions. Grinning, Changxian thinks to himself that he has thoroughly humiliated Gemini. A system message says one face of Gemini roars in rage. Another message explains the other face is rampaging and smashing everything around him out of frustration. Standing outside, Changxian complains about the noise while a notice relays that Gemini vows not to hold back his wrath against the mortal who tricked him. A further notice says Gemini's other face is barely suppressing his anger over Changxian stealing a sacred item. Changxian's ally notes he has made enemies of all 12 zodiac constellations and asks if he feels threatened. A warning order is issued across the Godly Society horoscope. The constellation Owl that pierces through the twilight seeks punishment for those who defiled her sanctuary. War officially breaks out between the Owl that pierces through the twilight and Gemini. Changxian dismisses the idea of making enemies, saying the zodiacs will likely be more interested in him than hostile. System messages report various horoscope constellations investigating the incident, and that Pisces is interested in him. Another message says Taurus finds his exploits amusing. The system tallies that 26 horoscope constellations are amused and 241 constellations in total want to become his patrons. It adds that 19 constellations are offering him the position of apostle. His ally is stunned that so many gods, including 19 offering apostleship, are courting Changxian. The constellation Primordial Evil Dragon also becomes curious due to strange rumors. The constellation Good Season to Hunt is anxious and tries to divert attention away from Changxian. Changxian asks Elfin for the sword's location, and Elfin promptly hands it to him. Changxian acknowledges Elfin's good work with a faint smile. Elfin thinks that by following Changxian, something hopeful might happen. He grows excited, believing he might be able to resurrect his goddess through Changxian. Changxian calmly shoulders the guiding sword as Elfin mentally swears absolute and unconditional loyalty to his new master. Elfin reflects that he already knew Changxian was unusually bold, but this still feels like going too far. Elfin then shrugs it off, deciding it does not matter while Changxian appraises the sword's grip. An appraisal explains the guiding sword is one of the 9 great swords, a holy relic tied to kingship and rule with immense but partially unknown power. Changxian realizes he cannot use it yet and notes how the sword that raged in Pollux's hands is now calm. As the system confirms he has cleared part of the hidden quest Yezi's secret. He muses that the sword may be testing its new owner and calls it cautious. A notice counts that he now wields 2 renowned swords. Another message says he has partially unlocked the hidden features of the fish intestine sword. It also confirms he has obtained partial rights to the guiding sword. The system lists fish intestine sword's attribute as fire and blood, while the guiding sword's details remain unknown. A further message unlocks the new option Bloody Storm on the fish intestine sword, which Changxian interprets as a power that uses absorbed blood to enhance its flames. Changxian marvels that merely holding the guiding sword grants such progress, and imagines how powerful he will be once it fully acknowledges him, considering twin sword resonance with two god swords. The fish intestine sword hums with fiery power in response. Changxian thinks the older sword might feel lonely with only the number of god swords increasing. He decides he should display his abilities so the guiding sword will accept him, while a timer shows he has just over 3 hours left. His ally explains that while Changxian was in Owl's Nest, they captured the entire 4th floor, but advancing past the 5th floor will be difficult because it is the ghoul leader's territory. Changxian recalls the ghoul leader as the Crimson Murderer who used blood magic on human-eating ghouls to evolve them into high ghouls. He elaborates that unlike the purely physical Crimson Murderer, the ghoul leader has innate blood-based abilities and commands powerful, adaptive ghoul forces that dominate the 3rd and 4th floors. The ally agrees and adds that from here on the area is filled with blood clans that wield blood magic. Changxian asks for clarification about these blood clans. The ally explains that the ghoul leader organizes ghouls into blood clans, each with unique specialties that require different strategies. Changxian notes that given this knowledge, the ally must have once aimed to become a ghoul leader himself. The ally confirms they were destined to clash and that he built his forces precisely for that confrontation. Changxian asks if the ally knows the layout and forces of the 5th floor, but the ally says the constantly shifting, battle-ridden environment makes previous information obsolete. Changxian comments that the ally looks excited despite the danger ahead. The ally thinks Changxian's army may not be large but its strength has multiplied, so Changxian is understandably more confident than against the Crimson Murderers. Changxian decides they will capture an enemy to interrogate, and notes a mobile army from the Shame Blood clan approaching. Mounted warriors called Winged Hussars charge toward them as a system message announces their appearance. Changxian reacts nonchalantly, and leaps off the cliff toward the incoming hussars. While diving, he reasons that since his ally knows of them, they must be a significant force, and therefore a good source of information. Changxian resolves to test Jean and Elfin's abilities along with the guiding sword's effects in the coming battle. The scene shifts to a city hospital where someone calls for Mr. Wolf. Joaquin Wolf is informed that Li Changxian has agreed to receive him. Joaquin, having waited 4 days, gratefully says he was wondering how much longer he would have to wait. A nurse shyly asks if he has any other business, then nervously requests his signature. Joaquin warmly agrees, saying he would be honored to oblige a pretty young lady. After the smitten nurse runs off squealing, Joaquin wonders if he did something wrong while his assistant teases that his phrasing is outdated. Joaquin explains he grew up in a traditional household and old habits are hard to break, while the assistant mutters she felt sick hearing it. She then remarks that they will finally meet the person they have been waiting for, hoping he is worth it, while Joaquin says he did not clearly see Changxian in the dungeon and wants to assess him now. Joaquin reflects they have only seen one side of Changxian so far but hopes he will live up to the expectations created by his previous performance. Remembering that display, Joaquin says Changxian looked amazing even from afar. In his mind, the image of Changxian destroying the parasitic tree and Gemini priest made him resemble a fabled messenger of God. The assistant is astonished that someone like that is not yet a ranker but accepts it as the goddess will and resolves simply to support him. A sign identifies Changxian's VIP room at Wuju College Hospital. Inside, Joaquin and his aide meet Changxian, Joaquin introducing himself from Illuminati while Changxian greets him politely. Joaquin apologizes for rushing Changxian when he is still recovering and compliments his fluent English. Changxian observes Joaquin and thinks he is about what he expected. Joaquin admires Changxian's powerful voice and gaze, internally calling him a fitting giant tree and embodiment of Kalokagathia, then asks if Changxian is preparing for discharge. Changxian confirms he plans to go abroad, standing beside another ally. Joaquin notes that the ally from the White Tiger clan seems to be doing well, as expected of their rising star. Changxian tells Joaquin he will get straight to the point. Joaquin responds seriously that there has been an oracle from the goddess. The content of that oracle is a direct request for Changxian to become the clan leader of Illuminati. Later, as they drive over a nighttime bridge, a younger companion nervously questions whether the airplane is safe and frets about entrusting his fate to it. The driver says he understands since it is the companion's first time leaving Korea, though he privately thinks the worry is excessive. Changxian teases his anxious friend for casually slaughtering monsters yet fearing flight, while the friend protests that his logic is sound. A system notice states Changxian's affinity with the guiding sword has increased as the sword acknowledges his behavior. The sword comments mentally that Changxian is difficult to handle, and the system notes his affinity has reached a threshold allowing him to access some of the sword's thoughts. Changxian recalls that in the Ghoul Den the guiding sword displayed strong abilities and that its create dignity and increase rule effects were useful. He notes that by merely infusing it with magic he could pressure enemies, but complains that the sword only tells him to raise affinity, which feels underwhelming for a holy relic. The system reports that he has imbued mana into the guiding sword and then that the mana infusion was cancelled. Another notice states the guiding sword still refuses to recognize him as its owner, making Changxian consider breaking it. He reins in that impulse, reminding himself he is no longer the twilight of the gods and only needs more time for the sword to accept him. Nonetheless, he vows that if it continues to reject him, he will crush or reforge it, causing the sword to tremble. A flashback to Minerva shows Changxian thinking she is generous for letting him keep the guiding sword instead of reclaiming it. Changxian adds that she also bestowed an oracle on him. Back in the room, he casually asks Joaquim what he means by divine answer. Joaquim explains that divine answers are usually metaphorical and obscure, but this time the message was clear and explicitly directed at Changxian. Minerva's words replay, telling Changxian to take what is his as a friend's gift and promising to always remain with him. Joaquim interprets that as the goddess declaring she wishes to stay closest to Changxian and be his primary ally. He elaborates that the goddess needs someone beside her who best understands her will and spreads her gospel, implying she wants Changxian to be their leading apostle guiding all of her followers. Changxian reflects on Minerva casually calling him a friend despite his past actions against Gemini, and realizes how unusually humble and likable she is for a deity. Someone watching thinks Changxian misunderstood Minerva's friendly words. Facing the eager Blue Wave Duke, Changxian worries the man will cling to him obsessively if he refuses, which he finds disturbing. Changxian questions whether the Duke can unilaterally make him clan leader, and warns such a move would provoke backlash since he is not even a member yet. He imagines existing Illuminati members would never quietly accept a newcomer like him. The Duke explains Illuminati is governed by a council of elders with many competing interests. Changxian reasons that, regardless of divine will, Illuminati has its own order and he would not be warmly welcomed there. The Duke clarifies that the divine answer about Changxian joining came directly to Parthenon, not to himself. Confident in Minerva's authority, the Duke assures Changxian that no elder would dare harm him since accepting him is the goddess' will. Changxian recognizes the Duke wields great power in Illuminati, decides not to aim to control the clan, and politely declines the leadership offer, satisfied with his current position. As the Duke urges him not to decide too hastily, Changxian admits he is tempted but does not want to become greedy. The Duke proposes instead that they turn the goddess guidance into reality together, prompting Changxian to ask how. Changxian suggests that if Minerva calls him a friend, then Illuminati and the Duke himself should be considered his friends as well. The Duke excitedly proposes a personal alliance between his L-team and Illuminati, distinct from a formal Illuminati, White Tiger alliance. Time skips to White Tiger's L-team arriving by plane at an overseas airport. Changxian notes that White Tiger cannot ignore Illuminati's power and believes their new alliance will aid his future plans in the clan. At the airport, Changxian jokingly tricks Yahello into thinking passengers must remove their shoes on planes, and the boy gullibly agrees. The constellation Good Season to Hunt watches Changxian and Yahello closely, intrigued by their interaction. At the gate, teammates discover a news article announcing their European expedition, excited to see themselves mentioned. The article on a tablet proclaims that the Tyrant's L-team is heading to Europe, shaking the continent and promoting their nation's prestige. Two teammates bicker over sharing the tablet, one clinging to the other's side because her own device is charging. One girl proudly gushes over her older brother's greatness while the other complains she will drool on the tablet and tells her to quiet down. Teasing continues as one girl jokes about spotting Changxian arriving nearby, making the fangirl spin around in frantic excitement. Realizing she tricked her, the annoyed fangirl demands her tablet back while the prankster laughs. The enraged girl physically boots her prankster teammate away in exaggerated chibi fashion. Changxian and Yona spot the two juniors causing a chaotic scene and wonder what they are doing here. One junior dramatically begs Changxian to save him, while the sister smugly pretends concern, clearly having overdone her beating. The snake that wraps around the world constellation disapproves of the older household member being beaten up by someone younger. The girl threatens more violence if her brother keeps talking nonsense, while he nervously claims he was only resting due to dizziness. Another junior, Hyben, arrives cheerfully with her luggage, announcing that she will be joining the trip as well. Her friend rushes up to hug her, excited that Hyben is coming along. Hyben's uncle tearfully asks Changxian to look after his beloved niece. Explaining he could not deny Hyben's wish to learn from Changxian, the uncle entrusts her to him, and Changxian replies that she is as dear to him as family. The uncle thanks him profusely, while the nameless giant constellation laments that he seems like an extreme good-for-nothing. With all juniors gathered, Yona declares that everyone is present and leads the group toward boarding. Elsewhere, senior White Tiger members note that the juniors and newcomers are the last to arrive. Kang Wuchan internally blames Changxian for his recent humiliations, vows that this business trip backed by the elders will be his chance to redeem himself by dealing with Changxian. He glares at Changxian walking ahead, seething with resentment. Changxian smirks, infuriating Wuchan just as he is about to curse aloud. Before Wuchan can act, the Blue Wave Duke suddenly appears behind him, having been searching for him. Recognizing the famous high ranker, Wuchan panics at unexpectedly encountering the Blue Wave Duke. Changxian and the Duke shake hands again, and the Duke reveals he even changed his flight so he could talk more with his new friend on the way back. Wuchan, who barely understands their foreign language, nonetheless picks up the word friend and is stunned to realize that the Duke and Changxian are close. Watching them, Wuchan realizes the Duke really did come to White Tiger's headquarters for Changxian and regrets opposing someone with such powerful connections. Feeling slighted, Executive Director O fumes that the Blue Wave Duke is ignoring him despite being a fellow high ranker. The elders of White Tiger arrive together, greeted respectfully by the gathered members. Spotting them, Changxian reacts with attention. He recognizes these elders as the first-generation monsters who built White Tiger's foundations, while his patron constellation Tiger trapped in hardships metaphorically flexes his old claws. The bandaged elder Bu Youngjin, Divine Skull Demon, eyes the young players and muses that they would make fine corpse soldiers. The massive elder Taehongak, Red Goliath, Chide Skull not to talk like that or others might think he is serious. Jagal Hyenryung, the evil monarchical warrior, curtly tells the other two elders to stop fooling around. Good Season to Hunt complains about the airport being filled with sinister-looking men. Snake that wraps around the world senses several apostle-level beings among the elders and wonders why their gods never invested more in them, while Changxian recalls their fearsome reputation as white tigers' hidden claws and fangs. He focuses particularly on Jagal Hyenryung, understanding that persuading such a reclusive elder must have required the lure of the fifth scripture of Dazan. Jagal approaches and introduces himself to Changxian, the one director O mentioned, while Changxian remembers his brutal history of orchestrating mass slaughter via demonic energy. Changxian politely greets him, saying he had only heard notorious stories, and Hyenryung dryly notes those tales are indeed infamous. Changxian suggests that notoriety proves Hyenryung has lived a strong, determined life rather than simply being infamous. The compliment hits Hyenryung deeply, and he quietly utters Changxian's name. Intrigued, Hyenryung unleashes a demonic aura, deciding Changxian must have walked a similar path to his and is therefore a perfect subject to test. Hyenryung activates his Calamity skill Royal Tiger's Calamity, attempting to invade Changxian's body through their handshake. Changxian's skill Kalokagathia immediately treats the invasion as a curse, erects a firewall, and observers compare his strength favorably to other powerful demonic humans. Changxian counters by mixing Royal Tiger's Calamity into his own mana, causing Jagal to recognize him as a god-sent warrior. Hyenryung gauges Changxian's skill as comparable to a Duke ranker in the high 80s, the highest record he has seen. He concludes Changxian surpasses even the infamous Gil Dao in demonic human potential. Changxian, thinking of the atrocities used to create such calamities, resolves that these twisted elders also deserve no mercy. Elder Jian Chanho, the clan head, begins a briefing, saying introductions are over and it is time for a short explanation. After realizing his calamity was repelled, Hyenryung is shocked while Changxian curses the elders internally and thinks they do not deserve to live. Chanho explains the trip's purpose is to strengthen ties with Europe before heading to America and stresses that the three elders will support them but mistakes are unacceptable. The juniors vow to keep this in mind. Chanho jokes that he hopes to see their names in tabloids when they reunite in America, while Director O broods silently nearby. O is frustrated that even Chanho is ignoring him and marvels at how fast Changxian has risen in only a few months. Determined not to delay, O hands Wuchan a sealed letter, reminding him of their earlier instructions. Wuchan asks about the envelope's contents. O explains one letter is for Illuminati, meant to stir up trouble against Changxian, and the other is for the Dark Methods Murder King of Cernaluca. Wuchan is horrified to hear the letter involves the legendary Murder King. O orders him not to make any mistakes and to burn whatever response the Murder King gives him immediately after receiving it. O reminds himself that Changxian humiliated the Murder King's disciple and believes even Changxian cannot escape alive once the world's greatest assassin targets him. He rationalizes that, by pitting Changxian against the Murder King, Changxian will be gravely injured at best and thus removed as a threat, justifying his own ruthless path to power. Chanho departs with the elders, leaving O stewing as he watches them go. Chanho glances back silently, his expression unreadable. The narrative confirms their flight, an Air France route from Incheon to Paris. On board, Jiawol embarrassingly tries to take off his shoes because of Changxian's prank, only to be corrected by the flight attendant as Good Season to Hunt laughs. Changxian chuckles to himself at the success of the joke. He discovers Hyenryung has the seat next to him, and the elder cheerfully remarks that now he will not be bored. Tiger trapped in hardships watches his household members with mixed feelings. Changxian wonders if Hyenryung purposely changed seats to keep an eye on him, predicting that the flight will not be comfortable. He decides that since he must face these elders in France anyway, he will use the time to analyze their strengths and weaknesses while he searches for the fifth scripture under their supervision. Changxian realizes that easily nullifying Hyenryung's calamity has piqued the elders' curiosity. As the plane heads for Europe, Changxian tells Hyenryung he hopes to receive guidance in the future, while the elder replies modestly that it is a lot of pressure. Changxian assesses that the watching constellations are stronger than expected and resolves to accelerate the preparation of a new secret trump card. He recalls Owl's Nest and its fierce yet loyal camaraderie, deciding he must similarly forge loyalty among his own household while remembering Minerva's devoted followers. He concludes that the Ghoul Den is the only fast way to unite and strengthen his household, and that fully unraveling the fourth scripture plus doubling his martial power before attaining blood lightning are essential. To achieve that growth, he decides he must learn Inferno Sight, a method of wielding pitch-black darkness he never mastered even as Twilight of the Gods. Remembering the moment he first used pitch-black darkness, Changxian becomes certain it is the second core power he needs alongside blood lightning, and that even Gemini fears it. He determines that to fully acquire this power, he must re-establish contact with Mephistopheles. Activating the Ghoul Den curse mid-flight, Changxian triggers a scenario that demands he survive for 72 hours. A timer appears counting down from 72 hours, marking the start of the survival challenge. His consciousness shifts to the Ghoul Den where he dives into battle, convinced Mephistopheles will give him a task to meet if he cannot get direct answers about the pallid star's target. Changxian reasons that if he leverages Mephistopheles' attitude well, he can extract the method of wielding pitch-black darkness from him. The environment changes to a frozen canyon, signaling his entry into the Ghoul Den instance. Standing among slain ghouls with his companion Jean, Changxian notes he has 3 full days in this iteration, enough time both to train his household and contact Mephistopheles. He calls out to Jean to coordinate plans. Jean laughs that Changxian is as busy as ever and tells him to go handle his business, promising to show him something interesting when he returns. Curious, Changxian asks what interesting sight Jean is talking about. Jean reveals he has learned to control the ghost horse Changxian once stole and hints at using mounted tactics in future battles. Imagining an army riding ghost horses, Changxian judges it an excellent idea. He shelves that plan for now, focusing instead on heading to meet Mephistopheles. Tiger, trapped in hardships, warns him sternly not to do anything reckless, making Changxian briefly reconsider. Good Season to Hunt agrees with Tiger, urging Changxian to heed divine advice for once. Snake that wraps around the world also advises caution, emphasizing that the being Changxian seeks is pure fire and horror. Realizing his intentions have been exposed, Changxian notes that all his supporting gods are actively trying to dissuade him. Meanwhile, the primordial evil dragon constellation watches him with amused interest, acknowledging pitch black darkness as a power feared even by gods. Good Season to Hunt figuratively covers her mother's eyes, afraid her treasured mortal might attract dangerous attention. Primordial evil dragon, however, pushes her daughter aside to keep observing Changxian more closely. Taurus snorts angrily at Changxian for having betrayed his comrades. Primordial evil dragon snaps at Taurus to leave if he is going to complain so loudly. Taurus retorts by threatening the dragon, escalating their divine squabble. Changxian concludes that if beings like Tiamat and Bel Marduk are this wary, the risk must be worth it, and he activates his stigma, focusing his mind to enter a deep trance. Tiger, trapped in hardships, yells in frustration that Changxian will not listen as the stigma surges. He successfully fuses Inferno's sight with pitch black darkness, illuminating his inner world. System messages announce he has entered intense concentration and meditation, fully realized Yogi's eightfold path, mastered serene mind, and earned significant karma. He transitions into a state of suspended animation and accesses the world of the unconscious. Changxian reasons that since Mephistopheles granted him pitch black darkness, triggering Inferno sight within that power should allow him to meet the demon, and an achievement rewards him with heightened intelligence, will, and the title Realizer of Nirvana. Floating in the dark sea of his consciousness, Changxian senses that Mephistopheles has been watching him all along. The terrifying pallid gaze manifests and fixes its eyes on him. Changxian boldly asks the demon to accept him as a disciple. Mephistopheles responds cryptically, questioning why he should take Changxian in. Changxian notes the answer is curiosity rather than a rejection and decides he just has to persuade the demon. He argues that he has already proven his worth by discovering Inferno's sight as a mortal and surviving Gemini. Changxian adds that he knows Mephistopheles is searching for someone and offers to become a valuable helper to this great demon. He reflects that the demon is always watching him and may see in him either potential or resemblance to the sought person, making Mephistopheles too valuable to let go. Changxian promises he will continue to grow and expand his activities across the world and offers Mephistopheles the use of his eyes as a vantage point whenever needed. Intrigued, Mephistopheles proposes another option instead, that Changxian become his apostle. Changxian calmly refuses, saying he refuses subordination to anyone, prompting the demon to call him fussy. Mephistopheles compares Changxian's attitude to how he treated the Void Monarch previously, recalling that audacity. Ultimately, the demon admits it might not be so bad and seems open to the idea of working together despite the refusal of apostleship. Changxian thinks Mephistopheles dislikes being handled as he did the Void Monarch, but notes that any teaching on pitch black darkness will still depend on his own talent to master. Mephistopheles decides not to rush a final decision and instead announces he will first test how talented Changxian truly is. A scenario quest called Qualify for Pitch Black Darkness appears, explaining that the great demon is interested in Changxian's daring use of this power and demands further emotional interaction and solidarity before accepting a disciple. Changxian smiles, satisfied that he has secured the opportunity he sought. He muses that Mephistopheles wants a true master-disciple bond rather than a simple transactional deal and wonders if this mirrors the relationship with the mysterious person the demon is searching for. The quest details state that passing 3 tests set by the great demon will win his trust and affection, granting full control of pitch black darkness and the disciple title, though failure means disqualification. Changxian acknowledges he finally has his desired chance but reflects wryly on the requirement to earn genuine trust. He recognizes that while he framed discipleship as a mutual exchange, Mephistopheles seeks a deeper emotional connection, and he wonders how their relationship will develop. A sectional quest begins immediately, the first test of qualification proof, requiring Changxian to gain acknowledgement from a messenger of the great demon. Changxian wonders who this messenger will be. Mephistopheles' presence withdraws with a parting instruction that once Changxian passes the test, he should return to him again. Changxian shatters free from the pallid sanctuary of his inner world, ending the trance. He jolts awake with a startled cry. Back on the plane, Hyunryung asks if he is okay, commenting on his wild sleep, and Changxian insists he is fine. Changxian quietly questions whether this is reality since his mind was just in the ghoul den. A final notification states he has already achieved the title Great Demon's Follower, gaining boosts to magic and will, confirming that his contact with Mephistopheles had real consequences. Changxian wakes up to a system message saying his time is up. He got an SSS assessment, will receive rewards, and has returned to reality, wondering why the reward took 3 days. He reflects that the extreme time difference in Mephistopheles' sanctuary shows the demon's level but worries it delays his power growth and might prevent him from even taking the test. Messages from constellations appear, with Good Season to Hunt anxiously asking if he is hurt, while the snake that wraps around the world calmly judges from his expression that he is fine. The primordial evil dragon feels relieved he is safe but scolds his subordinate for acting recklessly without permission. The primordial evil dragon then muses that it is rare for a mortal to survive being struck by the will of supreme evil as well as Changxian did. Taurus looks at Changxian with disgust, commenting that he reeks of the energy called pitch black darkness. Other gods and constellations are shocked that he escaped Palette's place and swamp, and the evil society begins to show interest in him. Changxian wonders why everyone finds his feat so fascinating and notes that there's one thing he is certain about. The great demon that chases after the abyss quietly watches now that Changxian has begun the qualification test, while Changxian observes that Mephistopheles' stigma has become far clearer. He realizes he can now sense the stigma rather than barely unlocking it by focus, that his pitch black darkness has multiplied, and that this boost can more than make up for the 72 hours he just spent. An older man near him notices something and reacts with a questioning look. Spiraling light appears around Changxian's chest, startling both him and the older man as he demands to know what is happening. The system states that an unknown cause has forcibly opened his inventory, while Changxian panics as the light gathers in front of him. The light coalesces into a translucent egg in Changxian's hand, and the system announces an attempt to hatch an item called Jigui's egg. Changxian is confused because the egg never reacted despite all the food he had previously fed it, yet is suddenly active now. The cosmic pattern egg begins to crack apart as a dark, horned tail pushes out. Seeing the tail emerge onto his chest, Changxian sweats and exclaims that it has a tail, and is apparently not a bird. He recalls that Jigui's egg was supposed to hatch into a divine hunting bird that grants courage and buffs to its owner and allies, which clearly is not what is emerging. Changxian, shown drifting underwater opposite Mephistopheles' visage, wonders if this strange creature might be the demon's messenger. The system reports that Jigui's egg, holding pitch black darkness in its mouth, is now fully hatching as the egg explodes in light. A small bat-like, grinning creature bursts out, crying Kiwa. The system identifies the newborn as the little black flame dragon inside pitch black darkness. Changxian stares in shock at the newly born creature. The baby dragon excitedly focuses on the person who woke him, watching Changxian with bright eyes and sharp teeth. The dragon happily flies around Changxian, while Good Season to Hunt gushes that a cute little baby has been born. The snake constellation hurriedly searches ancient records after seeing the dragon-like creature, while the tiger constellation snorts that snakes are braver and more auspicious than dragons. The little black flame dragon spins around energetically, proudly showing himself off. Hearing the commotion, Changxian's teammates rush over asking what the noise is and calling his name. One teammate squeals over how cute the creature is and asks what baby he is holding. Changxian explains that he had been carrying a divine beast's egg and that this baby just hatched from it. The baby dragon clambers all over him, chirping repeatedly as Changxian looks weary. A flight attendant nervously approaches, warning that other passengers might be disturbed. Changxian gives the attendant a cool look with the dragon on his head, inadvertently charming her. Flustered but smitten, the attendant says she will try to appease passengers and shyly asks if she can take a picture with him, while Changxian thinks the situation is chaotic. The quest window updates. The test for qualification proof I now requires him to gain recognition from the messenger of the great demon, or the scenario will fail, with another section following upon success. Another notice states the newborn little black flame dragon inside pitch black darkness is very hungry, instructing Changxian to find prey, promising increased intimacy and the ability to better read the dragon's thoughts as their bond deepens. Changxian repeats the word prey in disbelief, thinking he cannot obtain proper food while stuck on an airplane. A teammate notes that the dragon looks hungry, calls him lively, and offers a snack biscuit to try feeding him. She hesitates because the snack is expensive and wonders if he should have special baby food, while the dragon eyes the biscuit. Changxian argues that as a dragon he should digest it easily, but then worries aloud about what dragons actually eat as the baby pants with his tongue out. Watching the drooling, weak dragon, Changxian frets over what he should feed him. The system reports that the little black flame dragon is protesting from extreme hunger, while Changxian reflects that even low-ranked dragons are rare and that nothing is known about feeding such a high-class dragon. The baby dragon weakly chirps Q, still clearly suffering. Changxian panics as the dragon's condition worsens in his hands, thinking in alarm at the sight of the tiny body going limp. Overwhelmed, he internally cries out, asking what he should do. Changxian recalls that dragons are born highly intelligent, and that the great ancient dragon in 1,000-year sleep is ancestor of all dragons, noting that this baby resembles that figure but radiates a different aura. He reasons that because Mephistopheles personally sent this dragon messenger, there must be something special about him. Changxian speculates that the dragon might possess the highest form of therianthropy, and thus be extraordinarily significant. The blonde man with glasses admits he knows little about dragons but promises to make inquiries once they land. Changxian rejects waiting because 8 hours remain in the flight, while the system warns that the baby dragon is in extremely poor condition and starving. Another alert says Changxian's relationship with the dragon is steadily declining and warns that if it continues, their bond may be damaged. The system explicitly states that he risks failing the sectional quest if this continues. Changxian concludes that Mephistopheles sent this messenger to test his pitch-black darkness, so the solution must relate to that power. The older man in the hat observes that the baby appears to be a demonic dragon. Changxian, surprised, asks if the man knows much about dragons. The man answers that he knows a little, having raised a similar dragon in the past. He explains that demonic dragons are high-ranking dragons that make contracts with devils or become corrupted, acting differently from normal dragons and often opposing them. Changxian thinks that for such a demon-soaked dragon, what matters is its ideology and the symbolic value and feats of what it eats rather than the material itself. Concluding he has the perfect offering, Changxian produces the guiding sword while Good Season to Hunt freaks out, demanding what he is doing. He points the sword toward the dragon, wondering how the creature will react. The baby dragon eyes the approaching sword nervously and begins to turn away. Good Season to Hunt sighs heavily at his actions. She complains that if he is going to use such a precious object as food, she would rather he just threw it away. The system notes that the guiding sword, soaked in pitch-black darkness, is now radiating intensely dark energy. Overwhelmed by the energy, the dragon's eyes widen as he grabs hold of the sword. Good Season to Hunt screams in terror for Changxian to stop, horrified by what he is doing. The snake constellation rebukes her, insisting Changxian must have his reasons. The baby dragon savagely devours and crushes the sword into pieces amid crackling energy. The older man remarks that the dragon seems to love it and notes the sword looked very expensive, while Changxian says he was unsure how to use the sword anyway and might as well feed it to advance his quest. The system announces that the little black flame dragon is ecstatic over such delicious food and that his loyalty to Changxian has slightly increased as he acknowledges Changxian as his food-giving partner. Changxian is relieved there was no hidden quest failure message and believes he can still use the sword's power even after the dragon digested it. While someone asks what name he will give the baby, he suggests naming the dragon Dragoni, shocking everyone as the snake constellation hides his face in embarrassment at Changxian's terrible naming sense. Others repeat the ridiculous name in disbelief, while the tiger constellation mutters that no one is perfect, clearly disappointed. Changxian, unfazed, asks if the name is bad and casually proposes Rari instead. Good Season to Hunt says the second name sounds cute but that something about it feels off. Changxian's friend nervously asks if he is serious about those names. The snake constellation tells Good Season to Hunt her naming sense is just as bad and that she had better not name any pets. Offended, Good Season to Hunt boasts that no one can name pets better than she can. The snake constellation presses her to list the names she has given her own pets. She proudly lists simple onomatopoeic names such as peep peepee and others matching animal sounds. The snake constellation sighs that someone with even worse naming sense is standing right beside them, while Good Season to Hunt still cannot see the problem as Changxian's friend yells that Dragon Dragoni and Rari are outrageous and asks why those differ from Barky. She concedes that a childish name suits a baby dragon now but argues it is too unserious for a future gallant dragon. Another teammate asks what her family dog is named, and she replies Barky. The group notes that Barky is at least cute and fitting for a dog and tease that someone else in her family must have named it, while Changxian wonders what makes Barky different from Dragon Dragoni and Rari. The system says the little black flame dragon firmly dislikes the name Changxian intends to give him. Their relationship and the dragon's happiness both drop sharply as a result. The system declares that the dragon has become hostile toward Changxian. A teammate shouts that even the dragon hates the name and begs Changxian to change it, while he wonders why everyone is making such a fuss. Changxian ponders seriously what he should name the dragon instead, aiming for something better. He tells the group he has just thought of a new name. Changxian proposes the name Cadmos for the baby dragon and asks for their opinion. His companions enthusiastically approve, assuming he had intended that name all along and was only joking before. A prompt appears asking if he wishes to finalize the name Cadmos. The system reports that the little black flame dragon finds Cadmos cool and majestic and is extremely satisfied with it. Their relationship and the dragon's happiness are restored. Changxian smiles, pleased with the result. The system states that Cadmos has become his household member and that a spiritual link between them has been created. It clarifies that one end of this link is tied to Changxian's stigma and the other to Cadmos' heart. Cadmos gains the ability to create pitch-black darkness, share his thoughts with Changxian, and deepen their mutual power over darkness as their bond grows. New skills are created for household member Cadmos, including abilities like breath, mana heart, and thought expansion. The system says pitch-black darkness now resides in Cadmos' heart and can be shared through the link, turning Changxian's stigma fully into a leveled-up skill. A detailed description explains that stigma is divine power carved onto a mortal, risky yet vastly empowering, now holding both Starfire and the Great Demon's pitch-black darkness at level 3 with authority-type effects. As Changxian looks at Cadmos affectionately, he murmurs to the dragon that he is thinking of an old man. A flashback shows the scarred, blonde mentor standing against a starry backdrop calling Changxian's name. In the memory, Changxian teases the mentor about using an overly heavy voice, while the man grumbles that Changxian never lets him sound cool. Changxian insists again that the serious tone does not suit the old man. The mentor complains about Changxian's increasing seriousness and loneliness. Sitting together on a cliff above a glowing planet, they bicker as the mentor laments feeling suffocated while Changxian orders him to stay with him. Changxian points out that neither of them has family there and suggests they remain together, fighting and being lonely side by side. The old man exasperatedly calls Changxian insolent while grabbing him, and Changxian protests, asking what his point is. The mentor finally states that he does not want Changxian to live the same way he did. Changxian reacts silently, taking the words in. The old man clarifies that though he failed to live up to his own name, he hopes Changxian will succeed where he did not. Young Changxian shrugs off the significance, asking what is so special about that name. Narration reveals that Changxian only later understood the importance behind that name. The story explains that Cadmos was a legendary dragon-related hero of Arcadia's Silver Age, beloved by gods and stars, who became a king and whose legacy included slaying an evil dragon and sowing its teeth to create warriors. Changxian reflects that such a majestic, self-sacrificing name never suited his own life of daily struggle, but that as a dragon-linked name it fits the child Cadmos perfectly. The system confirms he has successfully cleared sectional quest test of qualification proof I and begins creating the next section. The new quest, test of qualification proof 2, instructs him to inject himself with pitch black darkness from the messenger, strengthen his stigma, and thereby complete something called Flame Heart, warning that failure will end the scenario and success will lead to proof 3. Time skips to their plane landing at Paris Charles de Gaulle Airport, with an announcement asking passengers about their flight. On deplaning, Changxian's teammate suddenly dons sunglasses. When asked why, he replies it is necessary to make it out alive. The girl is confused and asks what he means. He advises her to fix her appearance if she wants their upcoming photos to look good. Outside the gate, crowds of reporters prepare their cameras as the doors open and shout that the players are coming. Changxian steps into the blinding light from flashbulbs, seen from behind as the focus of media attention. He and his two male teammates stride out in matching sunglasses as onlookers scream his nickname Tyrant and call for him to look their way. The red-haired girl follows, awestruck by the spectacle. Reporters swarm Changxian, one from a Paris magazine asking his thoughts on arriving in France, but he curtly answers that he just woke from a nap and deflects to another reporter. Another journalist nervously asks if any French rookie is his rival. Changxian dismisses all local players as beneath him, shocking the crowd. A questioner brings up Henri Bloch wanting to fight him, and Changxian replies that he has never heard of the man. The assembled reporters and onlookers react in stunned silence and alarm. Expository images show Henri Bloch, France's top rookie chosen by a future king, standing atop a skeletal dragon mount. It is explained that Henri became famous by conquering the previously unbeaten dungeon skeleton dragon's colony and obtaining a bone wyvern. Growing impatient, Changxian tells the press to be concise, prompting them to press again for his opinion on dueling Henri. He says he still does not know who Henri is but tells them to convey that if Henri wants to challenge him, he should go ahead, warning it will only shorten Henri's career. Observers think Changxian has provoked all of France. Another reporter cites his plan to raid the notorious Dungeon Stone Desert where the cold wind blows and asks if he has any special strategy. Changxian simply answers that he will raid it, stating that is enough explanation and implying French rankers' repeated failures make them curious how a foreigner can succeed. Headlines and broadcasts immediately spin his remarks into sensational news about a tyrant who dismisses French players and all of Europe as beneath him. Online commenters excitedly praise how brutally he spoke in a foreign country. Another comment notes that the scary part is that Changxian seems completely serious rather than joking. Further comments worry about French pride and even joke about potential riots, or someone attacking him at night. Henri himself is shown happily calling Changxian his idol since childhood and expressing a desire to challenge him. A commenter points out how generous Henri seems to call someone who belittled him in public his idol. Another poster counters that Henri is actually a notorious scumbag in France, so the statement is more like a provocation. Elsewhere, the powerful and mortal King Jacques Valentine vows to work even harder so that the famed junior tyrant will notice him. Changxian's blonde ally publicly downplays diplomatic concerns, insisting tyrant's remarks were a cultural misunderstanding and praising him as a just, warm-hearted hero and wise king rather than a true tyrant. Slamming a hand on a newspaper photo of the blonde man, a gold watch-wearing figure rages that this lunatic planned everything from the beginning. The furious Red Eagle Duke Constantine Bruning snaps that talk of raiding the Stone Desert is nonsense and suspects they came to seize control of the Illuminati organization on Joachim Wolf's urging. He declares this is a direct warning to him and his faction and insists he understands the goddesses will better than anyone, claiming they do not need Changxian or Joachim. Still enraged, Constantine shouts for someone named Louis to come to him immediately, preparing his response. The marked man insists they must prepare the scripture. The scene shifts to Paris, France. A hooded figure in an alley thinks resentfully of Li Changxian. The hooded man declares that the figurative board for his scheme is ready. He says only a decisive step, likened to crossing the Rubicon, remains. A sealed letter is shown waiting to be delivered. The view returns to the Eiffel Tower and nearby buildings at sunset. Changxian reflects that he is unsure how to feel about his situation. System messages state that Cadmos is delighted with the king's treasure. Cadmos gleefully devours the large food hoard, thrilled by all the delicacies. Messages report Cadmos growing fuller, fonder of Changxian, and strengthening Flame Heart, while Changxian notes the dragon's appetite after eating the guiding sword. Watching Cadmos crunch a glacial helmet, Changxian wonders how such an item can make that sound. Cadmos unleashes a fiery breath from his mouth. Changxian observes that the Yeti King's prized artifacts are now nothing but snacks for Cadmos, Changxian is surprised Cadmos can already use breath, a power usually reserved for high-ranking dragons who control elements freely. He evaluates that while Cadmos' breath is weaker than top dragons, its fusion with pitch-black darkness makes it formidable. Changxian analyzes Cadmos' ability to melt and erase any element, marveling that a baby dragon possesses such destructive power. He concludes Cadmos, a demonic dragon who is rapidly growing in size and strength within a day of waking, far surpasses normal dragons. System messages recount Cadmos devouring the glacial helmet and 0-degree sword, beginning digestion, bolstering his mana heart and Changxian's flame heart via heart sharing. Cadmos, now plumper and shinier-eyed, chirps contentedly. Changxian thinks Cadmos may be overeating but decides the investment is worthwhile as the dragon affectionately clings to him. Changxian notes the synergy of pitch-black darkness creation and heart sharing. He reflects that creating pitch-black darkness is akin to creating divinity itself. He further thinks that sustaining it allows techniques like Mephistopheles and is a prerequisite for becoming that being's disciple. Jean sees Cadmos and, astonished at his first dragon sighting, asks if it is really a dragon. Jean reminds Changxian of his promise regarding the ghost horse, prompting Changxian to realize the request is already due. Offended by Changxian's casualness, Jean excitedly prepares to summon, insisting he is not to be underestimated. Jean's summoning reveals the powerful chilly horse of death at level 6. A close-up shows the ghost horse's intimidating, glowing-eyed skull. The towering horse roars down at Changxian, filling the hall with its spectral presence. Startled by the horse's sudden behavior, Jean begins to cancel the summoning. Changxian considers that subduing the horse is easy but warns that careless use of his skill would wreck the hall. Changxian activates power, his eyes sharpening as he moves. Cadmos manifests a fearsome draconic visage, roaring. The ghost horse stares in terror, sweating before the dragon's aura. Cadmos circles overhead screeching while the once fierce horse cowers, to the observer's shock. Jean and Changxian recognize that even as a newborn, Cadmos is emitting dragon fear and pressure. Jean exclaims that the ghost horse was a king among spear ghosts, and that it had taken great effort to subdue, making Cadmos' dominance unbelievable. Changxian calmly explains that Cadmos is a demonic dragon, while Jean laments how far he still lags behind Changxian. Changxian changes the subject and asks Jean if any of his household excels at stealth techniques. Handing over a photo, Changxian identifies Miri Aliano and instructs that stealthy allies secretly tail her when she leaves the ballroom. Jean teases Changxian about pursuing Miri romantically, but Changxian cuts him off, uninterested in that misunderstanding. Changxian reveals his true interest. Miri possesses the 5th cryptic scripture. As night falls over Paris, someone asks if the figure known as Tyrant has arrived yet. In a gathering, one man suggests Tyrant avoided coming because Henri would be present, then asks Henri's opinion. Henri listens in silence, marked by glowing facial runes. Hooves of the ghost horse clatter, heralding Changxian's dramatic arrival. Changxian rides the spectral horse straight into the ballroom, shocking the guests. Some partygoers crudely belittle South Korea and its players while chatting about its location. One warns the others to be careful in case Koreans understand, but another dismisses the concern, sure nobody there knows French, just before someone approaches. Changxian and his ghost horse enter through a swirling portal, stunning onlookers who cry out about a horse. A close-up frames Changxian atop the blazing skull horse, radiating ominous power. Observers sneer that he is acting like a protagonist, calling him pathetic. The ghost horse mentally agrees, thinking its rider is an attention seeker. Miri, amazed, wonders what kind of ghost horse species it is since she has never seen its like. Bystanders remark that even Miri, famed rookie summoner, does not recognize the horse and that its energy exceeds most dungeon bosses, while noting Tyrant has never been known as a summoner or tamer. From across the hall, Miri calls softly to Henri as she watches. Henri falls silent, visibly unsettled by what he has witnessed. Cadmos bursts forth in fiery form above the crowd, prompting murmurs about a dragon. The guests gush over Cadmos' cuteness and desire one themselves as a message notes, Cadmos proudly showing off to mortals. People realize the tiny dragon is also Changxian's pet and speculate that Tyrant now seems to be practicing summoning arts. Others whisper that Tyrant is reputedly a close combat weapon master and puzzle over how a warrior class can control a dragon in addition to a ghost horse. Changxian internally notes that the French clans present rival Korea's top groups in power. A young ally excitedly greets Cadmos and the ghost horse, happy both of Changxian's summons are present. The child affectionately calls Cadmos Mose, explaining she gave him a nickname, while Changxian internally questions how that name differs from her earlier silly suggestions. She then asks where the ghost horse came from, but Changxian downplays it as nothing special. When the horse suddenly vanishes into darkness, she exclaims in surprise. Changxian reappears standing near Miri, having moved by using the horse's disappearance. He mentally orders his stealth subordinate to cling to Miri now that the opportunity has arisen. Miri senses something odd nearby and glances around. A message reports that a household member has activated close-up surveillance to track Miri covertly. Changxian reflects that his plan is complete. He used the ghost horse as a flashy distraction to place Miri under surveillance based on information that she holds the 5th scripture. He considers it a good start that his bait worked and reviews who Henri Bloch and his fiancée Miri are. Changxian recalls that he deliberately provoked Henri via an interview, expecting the competitive Frenchman and his fiancée to react. A teammate asks if Changxian has also learned summoning, noting the horse looked like a spirit beast, and Changxian excuses it as giving Cadmo's company. She calls out his unlikely excuse, and he privately notes how strangely perceptive she is about trivial matters. Changxian clarifies that he is not originally a warrior. He is actually a mage specializing in rune sorcery. His companions react in comical disbelief that a mage can fight better than most warriors, leaving Changxian wondering if he misspoke. An older man greets Changxian, commenting that feeding Cadmos must be difficult and warning that baby dragons are bottomless pits. Inviting Changxian to meet important guests, the man's knowledge of Cadmos as a demonic dragon makes Changxian wonder who he really is. The man leads Changxian to a group, and Changxian notes that even in dragon-worshipping Arcadia he met no one as knowledgeable about dragons. The three men introduce themselves as representatives of top French clans Revenant, Youth Fountain, and Orlando. Changxian greets them politely while internally recognizing these clans as France's equivalents of Korea's leading groups. The older guide suggests Changxian also greet the rookie elites present. Changxian suspects the man is scheming, given his excessive friendliness since the airport, and decides to observe quietly. Henri strides forward to shake Changxian's hand, formally introducing himself as Henri Bloch as power flares between them. Changxian senses something amiss during the handshake. The older man reacts with shock, starting to address Changxian urgently. While smiling, Henri spreads rotten dragon energy and attempts to afflict those nearby with violent and panic-inducing curses. Changxian deduces Henri wants revenge for the interview slight and sees through the obvious attempt to humiliate him. He recalls Henry's reputation as master of the Bone Dragon, but internally dismisses that title as merely controlling a low-ranking undead drake. Onlookers notice Henry's aura and ask if he is trying to provoke Tyrant there. A system message says Changxian's Kalokagathia skill grants him mental immunity, and he judges Henri as merely competent. Changxian counters by forcing Henri down with his own overwhelming power during the handshake. Henri grimaces in pain and disbelief. Spectators wonder what the true difference is between these so-called rivals of the century. The energy clash intensifies, image focusing again on Changxian overpowering Henri. Henri panics internally, unable to accept being overwhelmed when he considers himself France's next king. System messages announce that Henry's dragon-based skills have been forcibly nullified, leaving him aghast that his full power is being negated. Changxian, wrapped in Tiger's aura and stigma, states he overheard their earlier insults about Koreans and demands an explanation for calling him and his comrades trash. The French rookies tremble in fear under the crushing pressure. Changxian admits he could have ignored the slight but refuses to tolerate attacks on his team's pride and self-respect. A system note explains he is continually sharing Cadmo's power through Flameheart. Another note states that due to dragon wisdom he can now understand and speak all languages, even those of inanimate objects. One French noble tries to claim there is a misunderstanding. Changxian curtly orders him to stop. He stresses that his question was directed at Henri Bloch and his companions, not their underlings. System messages declare that Henri is trapped in inescapable fear of death as he stammers in terror. Changxian, blazing with blue flames, commands Henri to answer. Henri, mentally shattered, is told by the system he is in a state of panic. Shaking, Henri claims it is all a misunderstanding. Changxian smiles coldly, saying he is glad if he misheard. Henri nervously agrees, sweating and cowed. Changxian ends the confrontation politely, saying they almost had a misunderstanding and that it was nice meeting him. He then tells everyone to enjoy the rest of the party. Later, Henri storms down a corridor in humiliation. Alone, he rages over being disgraced as France's future king and vows to kill Li Changxian. His allies follow, praising his composure while asking if he is alright and remarking how terrifying Changxian looked. Henri secretly resents them as hypocrites, and plans to punish them too after dealing with Changxian. He steels himself, thinking that although he does not know what trick Changxian used, once the dungeon raid begins in 2 days he will get revenge. Mary calls gently after Henri, worried. Henri brusquely asks what she wants. She drops the matter, reflecting that she ought to have been more cautious. A symbolic scene shows the earlier handshake as the center of explosive tension with Mireille watching from behind. Mireille suddenly hears an internal command to run. Her patron urgently tells her to hurry and leave, superimposed over an ominous hooded figure. She asks her patron who Changxian is to inspire such a warning. The patron explains that Changxian's eyes show he is a being similar yet different from it, someone capable of burning it away and even killing Mireille. An intense close-up of Changxian's glowing eyes reflects that terrifying potential. Mireille trembles, realizing her nerves stem from her patron's fear transmitted through their contract, and wondering what kind of mortal Changxian is if a divine being fears him. Later, a bearded elder tells Henri his behavior was unusual. Henri addresses the man respectfully as teacher. He excuses his performance by claiming he was not in top condition. The teacher accepts this but reminds Henri that his status as an orphan was built by Revenant, and can be stripped away if he ruins their efforts. He warns that if Henri wastes everything they have invested, they will take back his fame and achievements. Henri, chastened, promises to keep that warning in mind. Time passes and the raid forces arrive again at a familiar desert, grumbling about returning and questioning where the glory they sought is. System messages announce entry into the dungeon. Stone desert where the cold wind blows. And outline a mission to escort a desert crossing train safely to escape. Henri leads a cloaked French team, thinking the White Tiger clan avoided this raid likely so France would not be shamed by foreigners. Another message explains the train's compartments hide tools and secrets, and all participants can use system interfaces to complete the mission. Changxian appears in desert garb, ready for the challenge. Anri observes that, regardless of Tyrant's talent, he believes Changxian cannot possibly cross the stone desert alone. System notes mention divine beings taking interest in how Changxian will hunt his prey here and one deity recognizing this area as familiar. Changxian analyzes the dungeon. Brutal heat by day and deadly cold by night mean only staying with the train ensures survival, and he thinks the French overhyped the dungeon's difficulty. In a flashback or parallel scene, a robed figure on a throne asks Changxian if he knows of Surtur, ruler of Muspelheim, and the fire giants. Changxian confirms his knowledge and adds that Surtur is supposed to be dead. The being agrees Surtur died long ago, but reveals that the apocalyptic world he ruled now exists on Earth. Narration explains Surtur was a giant king of fire who annihilated countless universes with his power. It continues that Surtur was eventually found dead, Muspelheim perished with him, and rumors blame karmic retribution for his demise. The voice reveals that the current desert is a remnant of Surtur's world, tells Changxian about the world-ending flame-seeking sacrifice, and instructs him to obtain Surtur's divine sword there as a powerful aid. The narrator explains that the divine sword Levitine, wieldable only by the king of fire giants, rests in a place called Regarin whose access key lies within the train. Changxian plans to gather the train's hidden pieces to obtain Levitine, combine it with Jigui's world-ending flames, locate the fifth cryptic scripture, and exploit a moment when Mireille separates from the volunteer group. He checks Mireille's current status through his power, sees nothing unusual, and green flames ripple at his feet. Confirming nothing is amiss, he orders his unseen ally to keep closely monitoring Mireille. As the tracks stretch through the desert toward a lone ruined building, someone announces that their group will move out. The volunteer companions complain about the scorching weather and heavy armor, asking Changxian if they can remove it. While advising them to keep their armor on, Changxian suddenly receives a danger warning from his authority, Path of the Demonic Beast. A massive fiery explosion erupts ahead, engulfing the path and scattering the group. Amid the flames, people shout that they are under attack and scramble to rescue volunteers caught in the blast. A system message declares that the Tsurnaluka clan's ambush has begun, startling Changxian. He watches the firestorm spread as numerous enemy silhouettes surge toward them. Cutagunda of the Tsurnaluka clan, a crazed leader of a clan finger unit, complains about taking orders from Boytek despite his high status. Kanchio, another Tsurnaluka finger leader, reminds Cutagunda of the strict orders they received. Kanchio muses that kidnapping the prophesied child he supervises would be more entertaining, especially since their boss is personally interested in that target. Cutagunda and Kanchio race through the desert, confirming they will obey the higher UPS despite misgivings. A muscular, masked Tsurnaluka member calmly says it is time to begin the operation. Cutagunda gleefully charges in, saying the coming fight will be fun. The ambush explodes around them again as Changxian's authority repeatedly warns him of danger. A message states that a mysterious ambush is underway. Changxian curses and begins rapidly assessing enemy numbers. Another notice explains that Changxian's armor, the icy coat, is pushing back the searing heat. The icy coat's description reveals it as a powerful defensive artifact from the Snow Monarch line, light yet protective with a thermal barrier. Changxian activates the skill Viper Eye to locate his scattered party members. Viper Eye reports that Baek Jiawol survived with Shadow Veil, and Shin Yunseo blocked the blast with Shield Castle. It further reports that Shin Jumji raised a magical barrier via Uraboro's formula. Another message says Wu Haibin used the Storm God's Dagger artifact to ride strong winds out of the explosion radius. The gods' good season to hunt, and the world-wrapping snake rage that their beloved priest was nearly harmed, while Changxian notes, with relief, that his party is safe. His green flame ally urgently reports that enemies are about to strike Mireille and asks Changxian what to do. One of the ambushers stands over the unconscious Mireille lying in the sand, preparing to seize her. Cutagunda grins menacingly, clearly eager for the upcoming cruelty. Seeing Mireille targeted, Changxian swears and activates the title Jigui's retainer for extra power. Mid-flight, he realizes Mireille was likely the ambusher's main objective from the start, and calls Jiawol to accompany him. Jiawol agrees without hesitation. Changxian orders his green flame ally to stay hidden and keep relaying enemy positions as he speeds across the desert. Path of the Demonic Beast warns him of another imminent danger. Changxian dashes through the air with dark wings, racing toward Mireille. He unleashes arcs of blue lightning-like energy to deflect a barrage of incoming projectiles. The projectiles shatter around him as he continues forward, half transformed by demonic power. Noting the nature of the weapons, he deduces they are assassination tools meant for covert killing. Cutagunda, seeing his attack stopped, remarks that the rumors of Changxian's abilities were true. Divine messages say good season to hunt despises this unwelcome intruder. Cutagunda, impressed, decides Changxian is worthy enough to be added to her personal collection instead of being killed quickly. The snake that wraps around the world marvels at Changxian's knack for making enemies everywhere. Cutagunda leers at Changxian, saying she only cares that he has a handsome face. She adds that even her patron god is interested in him, urging that they prolong the fight for fun. The primordial evil dragon expresses excitement over the new feat Changxian might accomplish. Good season to hunt is shocked to see her own mother, the evil dragon, present and objects noisily. The primordial evil dragon says she came to watch her daughter's favorite show, provoking more flustered protests from good season to hunt. Changxian gathers void blue power around his arm, preparing a serious counterattack. He hurls that energy downward, sending searing streaks of power crashing into the battlefield. Cunegonde evades with athletic movements, but the ground and surroundings are slashed by the attack. The blast tears past her as she darts forward, still intent on fighting. A state called Split Tiger activates, manifesting Split Tiger's fangs as Changxian dives again. Changxian and Cunegonde clash head-on in a bright explosion of force. The impact slices Cunegonde, causing her to cry out in pain. Bleeding yet thrilled, Cunegonde says Changxian is better than expected and complains that he dared mark her prized skin. A colossal spectral armor or tower surges up from the sand, signaling that Cunegonde is unleashing greater power. Enraged, Cunegonde vows that Changxian will suffer far more than simply becoming one of her collection pieces. The divine tiger that has been trapped in hardships appears, openly hostile to this new threat, and warning it for touching his possession. Huge Sick Bug replies slyly that he only came along to watch over his priests, feigning innocence. Changxian notes that the Void Monarch is unusually aggressive today compared to normal. He and Cunegonde continue exchanging powerful blows in midair. Changxian reasons that Huge Sick Bug's appearance, another of the 72 earthly fiends like the Void Monarch but an enemy to him, cannot be a coincidence. As the tiger grows more hostile, Changxian suspects Shui Yong is also after the cryptic scripture and that their god's interference could be used to his advantage. Changxian calls Cadmos, considering pitting the Void Monarch and Shui Yong against each other to create chaos and perhaps even seal one of the gods. He orders Cadmos to cover him as Flame Heart activates, sharing his magic with his household member. Cadmos casts Bloody Haze, spreading blood-colored flames that engulf the area. Within the Bloody Haze, Changxian deduces that T.S. Ernaruka, who serve Shui Yong, never move on their own and must have been hired specifically to target him. Cunegonde panics, realizing a baby dragon is casting a grand-level spell their clan underestimated when accepting the job. Bloody Haze strips away the assassin's stealth, exposing them while a description explains the spell's debuffing, isolating nature. A chilling command tells the trapped enemies to weep and howl as the haze closes in. Changxian descends with his spectral steeds toward the hapless assassins encircled below. He mentally resolves to completely wipe out the attackers. Empowered by void energy and riding skeletal steeds, he leads a devastating charge. The demonic cavalry storms into the enemy ranks, causing panic among the assassins. Cunegonde looks on in shock at the massacre of her subordinates. Amid the carnage, someone relays the master's order that no enemy should be left alive. Blood splatters everywhere as the Bloody Haze and Changxian's forces slaughter the ambushers. Scenes show numerous fallen volunteers on the desert sand, victims of the earlier explosions. Changxian and another leader ride through the battlefield with their forces, surveying the devastation. The blonde leader proudly asks Changxian what he thinks of the household members, amazed at how fast he learned ghoul blood magic. Changxian dryly assesses that this ally is around Goblin Subjugator level, a bit above Jean. The blonde complains about Changxian's unimpressed reaction, feeling his bragging is being dismissed. Changxian retorts that based on the blonde's past performance he has every reason to act this way and urges him to do better, which hurts the blonde's feelings. A message abruptly states that the summoning has been cancelled, shocking the blonde. He is forcibly unsummoned mid-complaint, screaming as he vanishes, while Changxian looks on blankly. Cunegonde lies mangled on the ground, barely able to speak through the blood covering her. She begs to be killed as the tiger that has been trapped in hardships contemptuously tells Huge Sick Bug his household members are nothing compared to his. Huge Sick Bug curiously watches Changxian ignoring the tiger's earlier warning. The tiger threatens war if Huge Sick Bug encroaches on his territory again. Huge Sick Bug sneers that a being without a god cannot truly count as a household member. The tiger bristles with hostility while Huge Sick Bug glares back, both deities fixated on Changxian. Changxian notes the noisy standoff between the two gods and reflects that Ziwei Do Shu constellations only value priests as tools for their own gain, now coveting him for how he could expand their cults. The spectral forms of Huge Sick Bug and the tiger continue their tense confrontation in the sky. Their war of nerves abruptly ends as they withdraw, leaving Changxian beneath the fiery clouds. Changxian realizes Huge Sick Bug took the bait and thinks using him to keep the tiger in check is acceptable. He contemplates that the Void Monarch's desire for him may allow him to provoke a rift within Ziwei Do Shu and perhaps even destroy a constellation someday. A system message reports that Authority Soul Extortion has activated, granting Changxian the ashes of the slain players through purgatory flames. Another message says his HP has recovered slightly as he flies away in a burst of dark energy. Changxian recalls from the captured assassin that T.S. Ernaruka was hired with two objectives. He confirms those goals were to kidnap Mirai and assassinate him, intriguingly on behalf of two separate clients. He reasons that the middleman Kong Wuchan must have been hired by higher authorities like Shim Jianho or Kim Yinsung. Changxian is surprised that even the Illuminati seem involved and wonders if a rival faction ordered his assassination after he refused Joaquim's proposal. Though it will cause trouble, he resolves not to let such interference slide. He decides to think carefully about his response after returning from the mission. Flying over the desert, he spots an oasis resting area ahead. A notice says he has discovered the resting area oasis as he approaches it. At the oasis, robed kidnappers carry the unconscious Mirai while others stand guard. One kidnapper confirms they have successfully secured Mirai. Changxian races toward them, deciding to conceal his presence as much as possible using stealth skills to rescue her. The kidnappers move among the palm trees of the oasis, unaware of Changxian's approach. A sudden beam of light cuts down between them, startling one of the robed figures. Fiery destruction follows, and one of the kidnappers screams in agony. Kanchio, cloaked in flames, reacts with shock as their ambush comes under attack. Changxian, wreathed in split tiger flames, dives at Kanchio, declaring that this time the assassin is finished. Kanchio's eyes widen as Changxian's blazing attack closes in. Changxian presses forward behind a massive flaming shield or wave, determined to finish the fight. When his blow lands, he realizes Kanchio has suddenly vanished. A system warning states that an invisible hand is targeting Changxian. Light lances down again as Changxian counters the unseen attack with his blade. The beam tears through the palm grove, obliterating trees and sand. The tiger warns Changxian of danger while huge sick bug eagerly watches to see how he responds. Changxian spots a female figure perched atop a palm tree above him. The woman, a dark-suited fighter, cheerfully remarks that he avoided her solo Skarl attack. Feeling overwhelming pressure, Changxian judges that she has an aura equal to top human powerhouses and is extremely dangerous. Recognizing her as a king-rank existence, he realizes she is the true boss behind the assassins. Meanwhile, explosions rage at the ruined station, signaling wider chaos. The French leader on a skeletal dragon mount calls out frantically for Mireille. He desperately shouts for Mireille again, not knowing she has been taken away. Back at the train area, Shinjunseo fights off attackers with shield attack, struggling to understand where the enemies came from. Wu Haiban counterattacks another wave using the storm god's summon. A blonde man concludes that the massacre of France's medic volunteers and the TS Ernaruka hire must be the work of a particular mastermind. Transforming into a wolf-like beast, he roars Constantine's name, accusing him of crossing the line. A message announces that Trainong has arrived at the dungeon, ready for participants to board. Another notice invites all players who want to clear the dungeon mission to enter the train. Huge sick bug expresses curiosity about how Changxian will handle things after clashing with her apostle, while the woman notes he seems to have figured out who she is. The artifact demon's laughing face stares at Changxian with amusement. It then gazes at him with sorrow and envy as Changxian recognizes Murder Queen Chestachawa, a black holy mother who guides the dying. Changxian recalls how Demon Face troubled him back when he was part of Twilight of the Gods and realizes this opponent can freely wield Shui Yong's trait and authority through it. He doubts he can defeat her now unless he expends all of Stigma's divinity. He judges that even if he pushed his swords and household members to their limits, any direct confrontation would still end in his utter defeat. Concluding this, he thinks that regardless of his moves he currently stands no chance. He reflects that while such power may be manageable for Duke rank beings, it lies beyond the human ceiling of king rank that he has yet to reach. The woman taunts him, asking if his tail is already between his legs and saying she had been looking forward to a rare entertaining fight. Changxian decides not to reveal his household members here, not wanting more people to learn his secrets, and hints that someone else will fight her instead of him. She asks if another opponent besides him is present. Changxian calls for this hidden ally to show himself, explaining that Mireille Aliano, whom the enemies captured, possesses a cryptic scripture. As he speaks, something appears behind the murder queen, prompting her startled question of what he is doing. Her eye widens in alarm as she perceives the new threat. She launches herself away with great speed as a slash of light tears through where she stood. Changxian stands revealed with buff body and wings, having protected an older man who now lies behind him. The older man, apparently the mastermind Constantine, admits confusion and asks Changxian how he discovered his hidden presence. The cloaked young man asks the older man why he is questioning something so obvious, leaving the elder confused. The young man implies that the cryptic scripture is bound to him, and will always appear wherever he goes. The elder reacts in shock to this revelation. Realizing how he was discovered, the elder laughs loudly, admitting he was caught for a simple reason and praising the young man's perception. Grinning, the elder asks what he should do now that his secret is exposed. The young man requests that the elder stall for time against the murder queen while he searches for Mireille, insisting the elder can handle it. Internally, the elder is surprised this junior is bold enough to threaten him using the cryptic scripture to force him to fight the murder queen, yet finds himself amused and unable to hate it, deciding he cannot refuse. As flames engulf him, the elder worries that the sharp young man might already suspect who his divine patron is. The divine being nasty golden-eyed Buddha awakens, and the tiger-like divine being trapped in hardships looks upon its apostle with satisfaction. Empowered, the young man swings a massive fiery attack. The murder queen realizes in shock that the elder's patron is the Monkey King, one of the most powerful deities, and wonders why such an apostle serves the Void Monarch. She concludes that regardless of the details, one thing is clear as the sky crackles with power. Holding her blazing mask, the murder queen scoffs that an unknown old man could never threaten her. The masked young man assesses the elder's strength, deciding the Monkey King's apostle must be at least of king rank. The sky erupts in fiery energy as the confrontation escalates. The elder shouts at the young man for seemingly ignoring him, jokingly comparing it to listening to loud music through earphones. The murder queen yells back, bewildered by the old man's strange comments. Seeing her distracted, the young man thinks this is his perfect opportunity to act. He commands his shadow monster to go, sending it racing toward Mireille and her captor. The shadow creature brutally slashes down the kidnapper protecting Mireille. The creature reports to its master that it has successfully secured Mireille Aliano's location. A system message announces that Jean's household member Intermediate Gord has been killed. The Murder Queen, shocked, demands to know when this happened. Shadowy power surrounds Mirai as Baek Jaiwol prepares a counterattack. A system message declares that player Baek Jaiwol has activated the skill Shadow Footprint. Enraged, the Murder Queen shouts, demanding to know what they think she is as she powers up. Another message states that Demon's angry face is rampaging, signaling her berserk assault. The Elder launches himself toward the raging Murder Queen with his staff as her demonic power flares. She screams at the Elder to get lost, furious at his interference. The Elder taunts that her hearing must be bad if she did not notice the young man asking him to stop her. The Murder Queen responds by promising to silence his nonsense permanently as her attacks rain down on the young man shielding Mirai. The ground explodes around the young man as enemy cultists attack from a distance. One cultist begins chanting, preparing a large-scale spell. The young man, still protecting Mirai, unleashes roaring black wings of power toward the enemies. Observing the Murder Queen, he notes that hellhound-like spirits cling to her like troublesome parasites. A starry, armored figure charges in, revealing another powerful ally. That ally slashes through the shadowy hounds encircling the young man and Mirai. A narration rewinds slightly, explaining that shortly before, the desert train had arrived at Stone Desert Station. The young man recalls that once the train leaves, the next arrival time is unknown and that its first stop is the boiling hell dungeon beneath the station. While flying with Mirai, he thinks he could quickly obtain the 5th cryptic scripture after securing her. He resolves he cannot abandon his quest for Levitine and must find a way onto that train. A system announcement warns passengers the train will depart in 5 minutes. The desert train begins to accelerate out of the station. Realizing his time is nearly up, the young man grows impatient. Still pursued, he thinks how persistent the enemies are and admits he wants to wipe them all out. He weighs that despite wanting to annihilate the cultists, he must prioritize boarding the Levitine train to reach the underground dungeon. Watching sleeping Mirai, the observing God's tiger in hardships and good season to hunt coldly suggests he should drop this burden to avoid being slowed down. The young man criticizes the gods for caring only about mortals who interest them. The primordial evil dragon complains that the current scene is frustrating and demands something more exciting to watch. Good Season to Hunt shrieks at her mother for appearing without warning. The snake that wraps around the world mockingly asks if Good Season to Hunt knows why her mother behaves that way. Good Season to Hunt demands to know the reason. The snake suggests the gods are nervously tiptoeing because of a powerful, unseen god who has gone quiet. Annoyed at their chatter, the young man notes that Good Season to Hunt even urges him to join absolute evil instead of hypocritical virtue. He concedes that their comments contain truth since his every action has become an achievement, and he decides he must keep helping Mirai or risk disappointing Minerva, whose aid he still hopes to gain. He wonders where the cryptic scripture tied to Mirai actually is. Mirai wakes up in his arms in surprise, and he confirms she is now conscious. He says he will be brief due to the dangerous situation and directly asks why Tsernaruka is targeting her. Mirai hesitantly admits she also does not fully understand. While flying toward more enemies, he insists there must be a concrete reason for their relentless pursuit. He urges her to think carefully, convinced she can recall something meaningful. She suddenly speculates that the cause might be related to her father. The young man repeats the word father, prompting further explanation. Mirai recounts that 2 years ago she followed her archaeologist father into ancient ruins, where she discovered a ring and gained a patron after hearing a mysterious voice. She explains that afterwards she, previously talentless, suddenly became adept at summoning sorcery. However, her father began resenting her, treating her as a thief who stole his treasured find. She says he even tried to kill her, and that was when Henri rescued her. The young man concludes that her father must have been possessed by the calamity that now targets her. He asks if she can hand over the ring so they can discard it and escape pursuit, but she protests that it is the sacred link between her and her patron. With his inferno sight blazing, he warns that if she cannot part with it, he will have no choice but to abandon her, and the system notes the ability has activated. Terrified by his threat, Mirai struggles with the decision as he presses her to choose whether to give him the ring. She raises her hand and manifests the glowing ring. In a mental vision, an older Mirai self urgently screams at her to get a grip. The apparition yells that under no circumstances can she hand the ring over. Despite the inner warning, Mirai's fingers move to surrender the ring. The young man snatches it while leaping away, leaving Mirai crying out in shock. Slipping the ring on, he promises he will return it once he has driven their pursuers away. He sends Baek Jaiwol's shadow form ahead with Mirai, and Baek shouts that she understands. The system announces that boarding time has ended and the desert train is departing. Baek, already on the train, shouts Changxian's name in worry. Changxian tells Baek not to worry and confidently claims he will catch up soon. Baek decides to go on ahead aboard the train while Changxian deals with the enemies. The cultists scream for Changxian to be killed as he remains in the sky between them and the leaving train. He looks at the ring on his hand, confirming the enemies truly were after it, and declaring that they are already too late. A message reports that Tiger in Hardships laughs maniacally upon realizing a new cryptic scripture has come to Changxian. Another message explains that by infusing pitch-black darkness into the mysterious ring, Changxian uses Peter's key to unlock its mechanism. The system proclaims that he has obtained the 5th of the 7 cryptic scriptures. Violent winds erupt, whipping around allies and enemies alike, prompting someone to ask what this wind is. A final notice says Changxian has entered the instant dungeon Tempest Hell. A blinding explosion of light signals full transition into the new dungeon. Within the stormy realm, Several warriors stand on floating cliffs, bracing against the raging wind. They marvel that an instant dungeon has appeared from nowhere, and wonder if the mystery of the prophet child has finally been solved. One dismisses that idea, recalling how long it took to interpret the oracle that named Mirai as the prophet child. Another notes that despite the chaos, Changxian prioritized rescuing Mirai, speculating he might be a hidden weapon of White Tiger, and insisting they must report this to their boss. Changxian discovers a colossal wing being called the Forgotten Starlight, while a divine being known as Huge Sick Bug watches in awe through the eyes of his follower. Huge Sick Bug comments that devouring all this starlight could rival the 28 lunar mansions and focuses greedily on the instant dungeon as its oppressive aura crushes the cultists. As apocalyptic winds ravage the area, Huge Sick Bug scoffs at how weak the mortals are compared to such power. A streak of dark energy shoots toward the center of the storm as someone cries out. The dungeon's master opens glowing eyes, fully awakening. The divine being Tempest-hating daughter reveals her monstrous form amid the roaring gale. Changxian stands alone on a rocky peak, facing the tempestuous deity. System messages describe the dungeon mission. Under the Royal Tiger's calamity, Changxian will be dragged into Tempest Hell every 72 hours and must survive by fleeing from her. Additional instructions state that to remove the curse entirely he must eventually defeat her using weapons hidden throughout the dungeon, beginning with surviving the first 12-hour day. Looking up at the towering deity, Changxian laments that the mission demands killing a divine being just to lift his curse. With Inferno sight active again, he mutters that the situation is utterly insane. The Tempest-hating daughter hovers over him, winds spiraling as they prepare to clash. Changxian notes he is facing only her lingering thoughts and wonders how strong her true self must be, realizing that unlike past dungeons he cannot afford to lag behind or he will die. The deity, impressed that a mortal can endure even her shell's might, senses the scent of the pallid star on him. Kagathia activates to form a mental barrier while Changxian asks if she knows the pallid star, realizing this means she is also familiar with Mephistopheles. She replies that the pallid star is the absolute will of their night, and describes that being as constantly hunted in the darkness. Changxian recalls cryptic talk of day and night from when Gemini and Minerva clashed, and ponders the deeper meaning. Tempest-hating daughter says she would have already killed him if not for smelling that star's scent, and concludes that since he has not accepted that being as his patron, she is free to eliminate him. Changxian counters by invoking the title Jigui's retainer, summoning a raging firestorm around himself. Jin, riding his dragon, laughs at Changxian's audacity in battling the shadow of a star. Jin notes that the deity emits energy similar to ghouls and fantasizes that devouring her could grant him multiple level-ups at once. Enraged by their arrogance, Tempest-hating daughter unleashes an attack called World-Ending Tempest Whip. The system remarks that Cadmos is salivating at the prospect of such a tasty prey. Cadmos then lunges and bites directly into the stormy magic pouring from the deity. He continues consuming the tempest, sucking the power into his maw. Cadmos, now looking blissful and satisfied, savors the energy he has devoured. A message explains that Cadmos' flame heart has neutralized the tempest by absorbing huge amounts of magic, significantly advancing its growth. Cadmos opens his mouth again, promising a gift to Changxian for providing such a delicious snack. A massive fiery vortex forms above them as Cadmos prepares a devastating follow-up. The system announces that household member Cadmos is using his skill breath. His fiery breath engulfs Tempest-hating daughter in searing light. The blaze swells, obscuring everything in a sphere of fire. The deity's silhouette is consumed and blackened within the inferno. She screams in pain as the flames overwhelm her. Her form is battered and scorched as the firestorm tears into her. Cadmos drools hungrily, staring at the suffering Tempest-hating daughter and calling her delicious. Tiger in Hardships watches wide-eyed in shock at what Cadmos is doing. The world-wrapping snake bristles in alarm, warning that abyss-born creatures like Cadmos should never be approached. Taurus curses the unknown benefactor who gave such a monster to a mere mortal. Good Season to Hunt excitedly tells her mother she wants a dragon like that as well. The primordial evil dragon sighs, saying even she cannot gauge Cadmos' potential and implying it is unrealistic for her daughter to obtain him. The narration adds that Good Season to Hunt throws a tantrum, only to be pinned down casually by her mother's toe. Cadmos' eye gleams manically as he continues his voracious assault. The flames and dark energy erupt violently around the deity's body. Cadmos gnashes his teeth, fully committed to devouring the divine being. Tempest-hating daughter howls in agony, her body torn apart. Watching this, Changxian is stunned at the sight of a dragon capable of devouring stars. He reflects that although she was only a shell, she was still powerful enough to endanger both him and his followers, yet Cadmos treated her overwhelming aura as mere food. He recalls how Cadmos happily devoured artifacts from the king's treasure because they carried deep histories and divine legends. Changxian concludes it is natural for gods and stars to react strongly, since such a creature threatens beings who live on their own pride. A system update shows Cadmos' progress rising further as he continues to consume the deity's essence. Jin nervously asks his master to tell him if he has ever offended him so he can make amends immediately. Changxian jokes that Jin fears Cadmos might one day drool over him or other household members, reasoning that since ghouls also stem from starlight it is understandable they are terrified. Jin shouts back that this is nothing to joke about. Changxian reassures him that he has no intention of discarding his hard-won household members, which slightly relieves Jin. Meanwhile, Tempest-hating daughter, still alive but grievously wounded, screams in anguish as the fiery onslaught continues. Cadmos clashes violently with his enemy amid flying debris. Cadmos gleefully lunges at its prey, refusing to abandon such a tasty meal. The injured goddess Avatar panics, yelling for the monster to stay back as her body refuses to heal. Changxian analyzes that Cadmo's newborn strength comes from elemental compatibility, since its pitch-black darkness naturally devours light. As Cadmos attacks, the system shows its progress at 42.6%, and Changxian hopes it keeps rising. Darkness floods the area as Cadmo's pitch-black power expands. The system reports pitch-black darkness attacking the divine power of the Tempest-hating daughter while she screams for it to get away. While trying to return to Mirai, the Tempest-hating daughter's divinity is increasingly contaminated by pitch-black darkness. A companion blocks Jean, who excitedly says he never expected to be hunting even the shell of a god so soon. Changxian activates King's Treasure, summoning numerous weapons with a flash of light. The system opens King's Treasure and unlocks all stored weapon types. Changxian selects the Snowfield Rapier, regretting having to use such a treasure like this. He notes that only a weapon of the Snowfield Rapier's level can safely hold pitch-black darkness. Changxian enchants the rapier with blood manipulation arts, imbuing it with blood poison and pitch-black darkness until it nears divine status. The Snowfield Rapier transforms into a new weapon, and the arrow of the Demon of Destruction is completed. Changxian unleashes the empowered attack, sending a massive wave of destructive energy outward. He stands at the center of a blinding blue explosion as his power radiates across the battlefield. The system confirms Authority 100% Bullseye has activated and struck the Tempest-hating daughter. The goddess Avatar is overwhelmed by the attack, towering above Changxian as energy tears through her. Furious and half-destroyed, the Tempest-hating daughter screams in rage at Changxian. Darkness wraps around her face, binding and silencing her. She thrashes in the rain while restrained, as Jean approaches for another attack. Jean grins and scolds her captors, saying they cannot act that way. Jean dives down wreathed in lightning, preparing to strike the bound goddess. His blow splits the Tempest-hating daughter's form in a blinding burst. Her face is consumed by the explosion of light and energy. The goddess Avatar shatters completely as Changxian pushes the attack through. The system notes pitch-black darkness has now been applied to the evil dragon Snaggletooth, as Changxian dives with his weapon. An unbelievable achievement called Gaining of Starlight is obtained, rewarding increased divinity, a stronger stigma skill, and the completion of a beginning. Flame Heart's completion rapidly rises past 69%. And the system announces that boss monster Tempest-hating daughter is dead with Changxian as major contributor. The system states Changxian has accomplished a unique feat and gains 50 million karma as experience. As an additional reward, Changxian receives the Divine Authority World-Ending Tempest. The tiger that has been trapped in hardships laughs wickedly in approval of his feat. Another divine being, Huge Sick Bug, reacts with shocked disbelief at what just occurred. The system reports that 32 gods and stars now wish to take Changxian as their apostle. Changxian is told he can now mix World-Ending Fire with World-Ending Tempest, owning 2 of the 3 swords, with both Jigui's trait and World-Ending Fire significantly strengthened. His title Jigui's Retainer evolves into Jigui's Demonic Vessel. The system explains Jigui's Demonic Vessel as a title describing a demonic beast of apocalyptic world-ending flame and wind, granting destructive fire-related effects. Changxian manifests his Jigui powers, summoning Cadmos through whirling inferno flames. He notes his overall status has risen and resolves to pursue emancipation and transcendence as steps toward becoming a transcender. The system reports he has deciphered the complete 5th scriptures of San and obtained their secrets. He acquires the divinity Starlight, which is added to Stigma, leveling that skill up. The system notes he has glimpsed a long-lost ancient secret. Changxian is informed he has leveled up, and he exults that he finally achieved it. The system announces he reached level 50 and unlocked eligibility for the second class change quest, which he has long awaited. Another notice says his household members have leveled up and evolved, surprising his allies. The second class change scenario quest appears, requiring 4 outstanding achievements forming a complete folktale, or future level growth will be restricted. Changxian vows to methodically complete this folktale quest no matter what. Narration explains that after the system awakened, players' actions form achievements which are categorized into 5 levels. Changxian reflects that beyond normal achievements lie folktale, folklore, legend, and myth, realms belonging respectively to superhumans, demigods, and true gods. He further differentiates folktale for superhumans, and ordinary achievements for regular players, framing his own goal to surpass human limits. The system states his first outstanding achievement, Gaining of Starlight, has been achieved. Another message notes the world and its basic beliefs are beginning to be shaped. Changxian defines a folktale as a story imprinted in people's minds over generations, forming basic beliefs and shaping the universe. He explains that those who create such folktales are called heroes, with the modern term rancor being a contemporary version of that word. Changxian is grateful he has already completed one of the 4 folktale achievements, and, with World-Ending Tempest, expects to conquer the 4th cryptic scripture far faster as the dungeon begins to close. The scene shifts to a desert where a train roars across the sands. Exhausted, Merlin collapses inside a train car, saying the trip is killing him. Merlin admits he nearly exhausted his magic catching up to the train and worries whether Changxian is safe. Mirai, pale and shaken, says she can no longer feel the presence of her goddess. Her comrades burst in, with Henri urgently calling out Mireille's name in alarm. Henri grabs Merlin by the collar and furiously demands to know what he did to her. Merlin, confused, claims ignorance while the system notes his shadow is seething. Enraged beyond reason, Henri screams insults and demands answers from Merlin. Changxian's younger teammates curse Henri as a lunatic, lamenting that their kindness is being repaid with hostility. The two rookies suddenly notice a powerful figure approaching them from behind. A massive blonde man, the divine being good season to Hunt's apostle, glares down at Changxian and wonders who this creepy interloper is. Changxian's ally snaps back, threatening the newcomer and asking if he wants to die. The hunter analyzes the situation, realizing prominent figures like Jie Gal Hyenryung are absent, and deciding that letting Henri subdue Changxian might prevent further escalation. Another high-ranking player named Blue Wolf tells Nicholas to stand down, but Nicholas bristles at the interference, calling him an outsider. Merlin coolly asks Henri what he thinks he is doing. Changxian enters, remarking that after everything he did to rescue Mireille from danger, this is quite a welcome. His allies joyfully recognize Changxian's return. The blonde hunter curses that he should have finished matters before Changxian arrived and decides they cannot let an identified ranker get involved. Trying to defuse the situation, he nervously says it is all a misunderstanding. Henri, still consumed by rage, demands that Changxian personally explain what happened to Mireille. Henri opens the dead dragon's vault, summoning a powerful bone dragon spirit to fight. The hunter panics, realizing Henri has foolishly escalated the confrontation. Flames swirl around Henri as the bone dragon's power engulfs him. Changxian faces the raging inferno and transformed Henri without flinching. Henri stands reborn in skeletal bone armor, embodying the bone dragon's power. Henri vows to make Changxian pay for previously forcing him to retreat with a trick and charges in. The system notes Spirit of Dead Dragon has merged with magic, strengthening Henri's bone blade and armor. The hunter shouts for Henri to stop before things go too far. Henri cocks back his bone-armored fist, intent on smashing Changxian. Changxian's fiery counterpunch slams into Henri's face with explosive force. Henri is sent flying, stunned that the bone dragon's supposedly diamond-hard bones are being shattered by Changxian's blows. Changxian glares and reminds him he dared to call Merlin trash again. Changxian powers up for another strike, eyes blazing with anger. Henri screams in agony as repeated punches land. A wide shot shows Changxian relentlessly beating Henri, driving fists into his torso and face. The hunter watches in disbelief, realizing Changxian has grown far stronger than before. Changxian, blood trailing from his eye, turns his cold gaze toward the remaining enemies. The hunter is stunned silent by Changxian's overwhelming presence. The system announces that Title Jigui's demonic vessel has been applied as Changxian charges forward again. The hunter, shirt shredded, reasons Changxian must have been hiding ranker-level skills all along because no one could grow this strong in just 3 days. He activates Monster's Crimson Heart, greatly boosting his own power. Deciding to crush Changxian here, he lunges down the carriage, dismissing the younger man as merely a junior team leader. He resolves to prove the Revenant organization superior to the White Tiger by overpowering Changxian. He thinks that only by doing so can he avoid future disturbances. He also wants to humiliate Jie Gal Hyenryung by defeating this Korean rookie. As he drops to strike, Changxian counters with his rapier, sending a blazing impact up through the hunter's body. The hunter reels, shocked and sweating, realizing something has gone terribly wrong. Changxian prepares another move, studying him with grim focus. A devastating pink-crimson explosion flares between them as attacks collide. Changxian's flaming power surges, engulfing the hunter's torso. Battered and smoking, the hunter staggers and gasps in disbelief, beginning to ask how this is possible. Changxian mocks Revenant's higher UPS as pathetic, noting that with Viper Eye and 100% Bullseye, exploiting their weaknesses is simple. One of the French players protests Changxian's insults, but their group is clearly shaken. Changxian's glare alone sends waves of killing intent that terrify the surrounding enemies. The assembled cloaked players feel his overwhelming aura like lightning overhead and collectively panic. Tiger's aura manifests behind Changxian as a colossal flaming tiger that dominates the battlefield. His unleashed power erupts on the train roof, causing massive explosions around the moving cars. Cloaked in blazing aura, Changxian dares anyone else with a complaint to challenge him. Nearby mercenaries stare in fear at the inferno and Changxian's overwhelming presence. French officials plead with Mr. Li Changxian to calm down. Changxian identifies Ludovico of the Orlando clan and angrily asks how he can be told to calm down after watching his allies be threatened. He coldly suggests he could beat them all up first, and then tell them to calm down, implying that would be fair. Ludovico protests that Changxian is going too far. Changxian replies that if they have a problem they should come at him directly. The Orlando members privately acknowledge that since Changxian crushed Henri and Nicholas so easily, they cannot handle him and feel humiliated. They consider involving the seasoned demonic human Iron Mask Griezmann, but realize he intends to stay out of the confrontation. Ludovico decides he must concede for now and later blame everything on Revenant when they return. Bowing deeply, he apologizes on behalf of France and asks that the matter end here. Internally, Ludovico believes such a sincere apology will make Changxian stop for now, planning to seek revenge for this humiliation later. Changxian rejects the idea of ending things, saying he has not even begun, and tells Ludovico to clench his teeth. Ludovico panics and begs Changxian to wait a moment as a dark mass of power looms over him. Remembering Changxian's fearsome reputation, someone recalls his other nickname, the Bloody Ruffian. Outside, terrified cries echo from the train as explosions continue along the desert tracks. The surrounding desert is shown scorched and cratered by earlier battles and flames. Elsewhere, a black-haired woman laughs loudly in excitement at the unfolding chaos. She admits she knew this hunt would be hard but never expected things to escalate so dramatically. The divine being huge sick bug frowns at the loss of another painstakingly crafted mask, feeling more humiliated than at any time since fighting the immortal king. Thinking of Changxian as the young Asian man who interfered with her assassination mission, she refuses to accept the humiliation and resolves not to abandon the hit. She equips a new persona, the Twisted Goblin Mask, which she spent 10 years creating solely to kill the immortal king. Masked and wreathed in fire, she declares that to protect the foundations of Tsernaruka she must act. She orders her forces to kill Changxian, unleashing a colossal beam of golden energy skyward. The desert train now barrels through walls of flame as screams rise from within. A bone-white mask is suddenly struck and shattered by a piercing attack. Changxian holds the broken mask on the end of his blade and calmly asks its owner if they are ready to stop now. An ally remarks that Changxian has vented his anger and punished the loudmouths enough, warning that this is no time for further chaos. Changxian agrees to move on, assigning himself to guard the back of the train while the French handle the front. Ludovico thanks him for his understanding. Other passengers, confused and sweating, ask what is happening. Ludovico orders everyone to treat the wounded and evacuate toward the front car, asking Changxian if he plans to derail the train. Sensing a new threat, Ludovico curses that their enemies have arrived sooner than expected. The system announces that a flock of fire pterodactyls has appeared in the fiery sky above the train. A closer view shows the shrieking fire pterodactyls diving toward the moving train. At the same time, a herd of flaming burnt wild beasts races alongside the tracks, targeting the desert train. The system reports that starving monsters have scented food, triggering a monster wave, and issues a mission to protect the desert train from the approaching monsters. As magic circles flare on the desert train, the crew announces an incoming monster wave and orders everyone to battle positions. Changxian explains that in the harsh desert the starving monsters see the desert train as a vital source of food. A system message reports all nearby monsters entering a frenzy and gaining over 10% power as Changxian confronts the raging horde. He notes that with starvation or death their only options, the monsters inevitably go berserk. Enveloped in blazing power, Changxian resolves to end the wave quickly before the train suffers worse damage. He unleashes a colossal fiery blast that engulfs the desert around the moving train. The explosion tears through the attacking monsters, consuming the battlefield in flames. The train pushes on through the scorched desert as the firestorm fades in its wake. A notification declares the monster wave over while Changxian and his allies stand on the battered train roof. Exhausted passengers collapse in relief, a message confirming they have escaped the monsters and cleared the first obstacle. Another notice promises rewards based on each person's contribution to the defense. The system names Changxian as the top contributor for the monster wave. Two older warriors tease the younger players for being winded from such a short fight. The bandaged elder boasts that in his youth he could battle for days without rest. A young fighter snaps back that this brag comes from someone who barely lifted a finger during the monster wave. Changxian tosses a sealed red scroll-like container toward the bandaged elder, telling him to take it. The elder catches the item and demands to know what it is. Changxian explains it is a copied version of Mirai's cryptic scripture, surprising the elder with how fast he produced it. When the elder questions its authenticity, Changxian tells him to send it to Korea and check, confident it will prove genuine. The red-haired elder agrees and remarks that if it turns out to be a lie, they can always tear Changxian apart later. Changxian's inner voice reveals he is using this fake scripture to mislead White Tiger's pursuers and shake them off. He recalls that after raiding Wind Hell he had already deciphered the original scripture and absorbed its power, leaving only this forgery transcribed by his household. He calculates that even if White Tiger spends years trying to decode the copy, it will yield them nothing, and muses he cannot afford extra baggage with the first middle station approaching. His ally mentions the weapon Levitine as Changxian confirms where it is stored. Changxian states that Levitine lies beneath Boiling Hell Station at the point corresponding to Surtra's main artery. The elder asks why Changxian is handing this critical information over at this moment. Suspecting Changxian wants them gone now that they have what they wanted, the elder confronts him. Changxian bluntly confirms that he indeed wants them to leave. A system message announces the desert train's imminent arrival at its first stop, Boiling Hell Station. As passengers prepare to disembark, Changxian curtly tells the elders to take the scripture and get lost. Enraged by the insult, the red-haired elder's aura flares as he growls that Changxian's words are infuriating. Changxian stands with his team behind him, ready to face the elders if necessary. The bandaged elder grins menacingly and asks Changxian if he can really back up what he just said. Power surges and bandages whip around as the bandaged elder releases his strength. A shockwave rips through the platform, startling Changxian's companions. One ally, having failed to restrain the elders with his power, winces and admits his attempt did not work. The red-haired elder demands confirmation that Changxian truly told them to get lost, while Changxian mocks him for both speaking and hearing poorly. Furious, the elder charges at Changxian as a deity called the Tiger that has been trapped in hardships watches the household's quarrel with interest. Another divine being lounging on the train complains about the chaos and tells Goliath Demon not to make too much of a scene. Goliath Demon protests that this conflict is their clan's internal matter, but the suited divine warrior feigns ignorance. That divine warrior admits he knows the elders' interest in Changxian and their desire to take him as a disciple, yet insists this fight is still their own affair. Changxian is startled at the mention of becoming someone's disciple, realizing that such talk could politically shake the clan. The suited elder admits he is indeed interested in the boy, but says this duel is separate from that curiosity. He claims he is only trying as a fellow elder to keep them from recklessly attacking a kid and damaging their pride. He mockingly warns that Changxian will beat them up, though he will not stop them if they ignore his advice. The two elders react in shock, realizing Changxian might actually be capable of defeating them. Changxian, annoyed that they keep debating his strength, wonders how long they will continue talking about him despite his relatively short time as a player. The suited elder reminds the others of the elders' rules about preserving White Tiger's honor and vows, as vice leader, to enforce them strictly. He explains that the Council of Elders exists as the unbreakable claw and warns that any claw that breaks is discarded, so his words are not to be taken lightly. A station announcement confirms arrival at Boiling Hell Station and urges disembarking passengers to mind their step. Another message says the train will stay for 24 hours, and Changxian orders his team to move out. While departing, Changxian pointedly states that he hopes the two troublesome elders will be gone before the train leaves again. Ignoring warnings, the red-haired elder lunges to kill Changxian. The bandaged elder shouts for Hongak to stop, recognizing the danger. Changxian instantly counters, slamming Hongak to the ground. Objects, likely Hongak's enchanted items, scatter across the floor from the impact. Hongak ends up twisted and embedded in the platform, clearly overpowered. Changxian delivers a cold ultimatum to the bandaged elder, promising to kill him as well if he is still around tomorrow. A subordinate rushes to the fallen Hongak, calling out to Elder Tae Hongak in alarm. Changxian turns to the shocked man and dryly remarks that he had almost forgotten the subordinate was even present. When the subordinate tries to plead, Changxian lashes out again before hearing him out. He savagely kicks the man, sending him hurtling off the edge toward the lava below. The subordinate plummets into the molten chasm as Changxian watches from the platform above. The man is consumed by the boiling lava, his body writhing in the flames. A notification states that Changxian has formally entered Boiling Hell Station. The scene reveals the station perched atop a vast lava-filled canyon, emphasizing the deadly environment. Elsewhere, a blond man awakens groggily on the luxurious train interior and is asked if he is finally awake. Realizing something is wrong, he jolts fully awake in alarm. Looking around, he sees his people collapsed all over the car and demands to know what happened. A distraught priestess discovers that Mireille has vanished and frantically asks where the girl is. A burly ally explains that the tyrant attacked them and admits even he was no match for that powerful enemy. He gravely tells Henri that there is now something important they must do in response. The story shifts to the fiery stone desert, now revealed as a mountainous shell over magma. Changxian stands atop a high structure in Boiling Hell Station, surveying the infernal landscape. He clarifies that the stone desert is not truly a desert but something else entirely. He reveals that the entire dungeon is actually the corpse of Surtur, with the stone desert as its dead skin and the heat below leaking from cracks in that skin. In a flashback conversation, someone asks how monsters can exist in such a place if it is just a corpse. A regal figure explains that Surtur was king of giants and ruler of Muspelheim, powerful enough that new lives naturally formed within his remains. That figure further likens traveling underground in the dungeon to moving through Surtur's muscles and blood vessels, and Changxian asks what the place called Regarin really is. The figure says Regarin is a vital armory and manifestation point of Surtur's power, located at his heart. Back in the present, Changxian marvels that this enormous dungeon is Surtur's corpse, and wonders how he can find Surtur's heart within 24 hours. At that moment, the attribute apocalyptic wind within Changxian's stigma skill awakens, filling him with swirling power. Feeling the new strength settle, he smiles and thinks that it has finally awakened. Changxian is engulfed in emerald and golden winds as the awakened power roars around him. A mysterious green soul asks what kind of human he is, saying she has watched him since becoming trapped here and was baffled by his deciphering of a cryptic scripture and his connection to the pallid star. She says the most incomprehensible part is something else entirely, and begins to probe further. She asks why Changxian carries the scent of someone named Li Taka, shocking him. Changxian thinks in disbelief about Li Taka and wonders why that name is resurfacing now. A memory shows Changxian standing over a slain dragon while a spear-pierced comrade, or mentor, stands atop the corpse against a burning sky. That impaled man floats upright before Changxian amid the flames, forming the core of the flashback. The dying warrior looks at Changxian with blood-streaked face and softly says his name. He then declares that from now on Changxian will bear the name Cadmos, prompting Changxian to cry out to the old man. In the memory, Changxian tearfully yells that he does not need such a strange name, and had already refused it. The old man calls him a wicked rascal and chides him for never saying thank you properly. Changxian argues that the old man will accept his gratitude anyway and begs him to stop talking because he is bleeding too much. The old man laughs that Changxian listens only when he is about to die, while Changxian panics and insists the old man will not die. With his last strength, the old man repeats that Changxian is now Cadmos and must take responsibility for her. Changxian protests that if the old man is so worried he should stay with her himself instead of dumping the duty on him. As the old man weakens, Changxian curses his own lack of healing magic and regrets not properly learning the runes he had been taught. The old man again urges him to protect Litaka, explaining she appears proud but is actually fragile. Changxian reflects bitterly that a patron is supposed to protect the contractor, but his old man instead made him protect his patron. He reveals that Litaka was his first and last patron in Arcadia, a star the old man entrusted to him on his death. A young Litaka is shown walking across a bright field, the memory of receiving her starlight. Litaka coldly tells him she hates him and blames him for Cadmos' death. Despite their mutual resentment, Changxian explains that Litaka, the white silence walking on the wind, ultimately became his patron and he, as Cadmos, her apostle. He could not ignore the old man's dying wish, so he and Litaka joined forces with a shared goal of eliminating the old man's killers. The narration explains that Litaka, a radiant star, possessed a supreme treasure called starlight that could elevate gods and stars into emperors. The old man guarded this starlight to the point of collapse while other gods coveted it, eventually triggering a war that engulfed Arcadia and drew Changxian and Litaka closer. In that war, a wounded Litaka confesses her love and apologizes to Changxian as he holds her. Changxian feels fate has repeatedly denied him happiness, snatching away what little he had. Back in the present, multiple divine beings comment on Changxian's shifting expression and are intrigued by what the starlight shell told him. The tiger in hardships deity remarks that something feels off about the situation. Another deity, huge sick bug, hungrily eyes Changxian's growing divine aura as Changxian is relieved that tempest-hating daughter's words did not reach the gods, which would have complicated matters. Changxian asks the captive green soul how she knows the name Litaka. She replies that not knowing her would be strange since Litaka is her mother. However, she also declares that she hates her mother because, despite giving birth to her, that mother ultimately led her to death. Changxian realizes that tempest-hating daughter implies Litaka is the tempest in her divine title. The soul explains she blames her mother for leaving her tormented and enslaved even after death in this prison. She recounts that during a divine punishment trial, her mother never appeared, and she ultimately awoke sealed inside one of the 7 cryptic scriptures of San. Even after that, she had to constantly fight off beings drawn to her starlight, and grew to resent her mother more with every struggle to escape wind hell. Changxian pointedly asks what the 7 cryptic scriptures actually are. She admits she does not know their essence, only that they are an unbreakable prison world, and notes that since Changxian carries Litaka's scent he should understand their connection. Changxian reasons that Litaka split off parts of her power into avatar daughters, and that there are 7 scriptures and 7 daughters. He speculates that the 7 cryptic scriptures are divine sealing tools created to imprison Litaka's 7 daughters. This leads him to wonder if the Void Monarch has been secretly collecting these scriptures to decipher and monopolize their secrets. He recalls that the Void Monarch admired his own strength while he served Ziwei Dou's Shu and relentlessly pursued the scriptures to seize Litaka's starlight. Changxian infers the Void Monarch decided Litaka's starlight was the source of his powers and sought to obtain it. Furious, Changxian curses the Void Monarch, while the tiger deity, unaware of the deeper context, tilts his head at Changxian's reaction as Changxian re-examines whether the scriptures truly are only sealing tools. He concludes that there must be more he has yet to uncover and resolves to finish deciphering the 4th scripture, which means fully raiding the Ghoul Den. He vows to clear the Ghoul Den and discover whatever lies on its final floor no matter the cost. He further theorizes that one of the Ghoul Den's 5 rulers, the betraying souls, may be one of Litaka's daughters and that the royal tiger's calamity may itself be part of the prison binding those daughters. He suspects this whole situation ties back to San and that the Void Monarch has been gathering Litaka's daughters in secret, while other gods remain ignorant, with huge sick bug possibly tracking those moves. Changxian decides that capturing Shui Yong, the huge sick bug, during the Ghoul Den raid might reveal the Void Monarch's true aim. He admits he still needs far more power despite already rivaling many high rankers. Fixating on obtaining the weapon Levitine to reach that power, he swears to rip the Void Monarch to shreds once he has it, and urges Jean to accelerate the Ghoul Den raid. Back on the station, Jae-gal Hyunryung scolds the unconscious Hongak for ignoring his warnings and getting himself beaten. Hyunryung then coldly tells Hongak to learn to listen in the afterlife as he contemptuously stomps on him. The bandaged elder flinches at the brutal kick, shocked by his fellow elder's ruthlessness. Hyunryung orders Skull Demon to take Changxian's scripture and return immediately, threatening him when he hesitates. Skull Demon worries about whether the document is genuine, but Hyunryung assures him it is real. The narration identifies Jae-gal Hyunryung as the evil monarchic warrior and the council's foremost expert on cryptic scriptures, so Skull Demon accepts his judgment. Skull Demon then asks what Hyunryung will do, and Hyunryung says he must stay at the station to oversee the scripture investigation, implying Skull Demon should hurry back alone. Skull Demon nervously agrees and activates a logout scroll to leave matters in Hyunryung's hands, while Hyunryung mutters that he is an idiot. Watching him vanish, Hyunryung muses that greed has blinded Skull Demon and that he will not last long either. Hyunryung reflects on Changxian, hoping the young man will become the key to breaking the chains binding them and resolving to keep watching him. Meanwhile, Changxian's party complains about the oppressive heat and talks about finding water or a store in the station. A system reminder reiterates that this location is Boiling Hell Station. As the group trudges through the scorching concourse, one member fantasizes about getting ice cream to endure the heat. Another notice explains that the station contains a store selling supplies, luxuries, and weapons needed for the train journey. The final message states that the train will depart again in just under 24 hours, setting the time limit for Changxian's mission. Changxian jokes about the heat and threatens to blast his comrade if he keeps whining about air conditioning. After Changxian cools the area with his power, the group happily says they can finally breathe. A divine being called the snake that wraps around the world is displeased that his teachings are being used so trivially. Changxian and Wu Haibin notice something and react with surprise. A group of cloaked foreigners, led by a blonde man with a facial mark, watch them intently. Changxian irritably notes that those suspicious men keep glancing over at them. Haibin dismisses the onlookers as unworthy of attention and instead asks where the store is. The group spots the dungeon shop entrance, and Changxian promises cute Haibin an ice cream there. Inside, the hobgoblin shopkeeper greets them, remarking that it has been a while since he had human customers. Haibin and her companion are shocked to recognize the hobgoblin and wonder why he is here. The hobgoblin hastily declares his shop a neutral, pacifist zone, introduces himself as Jiraku, and tells Haibin to put her hand off her weapon. Haibin still grips her sword angrily while Wu Haibin backs her up, showing hostility toward Jiraku. Jiraku slyly praises her judgment and warns it is unwise to offend the store owner. Changxian calmly asks Jiraku what kinds of things this store sells. Jiraku cheerfully raises his arms as a system window announces he will present the shop's item categories. The interface lists item categories by price in Hons, ending with items over 100 million Hons and a locked others category. Changxian realizes Hond is the local currency the system had warned would differ from normal money. They inspect the cheapest category and find disgusting junk like half-used food plus a half-prepared ice cream for 9 Hons. Feeling grossed out, Haibin decides they should at least window shop the highest-priced category. The top category lists legendary items including the Heavenly Sword, Thunder God's Seal, Zarathustra's Prophecy Book, and a forbidden fruit priced astronomically. Stunned, the pair marvel at how unbelievable every item is and wonder if the forbidden fruit is the one from scripture. The goddess good season to hunt is shocked that such mythical items are even in this shop. The snake that wraps around the world suspects Jiraku is a scammer selling fakes. Jiraku asks Haibin if she has chosen anything, and she answers that she wants ice cream. He overcharges her at 14 Hons, then pretends to give a discount to 10 Hons because she is his first customer. Changxian asks if Jiraku accepts other currencies or valuables, but the hobgoblin refuses everything except Hons, forcing Changxian to ask how to obtain them. Jiraku coldly tells Haibin that if she has no money she should leave and stop causing trouble in his store. Haibin seethes, fantasizing about buying a bamboo spear to impale him and teach him manners. Changxian steps in, handing over a list and ordering everything on it plus Haibin's item. Jiraku calculates the huge order and says the total will be 160,010 Hons. Rubbing his hands greedily, he asks how Changxian will pay, saying cash is preferred due to strict recent oversight. Changxian calmly replies that he has no cash, shocking the hobgoblin. He repeats that he has no money and tells Jiraku to put the bill on credit. Jiraku erupts, incredulous at the idea of credit, while Changxian blandly asks if that is a problem. The angry hobgoblin accuses him of thinking goblins are fools and threatens to blacklist him from all stations. Unfazed, Changxian mentions he was going to open Rigarin, and if Jiraku is not interested, he will simply leave for the next stop with Haibin. Jiraku panics, stops them, and desperately asks if Changxian is serious. Changxian plays dumb, asking what exactly Jiraku means. Jiraku blurts out the rumor, asking if Changxian is really heading to the Giant King's heart treasury. Changxian recalls prior advice that even if things go poorly at a station he must win over shopkeepers, who serve as critical watchmen. The narration explains these watchmen still guard Muspelheim's legacy long after King Surtur's death. They are descendants of giants who honor the last king's spirit and patiently await his return to glory. A divine figure explains that watchmen believe opening Rigarin, the treasury in Surtur's heart, will restore their race, so they guard his tomb-like dungeon to reach that goal. Changxian asks if this plan is really feasible, and is told that realistically it is not. The divine explains that the giant's souls are long gone and dungeon beings are mere lingering thoughts, but both Rigarin and their belief in it remain real. Changxian concludes that stirring shopkeepers' desires makes it easier to trade, then again tells Jiraku that without credit their business is finished. Jiraku hurriedly calls after him, unwilling to let the opportunity slip. He confirms in disbelief that Changxian truly intends to open Rigarin, and Changxian sarcastically asks if there is any other Rigarin he could mean. Terrified yet intrigued, Jiraku presses whether Changxian is truly going to the Giant King's heart treasury and demands to know how. Changxian refuses to reveal his method, asking why he should tell the hobgoblin. Jiraku realizes Changxian is deliberately withholding details despite asking for credit, and insists he needs proof Changxian can return before deciding. A hidden quest called The Legacy of the Dead King appears, tasking the challenger with proving themselves worthy to open Rigarin in exchange for store credit and a linked quest. Smiling, Changxian calls to Herald, asking the administrator to come out as a witness. The rabid administrator Herald materializes, complaining that this shop is not even within his jurisdiction. Changxian tells him to fetch another admin if it bothers him, pushing Herald to get involved. Reluctantly, Herald agrees to participate while internally grumbling that such a troublesome person has been labeled a top prospective talent. Herald reflects that Changxian is one of the strongest prospectives despite lacking a patron, drawing the attention of the 12 zodiacs and overwhelming administrative demand. The rabbit thinks being in charge of Changxian grants him great influence, so he cannot let another admin take over and must cling to Changxian for future gains. Harold vouches that Changxian is an officially guaranteed talent and a Tier 3 perspective, impressing Jirapku. Jirapku studies Changxian with narrowed eyes, clearly reconsidering his stance. Changxian meets his gaze steadily, waiting for the hobgoblin's decision. Jirapku finally agrees, treating the purchase as an investment and allowing Changxian to buy everything on credit. Harold says Haiban will stay in the shop with him, while Changxian goes elsewhere with Jirapku. Changxian hands Haiban an ice cream and tells her he will be gone until tomorrow. He instructs her to accept as many quests from Jirapku as possible to earn Hans, which will aid both this dungeon raid and their future endeavors. As she enjoys the ice cream, Haiban wonders what Changxian is really planning. After a moment she simply thinks the ice cream tastes good while watching Changxian and Jirapku head upstairs. The blonde foreigners spy through the window, shocked that Jirapku is personally escorting a player, something they have never seen and assume must be tied to a special mission. They worry aloud about how they will obtain quests now that Jirapku has left the shop. The bearded leader panics that if Jirapku remains absent the entire stop, they will be unable to take quests, and will be in serious trouble. He reasons that Jirapku's personal guidance means a major hidden quest is involved, so they should later barge in under the pretense of helping, especially since this French territory dungeon should not be left to a foreigner. A window announces that Administrator Harold will temporarily run the Boiling Hell shop while Jirapku is away. The foreign players realize Harold is an administrator summoned by Changxian, and conclude Changxian must have powerful bureau connections. Harold scans the station to locate all players in the area. He bluntly says he bears them no personal grudge, but is annoyed to be forced here when he is already busy enough. Harold adds that although he will try to remain neutral and fair as an administrator, his emotions can sway him, implying his attitude may affect their quests. Narration warns that greed and grudges will likely drive people to follow Changxian despite any cautionary advice. In the tower below, Changxian senses via his demonic beast authority that numerous footsteps are indeed trailing after him. Jirapku grumbles about the many flies following them, while Changxian tells him to ignore them and continue descending. The Void Monarch Tiger God scoffs at these pests who do not know their place. Other divine beings comment that Changxian could just crush his pursuers but suspect instead that he is setting another trap. Changxian confirms inwardly that there is no need to kill them early, since they will struggle to survive below, and plans to lure them to Rigaran where even gods cannot watch and eliminate them there, especially the Murder Kings seeking the 5th scripture. Jirapku and Changxian reach a massive gate of blazing lava, and Jirapku admits he never gets used to this terrifying sight. System messages announce that Changxian has discovered Searcher's aorta, found a hidden piece, gained achievement points, and is being struck by lethal heat and death energy. He realizes the flowing lava is the blood of the dead Searcher, confirmed as the burning giant's blood. The system declares curses of heat stroke and burns along with heat poison afflicting him. Jirapku praises the overwhelming spectacle but says he cannot go any closer despite reaching this far from the station. Changxian thinks that reaching Searcher's blood vessels should lead to the heart holding Rigaran and is surprised the giant's blood still runs hot despite his long death. The Divine Counselor explains that the Watchman failed because reaching the heart requires diving into the boiling blood, which they cannot endure. Changxian notes that unlike them, the Divine believes he can manage this feat. The deity confirms this, saying someone bearing both the world-ending flame and Jigui will find the environment almost heavenly, and is uniquely suited to obtain the weapon Levitine. As the searing curses strike, Changxian's first form world-ending flame activates, burning away all toxins and completely detoxifying him. He also activates anti-fire pearls, mystical beads that temporarily neutralize poison and grant intense heat immunity. Changxian prepares himself as flames swirl around his face. Transforming with demonic wings and horns, he announces his departure into Searcher's blood. Jirapku stares in disbelief that Changxian is completely unaffected by the extreme heat. Changxian smirks confidently, black lightning patterns covering half his face. A notice states that the title Jigui's demonic vessel has been applied to him. Jirapku watches from below as Changxian rockets upward into the burning sky toward the aorta. Changxian plunges into Searcher's aorta, fully entering the deadly bloodstream. The system warns that the anti-fire pearl's durability is rapidly dropping under the strain. Additional alerts say the immense heat is disorienting him, placing him in panic and confusion and even melting his world-ending flame, urging him to leave before his body fails. Another skill, Kalokagathia, kicks in to compensate for his insufficient stats, bolstering him amid the inferno. Changxian notes bitterly that acquiring apocalyptic wind did not make this any easier. Realizing he cannot swim to the heart in this state, he decides instead to absorb the infernal environment itself. He activates the authority of soul extortion to drain the lingering thoughts from Searcher's corpse. The system reports that the dead soul's rank is too high for full absorption. Soul extortion therefore targets only specific necessary memories from the burning giant that brings the doom. As this begins, his world-ending flame simultaneously absorbs the surrounding heat. Changxian focuses on reaching Rigaran but worries how to satisfy Levitine's giant-only selection. The Divine Mentor answers that he only needs to meet the underlying requirements, and then asks what he thinks defines a giant. The explanation starts by describing giants as aggressive conquerors obsessed with battle. It adds that though a transcendent race, giants were few, their stories poorly preserved. The truth is that they are actually spirit-like beings born from the primordial flame that formed Muspelheim. Unlike mortals who evolve gradually, giants are born directly from the world's will with innate intelligence. Thus giants are pieces of Muspelheim itself, reflecting its eternally burning nature. As such spirits, they have great judgment yet cannot escape Muspelheim's will, which grants them power surpassing other beings. Their huge bodies exist purely because such forms suit battle. The god suggests Changxian could become a giant himself without disrupting his myth collecting. Doing so would let him forge a unique myth no one else could replicate. Changxian screams amid flames as he accepts that giants are transcendent beings. The divine voice explains he must gradually accept giant genes into his human body step by step, using his reinforced physique as a base. Each time he metaphorically sheds his skin, his body and soul's rank will greatly improve. The system confirms he has acquired the traits of a giant and begun mutating, with transformation progress slowly ticking upward. Changxian vows to devour Surtur's blood and thoughts with soul extortion, and the system notes that Jigwee's world-ending flame gains new elements. His soul extortion authority levels up from this extreme use. Good season to hunt stomps in distress while watching him writhe in pain. The primordial evil dragon goddess clicks her tongue, warning he is trying to tame an uncontrollable power. Good season to hunt frantically asks her mother what Changxian is attempting. The dragon mother, annoyed, refuses to answer her daughter's naive questions. Good season to hunt throws a tantrum over being the only one who does not understand what is happening. The snake that wraps around the world finally grasps Changxian's aim and laughs quietly to himself. Good season to hunt again demands to know what Changxian is doing. Changxian's eyes blaze gold as his body withstands the raging fusion of flames and demonic power. The snake that wraps around the world tells the flustered hunt goddess to ask someone else, still amused. Another divine being, huge sick bug, calls his actions insane but cannot look away. The void monarch tiger roars with laughter and proudly acknowledges Changxian as his household member. Within the blazing realm an eye-like luminous symbol manifests, focusing power. Good season to hunt explodes in frustration that everyone but her seems to recognize this phenomenon. On a rocky peak, Changxian stands silhouetted with wings against the stormy crimson sky and lightning. The system declares Jigwee's world-ending flame and apocalyptic wind have both evolved into their giant versions. Close up, his transformed face shows as the system notes the wind's evolution into giant's apocalyptic wind. Another notification announces that a mysterious resonance is now occurring within him. Changxian hovers over the molten landscape, fully adapted to the lava sea below. His senses lock onto a specific presence as the system says he is beginning to perceive Surtur's body. A colossal fiery heart, Surtur's heart treasury, pulses within the inferno. Changxian feels the world around him expanding and changing and realizes he can now perceive details of this realm he previously could not. Heat and lava surge violently, indicating the heart region's chaotic energy. Changxian dives straight toward the roiling lava, driving himself closer to the heart. He pinpoints Rigoran's entrance with his viper eye skill to locate the exact target within the blazing organ. The view zooms into the heart's core, showing the precise spot Changxian is aiming for inside Surtur's heart. The protagonist locates the gateway or object he has been searching for. A powerful energy, or eye-shaped seal activates in response. A system message informs him that his body has entered an overload state. He curses his lack of power, realizing his mutation is progressing far too slowly. He notes the transformation is only around 70% and worries forcing it will tear his spirit body apart. He calculates that at this rate he will neither open Rigoran nor complete his non-human evolution, despite all his preparations. He laments that shedding will eventually yield great gains but proceeds too slowly, while his HP, MP, stamina, and mana drop dangerously low. Warnings urge him to leave as the pain worsens, but he senses he might truly die if this continues. The system reports his mutation has halted and his skin is warping, so he deduces he is overloading by shedding too much at once and plans to split the shedding into 2 stages using pitch black darkness. Resolving to risk everything on this plan, he places his life on the line. Remembering Mephistopheles' test flame heart, he decides that completing this heart, which can generate infinite pitch black darkness, will bolster his stamina and empower his giant traits. He acknowledges that failure means death but success would complete a body that would otherwise require 3 dungeon trips. He revises his plan, deciding to replace his own heart with Flame Heart as the core of his mana accumulation circuit. He further decides to replace his blood with Surtur's and channel it all into Flame Heart. He resolves to rebuild the mana circuit around Flame Heart so he can fully master Surtur's blood, gain immense physical and magical power, and obtain pitch black darkness as an attribute. Elsewhere a great serpent eye opens, observing. The serpent questions whether a mere human can truly become a giant, and notes, most mortals strove to be deities, not giants. The serpent watches him advancing, intrigued. It concludes he is driven solely to embody Muspelheim's flame and Surtur, acting according to an unfathomable plan, and thus extremely dangerous. It judges his resolve as madness, the kind of man willing to lose everything to achieve his goal. The serpent compares his obsession to that of its own mother. It fears that if it becomes useless he will discard it, so it resolves to escape and reunite with its household member Mirai. It invokes threads of the wind to aid its escape. Sending out wind threads, it hopes Mirai will detect them. Back at the ritual, the system reports Flame Heart has begun to move and is supplying pitch black darkness. His mana circulation accelerates rapidly. His body convulses as hellish energy surges through him. The system announces the first stage of shedding, with Flameheart now serving as the mana circuit's core. He completes a structural metamorphosis and confirms he has successfully become a giant. The system explains that with Flameheart's completion, a brutal heart was also formed, qualifying him as Mephistopheles' disciple. He notes that pitch-black darkness has fused into his mana, calling this a tremendous change. Despite this, he decides it is still insufficient and that he must push on to a second shedding stage to fully stabilize his form. Cadmos cheers him on, empowering the skill Bloody Haze, which curses enemies and blesses allies. Cadmos unleashes Bloody Haze with a resonant cry. The system declares his second mutation complete. He attains skin metamorphosis, emerging in a new, fully transformed body. He defines the first shedding as bone metamorphosis and the second as skin metamorphosis, regarding the result as a rebirth into a new realm. The system states he has acquired the divinity of the burning giant that brings doom and added hellfire as a third divine element to his skill stigma. Another message confirms he has discovered Regarin, the treasure vault of the perished world Muspelheim. The system begins scanning him to determine whether he is qualified to enter Regarin. He is deemed qualified to enter. The system asks if he wishes to enter, as the portal blazes before him. He agrees and the system logs his entry into Regarin. A massive explosion of energy marks his transition. He opens his glowing eyes within the new realm. He finds himself before towering armored giants, one central figure holding a sword, underscoring the size difference. The one-eyed giant leader demands to know if he is the new successor of their deceased king. The system notes he has entered the hidden dungeon Regarin, and he feels overwhelmed by the giant's presence. The divine being good seasoned to hunt is awestruck by the majesty of the giants. He muses that he never expected to see all of Muspelheim's shadows here and admits that even at his peak he could not guarantee victory against such cosmic beings. The leader again asks if he is the deceased king's successor. The leader notes he has a human soul but carries the king's scent, explaining that this is why he allowed him in and demanding to know who he really is. Changxian thinks Muspelheim is supposed to be devoid of stars and gods, so the fire giant's appearance here must worry the observer, yet he also considers giants doomed beings without souls. He still marvels at their powerful aura and questions whether this world is truly doomed. He recalls Mephistopheles' explanation that Regarin is Surtur's heart and the will of the surviving fire giants, so the test to gain Levitine will be extremely difficult. Recalling that one wrong answer could get him crushed, Changxian introduces himself by name and declares that Levitine is the legacy of Muspelheim's fire giants, triggering his title Jigui's demonic vessel and a firestorm. He explains that sacred items like Levitine test challengers to discern their rightful owner and declares himself a seeker of Levitine prepared for hardship. The leader comments that Changxian speaks well and challenges him to prove his words. The giants order their ranks to clear a path, revealing a massive stepped fortress. Changxian walks between lines of red-cloaked warriors toward the fortress entrance. The leader explains that Changxian must pass through the fortress and return, indicating the final structure at the path's end. He adds that if Changxian truly brings back Levitine, they will accept him as one of their own and as the king's successor. Changxian realizes he must first win recognition from Muspelheim's shadows to prove he is qualified to be king and obtain Levitine. Arriving at a huge gate, he is greeted by a muscular figure who notes, with surprise, that he actually came. The gatekeeper remarks that most people are terrified just crossing the previous space and mentions another challenger who came before Changxian. Changxian is shocked that someone else already traversed Surtur's veins and wonders who it was. The gatekeeper says that earlier challengers should now be near the 30th fortress. Changxian reflects that even with his meticulous preparation, enduring Surtur's blood heat was extremely hard. He considers that another traveler might have entered with him or through another gate, and resolves not to let anyone steal his conquest of Regarin, deciding he must catch up quickly. The gatekeeper explains the challenge, 36 gates in total, with stronger warriors deeper inside. He adds that because Changxian cannot defeat them head-on, each warrior will fight under self-imposed disadvantages, so Changxian should not worry. Changxian notes the condescension but accepts, reminding himself not to be arrogant despite his new giant body. He acknowledges it will be difficult to defeat battle-hardened giant warriors who have slain many gods and stars. The gatekeeper outlines that each fortress can be cleared by defeating the guardian, earning their acknowledgement, or convincing them to open the next door at their discretion. He praises Changxian's calm focus and wishes other challengers were like him. Changxian politely asks him to open the first door. The gatekeeper agrees and opens it, inviting Changxian to give it his best shot. The system announces his arrival at the first gate, and identifies the gatekeeper Gustav wielding a spear, who asks for Changxian's name. Upon hearing it, Gustav comments that the name is unusual and hopes Changxian's skills are equally unique. Changxian studies Gustav's stone spear, recognizing it as a high-level artifact that he should not confront directly, while Gustav extols the strength of a healthy, muscular body. Gustav teases that Changxian looks fragile enough to break with a single blow. Changxian is silently exasperated by the giant's obsession with muscles. Gustav notes that everyone outside was also bulky, and Changxian assumes the remaining 35 gatekeepers are similar brutes. Gustav offers a handicap. He will use only his right hand and stay in place, and if Changxian forces him to use his left or move, Changxian will win. Changxian activates State Ferocious Tiger and the fangs of the Ferocious Tiger, powering up. He launches a surprise charge at Gustav. Gustav angrily complains that Changxian attacked before he finished talking and retaliates with a powerful spear thrust. In mid-clash, Changxian mocks him, pointing out that Gustav said he wanted to test Changxian's skills and asking what he really meant. Changxian reasons that treating this as real combat is exactly what Gustav requested, arguing that on a battlefield no one waits while an enemy boasts. Gustav agrees that victory is all that matters regardless of tactics. He then declares he will stop holding back, charging in with full force as Changxian agrees that any way of winning is valid. Gustav's pride still prevents him from truly going all out against someone he deems weak, so he vows to fight in his own style. Changxian tells him to do as he pleases as their weapons clash violently. Gustav laughs delightedly, declaring this a wonderful fight he greatly enjoys. Changxian thinks to himself that the giants really do have muscle for brains. A flashback shows an elder being asked how to easily defeat Muspelheim's giants, and mocking the idea that there would be successor seeks their weaknesses. Changxian in the past simply asks whether those giants have any weaknesses. The elder admits they have no clear weaknesses, valuing honor and pride above their lives and being formidable warriors. He concedes that if they have one flaw, it is their simple, impulsive, muscle-headed nature, and notes that since Changxian was once an abominable god, gaining their acknowledgement should not be too hard because their temperaments are alike. The elder concludes that Changxian will understand once he faces the giants himself. Back in the fight, Gustav senses his kind scent on Changxian and wonders how a human gained such extensive combat experience. The divine being good seasoned to hunt, and the tiger trapped in hardships eagerly await Changxian's response to Gustav's question. Changxian evasively tells Gustav and the watching gods to defeat him if they want to learn his secret. Gustav thinks Changxian has piqued his interest and finds him increasingly likable, though Changxian worries about how to actually win against such toughness. The system informs Changxian he has gained the first gatekeeper's favor. While fighting, Changxian notes his giant awakening is now complete, his hellfire mastery improving, and that controlling giant hellfire's explosive power is extremely difficult. He analyzes that turning hellfire into a stable aura is troublesome because it resists forming, likely due to its growth through two sheddings and its fusion with pitch black darkness, yet he believes maximizing its form will unlock its full potential. He decides that carefully observing Gustav's spear movements might reveal useful secrets, while he ponders how to respond to the spear's trajectory, techniques, and form. His skill Viper Eye begins tracking Gustav's magic flow and deciphering spear techniques. Gustav laughs that Changxian is clearly struggling to control his flames. He explains that Muspelheim's flames are notoriously difficult even for giants, but the more adept one becomes at wielding them, the more one is recognized as a great warrior, and he even offers to teach Changxian. Gustav adds that his instruction will be hard to imitate and not truly secret anyway. He declares that the key is muscles. Gustav proudly flaunts his muscles, insisting that nothing can stand against them and that even fierce flames must yield to sheer strength. He urges Changxian to bulk up and even offers a muscle enhancer. While Changxian worries continued listening will turn his brain into muscle and resolves instead to learn hellfire control. Changxian realizes the solution might be to confine hellfire rather than forcefully control it. He reasons that hellfire's nature is to expand and explode, especially when mixed with unpredictable pitch-black darkness, so instead of suppressing it he should focus on confinement strategies. He decides to seek advice rather than brute-forcing it, and connects his mind to the subconscious world. The system notes that the entity Pallid Gaze is watching him. In the subconscious realm he calls out, reminding Mephistopheles that it would reflect poorly if a great demon's disciple were easily beaten by a giant, and asks for instruction. Mephistopheles descends, annoyed at being summoned over what he calls a trivial matter. His radiant form appears before Changxian. He complains that Changxian keeps bothering him, but still listens. The observing good season to hunt takes a deep breath at the sight. Other divine beings react as the snake that wraps around the world recognizes Changxian's face as familiar. The tiger in hardships is shocked by this recognition. A memory surfaces of Cha Yun, someone Changxian once knew. Changxian silently processes this connection. The gods are eager to witness this great demon who supposedly did not originate in the abyss. Mephistopheles, irritated by the commotion, cuts off all channeling and severs the dungeon's connection to the administrative bureau so outside observers can no longer watch. Changxian is stunned that Mephistopheles could block both divine gazes and administrative interference, recognizing his overwhelming level. Mephistopheles reflects that Changxian's full giant awakening has sharpened his senses and that now Changxian can clearly perceive an immense, alien pressure. Changxian retorts that disturbing Mephistopheles is better than remaining a pathetic disciple, while Mephistopheles asks whether being bothered is preferable to that. Mephistopheles admits he would have discarded Changxian had he failed to absorb the power, but since Changxian is growing faster than expected, he now deems the disciple worth his effort. He tells Changxian to watch closely because he will only demonstrate once. Changxian notes that sentimentality between master and disciple is pointless, yet he is slightly annoyed at Mephistopheles' lack of reaction to being called master, then recalls that pitch-black darkness devours everything into nothingness. Mephistopheles describes pitch-black darkness as the primordial force that filled the world before time began and tells Changxian that trying to contain it with the brutal heart's power is impossible even for him. He explains that pitch-black darkness naturally seeks to return to its origin at the beginning of time, asking how one can trap a wheel that spins backwards. Changxian compares its uncontainable nature to hellfire and associates it with the reverse time loops used to send him from the underworld to Earth, concluding they share the same temporal trait. Mephistopheles clarifies that pitch black darkness is not something to be controlled but guided, and offers to demonstrate directly rather than merely lecture. He brings Gustav's frozen form into a training space with them. Changxian realizes Gustav and the surrounding loop of events have been halted. He perceives that time, space, and the entire world have been frozen and bound by Mephistopheles. Changxian now understands that Mephistopheles not only blocked divine gazes and channeling but also froze the universe's time loop so no one else senses this, a feat beyond even most great stars. He admits Mephistopheles' caliber is beyond imagination as the demon demonstrates what true pitch black darkness looks like. Gustav is engulfed and erased by the writhing darkness. Changxian watches in shock as Gustav vanishes completely. He recognizes the swirling mass as pure void, the emptiness said to lie beyond the universe. He realizes pitch black darkness can summon void and apocalypse and that, seeking its potential, he has actually touched something absurdly dangerous. Mephistopheles asks if Changxian has clearly seen this demonstration. Changxian silently watches as a gigantic flaming giant form demonstrates the power he must learn to control. The great demon explains that although Changxian cannot yet recreate the berserk form, he has seen how pitch black darkness moves and must now practice extracting and guiding it to manage the brutal heart. Changxian realizes that what he needs is proper cultivation of pitch black darkness. He notes that since the brutal heart is shared with Cadmos, pitch black darkness will naturally dominate it. He concludes that his role is not to suppress darkness or hellfire but to direct their uncontrollable flow like a guide. System messages show various gods becoming curious about what happened while their channel to Changxian was severed. Another divine being, the snake that wraps around the world, watches suspiciously. The tiger trapped in hardships asks what he discussed with the great demon. Many gods grow wary of the great demon's intentions. Several stars also begin closely monitoring Changxian because of the great demon's involvement. The Administrative Bureau issues an emergency order to block the noisy reactions from the heavens as Changxian charges forward. Changxian concentrates his mind on his spear, deciding to treat hellfire not as a mere tool like other weapons he has used. He reasons that if he considers hellfire part of his body, as a Muspelheim flame giant, it will move naturally with him. A system message announces that his technique Aura Spear has been completed as he lunges with a blazing thrust. He layers a spiral aura onto the spear. Changxian twists the hellfire into a spiral to shape a natural spear blade that descends on his enemy. Gustav is shocked that Changxian twisted their technique into a spiral and even mimics the giant spear art Sarmatia. Changxian admits hellfire has limits under his control, but giants have refined Muspelheim's flames for generations and he intends to use their methods. He decides he does not need time travel, only to revive the forgotten martial arts of the giants. Smiling, Changxian tells Gustav that showing him Sarmatia was a fatal mistake. His spiral hellfire spear crashes down on Gustav with overwhelming force. The clash ends in a massive explosion of light and fire. The aftermath shows Gustav's spear blade cracked from the impact. Gustav stands battered, gripping his damaged weapon amidst the settling dust. Cursing, he admits he failed to fight one-handed, was forced back, and that his spear blade has fractured. Changxian, calm, asks Gustav to declare the outcome. Gustav drops the broken spear tip, acknowledging his loss. He formally announces that, as Rigaran's first gatekeeper, he recognizes Li Changxian's victory. A system message confirms Changxian has defeated the first gatekeeper. Gustav and Changxian stand side by side, the former now respectful of the victor. Gustav thinks that with Changxian's skill and growth speed, this man might answer the giant's long-held hopes. Elsewhere, players stare at the fiery mountain river barrier in disbelief, doubting anyone could have crossed it. One of them insists there must be some other route, desperately searching for a way through. A blonde man analyzes that rookie Li Changxian, less than a year in the player world, already displays high-ranker ability and must be hiding many secrets. Remembering the missing Griezmann, he grows suspicious about Changxian's motives. He internally labels Iron Mask Griezmann Adley as irredeemable demon trash despite his supposed repentance. He concludes that Changxian is a demonic human colluding with the demon Griezmann and notes how suspiciously they vanished together. To him, Changxian's abnormal progress proves demonic arts are involved. He imagines them beyond the river of fire plotting something that will endanger everyone. His eyes widen as a sudden realization or ominous feeling hits him. Back at the station, a man shouts for Mireille to be careful as she is distracted. Mireille hears a desperate voice begging a goddess to save them and instinctively calls out to her deity. Divine energy erupts behind Mireille as a powerful aura manifests. An observant shopkeeper watching from the shadows mutters that something big is about to happen. The shopkeeper muses that other station vendors would expel such troublemakers, but he is content to let events play out. He recalls using his artifact Another Eye, thrown into the river of fire, to witness Changxian connecting to Rigaran through it. Amused, he decides this is a good chance to summon a shopkeepers meeting and urges Changxian to fully open Rigaran and claim Searcher's successor title. He vows that once Changxian does so, he will pave a path of roses for him through the great world's vast legacy despite its looming apocalypse. System messages report Changxian defeating the second gatekeeper and maxing Fist Mastery, gaining the trait Fist Wind. Further messages show he acquires Muspelheim's martial art Pancration and is ordered to face the fifth gatekeeper, a dagger user. Another notice states his polearm mastery has reached maximum level. Additional notices confirm his victories over the 14th, 15th, and 16th gatekeepers. He also wins against the 18th gatekeeper. A new objective appears: defeat the 19th gatekeeper, whose weapon is a whip. The whip-wielding giant Hadarus introduces himself, praises Changxian's reputation, and insists on fighting him at full strength, offering rest first. Changxian stands firm, prepared to continue without pause. Racing ahead, he thinks he has little time left, and resolves to clear all trials without resting. Hadarus attacks, calling Changxian arrogant for refusing a break, but is excited by the thought that Changxian may have gained new power. Changxian, exhilarated by breaking through his limits, focuses even more intensely on the battle. A system message declares he has passed the 30th gate and arrived at the 31st. The system instructs him to defeat the 31st gates by using Gatekeeper. Elsewhere, a man standing over unconscious bodies recognizes that the mysterious powerhouse must be Changxian. Changxian notes reports of a passenger here and wonders if this is Iron Mask Griezmann's son who slew a giant. The man remarks that he never expected to meet Changxian in such a place. Someone senses the ominous black aura filling the fortress and identifies it as dense demonic energy that can only belong to Griezmann. Changxian recalls that Griezmann is actually the Demon King, leader of non-humans and heretics, and the most feared demonic human in France. Exposition describes Griezmann as a legendary figure who rose from player and demonic human to a duke-level high-ranker. It adds that he has slaughtered or destroyed countless demonic humans and murder clans and is comparable to Changxian's own clan leader. Changxian finds Griezmann's true motives unreadable and is further wary because of his divine name. A system note states the divine being the first sorcerer of Samaria is now watching Changxian. Simon grumbles that he has not finished the raid and dislikes being exposed, wondering if he should kill the witness. Gustav appears and bluntly tells him he cannot do that as the fortress repairs and the next gate battle is prepared. Gustav officially announces that challenger Simon Magus has passed the 31st trial and must proceed to the 32nd gate, or be expelled. Simon scoffs at Gustav, who once died to him, but agrees to talk more later. Changxian identifies Simon Magus as the demigod bearing the divine name First Sorcerer of Samaria and is surprised to meet him here. He wonders why Simon is in Rigaran and if they are pursuing the same goal. Gustav signals the start of the next battle, drawing his bow. Changxian rushes forward, thinking he should focus solely on the remaining trials, but Simon's presence has become a nagging concern. A fierce exchange of arrows and aura fills the air. System messages announce Changxian has acquired the skill Rain of Arrows and entered the 32nd gate. Afterward, Simon calls out to Changxian, asking him to wait. Changxian asks what he wants, and Simon replies that before explaining he confirms Changxian is after Rigaran's core, the heart chamber holding Levitine. Changxian coolly asks if Simon is claiming he is not after that core himself. Simon clarifies he seeks a different item in the heart chamber, a collection of 15 verses. Changxian is surprised that Simon is uninterested in Levitine. Simon specifies that what he wants is the human skin parchment on which those verses are written. He describes the verses as a treasure he has hunted for millennia and offers Changxian Levitine or anything else in exchange, proposing an alliance. Simon explains that Rigaran is said to hold 36 fortresses, yet within the Heart Chamber's treasury lies a secret 37th room unknown even to Muspelheim's monarchs, reachable more easily if they work together. Changxian thinks that if even Thanatos did not know of a 37th room, its contents must be remarkable, but the issue is that the proposal comes from the unpredictable Simon Magus. He reflects that Simon is a black mage and demonic god of Demon King rank. Dealing with him may be dangerous, but he is curious about the verses. Simon insists that if he shares the truth about the verses, Changxian must commit to cooperating and warns he will kill Changxian if he tries to run with the information. Changxian responds by asking if Simon has ever heard of Besla, the first and last giant king. At the mention of Besla, Peter's key in Changxian's possession trembles as though resonating with that name. Simon claims ignorance of any connection to Besla, confusing Changxian. Changxian doubts Simon's claim, pointing out that anyone coming to Muspelheim's treasure vault should know of Besla. Changxian concedes he at least understands Besla must be a major deity given the title Giant King and asks Simon to elaborate. Simon explains that Besla was a god of gods and king of kings who once ruled Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim before they separated, one of the rare beings ever called king of gods. A hunting-themed divine being frantically asks another god whether such an existence as Besla really lived. The snake that wraps around the world watches the explanation in silence. Simon says he seeks the poem verses that still contain Besla's remnant power. He begins a cosmic origin story, saying that when the universe was first created, he continues that the resulting shatterings created multiple fragments. Some fragments became worlds, including Muspelheim of fire giants. Another fragment became Jotunheim for frost giants. A third became Niflheim where monsters and giants mingled. Because these three worlds were incomplete shards, they tried to merge with other worlds and civilizations, sparking wars for dominance until a single great being unified them. Changxian confirms that this unifying being was Besla. Simon agrees, adding that even the mightiest gods eventually fall. When Besla died, the three worlds shrank to the margins of the universe except for Niflheim, which later recovered, while the snake god listening grows uneasy but then relaxes. A system note shows the snake that wraps around the world calming slightly. Simon explains that the ancient war led Muspelheim toward its current apocalypse and Jotunheim vanished, proving how great Bestla's influence was. He adds that the young chief god of Asgard, Odin, derived his magic from Bestla. Changxian recalls learning rune magic from his grandfather as Odin's art and is stunned to learn those runes actually originated with Bestla. Simon reiterates that Bestla was the only god king to unify the giants and that he seeks the verse containing her remaining power, believing his explanation should be sufficient. Changxian reasons that Simon's willingness to reveal such crucial information shows his confidence that he can kill Changxian if betrayed and remembers Simon's fear that Apostle Peter could resurrect. Changxian further deduces that Simon wants Bestla's verse to free himself from threats and ascend to full godhood, and he finds it intriguing that Peter's key lay in Bestla's tomb. Changxian says he now understands Simon's goal but asks why Simon specifically needs him when he seems strong enough to clear the rest of the gates alone. Simon admits this is his 24th attempt at Regarin and that 2 specific conditions have thwarted him each time. First, he is a half-giant who has never fully awakened, which should ordinarily bar him from challenging Regarin at all, though he circumvented that restriction. He boasts of becoming the first sorcerer of Holy Samaria yet laments that as an incomplete giant he still cannot reach the core. The second obstacle is the final gatekeeper, the 3-headed guardian Shimura. Shimura is described as an enemy whose 3 heads can each perceive a different fate of her opponents, making her especially dangerous. Simon claims he knows more about Shimura than anyone and has a strategy, and since Changxian has somehow become a giant himself, he assumes Changxian also has a plan. Changxian, however, asks how Simon even entered Regarin when there was only one route from the first station. Simon cheerfully answers that he simply used a portal. System messages announce that a party has been formed and that they have cleared the 33rd gate together. Further messages state they clear the 34th gate and that Changxian's master of melee combat effect is enhanced. Another notice confirms they have reached the core of the 36th gate, Regarin itself. Shimura appears, noting Simon as a familiar face and Changxian as a new one who reeks of Surtur, asking if he is the child the other warriors mentioned. She declares that before starting the final trial she will divine their fates. Changxian recalls the warning that he must avoid being seen by Shimura's eyes as much as possible. The memory continues, stressing that he must never allow Shimura to notice him twice. Changxian surges forward wreathed in blue and orange flames. Shimura finds her divination strange. She tells Changxian that unlike every other being she has seen, he shows none of the usual fates of birth, aging, illness, or death and reveals he has already experienced death multiple times. A system message reports Changxian's authority Kalokagathia shuddering as he processes the statement about his several deaths. Exposition explains that Shimura's 3 faces view past, present, and future. Mortals reincarnate and gain karma, which she reads. It adds that escaping that cycle grants pieces of immortality or divinity, and Changxian wonders if she saw his past life as the one who initiated the twilight of the gods or something even greater. He realizes her sight may concern something beyond that past, and ponders what it could be while his flames rage. Simon, now in combat, shouts at Shimura to look at him instead and vows to repay all the humiliation he has suffered. Shimura states that he must cut off her right head to block its vision of the future. The system declares that the first sorcerer of Samaria has opened a demonic zone as Shimura dismisses their attempt, saying their defeat is already decided. Shimura unleashes a powerful attack in the demonic zone while Simon confronts her head-on. Simon turns in shock as he senses something unexpected occurring. Wide-eyed, he realizes Changxian truly has become a complete giant. A colossal flaming giant form of Changxian bears down on Shimura, stunning Simon. System text reports that his shedding effect has triggered twice, evolving his first form world-ending flame into a second form hellfire. Another notice states his title Jigui's demonic vessel has evolved into Jigui's giant vessel as he stands transformed amid the hellfire.